The protagonist acquires a Gaming Tycoon System, where killing someone in the game rewards him with 10,000 virtual recharge credits. Starting from Tian Long, the protagonist continuously kills and becomes the top tycoon in the game. Wind in the Wind. My number 1 on the recharge leaderboard has been taken. I've recharged 100 million. Chapter 1. Hey boss, come here quickly. Something happened in the internet cafe. A customer seems to have suddenly died. At this moment, in a small county town, a network administrator is calling the internet cafe owner. What did you say? A customer suddenly died. Call an ambulance first. I'm coming right away, the cafe owner said, hurriedly driving to the cafe. Soon, the cafe owner arrived at the cafe. Where's the person? Did you call an ambulance? The cafe owner asked anxiously. There was no way around it. He had to be anxious. If a customer really died in his cafe, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep it open. Machine 88. That customer has been logged in for a week straight. Just now, I saw his time was up and wanted to ask if he was going to extend it, but then I couldn't wake him up. The network administrator said. Quickly, the cafe owner rushed over to Machine 88 and saw the young man slumped over the desk. Then, the cafe owner grabbed the person and started shaking him. While shaking him, he cried out with a long face. Brother, wake up. Please wake up. You can't have an accident here. If you suddenly die, my cafe is going to close down for good. Chapter 2. Damn, are you that busy? Hurry up and give me the system, Lin Fan said. Then, the old man nodded and directly slapped a big palm on Lin Fan's head. Damn, you actually hit me? After receiving the slap, Lin Fan immediately covered his head and said, this is how I give out the system, the old man said with a smile. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Fan heard a ding sound. Having read countless web novels, Lin Fan knew exactly what that sound meant. Sure enough, at that moment, the old man's system for Lin Fan finally came online. Ding! Online Tycoon System binding successful. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was overjoyed. Then, Lin Fan excitedly said, Old man, you're incredible. You really gave me a system. The one you bound is a tycoon system, right? The system I give will automatically adapt to the person with the highest compatibility, the old man said with a smile. The one I bound is called the Online Tycoon System, Lin Fan said. What? Online Tycoon System? You kid must play games often, right? This Online Tycoon System is considered the worst type of system in the system world. Besides, this is just your fate. The old man shook his head after hearing Lin Fan's words. Chapter 3. Afterwards, Lin Fan left the place with his broken phone, driving his Lamborghini Veneno. Fortunately, the original owner had taken driving lessons before, and Lin Fan could also drive. However, since he wasn't very skilled, he drove somewhat unsteadily, scaring many drivers along the way. After all, he was driving a Lamborghini convertible supercar. If he collided with someone, it would truly be a huge loss. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at an internet cafe, but it wasn't the one he had been carried out of in the morning. This internet cafe was called Century Internet Cafe, and the environment was quite nice. Although it was a bit remote, there was a good advantage. There were parking spaces available in front, allowing for free parking. After parking the car, Lin Fan walked into the internet cafe. Smack! Lin Fan skillfully tossed his ID card onto the counter and said, Internet manager, recharge 20 for me. The internet manager was a young man in his 20s, looking somewhat disheveled and weary. All right, would you like to open a membership? Members pay 5 yuan per hour. Non-members pay 8 yuan per hour, the internet manager said. Oh, how much do I need to recharge to get a membership? Lin Fan asked. Chapter 4. Lin Fan chose a male character with all the default facial features and hairstyle, and then it was time to name his character. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan named his character Heartless Killer. According to the conditions of the game system for making money, Lin Fan had to kill people in the game. Therefore, it was destined that this account would be a heartless killer. Soon, Lin Fan entered the game. Upon entering, his character appeared in the main city of Dali. Following the prompts, Lin Fan quickly completed the novice tasks. At this point, his level also reached 10. In the game Dragon's Heaven, players could join a faction at level 10. There were a total of 10 factions in the game: Tianshan, Beggar's Sect, Mingjiao, Amei, Wudong Xiaoyao, Tangmin, Shaolin, Dragon, and Xingxiu. For a moment, Lin Fan didn't know which faction to choose. Just then, a player suddenly invited Lin Fan to join a team. Lin Fan saw that there were 2 people in the team. The leader was named Lao Yong, a level 28 male from Mingjiao, and the other was called Fishing Girl, a level 27 female from Amei. Lao Yong said, Brother, I see you've been standing here for a while. Is this your first time playing this game? Don't know which faction to choose. Chapter 5. At this moment, the player Supreme number 1, who had just been killed by Lao Yong, was very angry. Since joining the Supreme family, no one had dared to attack him. But today he had been killed. Therefore, Supreme No. 1 called for help in the Supreme family group chat and quickly gathered a team to seek revenge on Lao Yong and his group. However, Lin Fan and his friends had not yet left the city, so Supreme number 1 couldn't do anything to them. After waiting a while, the members of the Supreme family went to level up. After all, it was the first day of the server opening, and time was precious. They couldn't just waste it like that. Heartless killer, Brother Yong, I've caused you trouble. Lao Yong, don't say anything about trouble. It's just a fight. I'm not afraid of anyone. If I get killed, so what? I won't lose anything. Fishing girl, I'll support Brother Yong in the fight. Heartless killer, are you two a couple? This wave of dog food is overwhelming. Brother Yong, yeah, I met Fishing girl while playing Dragon's Heaven. We've been playing together for 8 years, and then we ended up together. Heartless killer, 8 years? I'm so envious. Fishing girl, heartless. There are plenty of girls in Dragon's Heaven. You'll meet someone too. Chapter 6 afterwards, Lin Fan returned to the main city and immediately began to spend money. After investing 150,000 virtual recharge funds into the game, he started buying gems in the shop. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the NPC for gem crafting and began the process. The newly purchased novice equipment already had 3 slots opened, so it was much easier to craft gems. Before long, Lin Fan had finished crafting the gems. He filled the novice equipment with level 6 gems. All attack gear was equipped with level 6 pure yellow crystal, 170 Shin attack, level 6 purple jade, 2223 accuracy, and level 6 cat's eye stone, 1997 internal attack. All defense gear was equipped with level 6 red ruby, 206 vitality, level 6 emerald, 741 evasion, and level 6 pure white stone, 70 ice resistance. The pure stones were all crafted using gem carving runes, which were not directly sold in the shop. Additionally, 3 identical pure gems could be fused into a nether crystal using the gem melting rune, which not only added attack attributes, but also had corresponding resistance reduction attributes. However, since Lin Fan was still in novice gear, he didn't make any nether crystals. Chapter 7 afterwards, Lin Fan opened the game shop and found the dragon card. This dragon card was not expensive, only costing 2,888 yuan, which was about 288 yuan, cheaper than QQ's super membership. Lin Fan directly purchased the dragon card, but he only had a little over 200,000 yuan left, not enough to buy a true heavy shoulder piece. So, Lin Fan opened the recharge interface and began to recharge with virtual funds. Previously, Lin Fan had fought for over an hour and obtained 50 kills. Therefore, this time, Lin Fan directly invested 500,000 into the game. After all, this was just virtual recharge funds, which could only be used for the game and couldn't be cashed out. So why keep it? After setting the game to idle, Lin Fan checked the time. He then realized it was already 10:30 p.m. Lin Fan had been online since 6 p.m., playing for 4.5 hours. After such a long time, Lin Fan finally reached level 30. At this moment, his stomach began to growl. It was so late, and Lin Fan hadn't eaten anything yet. He then clicked to call the internet manager on the internet cafe management software. Chapter 8 After establishing the guild, everyone started using the system to recruit members. In the international version of Dragon's Heaven, there had been adjustments to the guild member limit. A level 1 guild could accommodate 1,000 members, and for every level the guild increased, the member limit would also increase by 1,000. After all, there were simply too many people in the international version of Dragon's Heaven. If the guild member limit was too low, it wouldn't be fun to participate in guild wars. However, even so, those large guilds generally had multiple guilds. Take the Supreme family, for example. They had over a dozen guilds. The main guild of the Supreme family only allowed members with level 6 gear to join, and the guild leader, Supreme number 1, had already filled his gear with level 7 gems. If it weren't for the fact that I can't craft gems above level 7 right now, I'm afraid that Supreme Owl Laughing Mad would have already crafted all level 9 gems. Level 9 gems alone cost 390,000 RMB each just for the gem itself. Moreover, crafting a level 9 gem requires a level 9 gem crafting talisman. Both the level 8 gem crafting talisman and the level 9 gem crafting talisman are not for sale. Even if there are events that offer them, it would probably cost millions of RMB to get just one. Not long after, Old Yong gathered over 100 people. Chapter 9 Lin Fan was very satisfied with this, And then he opened 4 sockets on his Trucullo shoulder and embedded level 7 gems. Lin Fan chose stamina, evasion, ice resistance, and agility. In the game Tianlong, there are many classes that deal ice damage, and even Wudong has a lot of ice Wudong. Therefore, stacking ice resistance is very useful for Lin Fan. After embedding the level 7 gems, Lin Fan's attributes increased slightly again. Following that, Lin Fan went to the Yanwang Ancient Tomb. Of course, Lin Fan wasn't there to grind. He definitely couldn't stand alone in the tomb with just one character. This time, Lin Fan was there to kill players. After all, killing a player grants 10,000 virtual recharge funds. Lin Fan now has over 5 million in virtual recharge funds in his account. But who would complain about having too much money if they could earn more? The people grinding in the Yanwang Ancient Tomb are all players from large guilds. For example, the team of Supreme Alpha Laughing Mad, the team of Royal Family's Royal Family Gu Tian Ci, the team of Battle Soul Family's Battle Soul Sung, the team of Wind Chasing Wind, the team of Casual Dragon Slayer, Ant Wang's team, the team of Frosty Snow, etc. These people and their teammates are all top players at level 7, and Lin Fan's Wudong is still far behind compared to them. Chapter 10. When the large force of the Supreme Family arrived, Lin Fan and the others couldn't hold on any longer. Even with 4 healers supporting them, they were quickly sent to the underworld. At this time, Jiang Qingzi said, "I'll go establish a guild first, then we can form an alliance and come back. We are not to be trifled with." Ruthless Killer. Form an alliance? Are you from the Heroes of the World region? Lin Fan had played Qiannu in another world before, and he was from the Heroes of the World region. He also knew about the guild guiding the country. He didn't expect that this parallel world also had the same guild. Jiang Qingzi. Yeah, have you played Qiannu? Ruthless Killer. Yes, I have. Your guild is the #1 guild in the Heroes of the World region. Who doesn't know that? Jiang Qingzi. If you want to be the #1 guild in Tianlong, it's really difficult. Ruthless Killer. That's true, there are too many top players in Tianlong, especially the 2 big shots, Qin Gongzi and Wang Gongzi, who are both not short on money. Jiang Qingzi. Our strength is not bad either. If there's an opportunity, I can put together a full team of level 9. Ruthless Killer. Wow, that's impressive. Chapter 11. At this moment, Lin Fan was very happy, because during this wave, he had taken over 100 player kills. At this point, Lin Fan's account had 5 million in virtual recharge funds. Lin Fan thought that if he kept playing like this for a day, he could definitely rack up several tens of millions in virtual recharge funds. If he kept this up for 7 days, he could probably secure the top spot in the Chongluo Shanli event. However, just then, Supreme Laughing Mad came over with 10 teams of level 77 players and cleared out the Tianting Alliance in just a few minutes. Jiang Qingzi, Supremo Laughing Mad is here. That guy is indeed crazy, but his strength is really impressive. However, our Tianting Alliance is not to be underestimated either. Everyone continue. Shaolin frontline hold strong. Mingjiao lure their squishy characters. Tianshan sneak in to kill their backline. Amei heal well. Be careful to pull people. If anyone dies, just teleport back. Our Tianting Alliance is not made of clay. Jiang Qingzi was commanding in a voice chat, and everyone teleported into the cliff cave again. Lin Fan and Jiang Qingzi's team had 4 level 77 healers, so the experience was still pretty good. The Supreme Family didn't just bring those 10 teams of level 77 players. Their second guild brought over 200 players of levels 5 to 6. Chapter 12. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt very hungry. Originally, last night, Lin Fan had only eaten a bowl of instant noodles, and he hadn't had breakfast this morning, so right now, he felt like he was about to starve. However, while Lin Fan was a super wealthy player in the game, spending millions in an instant, in the real world, he was a poor guy who could barely afford instant noodles. Sigh. I guess there's no one more miserable than me among the wealthy players. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. However, just then, Lin Fan's online game Wealthy System suddenly chimed. Ding. System prompt. Host virtual recharge funds have exceeded 10 million. System upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? What? This system can upgrade? That's great. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and upgrade for me. Lin Fan thought to himself. Ding. System upgrade successful. Current system level, level 2. After the system upgrade, are there any new features? Lin Fan asked inwardly. Ding. After the system upgrade, a daily task module has been added. Completing daily tasks will grant corresponding rewards. Chapter 13. Lin Fan felt quite helpless at this moment, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Would he let the power leveling studio compensate him for their work? After watching the forum for a while, the time reached 1 o'clock. At this moment, Tianlong finally finished updating. So, Lin Fan immediately logged into the game. As soon as he entered, he opened the Shanling interface. Sure enough, the rewards were exactly the same as what he saw on the forum, which made Lin Fan very excited. Not to mention anything else, just those 4 pieces of Chunglo. If Lin Fan secured the top spot in all 4 rankings, he would have 5 pieces of Chunglo equipment, 3 true Chunglo and 2 fake Chunglo. With that, Lin Fan could definitely take on 10 level 77 characters in single combat. This is not Lin Fan exaggerating. The Chunglo in the international version of Tianlong is completely different from the classic version, and its attributes are incredibly powerful. For example, the attributes of the True Chunglo ring are True Chunglo ring, base physical attack 1621, base internal attack 1621, health limit 10, health limit 27776, ice attack 888, fire attack 888, mysterious attack 888, poison attack 888, hit rate 3888, evasion 3888. Chapter 14, however, at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly thought of a way. So, I can provide a secondary account for Jiang Xiaodao to use for fighting. This way, I can earn money while also getting a free leveling service. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan immediately messaged Jiang Xiaodao. Ruthless Killer, Xiaodao, I have something I want to discuss with you. Jiang Xiaodao, boss, what is it? Ruthless Killer, Xiaodao, do you really like fighting? Jiang Xiaodao, I do like it, but my account isn't good enough. I died dozens of times without getting a single kill. Ruthless Killer, no worries. Fighting is all about momentum. Having a slightly worse account doesn't matter much. Jiang Xiaodao, don't worry. I've never lost in terms of momentum. By the way, why did you look for me? Ruthless Killer, alright, I won't beat around the bush. I admire your spirit of fighting repeatedly despite losing. So I've decided to get you a level 77 secondary account to play with. What do you think? Jiang Xiaodao, what? Is that true, boss? You're really getting me a level 77 account? Ruthless Killer, yes, but you need to level me up for free. Are you willing? Chapter 15 then. Lin Fan logged out of his Killer number 1 account and let Jiang Xiaodao log in to create his character. At this point, Lin Fan had nothing else to do, so he called out in the guild and formed a team, bringing along several squads to fight in the Moya cave. Of course, this time, Lin Fan was still targeting the Supreme family's members. Lin Fan held a grudge. Before he started spending money, he was killed by that Supreme Wushang. Not only that, but that Supreme Wushang also stepped on Lin Fan's head, insulting him. So, Lin Fan decided to go all out against the Supreme family. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, the Supreme family members immediately notified Supreme Xiao Wuquan. After all, the name Ruthless Killer was still at the top of the recharge leaderboard for the current event. Everyone knew that Ruthless Killer was a super big shot who could compete with Supreme Xiao Wuquan. As soon as Supreme Xiao Wuquan received the news from his subordinates, his face darkened. Just this morning, he had fought with Lin Fan for several hours. Because of this, the main members of the Supreme family were now several levels lower than those of other major guilds. Chapter 16. While Jun Mo Xiao was creating his account, Lin Fan had no intention of continuing to fight. He looked at his current level and found he was only level 43. To be honest, Lin Fan's level was far behind that of the Supreme family players, who were all at least level 45 or above. The night before, Lin Fan hadn't run any dungeons, and today he also didn't do any dungeons. Plus, he had been busy fighting and didn't grind monsters, so his level hadn't increased at all. Just then, Lin Fan saw someone shouting about a dragon in the World Channel. Not knowing what that meant, he messaged the person to ask what a dragon was. Ruthless Killer, bro, what is a dragon? Initially, the guy was too lazy to reply to Lin Fan's message, but upon seeing Lin Fan's name, he recognized it. He remembered that the top of the recharge leaderboard for the current event was the Ruthless Killer. Excited to be messaged by the number 1 spender, he quickly added Lin Fan as a friend. Chapter 17 next. Lin Fan switched his computer screen back to the game. At this point, Lin Fan saw that his level had already risen to 45. He then opened his character panel and saw the Divine Cauldron. Lin Fan clicked on the Divine Cauldron and then opened a shop, spending 100 million game currency to buy 2,000 unregretful elixirs. Fortunately, the game was user-friendly, allowing the same item to stack infinitely. Otherwise, Lin Fan's bag wouldn't have been able to hold so many unregretful elixirs. However, using these elixirs was a big project since there was no one-click use function. Lin Fan was about to curse the game developers. Then, he downloaded an auto-clicker, setting the clicking speed to 10 clicks per second. After using the auto clicker, the clicking speed was much faster. Fortunately, using this tool didn't require cooldown time. As long as you click fast enough, it wouldn't take long to use up all the unregretful elixirs. A few minutes later, Lin Fan used up all 2,000 unregretful elixirs. Next came the energy cultivation. As long as there were enough elixirs, he could just click away with the auto clicker. Soon, Lin Fan filled the energy cauldron. Chapter 18 at this point, Lin Fan's level had risen to 49, but he noticed that he had enough experience to level up, yet couldn't. Lin Fan didn't know why, so he asked a friend, Ruthless Killer, "Bro, I have enough experience to level up to 50, but why can't I?" Friend, "Boss, to level up to 50, you need to get all 6 mind techniques to level 50 first. Otherwise, you can't level up. You must not have upgraded your techniques." Ruthless Killer, "Oh, I really haven't upgraded my techniques. Where do I do that?" Friend, "Go back to the faction and find the NPC that teaches skills. Upgrading techniques requires a lot of experience, so you should save up more experience before going. Otherwise, if you don't have enough experience, you still can't get the techniques to level 50. Ruthless Killer, "Yeah, you're right, but leveling up is so hard." Friend, "Don't worry, boss. Let me level up first, and then I'll take you to farm bandits. I'm a professional at that. Just prepare the treasure maps, and you can get 200,000 experience from each bandit if you maximize the multipliers. 2 hours of farming will be enough for you to upgrade your techniques." Chapter 19 then. Lin Fan sent the corresponding secondary accounts to Lao Yong and Fishing Girl, asking them to bind their accounts to the game security card. At this point, Lin Fan's small team finally reached 10 members. Ruthless Killer, "Hurry up and level up. Get to level 20 first, and then we'll go farm bandits together." Including Lin Fan and his 10 subordinates, there were a total of 11 people. But since Lin Fan's subordinates each had 2 accounts, forming 2 full teams was quite simple. Lao Yong, "Sure, I'm a professional bandit farmer. As long as there's a map, I can farm bandits all day." Ruthless Killer, "I'll provide the maps. I'll go AFK while you guys carry me." Lao Yong, "No problem, just that the maps are expensive, but other than that, it's all good." Ruthless Killer, "How much is a map?" Lao Yong, 10,000 game currency per map. We can farm 1,000 maps a day, and each map has 10 bandits. So we can farm 10,000 bandits a day. If you maximize the multipliers, each bandit can give 200,000 experience. By farming bandits all day, you can gain 2 billion experience. Ruthless Killer, "Wow, can you really gain that much experience? Is that for real?" Lao Yong, "This is just theoretical data. In reality, we also need to consider the issue of others stealing monsters. Besides that, we have to think about time. Even if we take 10 seconds to kill a bandit, plus the time to find the bandit, we can only kill about 2 or 3 in a minute. In an hour, we can kill around 170 bandits. And even if we play for 24 hours straight, we can only spawn about 4,000 bandits, which amounts to roughly 800 million experience points." Chapter 20. When my buddy led the team to farm bandits, Lin Fan had already fallen asleep on the table. After all, Lin Fan had been playing continuously for over 20 hours since yesterday afternoon. At this point, Lin Fan was very tired, so he hung up the game and dozed off on the table. By the time Lin Fan woke up, it was already past 10 at night. Then, Lin Fan clicked to extend his internet package for the night on the Cyber Cafe management system on his desktop. The night package costs only 20 yuan from 10 at night to 8 the next morning. If he didn't choose the night package, it would cost 5 yuan per hour, which would be more than double the price. Actually, for Lin Fan right now, it didn't make much difference whether he chose the night package or not. After all, Lin Fan was now earning 10,000 yuan a day, so he could afford the 5 yuan per hour internet. After selecting the night package, Lin Fan opened the food delivery platform and spent 45 yuan ordering a braised pork rib rice. After all, Lin Fan now had money and didn't have to keep eating instant noodles. He also didn't plan to go home that night. After all, playing games was so much fun. Why go home when there was no computer to play games on? Chapter 21. Lin Fan then traded the prepared regret medicine soul and Xinyuan golden dan to his alternate accounts. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan finally finished. Then, Lin Fan sent a message in the group. "Relentless Killer, hurry up and fill the divine cauldron. I'm going to level up my mental method. Once I'm done, we'll go to war with the Supreme Family. Jun Mo, Xiao. Haha, finally, we can take on the Supreme Family S little turtles. Jiang Xiao Dao, hee hee. I also want to try out my full 7 Mingjiao right away. I died over 1,000 times last night, and today I must take 1,000 heads. Relentless killer. You said it. If you don't get 1,000 heads, I'll kill you later. Jun Mo Xiao. Once Xiao Dao fills the divine cauldron, your account probably won't be able to compete with him. He has already full 7 on that account, while your account is still 6 with 7. Why don't you switch to a 7-star gem? Relentless killer. I'm too lazy to deal with it. I'll switch the stones after I change my gear. Jun Mo Xiao. Are you planning to switch to 60-level handcrafted gear? Relentless killer. Handcrafted gear? What is that? I'm planning to get the top spot in the Kongluo Shanli event, and then go straight for 8-star gems. Chapter 22. Jiang Qingzi. Relentless brother. Where are we going to fight this time? Relentless killer. We're going to the Yin Wang ancient tomb to take out the Supreme family and steal their grinding spot. Jiang Qingzi. Sounds good. I also want to go to the ancient tomb to grind. Relentless killer. Do we need to get on voice chat? Jiang Qingzi, of course. It's easier for command. Relentless killer. Then I'll set up a Tian Ting Alliance voice chat channel. Jiang Qingzi. No need for that. Just let your people join our Jingsan voice chat for now. After we finish, you can set up the Alliance voice chat. Relentless killer. Okay, I'll tell them. Jiang Qingzi. By the way, who is leading the command? Relentless killer. I 1T command. You do it. Jiang Qingzi. Alright. Soon, everyone in Lin Fan's team joined the Gudan Jingsan voice chat. Instantly, the Gudan Jingsan guild channel was filled with several hundred people. Then, Jiang Qingzi activated the mic sequence. Jiang Qingzi. Everyone listen to my command, get the lime packs ready, and when I shout to use them, everyone release the lime packs together. Jiang Qingzi. Everyone listen to my orders. Let us all fly to the first level of the Yin Wang ancient tomb. Chapter 23. However, without the main force of the Supreme family, the battle strength of these 2,000 people was not very strong. The strongest was the Supreme Awa Xiao Wakong account, which wore 60 level 8-star handcrafted gear, fully equipped with 7-star gems, had a true Chunluo shoulder, and a full divine cauldron with over 600,000 health. Even stronger than Lin Fan's account. However, apart from that, there were no other 7-star accounts among the more than 2,000 people from the Supreme family. Moreover, there were less than 2 teams with full 6-star accounts. The other 2,000 people were all 5-star with 4 or full 5 accounts. To be honest, if they weren't level 6 accounts, they couldn't even touch Lin Fan. After all, the attributes of that true Chunluo shoulder were ridiculously overpowered. With 4 attributes of resistance at 888, just this alone could withstand most accounts. Plus, Lin Fan had fully equipped ice resistance stones. This meant that Lin Fan's account was inherently countering the ice wudong of Supreme Awa Xiao Wakong. Soon, Supreme Awa Xiao Wakong led his people in. Lin Fan and the others were stunned to see a massive crowd from the Supreme family approaching. Relentless killer. Damn, there must be at least several thousand of them. Chapter 24. This great battle lasted all night and only stopped at 8 o'clock the next morning. By this time, many people on both sides had to prepare to go to work, and since the Supreme family also made some concessions, they did not continue fighting. Those guys were quite impressive. After playing a game all night, they still managed to go to work the next day. It was probably unavoidable. After all, without going to work, they wouldn't have money to spend on the game. Working during the day and overtime in the game at night. Lin Fan didn't have to go to work, but he was also tired, so he decided not to continue playing. At this moment, the virtual recharge funds in Lin Fan's account had already exceeded 100 million. It must be said that with 10 alternate accounts farming together, the efficiency of earning money had greatly improved. At this time, Lin Fan's online game rich system had also leveled up again. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for accumulating virtual recharge funds exceeding 100 million, meeting the conditions for system upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Lin Fan silently thought. Then, the system prompted again. Ding. System upgrade successful. Current level 3. Next upgrade condition is to accumulate virtual recharge funds reaching 1 billion. Chapter 25. Lin Fan came out of the cyber cafe and found a young and beautiful girl sitting on the hood of his Lamborghini Veneno. Next to her, there was a chubby girl taking pictures of her. Lin Fan didn't disturb them and just watched them take photos. After all, he didn't mind using his car for some pictures. However, the 2 girls seemed tireless and kept snapping away. So, Lin Fan walked over and said, "Hey, could you move aside for a moment? Oh, do you want to take a photo too? I've almost finished, so it's your turn now. By the way, I see you're alone. Do you need me to help you take a picture?" One of the girls said. Okay, that would be great, Lin Fan replied. After thinking for a moment, he took out his antique Redmi phone and handed it to the girl. I have to say, buddy, shouldn't you get a new phone? This is such an old relic from another era. Can it even still work? The girl couldn't help but tease as she took Lin Fan's antique Redmi phone. Yeah, I should probably get a new one. I'll buy one later. Lin Fan nodded, looking at his old phone. Chapter 26. Hey girl, don't forget to send me the photos. Lin Fan said as he got into his car and started it, zooming off. Wait, that sports car is actually his? The girl said in disbelief. Wow, this big shot is really low-key, using an antique phone. Is this some sort of special preference of his? The chubby girl also exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, how embarrassing. I thought he was just another person trying to take pictures with a car. Turns out it's his. The girl suddenly remembered what she had just said and covered her face with her hands. MO, didn't you add him on WeChat? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to seize it, the chubby girl urged. Oh, come on, don't joke. He's driving a Lamborghini. How could he possibly be interested in me? MO shook her head. MO, you're the school beauty. You need to have confidence. Maybe this big shot likes your type. Otherwise, why would he let you add him on WeChat earlier? The chubby girl insisted. Chapter 27. Soon, Lin Fan returned to the parking lot with the computer he just bought. He placed the 2 boxes containing the computer tower and monitor behind the passenger seat and drove home. As soon as Lin Fan got home, he moved the computer to the master bedroom. He quickly opened the boxes, took out the computer, and set on the bedside table. Then, Lin Fan hurriedly connected the cables, plugged in the power, and turned on the computer. Next, he activated the hotspot on his phone. The computer could also connect to Wi-Fi, so he connected it to Lin Fan's hotspot. He immediately opened the Tianlong official website and downloaded the international version of Tianlong. The internet speed on his phone was quite fast, reaching tens of megabits per second, comparable to several hundred megabit broadband. Soon, Lin Fan logged into the game. When Lin Fan logged in, he found the Alliance channel bustling with activity. What's going on? Unfeeling Killer asked. There's a guild called Prague try to take our AFK points, and we're fighting against them. But this guild is quite strong, and we're being pressured, June Mo laughed replied. Chapter 28. Big shot. Our guild doesn't have many healers left. Last night, we fought with the Supreme family all night, and our healer girls have gone to sleep. Right now, we only have a few healers here. Unfeeling Killer said. Okay, without healers, it's really tough to fight. I've decided to set up 10 full-level 7 healer accounts. Let's see which guild can compete with us then. Forever Happy declared. Wow, big shot, that's impressive. Make sure to share 2 healers with us. Forever Happy said. Lin Fan's statement stunned all the players online in the Alliance. This unfeeling big shot actually planned to set up 10 full-level 7 healer accounts. That was astonishing. With 10 full-level 7 healers, even if the opposing side had 10 full-level 7 attackers, they wouldn't be able to kill them. You might hit them for 10 seconds, but they could heal back with just 1 heal. That's the terrifying power of super healers. Soon, Forever Happy from the Pointing the World guild joined Lin Fan's team. After all, the 2 guilds were allies, and they were fighting the same enemies on the battlefield. So, despite their own healers being few, they still sent one over to Lin Fan. With a healer to restore his health, Lin Fan wouldn't be so easily defeated. However, it still couldn't compare to teaming up with Jiang Qingzi. When teaming up with Jiang Qingzi, their team had 4 full-level 7 healers. It was impossible to die. Therefore, Lin Fan was even more determined to set up 10 full-level 7 healers. He also planned to arrange 10 full-level 7 Shaolin monks. These monks were very tanky and would make great meat shields to absorb damage. When they fought in guild wars, it would be very interesting. Lin Fan could already imagine how the enemies would look when they saw them. These Shaolin monks were pure damage sponges, with very low attack damage. Generally speaking, very few people played Shaolin. Moreover, most pay-to-win big shots like to fight, so they usually played high-damage classes, resulting in very few full-level 7 Shaolin monks. When Lin Fan's guild emerged with 10 full-level 7 Shaolin monks, it would definitely dazzle the enemy's titanium alloy eyes. This battle lasted for several hours, until noon. In the end, Lin Fan's alliance gave up 2 AFK points. After that, the Prague Guild stopped fighting Lin Fan's alliance. After several hours of fighting, the Prague Guild members had witnessed the strength of the Heavenly Court Alliance. To be honest, if it weren't for their numerical advantage, the Prague Guild probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Lin Fan's Heavenly Court Alliance. The strength of the Prague Guild was significantly weaker compared to the Supreme family. who were known for their prowess. However, the timing chosen by the Prague Guild was excellent. Previously, Lin Fan's Heavenly Court Alliance had fought the Supreme Family all night, and many members had logged off to sleep. Therefore, when Lin Fan's Heavenly Court Alliance fought against the Prague Guild, they were at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Lin Fan didn't come out too badly from this battle. After this battle, Lin Fan obtained 40 million in virtual recharge funds. In this battle, a total of 8 accounts were generating virtual recharge funds. Jun Mo Xiao and his team have a total of 6 accounts, plus Jiang Xiao Dao and Lin Fan himself, making it 8 accounts in total. After finishing this battle, Lin Fan directly logged off. At this moment, there were only 2 idle spots in Lin Fan's guild. Jun Mo Xiao's team occupied 1 idle spot, while Lin Fan's team occupied the other. After that, Lin Fan planned to take a shower and then get a good night's sleep. Chapter 29. Before taking a shower, Lin Fan pulled out his newly bought phone and ordered takeout. After all, it was already past 1 o'clock and Lin Fan hadn't eaten anything yet. Soon, Lin Fan finished his shower. Having stayed up for 2 nights in the internet cafe without washing up, he felt very uncomfortable. After washing up, Lin Fan felt extremely refreshed. Not long after finishing his shower, the takeout he ordered arrived. To be honest, the delivery guy was shocked when he found Lin Fan's door according to the delivery address. He didn't expect to see such a courtyard in this area. This kind of courtyard is probably worth over 100 million. After all, even though Lin Fan's location is a county town, it is in the Jiangnan region where housing prices are quite high. A few years ago, prices had already exceeded 10,000. As soon as he arrived at the door, the delivery guy called Lin Fan. "Hello, your takeout has arrived. Please come out to collect it." At this moment, the delivery guy was still wondering if he had delivered to the wrong place. After all, how could someone living in such a place order takeout? Chapter 30. At this time, Lin Fan didn't go into the ancient tomb to fight, but opened the Tianlong recharge interface and directly recharged 1.5 billion. Lin Fan planned to equip the 10 small accounts of Jiang Xiao Dao with the true heavy shoulder. Previously, Lin Fan forgot to buy the true heavy shoulder for those small accounts, and Jiang Xiao Dao and the others didn't dare to ask Lin Fan for it. So none of Lin Fan's 10 small accounts had the true heavy shoulder. In addition, Lin Fan also planned to update his own account's equipment, otherwise wearing the novice suit. He wouldn't stand a chance against those big shots. After all, those big shots had basically updated their equipment to all be using level 60 top-tier 8-star handcrafted gear. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's accounts were still all using level 10 novice suits. At this time, Lin Fan also checked and found that his account and the other 10 small accounts were already over level 50. And with the 100 weapons mastery effect from a Yulong card, they could already wear level 60 handcrafted gear. So, Lin Fan planned to update all the equipment on his accounts. After all, the highest level person in this area was only level 69. Chapter 31. Lin Fan then began to enhance his account, first synthesizing level 7 gems, and then went to buy a set of level 60 top-tier 8-star handcrafted gear, placing the level 7 gems on the new equipment. As for the gems on the original novice gear, Lin Fan was too lazy to take them off. So, Lin Fan decided to give away the novice suit along with the gems as a welfare gift. Heartless Killer. Does anyone want a novice suit? I can't use it anymore. Just say so and it's yours. Piao Piao. Boss, I want it. Can you give it to me? Heartless Killer. Sure. Come to Luoyang Square to trade with me. Piao Piao. Okay, thank you, boss. Lin Fan then directly traded the gems and equipment to the guild member named Piao Piao, who was a healer. In the Tianlong International server, everything can be traded unless it is bound by the player, so the novice suit could also be traded. The healer named Piao Piao was very lucky. Originally, her account only had a level 4 stamina gem, but after equipping the novice suit Lin Fan gave her, she became a level 6 healer. Although Lin Fan used dark attribute gems, they were still infinitely better than what she had before. After receiving the novice suit from Lin Fan, Piao Piao was instantly stunned. She couldn't believe that the boss would give away a set of level 6 gems. At this moment, Piao Piao was very conflicted. She was actually a female college student from a modest family, and her level 4 stamina gem was saved through her frugality. So, she was very torn about what to do. What should I do? The boss must have been drinking, right? Should I just dismantle these gems and sell them? I could sell them for over 100,000 RMB. Piao Piao thought to herself. However, thinking of her education, Piao Piao suddenly became firm. So, she sent a message in the guild channel. Piao piao, boss, did you trade by mistake? This novice suit has a set of level 6 gems on it. I should return these items to you. After sending the message, she directly traded with Lin Fan, intending to return the equipment. However, Lin Fan had originally intended to give away his welfare, so how could he take it back? Lin Fan directly rejected Piao Piao's trade. At this moment, the guild channel suddenly became very lively. Rin Jian, wow boss, did you trade by mistake? That's a set of level 6 gems worth over 100,000 RMB. Doghead for survival. Yeah, this girl is really honest. She deserves to be in our guild. Just then, Lin Fan sent another message in the guild channel. Heartless killer. No need to return it. I didn't trade by mistake. I just swapped my gear and maxed out level 7 gems. I didn't want to dismantle these level 6 gems, so I decided to give them as guild welfare. Piao Piao is very lucky. Congratulations. You've become a level 6 great healer from now on. Piao Piao, wow boss, is this true? Am I dreaming? Heartless killer. Hee of course, it's not a dream. But you have to be more active in fights from now on. Piao Piao. Okay, I will, thank you, boss. Doghead for survival. Wow, boss is amazing. Directly giving away a set of level 6 gems as guild welfare. That's incredible. This is what a big shot is. Rin Jian, boss 666. I also want guild welfare. What should I do? Heartless killer. I'm happy today, so I'll give out more welfare. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly sent out a guild red envelope of 10 million gold. Suddenly, everyone in the guild cheered. Chapter 32, Jun Mo Xiao. Ha ha ha. I grabbed 1,000,000 treasures. The boss is just amazing, sending out a red envelope with that many treasures. Lao Yong. Damn it, am I really that unlucky? I got 1,000 treasures from a 10 million treasure red envelope. Is there anyone who got less than me? Fishing sister. Hee, brother Yong, I grabbed 150,000 treasures. Jiang Xiaodao. Brother Yong, I did a bit better than you. I got 10,000 treasures. Bro. Hee, I grabbed 170,000 treasures. In Lin Fan's gang, there are only a little over 300 people in total. At this moment, only about 200 are online. So, when Lin Fan sent out red envelopes, he only sent out 200. On average, one would need to grab about 50,000 treasures to be considered qualified. As for that guy, Junimo Xiao, grabbing 1,000,000 treasures must have cost him a lifetime of luck. Aside from Lao Yong and Jiang Xiaodao, everyone else got at least 20,000 to 30,000 treasures. Ruthless killer. Everyone keep fighting. Let us make the Supreme Family's garbage go into seclusion. In the future, every time there's a large gang event, I'll give everyone benefits. Those who participate in the gang activities can join in grabbing red envelopes, and the amount will not be less than 10 million treasures. Chapter 33. Soon after, Xiao Kuang quickly opened the heavy building gift event and saw Ruthless Killer at the top of the leaderboard. Recharge amount, 16,500,000 treasures. After reading, Xiao Kuang nearly went into a state of shock. Supreme Awa Xiao Kuang. Damn, that guy actually spent 5 billion renminbi. However, that guy snatched Qin Huang's top spot. He will definitely offend Qin Huang, who will not let him go. Sure enough, at that moment, Feng Zhongjue Feng sent out a message. Feng Zhongjue Feng, ruthless killer, you think you could take my #1 spot? Haha, little loser if you have the ability. Keep going. Originally, Feng Zhongjue Feng didn't expect to get the #1 spot in the heavy building gift event with just 1 billion. After all, there are many big shots in this game, and it's not uncommon for someone to spend 1 billion. However, what made Feng Zhongjue Feng uncomfortable was that his #1 spot was taken by an unknown little loser. If it were a fellow big shot like Wang Gongzi who took his spot, he wouldn't have said anything. He could just take it back. But to have his #1 spot taken by someone he had never even heard of was unbearable for his usual pride. Chapter 34. By the time Lin Fan finished his takeout, it was already 11 o'clock. After that, Lin Fan and the others kept fighting the Supreme Family until midnight. And Xiao Kuang couldn't take it anymore. Just like they focused on protecting Lin Fan and his group agreed to focus on protecting Xiao Kuang. So, for half the night, Xiao Kuang was killed over 100 times. In the end, Xiao Kuang simply handed the account over to a booster, letting the booster fight while he went to sleep. However, that booster was also a fool. After being continuously killed by Lin Fan and the others, he actually called for reinforcements in the Alliance channel. Suddenly, all the remaining members of the Supreme Family Online, no matter what they were doing, rushed to the ancient tomb to fight Lin Fan and his Heavenly Alliance. As a result, Lin Fan and the others had even more fun killing. At the same time, Lin Fan's virtual recharge funds were also skyrocketing. The little accounts from the Supreme family were completely cannon fodder. They hadn't even seen the enemy before being killed instantly, and then they were revived by a Mei, only to be killed again. They fought like this all night, and the next morning, Lin Fan checked his virtual recharge funds. He was shocked to find that his virtual recharge funds had reached over 200 million. This means that Lin Fan and his 11 accounts had racked up over 20,000 kills in one night, averaging 2,000 kills per account, or 1 kill every 3 seconds. In fact, they wouldn't have been able to rack up that many kills if it weren't for Xiao, Waquang's foolish booster, who called over most of the Supreme family's little accounts to fight. Those level 6 and below accounts couldn't kill Lin Fan and his group, no matter how many came. So those guys became dedicated head-giving tools. At this moment, after checking his virtual recharge funds, Lin Fan immediately opened the Tianlong recharge interface and directly put all the virtual recharge funds into the game. Immediately, Lin Fan returned to the number 1 position on the recharge leaderboard. First, Ruthless Killer. Recharge amount, 37,000,000,000 treasures. This means Lin Fan's total recharge amount had reached 3.7 billion renminbi. Lin Fan's recharge amount surpassed Feng Zhongzhui Feng, exceeding him by 1.7 billion. At this time, Feng Zhongzhui Feng, who had played all night, was completely exhausted and naturally didn't know that his number 1 position had been reclaimed by Lin Fan. If Feng Zhongzhui Feng had known that his number 1 position was taken back by Lin Fan, and that Lin Fan's recharge amount surpassed it by 1.7 billion, he would probably have had quite the expression. Just after Lin Fan finished recharging, Jiang Xiaodao just happened to open the heavy building gift event interface, and he immediately noticed the changes on the recharge leaderboard. Jiang Xiaodao quickly sent a message in the gang channel. Jiang Xiaodao, damn, the boss has reclaimed the number 1 position again. Amazing, really amazing. After seeing Jiang Xiaodao's message, everyone who was planning to take a break suddenly became energized and immediately opened the heavy building gift event interface. Sure enough, the number 1 position on the recharge leaderboard was reclaimed by their gang leader, Ruthless Killer. Moreover, their gang leader's recharge amount was actually 1.7 billion renminbi higher than the second place, Feng Zhongzhui Feng. As a result, countless people in Lin Fan's gang channel started spamming the word amazing. Chapter 35. Bro, the boss is amazing. Jun Mo Xiao, Boss 666. Jiang Xiaodao, what is Feng Zhongzhui Feng? Our boss is the most powerful big shot. Ruthless Killer, everyone stay calm. It's just a few billion, nothing to worry about. Jiang Xiaodao, did you hear what people are saying? Jun Mo Xiao, what is a rich person without humanity? This is what it means. Bro, my mom even asked me why I'm kneeling to play games. I don't want to kneel to play games either. I'm just scared to death by the boss. Ruthless Killer, I say, you guys, are you done acting? Jun Mo Xiao, we're not acting. We're genuinely in awe of the boss. Jiang Xiaodao, yeah, we're all expressing our true feelings, not acting. Ruthless Killer, all right, everyone go take a break. You fought all night. Aren't you all tired? Jun Mo Xiao, I was really tired at first, but as soon as I saw the boss actually pressing Feng Zhongzhui Feng down and rubbing him, I instantly felt incredibly energized. Ruthless Killer, you guys continue. I'm going to take a nap. I'll leave my account here. If I get killed, just call me. Chapter 36 soon. That middle-aged uncle brought Lin Fan to the outside of a breakfast shop. Don't be fooled by its shabby appearance. This breakfast shop has been open for 20 years, and the taste is really good. You'll know when you try it, the middle-aged uncle said. It's fine. As long as the taste is good, I don't care about anything else, Lin Fan replied. Then I'll head out first. I still have some things to take care of. I'll bring Lao Su over in the afternoon. Lao Su is the chef I mentioned, the middle-aged uncle said. All right, I'm Lin Fan. Save my number and call me later, Lin Fan said, repeating his phone number. Okay, I'm Lu Dahuai. I'm in international trade. The middle-aged uncle said. After saving the contact information, Lu Dahuai drove away in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Lin Fan then started having breakfast. I have to say, although this place looks old and shabby, the taste is truly exceptional. Half an hour later, Lin Fan finally finished eating. So, he took a taxi back home from the breakfast shop. Once he got home, the first thing Lin Fan did was check if his account was still logged in. Fortunately, Lin Fan had some luck this time. his account was still quietly grinding monsters. After that, Lin Fan asked in the group if there was any news. Ruthless Killer, who is still around? Nothing happening, right? Lao Yong, boss, I'm here, everything is normal. Junimo Cry, I'm here too. Earlier, someone came to steal our leveling spot, but their strength was lacking, and I scared them away. Ruthless Killer, that's good. I just finished breakfast, and I'm going to sleep now. If there's nothing major, don't disturb me. Junimo Cry, okay boss. Lao Yong, we understand. Lin Fan then went straight to bed to sleep. He slept soundly until after 5 in the afternoon. Originally, Lin Fan thought he could sleep until 11 or 12 at night, but at around 5, his phone rang. Hello, who is it? Lin Fan said drowsily. It's Lao Lu Dahuai. I brought Lao Su over, and he is right at your front door, Lu Dahuai said. Oh, it's you. I'll come open the door, Lin Fan said as he got out of bed and went to the front door to open it. At that moment, Lin Fan saw the two people at the door. The chef Lao Su was also a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, looking quite honest. Hello, boss. I'm Lao Su. When Lao Su saw Lin Fan open the door, he hurriedly greeted him. Lao Su is not a professional chef and doesn't he have any culinary qualifications. He is a genuine farmer. But he used to cater for banquets back in his rural hometown, so his cooking skills are quite good. However, in the city, people look at your qualifications, and without a certificate, it's very difficult to find a job as a chef. Therefore, when he met Lin Fan, he wanted to perform well. You must be Lao Su, right? Come in. I see you're an honest person. You can come to work tomorrow, Lin Fan said after looking at Lao Su. Okay. Thank you, boss, Lao Su said gratefully. Chapter 37, however, Lin Fan then realized that he hadn't arranged for dinner yet. So he said to Lao Su, Brother Su, you don't have anything to do right now, do you? How about you cook a meal for me tonight? Sure, I have nothing to do anyway. But cooking requires ingredients, and you don't have any, right? Lao Su replied. On the way here, Lao Lu also told him that Lin Fan had just moved in, and his house probably didn't even have cooking utensils. So, even though Lao Su was confident in his cooking skills, a clever woman cannot cook without rice, without ingredients, or even utensils. How could he cook? That is a problem. I really don't have any ingredients, and I don't even have utensils, Lin Fan said awkwardly. How about this? I still have some ingredients at my place. Let Lao Su cook there, and Lin Xiaodi can prepare a meal. How about that? Lu Dahuai said at that moment. Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Fan replied. It's fine, it's just me at my place. My wife and kids are abroad. Lu Dahuai said. Lin Fan still hesitated a bit. Lin Xiaodi, you're a big man. Don't be so wishy-washy. Do you think I'll eat you? Lu Dahuai said. Chapter 38, however, Lin Fan as gang originally had very few healers, and having 2 in his team was already quite good. When Lin Fan came, he immediately focused on the guy, Feng Zhong Jue Feng. Feng Zhong Jue Feng was also an ice wudong, and it's unclear why many big shots like to play ice wudong. Xiao Kuang is one, and Feng Zhong Jue Feng is another. It seems Lin Fan's ice resistance is spot on, as there are indeed a lot of big shots playing ice attributes. Ruthless Killer, Yongge Xiao Dao. Keep an eye on Feng Zhong Jue Feng for me. Bring him over whenever you get the chance. Lao Yong. Got it, that guy's killed me several times. I've been wanting to take revenge for a long time. Jiang Xiao Dao. Don't worry, boss, I guarantee I can make that guy doubt his life. Sure enough, at that moment, Jiang Xiao Dao pulled Feng Zhong Jue Feng over with a signal flare. Even a level 7 wudong pulled away by the enemy has only one way to death. Of course, Lin Fan would be no exception. If he was pulled over by the enemy, he would also be instantly killed. So without any surprises, Feng Zhong Jue Feng met a tragic end. His head stomped on by Lin Fan. At that moment, the healer from the Jue Feng family revived Feng Zhong Jue Feng. Chapter 39, Xiao Wuquang had no choice. He knew that if their supreme family kept clashing with the Heavenly Court, it would only lead to mutual destruction. If that happened, the other big guilds would be happy. Therefore, Xiao Wuquang wanted to ally with Feng Zhong Jue Feng. This way, they would have the strength to crush the Heavenly Court Alliance. Only by defeating the Heavenly Court Alliance could they develop in peace. Otherwise, the guys from the Heavenly Court would keep bothering them. And would they still be able to grind experience? However, the conditions set by Feng Zhong Jue Feng were truly something he couldn't agree to. After all, asking their supreme family to be subordinate to Feng Zhong Jue Feng was indeed a bit too much. If the wind-chasing family in Wind Chasing the Wind were to choose to be under the supreme family's authority, It wouldn't be a big deal to become their subordinate. After all, that's also due to their own insufficient strength. However, the strength of the Supreme family is much greater than that of the wind-chasing family, and if they still chose to be someone else's subordinate, the higher-ups of the Supreme family would never agree to it. Of course, the Supreme character laugh at my madness could act unilaterally, agreeing to ally with Wind chasing the Wind, and even allowing Wind chasing the Wind to be the leader of the alliance. Chapter 40. After Laugh at my madness allied with Wind chasing the Wind, he brought the main force of the Supreme family to the battlefield. Originally, the wind-chasing family situation was precarious, and just when Lin Fan and the others thought the wind-chasing family was about to collapse, Laugh at my madness unexpectedly brought the main force of the Supreme family into the battlefield. Jiang Qingzi, damn it, that group of dog from the Supreme family has also arrived. Brother Ruthless, we can't handle this now. Ruthless assassin. Haha, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'd already guessed it would turn out this way. So what if Laugh at my madness is here? We'll still fight him. At worst, everyone just won't get experience. Jiang Qingzi, I'm not afraid. I just feel that soon we won't have any experience to gain. We won't be able to achieve the impressive record of killing hundreds anymore. Ruthless assassin, damn, you're still thinking about killing hundreds? Just getting a few kills will be good enough. Jiang Qingzi, let us focus on Wind, chasing the Wind, and Laugh at my madness. If we can't gain experience, they shouldn't expect to gain any either. Ruthless assassin, right, let's target Laugh at my madness and Wind chasing the Wind. At worst, we all suffer together. Thus, Lin Fan and their Heavenly Court Alliance were directly pressed to the ground by the Supreme Alliance. Although they fought desperately, the gap in strength was simply too great, and Lin Fan and the others were helpless. Chapter 41. The Royal Family Heavenly Gift has always wanted to develop the Royal Guild into a live-streaming guild and enter the live-streaming industry. Therefore, he planned to start with the Dragon International server and cultivate a group of game streamers. However, game streaming is not that easy. First, the streamers need to be provided with a powerful account. Otherwise, who would want to watch a stream from an account with garbage equipment and no gems? But top-tier accounts are not easy to obtain. A top-tier account requires an investment of at least several million. However, if a streamer invests several million, when will they ever earn back that capital? Thus, the live streaming plan of Heavenly Gift was directly shelved. However, Heavenly Gift found a little brother to test the waters. That is, Royal 5 Opens. Heavenly Gift invested several million into Royal 5 Opens to create a fully equipped account, and the streaming results were pretty good, earning about 100,000 RMB every day. Moreover, Royal 5 Opens is also a talent. In just a few days, he has attracted hundreds of thousands of fans and is now among the top 10 game streamers on the YY live streaming platform. The success of Royal 5 Opens further strengthened Heavenly Gift's resolve to pursue live streaming. Chapter 42. Actually, when Lin Fan said this, he just wanted to negotiate a bit. To be honest, he was also very tempted by the conditions offered by Heavenly Gift. After all, once they reached a cooperation agreement, Lin Fan would receive dividends every month. Lin Fan knew how the Royal Guild developed in his past life. At that time, with 49 shares of the Royal Guild, he could earn millions in dividends every month. Of course, if he counted Lin Fan's investment, it would definitely take years to recoup that capital. However, Lin Fan's so-called investment was made with virtual recharge funds. Currently, Lin Fan's virtual recharge funds could only be used to recharge the Dragon International server game. Therefore, for Lin Fan, virtual recharge funds were just a number. He couldn't convert them into cash. Previously, Lin Fan had tried. The virtual recharge funds could be used to distribute benefits, but they couldn't be converted into cash. In other words, Lin Fan could give away the ingots, but if he sold the ingots, the money would automatically turn back into virtual recharge funds. However, this time the cooperation with the Royal Guild was different. The account Lin Fan created with virtual recharge funds was for live streaming, not for selling accounts. The money earned from live streaming did not fall under the system's definition of cash conversion. Similarly, if Lin Fan used his account to defeat a boss and obtained rare equipment, that equipment could also be sold, because this did not fall under the system's defined performance behavior. In other words, after reaching a cooperation agreement with the Royal Guild, Lin Fan would finally be able to make money. Therefore, when Lin Fan saw that Heavenly Gift was unwilling to compromise, he took a step back. Ruthless assassin, giving me 49 shares of the Royal Guild is fine, but you also need to agree to one condition. Heavenly Gift, what condition? Ruthless assassin, Your royal guild must join my Heavenly Court Alliance, and all my alt accounts must also join the Heavenly Court Alliance. Heavenly Gift, Brother Ruthless. I have a condition too. You must agree to me. Ruthless Assassin. Oh, what other condition do you have? Heavenly Gift. All the accounts you provide must carry our Royal Guild's branding. After all, these accounts are for our Royal Guild streamers to use for live streaming. This way, it better reflects the strength of our Royal Guild. Simply put, it can help us make more money. Ruthless Assassin. That's fine. I will only provide the accounts. You can name them whatever you want, but you must agree to the Royal Guild joining the Heavenly Court Alliance. Heavenly Gift. Okay. I will immediately disband the Royal Alliance and bring my brothers to join the Heavenly Court Alliance. Ruthless Assassin. Only level 5 and above accounts should come. Accounts below level 5 are just cannon fodder and not very useful. Heavenly Gift. Alright, all the main guild members of our Royal Guild are level 6 and above. The 2nd to 5th guilds are all level 5 and above. We have 5,000 people who meet your standards. If you agree, we will apply to join the Heavenly Court Alliance immediately. Subsequently, Heavenly Gift went to the management of the Luoyang Guild to apply for joining the Heavenly Court Alliance. Lin Fan also received the notification and immediately agreed to the Royal Guild's request to join. Thus, the entire Heavenly Court Alliance now had around 6,000 members, which was almost on par with the Supreme Alliance. Chapter 43. Later, Heavenly Gift sent a message in the Alliance channel. Heavenly Gift. Hello everyone, I am Heavenly Gift. Jiang Qingzi. Damn, what is going on? The Royal Guild actually joined our alliance? Jun Mo Xiao. Boss is awesome. The Royal Guild actually joined our Heavenly Court Alliance. Heavenly Gift. I reached a cooperation agreement with Brother Ruthless, and the condition is that our Royal Guild joins the Heavenly Court Alliance. Jiang Qingzi. Damn, I'm impressed. Brother Wuqing is truly a big boss. Even the royal family has joined our alliance. Now, I guess Laughing Mad is going to have a headache chasing the wind again. Wuqing's killer. Brother Tianxi. Hurry up and organize people to help. They have thousands while we only have hundreds. We're about to collapse. Royal Family Tianxi. Alright, I'll organize people right away. By the way, does our alliance have a YY channel? Wuqing's killer. I haven't set up a YY channel for the alliance yet. We're all on the YY channel discussing strategies right now. Royal Family Tianxi. How about I contribute a YY channel for our alliance? Wuqing's killer. Sure. I was too lazy to set it up anyway. Royal Family Tianxi. Then come to channel 666, and I'll give everyone a vest. Chapter 44. At this moment, both sides' combat power is roughly equal. Although the Heavenly Alliance has the advantage, it's not a huge one. The strength of the Supreme Alliance is still formidable. Even Lin Fan and his full level 7 accounts have died quite a few times in the past hour. However, Lin Fan has also secured over 100 kills. So, Lin Fan is getting more and more excited. As long as he kills others, he earns money. So, dying isn't a big deal. Just then, Lin Fan remembered the collaboration with Royal Family Tianxi. So, he privately messaged Royal Family Tianxi. Wuqing's killer. Brother Tianxi, have you arranged for that streamer? I'm waiting for those 300 full level 7 accounts to fight. Royal Family Tianxi. I already have 100 streamers, but I still need to recruit more. You provide me with the accounts, and I'll give them to the streamers so they can stream today? Wuqing's killer. Sure. I'll send you the account details. Then, Lin Fan sent the account passwords of his alt accounts to Royal Family Tianxi. Soon after, Royal Family Tianxi passed those account passwords to the streamers under the Royal Family Guild. Wuqing's killer. Brother Tianxi, you must have a group, right? Add me in. I'll give them the verification codes so they can bind the Dragoness secret protection card. Chapter 45. The streamers from the Royal Family Guild also began their live streams, titled Royal Family Guild Joins the Dragon International Server, live creating full level 7 accounts. In an instant, countless streamers from the Royal Family Guild popped up on the YY platform. It must be said that live streaming the creation of full level 7 accounts is quite attractive. After all, most Dragon players have never seen it. The Dragon International server is currently the hottest game in the world, with over 100 million players in China alone. Therefore, Dragon game streaming is the most popular type of live stream in the entire gaming sector. In no time, the streaming rooms of various Royal Family Guild streamers attracted thousands of viewers. Around 3 a.m., a batch of full level 7 account from the Royal Family Guild joined the battle. These people were streamers from the Royal Family Guild. At level 10, they all donned a new player outfits purchased from a shop, equipped with full level 7 stones, then went to the Horse Thieves to level up to 45. And after filling their divine cauldron, They arrived at the ancient tomb battlefield. As soon as these streamers from the Royal Family Guild arrived, the Supreme Alliance felt a significant increase in pressure. After all, that's 100 fully maxed accounts. Their entire Supreme Alliance doesn't even have 100 fully maxed accounts. Supreme Long Go, boss, this Royal Family Guild has over 100 fully maxed accounts. We can't win. Supreme laughing mad. Don't worry. Qin Huang has organized 10 groups of full level 7 accounts. They'll be here soon. Sure enough, it wasn't long before another batch of Chasing Wind family members arrived. These were all full level 7 accounts, but compared to the group from the Royal Family Guild, they still fell short. After all, over 1 million RMB worth of max Divine Cauldrons are not to be underestimated. They add over 2,000 stamina and more than 2,000 attribute attack. So when the fighting started, the members of the Supreme Alliance realized the gap between the two sides. Supreme laughing mad. Damn, with the same full level 7 accounts. Why are those guys from the Chasing Wind family so weak? Wind chasing. It seems the Royal Family Guild guys have also maxed their Divine Cauldrons. But my little accounts haven't done that. Supreme laughing mad. Then you should max your Divine Cauldron too. Wind chasing. You only know how to talk nonsense. That Divine Cauldron is a trap. With that money, I could get another full level 7 account. Supreme laughing mad. So what do? We can't win. They have nearly 200 fully maxed accounts on their side, while we only have dozens. I get killed as soon as I get up. What's the point of fighting? Wind chasing. Don't worry, I'm contacting 8L. This 8L is the richest man in Jianzhou and has connections with my dad. I know him, and I'm confident I can bring him into our alliance. Supreme laughing mad. But this 8L is from the Prague Guild. He's not the boss of the Prague Guild, so bringing him in is useless. Wind chasing. You don't know this, but 8L invested $1 billion to buy 51 of the Prague Guild shares. And now he controls the Prague Guild. Although the nominal boss is Prague Dao God, 8L is actually the owner of the Prague Guild. Supreme laughing mad. Then, Qin Huang. Good luck. If we can bring the Prague Guild into our alliance, then the Heavenly Alliance is nothing. After a while, Wind Chasing sent a message in the alliance channel. Wind Chasing. It's all settled. The Prague Guild is joining our alliance. Likewise, I will take care of all alliance resources myself. Just then, 8L also sent a message. 8L. Hello everyone. We are allies from now on. Wind chasing. Everyone hurry to the ancient tomb. We can't hold on any longer. Prague War God, we're coming. Today, we will let the Heavenly Alliance know how powerful the Prague Guild is. Soon, a large group of Prague Guild members join the battlefield. Chapter 46, Jiangqingzi Dam. Those bastards from the Prague Guild are here too. Do they really think we are made of clay? They just took our AFK spot. And now, they're here to fight us. Wuqing's killer. Haha, the strength of the Prague Guild is still not as good as the Chasing Wind family. Even if they come, it's just to be cannon fodder. Royal Family TNC. Don't underestimate the Prague Guild strength. The legendary god 8L controls the Prague Guild. Just yesterday, he got another 10 groups of full level 7 accounts. So the strength of the Prague Guild is also quite strong now. Jiangqingzi. That's going to be tough again. Their number of full level 7 accounts is about the same as ours, but they have many more full level 6 accounts than we do. Wuqing's killer, Brother TNC. You need to arrange the streamers quickly. You promised 300 full maxed accounts, but you've only set up 100 so far. Jiangqingzi Dam. Were those 100 full level 7 accounts that just came from the Royal Family Guild all Wuqing's outs? Ruthless killer. Yes, I'm collaborating with TNC for live streaming. He provides the people, and I provide the accounts. Those people are all streamers from the Royal Clan Guild. Jiangqingzi. Wow, big shot. That's impressive. You really managed to get so many high-level accounts. I thought you were just talking. Chapter 47, Ruthless Killer. All right, everyone, disperse. Go do what you need to do. I need to take a nap. I've been up all night, and I'm exhausted. Royal Clan TNC. Yeah, I'm tired too. I'll have the substitute player log in and go on autoplay. I need to sleep a bit as well. Jiang Xiao Dao. Boss, don't worry. We'll take turns watching over it. Royal Clan TNC. Ruthless brother. Don't you have a substitute player? Ruthless killer. I really don't have one. Royal Clan TNC. How about you let our Royal Clan Guild's substitute player take care of your account? Don't worry. Our substitute players are reliable. They are contracted employees and one team mess around. Ruthless killer. Sure, I actually need to level up a bit. I'm not even at level 69 yet. Then, Lin Fan sent his account information to Royal Clan TNC. Royal Clan TNC then forwarded Lin Fan's account to a substitute player in the Royal Clan Guild. However, The substitute player soon found out she couldn't log into Lin Fan's account because he had bound it to the Tianlong security card. So the Royal Clan substitute player privately messaged Royal Clan Tianxi. Royal Clan Feier, boss, I can't log into the account you gave me. It's bound to the Tianlong security card. Chapter 48 Then, Royal Clan Feier sent a message thanking Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan had just ordered takeout and was getting ready to eat before going to sleep. Old Su and T come over yet. He probably didn't want to disturb Lin Fan's rest by arriving too early. Royal Clan Feier, thank you, big shot. I've signed a streamer contract with the guild, and I'm going to start streaming soon. Ruthless Killer, haha, congratulations. I wish you become a big streamer soon. Royal Clan Feier, yes. I will work hard and not let the big shot down. Soon, Lin Fan's takeout arrived. So, Lin Fan ate while chatting with Royal Clan Feier. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan sent another message to Royal Clan Feier. Ruthless Killer, keep up the good work with your streaming. I'm going to sleep now. I played all night with the Supreme Alliance, and I'm really tired and sleepy. Royal Clan Feier, okay, big shot, you should rest up. Lin Fan went to wash up and then lay down on the bed. In less than 5 minutes, he fell asleep. When Lin Fan woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Then Lin Fan remembered that he had asked Old Su to come over today. He didn't know if he had arrived. Chapter 49 While Old Su was cooking, Lin Fan returned to his bedroom. Then, Lin Fan opened his computer to prepare to log into the game. However, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that his account was being used for Royal Clan Feier's livestream. He didn't know what she was doing now and felt it wasn't good to just log in. So, Lin Fan opened YY and searched for Royal Clan Feier. Soon, Lin Fan found Royal Clan Feier's livestream. Royal Clan Feier was doing quite well. Her streaming account already had over 30,000 followers. Indeed, Royal Clan Feier was still streaming. Moreover, there were over 1,000 people watching her live stream. At this moment, Royal Clan Feier was in the Luoyang training ground competing with someone. Therefore, Lin Fan didn't want to log in directly. As he was bored, Lin Fan started watching Royal Clan Feier's stream. Royal Clan Feier's skills were pretty good. She had won several matches without losing a single one. Of course, this might also be related to the opponents she chose. They were all level 7 accounts from the Heavenly Court Alliance with various professions. It was unclear whether they were deliberately going easy on her because they knew she was a female streamer. Lin Fan watched the live stream for about half an hour when Old Su called him from outside, saying the food was ready. Chapter 50 The substitute player laughed at the situation and didn't realize what was happening, so he just logged off. Then, he had no choice but to quickly recruit people in the Alliance channel. Supreme laughing mad. The people from the Heavenly Court Alliance are here again. They've wiped us out and taken our golden grinding spot on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Wind in pursuit. What are we waiting for? Quickly organize a group and get on YY. Supreme laughing mad. I can't organize it. I'm just a substitute player for Mad Boss. Wind in pursuit. Then call Laughing Mad and tell him to get up here quickly. Damn. Those little punks from the Heavenly Court Alliance like to stir things up at night, making it impossible for people to sleep. Supreme laughing mad. Okay, I'll call Mad Boss right now. Soon, Laughing Mad's substitute player hurriedly dialed Laughing Mad's number. At that moment, Laughing Mad was busy with something, and suddenly, his phone rang. At a time like this, who has the mood to answer the phone? So, Laughing Mad simply hung up and continued with his work. However, at this time, Laughing Mad's substitute player was very anxious, because he didn't have any other contacts for the Supreme family as high-ups. He couldn't gather people at all. So Laughing Mad's substitute player continued to call Laughing Mad's number. Chapter 51 After Laughing Mad logged into the game, he tagged all members in the Supreme family as high-end combat power group, urging them to quickly join the group for a fight. The high-end combat powers of the Supreme family were not small fries. Each one was either a rich 2nd generation or a small boss. Unless Laughing Mad personally spoke, they would listen to anyone else as orders. Previously, when Wind in Pursuit issued commands in the Alliance channel, none of the main forces from the Supreme family showed up. Therefore, Wind in Pursuit instantly got angry and scolded Laughing Mad over the phone. Generally speaking, Wind in Pursuit wouldn't scold Laughing Mad like that, as Laughing Mad was also a big boss. Although Laughing Mad didn't have as much money as Wind in Pursuit as father, his assets were not far off. It's just that Laughing Mad wasn't as willing to spend money. Supreme laughing mad. I'm here. We're at the battlefield. Supreme Dragon Brother, boss. The battlefield is on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Hurry and organize them to get on YY. If our family's main force doesn't come, we want to be able to handle those guys from the Heavenly Court Alliance. Supreme laughing mad. I'm already recruiting people in the group. They'll be here soon. Wind in pursuit. Laughing mad. Can you get your act together? Are women really that fun? When we disband the Heavenly Court Alliance, I'll give you 10 or 8 young models. Supreme laughing mad. Dude, this is a public channel. Let us talk about this privately. Wind in pursuit. Huh? Once we disband the Heavenly Court Alliance, you can play however you want. But for now, you need to put that aside. Fighting is the most important thing. Supreme laughing at myself. I get it. I've seriously developed a psychological shadow. Soon, the main force of the Supreme family entered the battlefield. This way, the Supreme Alliance regained the upper hand. Jiang Chengzi. The main force of the Supreme family is here. We've lost our advantage. Now, it's a battle of endurance. Royal family Hua Heaven-esque gift. It seems the third level of the underground palace won't be accessible tonight. The fact is, when these two major forces clash, the other large guilds are also affected. At this moment, a series of horns sounded. North Wolf Wu Heavenly Emperor. I just want to quietly grind. North Wolf Wu 7 kills. Forget it. Let's go to the second level of the underground palace. Those guys on the third level are already bloodthirsty. They've activated alliance mode and will attack anyone with a red name. North Wolf Wu War God. Our North Wolf family doesn't want to fight, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of trouble. We have 20 legions, each with over 10,000 players. If anyone wants to fight us, we can always oblige. Wind in the wind. What use are 200,000 trash accounts? I can take down your entire legion alone. North Wolf Wu War God. Wind in the wind. Does your Wind family want to go to war with our North Wolf family? Wind in the wind. With you guys? A bunch of rabble. You're not even worthy opponents. At this moment, laughing at myself turned dark-faced after seeing the horn from Wind in the wind. Damn it, is this guy an idiot? We already have enough enemies, and now he's stirring up trouble with others. The North Wolf family is not some small family. They have a full 200,000 members. Sigh, this idiot is really a liability. At this time, laughing at myself thought helplessly. Sure enough, at this moment, the leader of the North Wolf family, North Wolf Wu Black Wolf, spoke up. North Wolf Wu Black Wolf. Is that so? If that's the case, let's fight. Chinese North Wolf, the indomitable battle maniac. North Wolf Wu War God. War God Legion requests to engage. Once the War God emerges, who can contend? North Wolf Wu 7 kills. 7 kills Legion requests to engage. 7 kills descends, never a moment's peace. North Wolf Wu Flame. Flame Legion requests to engage. Flames never die. Battles never cease. At this moment, witnessing this scene, laughing at myself's expression darkened. To be honest, laughing at myself didn't expect Wind in the Wind to be so foolish. Chapter 52 Wind in the Wind. A bunch of trash. I'm waiting for you on the second level of the underground palace. If you want to come to die, please hurry. North Wolf Wu Black Wolf. Brothers, everyone get on Yaya. Gather in the underground palace. Damn it. Wind in the wind. Come if you dare. Am I afraid of you? At this moment, laughing at myself, privately messaged Wind in the wind. Supreme laughing at myself. Brother, can you stop provoking hatred everywhere? We already have enough enemies. If you keep stirring up trouble, the pressure on us will be huge. Wind in the wind. What are you afraid of from this trash North Wolf family? Their so-called 200,000 troops don't even have a level 7 account. A bunch of trash. Even my Wind family can take them down. Supreme laughing at myself. Brother, even 200,000 pigs charging at once can cause significant damage. Don't be too arrogant. Wind in the wind. If you're scared, just say so. This North Wolf family will be dealt with by our Wind family. You just focus on dealing with the Heavenly Court. After reading Wind in the Wind's message, laughing at myself felt very helpless in his heart. Sigh, this is just a fool. Why doesn't he think that with the Wind family gone, our Supreme Alliance won't be able to compete with the Heavenly Court Alliance? Chapter 53 So, while they were fighting, Black Wolf also realized this problem. Therefore, Black Wolf hurriedly shouted in Yaya. War God Legion, stay back. Other legions withdraw first. There are too many people. It's easy to accidentally injure allies. North Wolf Wu 7 kills. Boss, let our 7 kills legion go. We can definitely make Wind in the wind cry for mercy. North Wolf Wu War God. Don't compete with our War God Legion. Wait until we can't handle it before you go up. North Wolf Wu Black Wolf. Our 1 legion definitely cannot take on the Wind family. Later, you guys will take turns going up 1 legion at a time. I've decided we will continuously engage Wind in the wind for 24 hours. I originally wanted to use a human wave tactic to swarm them, but it's not feasible, too easy to accidentally hit allies. So, we can only fight a war of attrition against the Wind family. First, let the War God Legion engage with them, and the other legions can go take a break. Switch to the 7 kills Legion in the second half of the night. 7 kills, be ready. North Wolfwoog 7 kills. Got it, boss, I'll notify my brothers right away. Subsequently, except for the North Wolf War God Legion, all other legions of the North Wolf family left the area. Chapter 54 thus. Wind in the Wind began to spam horns again. Wind in the Wind. North Wolf family's cowards. Weren't you just shouting your slogans loudly? Hee, why did you run? North Wolf War God. Who said we ran? Wind in the Wind. We may not be able to beat you, but we can annoy you to death. Sure enough. At this moment, the North Wolf War God Legion returned to the battlefield. But it was useless. Within 5 minutes, they were all cleared away again. After all, in the Wind S family, the lowest levels were all level 6 accounts. How could a bunch of freebie accounts possibly win? Wind in the Wind was having a great time, charging into the crowd and killing wildly. However, on Laughing at Myself side, it was a tough battle. Originally, their Supreme Alliance as full level 7 accounts were about equal to the Heavenly Court Alliance. But now they had lost those 10 or so full level 7 accounts to Wind in the Wind's Wind family. Thus, their Supreme Alliance was now inferior to the Heavenly Court Alliance in top-tier combat strength. One full level 7 account could match an entire team of level 6 accounts. At this moment, Laughing at Myself was becoming numb from being killed. Lin Fan and the others had always taken care of Laughing at Myself, so he was basically stuck in a loop of being killed, resurrected, and then killed again. Chapter 55, faced with the taunts from the North Wolf family. The usually very proud Wind in the Wind couldn't stand it. So, Wind in the Wind directly commanded the members of the Wind family to turn around and return to the second level of the Underground Palace to continue fighting the North Wolf family. At this moment, 8L noticed that Wind in the Wind had led the members of the Wind family away again, and he instantly became very angry. Therefore, 8L sent a message in the Alliance channel. 8L, Wind in the Wind, what the hell do you mean? Why did you run away again? Immediately after, Laughing at Myself also sent a message in the Alliance channel. Supreme Al, Laughing at Myself. Young Master Cheen, if you disregard the Alliance's interests like this and continue sitting in this leader position, it's a bit unjustified. Wind in the Wind. The trash from the North Wolf family actually dared to taunt me. Damn it. A bunch of garbage still has the nerve to mock me. If I don't cripple them, I'm not Wind in the Wind. 8L, well, you go play your game. I guess I have to withdraw. Wind chasing Wind. Do whatever you want if I don't beat that bunch of useless North Wolf family today. I won't do anything else. At this moment, Laughing Mad hurriedly private messaged 8L. Chapter 56 while 8L was trying to recruit Soul 15. Laughing Mad also private messaged Wind chasing Wind. Supreme Laughing Mad. Young Master Cheen, we can't hold on any longer. How much longer do you need to resolve this? Wind chasing Wind. Damn it, that bunch of useless North Wolf family can't be defeated no matter what. I probably won't be able to make it today. Supreme Laughing Mad. That's not acceptable. We can't hold on. Even 8L wants to withdraw from the Alliance. Wind chasing Wind. You help keep him steady. Absolutely don't let him withdraw from the Alliance. If he withdraws, what can you guys do? You all hold on. I really can't retreat here. Supreme Laughing Mad. 8L wants to bring in an ally. Do you think it's possible? Wind chasing Wind. Oh? Which faction? How strong are they? Supreme Laughing Mad. The War God Hall of Soul 15. Their strength is decent, at least stronger than the North Wolf family. Wind chasing Wind. That's fine, I agree. Let Soul 15 apply. Supreme Laughing Mad. Are their resources treated equally? Wind chasing Wind. Of course, it's all equal. I, Wind chasing Wind, said that as long as I'm the leader of the Alliance, all the resources of the entire Alliance will be handled by me alone. I keep my word. Regardless of how many forces join the Alliance in the future, as long as I remain the leader, all resources will be handled by me alone. Chapter 57 Heartless Killer. Damn it, how did that bunch from the Chasing Wind family come back? Royal Family Heaven's Gift. Could it be that the North Wolf family ran away? Jiang Chengzi. Probably, the combat power of the Chasing Wind family can't be underestimated. They simply can't withstand the North Wolf family. Heartless Killer. I'll go ask Black Wolf what's going on. Then, Lin Fan privately messaged the leader of the North Wolf family. Black Wolf. Heartless Killer. Brother Black Wolf, have you retreated? North Wolf Black Wolf. No. We're still fighting with the Chasing Wind family on the second level of the Underground Palace. Heartless killer. Then why have the Chasing Wind family returned to the battlefield on the 3rd level? North Wolf, Black Wolf. The Chasing Wind family has lost a lot of people. There are only about 100 left now. Heartless killer, damn. Only 100 left to fight against your 10,000? Are they that arrogant? North Wolf, Black Wolf. Well, I won't be afraid to tell you. Our 10,000 really can't beat their 100. Heartless killer. No way. 100 against 10,000. And they can still dominate? North Wolf, Black Wolf. It really is dominating. Whenever we get back up, we get wiped out. Their 100 are all level 6 characters, while we only have a few level 6 characters, a dozen level 5 characters. And the rest are all low-level free accounts. One group attack skill from them wipes out a large portion of us. So we can't hold back all the members of the Chasing Wind family. Chapter 58 in this way. Lin Fan and the Heavenly Court Alliance fought against the Supreme Alliance all night. The next morning, Lin Fan checked his account's virtual recharge funds. Lin Fan found that his virtual recharge funds had exceeded 1 billion, reaching 12 billion. Previously, Lin Fan's account only had 5 billion in virtual recharge funds. Last night's battle directly earned Lin Fan 7 billion in virtual recharge funds. During the night, a total of 111 accounts were farming money, averaging several hundred kills per account. The person with the most kills last night was actually Jiang Xiaodao, while Lin Fan and the other big shots were well taken care of, with around 1,000 kills each. However, Jiang Xiaodao was different. He alone got over 1,200 kills. After all, the Mingjiao is very powerful in group fights, with very high attack and decent defense. The total farming amount has reached several billion. My system should be able to upgrade again, Lin Fan thought to himself. Then, Lin Fan opened the system interface to check. Sure enough, the upgrade button was lit up, which meant that Lin Fan's system could be upgraded again. System upgrade. Lin Fan silently recited. Ding. System prompt. The host's cumulative farming amount exceeds 1 billion. Upgrade conditions met. Upgrading system. Ding. System upgrade successful. Current system level is 4. Number of farming accounts that can be created, 400. After this upgrade, the number of farming accounts only increased by 100 and no other functions were added. The next upgrade will require the cumulative virtual recharge funds to reach 10 billion. This system upgrade is getting harder and harder. However, Lin Fan was not worried because, at this rate of farming money, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade again. At this moment, Lin Fan was absolutely confident about taking the first place in the Heavy Tower gift event. After all, he could push the recharge consumption leaderboard to tens of billions before the event ended. Lin Fan didn't believe that with his investment of tens of billions, he wouldn't be able to take the first place in the 4 rankings of the Heavy Tower gift event. Then, Lin Fan told his substitute player Royal Family Fayer that he was logging off and asked her to log in. Immediately after, Lin Fan washed up, and, at this time, Old Sue had already prepared breakfast. Old Sue made Lin Fan big buns and soy milk, which tasted quite good. After eating a few big buns, Lin Fan went to sleep. At this moment, Lin Fan didn't know that his ranking in the Heavy Tower gift event had already dropped to 10th place. Today was the last day of the Heavy Tower gift event. So early this morning, foreign forces also started to exert their power. The young master of the Li family in the Longting Jiuzhou area invested 3.8 billion, ranking 9th on the overall leaderboard, and also the first in the Longting Jiuzhou area. Previously, Lin Fan had invested 3.7 billion, now ranking 2nd in the Longting Jiuzhou area and 10th overall. Yamamoto Ichifu in the Tianzhou area invested 400 million, ranking 8th overall. The young master of Mitsubishi in the Tianzhou area invested 4.5 billion, ranking 7th overall. The young master of Samsung in the Dahan area invested 500 million, ranking 6th overall. The Godhand area invested 600 million, ranking 5th overall. The Angel Wings area invested 6.5 billion, ranking 4th overall. The Little Princess Morgan in the Angel Wings area invested 800 million, ranking 3rd overall. The Old Lady DuPont in the Angel Wings area invested 900 million, ranking 2nd overall. The young Master Ross in the Angel Wings area invested 1 billion, ranking 1st overall. These people are all the young masters and young ladies of the major financial conglomerates on Blue Star, and their power is quite impressive. If Lin Fan doesn't hurry to make money, even if he pours his 1.2 billion in virtual recharge funds into it, it won't be enough in front of these people. Chapter 59. Lin Fan felt that he hadn't slept long when he was woken up by the ringtone of his phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Jiang Xiaodao calling him. Xiaodao, what's up? Did something happen again? Lin Fan inquired. Boss, something big has happened. Your ranking in the Heavy Tower gift event has been surpassed. Major foreign forces are starting to exert pressure, and you've been pushed down to 10th place. Zhang Xiaodao said anxiously. Previously, Zhang Xiaodao hadn't paid attention to those foreign guys starting to spend money, but during lunch, he checked the leaderboard and was shocked to see many players from foreign servers. His boss had actually been pushed to 10th place, especially the first place guy who spent a staggering 1 billion renminbi. It was truly shocking. Thus, Zhang Xiaodao immediately called Lin Fan, as he had previously mentioned that if there was an urgent matter, just call him. Lin Fan was still groggy from sleep, but when he heard Zhang Xiaodao say there was a problem with the Heavy Tower gift event, he instantly became alert. Chapter 60. Soon, Lin Fan began to stock up. This time, he prepared enough supplies for 200 fully equipped accounts, spending about 50 billion yuan, which is 500 million renminbi. Currently, to fully equip a character, it costs over 2 million renminbi. A full set of level 7 stones costs over 1 million renminbi, and a maximum level divine cauldron costs 28 million renminbi, totaling around 5 million. Lin Fan then traded all these items to Zhang Xiaodao. At this moment, Zhang Xiaodao was trembling because the value of these items on his account was terrifying. However, Zhang Xiaodao had no intention of embezzling Lin Fan's materials. After all, he couldn't afford to offend a big shot like Lin Fan, or he might not even know how he would die. After that, Lin Fan sent a message in the streamer group. Heartless killer, everyone, hurry up and level up. This afternoon, we will continue to take down that group of idiots from the Supreme Alliance. The streamers from the Royal Clan Guild mostly stream during the day, and when they fight at night, they're actually using leveled up accounts, so when they saw Lin Fan's message, they were all extremely excited. Chapter 61. When Lin Fan returned to the game after eating, Zhang Xiaodao was still distributing supplies. He had only sent supplies to a few dozen people, and there were still over 200 people left. At this point, Lin Fan realized that it was too slow for Zhang Xiaodao to distribute supplies alone. So, he mentioned in the Royal Clan Guild Live group that they should form teams of 6, with the team leader coming to collect supplies and then trading them to their team members. The streamers from the Royal Clan Guild had contracts, so Lin Fan wasn't worried about them running away with the supplies. After all, that would be illegal, and committing fraud for millions could lead to decades in prison. Once Lin Fan implemented this, the efficiency of supply distribution improved significantly. Before long, the streamers all received their respective supplies. Heartless killer, everyone, hurry up and level up. Try to reach level 45 by this afternoon, and once we max out the Divine Cauldron, we'll go fight. Royal Clan Fair. Okay, boss, we'll level up to 21st. Then team up to farm bandits. It won't take long to reach level 45. Heartless killer, good idea. Come over, and I'll trade you the treasure maps. Go ahead and place 10,000 maps for the bandits. Then we can farm together. Placing 10,000 maps would spawn 100,000 monsters, and after maximizing multipliers, each monster would yield 200,000 experience points. It wouldn't take long for these streamer accounts to reach level 45. At 3 p.m., Jiang Qingzi logged into the game. What is everyone doing? Heartless killer. We're preparing to take down the idiots from the Supreme Alliance. Jiang Qingzi. So, early today? Heartless killer. Can't sleep, bored. So I might as well take down the Supreme Alliance's idiots. Jiang Qingzi. True, I'm quite bored too. Shall we organize people on YY? Heartless killer. What are we waiting for? Let's organize people. Royal Clan Tian CI. Alright, I'm going to organize people now. Soon, the Heavenly Alliance gathered over 2,000 players. These were all accounts above level 5, with more than 1,000 accounts above level 6, and over 100 fully equipped accounts. After organizing the personnel, the Heavenly Alliance charged into the 3rd level of the dungeon. Earlier in the morning, when the battle ended, the Supreme Alliance and the Heavenly Alliance had divided the grinding spots in the 3rd level of the dungeon, each occupying half. Other major forces had also stopped entering the 3rd level to grind, as the two alliances were not to be trifled with. Before long, Lin Fan and his team cleared out all the members of the Supreme Alliance in the 3rd level of the dungeon, including accounts like Laugh at My Madness and Chasing Wind in the Wind. However, they were all accounts being leveled up, and since they had fought all night, they hadn't woken up yet. When they were cleared out, they immediately notified their boss. Laugh at My Madness was asleep and got woken up by the phone. Seeing it was his leveler calling, he irritably said, "Damn it, can't this wait until I wake up?" "Boss, The Heavenly Alliance people have cleared our grinding spot again. What should we do? The leveler said. Damn, those Heavenly Alliance guys are really troublesome. They already fought all night yesterday, and now they're back. Can't they let people rest? Laugh, and my madness cursed. However, he couldn't continue sleeping and had to get up to log into the game. Chapter 62. As soon as Laugh and my madness logged in, he immediately started organizing a counterattack. However, after a while, he realized they couldn't beat the Heavenly Alliance. So, he had to continue gathering people. He quickly called Chasing Wind in the Wind. Damn it, why are you calling me instead of sleeping? Chasing Wind in the Wind said irritably. Qin Gongzi, those Heavenly Alliance guys are clearing our spots again. We've started fighting. Hurry up and log in to organize the Chasing Wind family to help. Laugh at my madness said. Damn, those Heavenly Alliance little brats are causing trouble again? What the hell, I've been playing for over 10 hours a day and only got 4 hours of sleep. Who can stand this? After hearing Feng Zhongjue's complaints, he cursed and grumbled. Since the Heavenly Court Alliance started fighting, they had been pulling all-nighters for 5 or 6 days in a row, and during the day, they were still busy with calls, so they couldn't get a good night's sleep and were on the verge of collapsing. However, Feng Zhongjue still got up and logged into the game. After all, he was the leader of the Supreme Alliance, and with the Supreme Alliance in conflict with the enemy, he had to be there. Soon, Feng Zhongjue organized several hundred players from the Chasing Wind family. Last night, the Chasing Wind family had also pulled an all-nighter. So many of their members were not online at this time. As a result, the Supreme Alliance was still at a disadvantage. Feng Zhongjue, where's 8L and Soul 15? Where did those two go? Supreme laughs at me. Both of them are offline, and I can't get in touch with them. Feng Zhongjue, I have 8L's number. I'll call him now. Then, Feng Zhongjue called 8L. What the hell do you want? I've only slept for less than 2 hours. 8L said unhappily. This 8L was a coal boss from Jin Province. He handled some work in the morning and found time to rest in the afternoon. However, he was woken up by Feng Zhongjue's call after sleeping for less than 2 hours. The Heavenly Court Alliance's little punks are here to fight again. We can't handle them, so we had to come to you. By the way, do you have Soul 15's contact info? Call him and have him bring the War God Hall players to help. Feng Zhongjue said, what the hell? Are they ever tired? At this rate, I'm going to die from exhaustion. 8L cursed. After all, 8L was getting older, so his stamina was not as good as that of younger people. However, this 8L was almost 60 years old and still loved to play games. He was quite a character. Okay, I'll contact Soul 15 right away. After 8L finished speaking, he hung up. Then, 8L called Soul 15. Brother 8, why are you calling me instead of resting? Soul 15 said, hurry up and log in to fight. Those Heavenly Court Alliance guys are attacking again. 8L said, sigh. I'm so damn tired. All right, I'll be right there. Soul 15 said helplessly. At this moment, Soul 15 was somewhat regretting joining the Supreme Alliance. Chapter 63 Soul 15 logged in and organized the players from the War God Hall, bringing them to the battlefield on the 3rd floor of the Underground Palace. However, at this time, the North Wolf family also came to join the fun. Of course, they didn't go to the 3rd floor. Instead, they mocked Feng Zhongjue at the entrance of the 1st floor of the Underground Palace. Feng Zhongjue had learned to be smart after seeing the North Wolf family mocking him. He didn't rush in directly, but sent 100 people to deal with the North Wolf family. The combat power of the North Wolf family was really poor. 10,000 of them couldn't even beat 100 from the Chasing Wind family. However, they still managed to hold back 100 fully leveled characters from the Chasing Wind family. With this, the strength of the Supreme Alliance was about equal to that of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Ruthless killer. The North Wolf family can't hold back the Chasing Wind family. Should we find another ally? Jiang Qingzi. We should find another friend. The Supreme Alliance already has 4 forces, and we only have 3. Ruthless killer. Who should we find? Do you know any big forces? Jiang Qingzi. We didn't mix well before, so we don't know any big forces. Chapter 64 After Feng Zhongjue left the battlefield, he called young Master Wang. However, young Master Wang was out shopping with his new girlfriend and didn't have time to deal with Feng Zhongjue. So, young Master Wang just told Feng Zhongjue to talk later in the evening before hanging up. Not being able to reach young Master Wang made Feng Zhongjue feel a bit embarrassed, so he thought to himself, if I go back like this, they will definitely think I was just bragging. No, I must bring back an ally. After thinking for a while, Feng Zhongjue thought of someone. The young master of the Yin family, Hao Qian Gongzi. Hao Qian Gongzi was also a friend of Feng Zhongjue, and a few days ago, Feng Zhongjue saw on social media that Hao Qiangongzi was also playing the international server of Tianlong and had spent a fortune to get 1,000 fully level characters to create a gang called the Explosive Sky Gang, which consisted entirely of Hao Qiangongzi's alternate accounts and was very powerful. So, Feng Zhongjue immediately contacted Hao Qiangongzi. "Hello, who is this? What is up?" Hao Qiangongzi answered the phone without even looking. Chapter 65. As soon as Feng Zhongjue sat down in front of his computer, he received Hao Qiangongzi's application to join the alliance. So, Feng Zhongjue directly kicked out a sub-guild from the Supreme family and then approved Hao Qiangongzi's application. The Explosive Sky Gang joined the Supreme Alliance. Immediately after, Feng Zhongjue sent a message in the Alliance channel. "Feng Zhongjue, let's all welcome Hao Qiangongzi to our Supreme Alliance." 8L. Hao Qiangongzi? Didn't you go to recruit young Master Wang? Who is this Hao Qiangongzi? Feng Zhongjue, you haven't heard of Hao Qiangongzi? Yes, my bro. And his strength is quite impressive. Hao Qiangongzi. Hello everyone, I am Yin Hao Yin. After seeing the message from Hao Qiangongzi, 8L was instantly stunned. He didn't know the name Hao Qiangongzi, but the name Yin Hao Yin was certainly well known. Yin Hao Yin, the top second-generation wealthy man in China, with assets over hundreds of billions. Wow, Feng Zhongjue is quite something. He actually brought this big shot over. 8L thought to himself. It must be said that Feng Zhongjue was quite impressive in terms of connections. He basically knew all the top second-generation wealthy people in China. Chapter 66, however, even so, Lin Fan was not afraid of Hao Qiangongzi. He was a man with a system. No matter how much money Hao Qiangongzi had, so what? If Lin Fan really focused on making money, he could easily make several billion in a day. No matter how impressive Hao Qiangongzi was, he couldn't possibly earn several billion in a single day, right? Moreover, even if he could earn that much, he couldn't possibly invest it all into the game like Lin Fan. Could he? Jiang Qingzi. The guys from the Explosive Sky Gang have pretty good PK skills. Royal Family Tianshi. These guys are probably professional players, so it's normal for their PK skills to be strong. Ruthless Killer. How many fully leveled healers do we have in our alliance now? I need a team dedicated to healing me. Royal Clan, TNCI. There are more than 10 full-level healers, among which 10 are your alternate accounts. Royal Clan, Fair. I am a healer, big boss. Let me heal you. Royal Clan, Tianxian. I'm also a healer. I'm coming. Soon, 5 full-level healers joined Lin Fan's team, all of whom were Lin Fan's alternate accounts, now being played by the streamers of the Royal Clan. With 5 full-level healers specifically healing him, Lin Fan found it much harder to die. Chapter 67. Lin Fan's current goal was to quickly make money because, from the current perspective, his first-place position was not stable. The second-place guy had also spent $1 billion, and having spent that much, he would definitely continue to spend to take the first place. After all, the gap between the first and second places was just too large. At 5:30, Lin Fan could smell the aroma of food in the room. Probably because Lao Su was cooking, so Lin Fan went out to take a look. "Boss, dinner will be ready soon," Lao Su said. "Hee, I can already smell the food, and I'm a bit hungry too," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "I have to say, fighting like this is quite exhausting." Lin Fan was fine, being a young man full of energy. But the others, like 8L, were middle-aged, and fighting every day like this with Lin Fan was likely to wear them out. After dinner, Lin Fan went straight back to his bedroom to continue fighting. They took turns eating, so after Lin Fan finished and returned, Jiang Chengzi and the others went to eat. Playing this game was really more tiring than working. Jiang Xiaodao was even more impressive. He worked as an internet cafe manager, hardly slept during the day, and played games while working at night, only getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Even Lin Fan admired his dedication. Among the entire Heavenly Court Alliance, Jiang Xiaodao was the most active in fighting. Sometimes, when Lin Fan and the others had already gone to rest, Jiang Xiaodao would still sneak attack the idle players of the Supreme Alliance and engage in small-scale battles. Merciless Killer. Has Xiaodao eaten yet? Jiang Xiaodao, not yet. I start work at 10, so I'll eat around 9, and after that, I won't even need to go home. Just go straight to work. Merciless Killer. You can't be making much money as an internet cafe manager, right? Jiang Xiaodao. Yeah. What money can a lousy internet cafe manager make? Merciless Killer. Why don't you try live streaming? You're in that streaming group, and even the worst streamers earn a few hundred every day. Jiang Xiaodao. Live streaming? But I don't know how. Plus, I'm a total introvert. I can't even speak fluently. No one would watch my stream. Merciless killer. You could give it a try. Just stream while fighting. You're really good at fighting. Believe in yourself. If your stream becomes popular, you won't have to be a lousy internet cafe manager anymore. Jiang Xiaodao. Should I try? Merciless killer. Why not? Even if it doesn't work out, there's no loss. Jiang Xiaodao. Okay, I'll try streaming while I work tonight. Merciless killer. You can stream while working? Jiang Xiaodao. Sure, the boss isn't here. I can do whatever I want. I'm a tech-savvy internet cafe manager, so I don't have to worry about managing recharges or anything. If a machine has a problem, I just do some simple repairs. If I can't fix it, I'll report it the next day. Merciless killer. That's not bad. I was wondering why you were always playing games at work. Try streaming at night. There are some big streamers in the Royal Clan's streaming group. You can learn from them. Jiang Xiaodao. Okay, boss. At this moment, Lin Fan checked the balance of his virtual recharge funds on his card. Not bad. He had actually accumulated 800 million in virtual recharge funds. With 400 alternate accounts working together, the efficiency was indeed different. If he kept this up until midnight, he estimated he could accumulate several billion more virtual recharge funds. If he spent a few more billion, he was confident he could take first place. After checking the balance, Lin Fan thought to himself. Chapter 68. Around 6 o'clock. Jiang Chengzi and the others returned after dinner. Jiang Chengzi. Has everyone eaten? Royal Clan. Tianya. I haven't eaten yet. I'm waiting for the boss to come and switch shifts with me. Royal Clan. Tian Ci. I've eaten. Tianya, you can go eat. Royal Clan. Tianya. Okay. Merciless killer. Xiao Dao is going to start streaming. Everyone go support him. Jiang Chengzi. What? Xiao Dao is streaming? Jiang Xiao Dao. What's wrong? Can't I stream? Jiang Chengzi. Sure, you can stream, but it'll be hard to get popular. Royal Clan. Tian Ci. Xiao Dao. Do you want to join our Royal Clan? I can offer you a B-level streaming contract. If you sign with us and stream for 8 hours a day, you'll get a guaranteed 5,000 a month. Merciless killer. Yeah, Xiao Dao. Are you interested in signing with the Royal Clan? Jiang Xiao Dao. I think I'll pass. I want to try streaming first. If it doesn't work out, I'll just continue being an internet cafe manager. Merciless killer. That's fine. It's up to you. Brother Tian Ci, I want to stream too. Do you think I can sign with the Royal Clan? Royal Clan. Tian Ci. Sure. You all have fully leveled accounts. If you're willing to work hard, making 10,000 a month is definitely not a problem. Bro, really? Thank you, brother Tian Ci. Royal Clan. Tian Ci. Come to the Royal Clan's official YY channel later. I'll have someone prepare a contract for you. Bro, okay. Merciless killer. Yong. Have you thought about becoming a streamer? Old Yong. Actually, I'm quite shy. I'm not suited to be a streamer. Merciless killer. I don't believe you. Old Yong. I actually have my own business in real life, so I don't have time to be a streamer. Merciless killer. So you're a big boss too. Old Yong, big boss? I just run a small supermarket. I only make a few thousand a month. Merciless killer. Making a few thousand a month is already impressive. So, they chatted while fighting against the Supreme Alliance. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Xiaodao. I'm live streaming now. Everyone come support me. Merciless killer. What platform are you on? Jiang Xiaodao. I'm on YY Live. Boss, you have to come support me. Merciless killer. No problem. What's the channel number? Jiang Xiaodao. 5940291137. Merciless killer. Damn. You got a long number. A regular 6-digit short number is only a few bucks, but this long number is hard to remember at all. Jiang Xiaodao. I'm just testing the waters. If I can make money, I'll get a 5-digit channel. Ruthless killer. A 5-digit amount is fine. That should be enough. Channels with 5-digit numbers usually only cost a few $100. Afterwards, Lin Fan opened YY and searched for Jiang Xiaodao's YY channel, entering his live broadcast room. Jiang Chengzi. Xiaodao, we're here too. At this moment, Jiang Chengzi and Tianci also entered Xiaodao's live room. In Jiang Xiaodao's live room, he was currently streaming a fight. I have to say, Jiang Xiaodao is really fierce when it comes to fighting. Ruthless killer. How about we send some horns to help Xiaodao promote his live room in the game? Jiang Chengzi. Sure, that's a good idea. We can help him attract some viewers. How many stay will depend on his skills. Royal Clan Tianci. I'll have Royal Clan Wukai join Xiaodao for a voice chat to help him gain some popularity. Jiang Xiaodao. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Tianci bro. Thank you, everyone. Afterwards, Lin Fan and the others sent many horns in the game to promote Jiang Xiaodao's live room. Meanwhile, Tianci also informed Royal Clan Wukai. who then joined Jiang Xiaodao in a voice chat. As a result, the number of people in Jiang Xiaodao's live room successfully surpassed 3,000, and he gained several thousand fans. Royal Clan Wukai is currently the top streamer in the YY game channel, with fans exceeding 1 million. There are tens of thousands of viewers in his live room every day, and his daily streaming income is stable at several tens of thousands. Chapter 69, around 10 o'clock. Lin Fan checked the balance of his virtual recharge funds in his card again. At this point, the balance had reached 4 billion. However, Lin Fan still felt it wasn't safe enough, as the group competing with him for the leaderboard consists of young masters and ladies from major foreign conglomerates, with family assets exceeding trillions. It's not impossible for them to spend several hundred million to compete with him. After all, they have already spent billions and will definitely continue to spend money to compete for the leaderboard. Lin Fan felt that the money-grinding process was still too slow. He might not reach 5 billion before midnight. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating whether to go on a killing spree in the wild to boost his funds, the Supreme Alliance made another move. At this moment, Feng Zhang's wifing pulled back the 100 people from the Zhuifeng family who were fighting with the Beilong family on the first floor of the underground palace, and let the few factions that had been kicked out of the Supreme Alliance form an alliance to attack those from the Beilong family. Of course, Feng Zhang's wifing's idea wasn't that clever. This was suggested by Xiao Wuquang, as the combat power of the Beilong family was really not that impressive, wasting 100 main forces for nothing. Chapter 70. Soon, Jiang Xiaodao and his team arrived at the first floor of the underground palace. They switched to alliance mode and charged directly into the crowd. I have to say, having a full squad is really advantageous. This fragile Wudong character of his could rush into the crowd, and no one could do anything about it. After all, those level 4 and level 5 characters simply couldn't hit him, especially with a set of level 7 evasion stones and the evasion provided by the true heavy tower shoulder, where their evasion attributes had already exceeded 10,000. The true heavy tower shoulder adds 3,888 evasion and 888 agility, which is more than a full set of level 5 stones combined. The hit attributes of those level 4 and level 5 characters are far inferior in comparison. Jiang Xiaodao and his team had endless targets to kill here, as there were thousands from the Supreme family present. After killing, they would just respawn. Therefore, Lin Fan was very happy at this moment. The speed of grinding money had significantly increased. One area attack skill could kill more than 10 people, which meant hundreds of thousands in virtual recharge funds. Lin Fan estimated that at this rate, he could definitely reach 5 billion before midnight tonight. However, just then, the cross-server recharge rankings for the Heavy Tower Gift event changed again. Originally in last place, the young master of the Li family began to make a move, and now he had taken the first place with a recharge amount of 1.6 billion. This young master of the Li family is the grandson of Li Superhuman, and he also established a faction in this Tianlong international server called Tang Empire. Just like Prince Haoyan, all his characters in that faction are also his small accounts, all fully leveled to 6. This time, the young master of the Li family wanted to upgrade all his characters to level 7. That is why he spent so much money. After all, if he spends now, he can achieve 2 goals at once. Even if he can't get the first place, he can at least secure a good ranking. He initially planned to spend money to level up his small accounts, and it will be better to spend now rather than later. If he spends money now, even if he doesn't get the first place, he can still get some level 8 gem synthesis symbols. Before spending, the young master of the Li family calculated that to create a level 7 character, he would need over 1 million RMB, and with this 1.6 billion, he could almost create 1,000 level 7 characters. Previously, he had been closely watching the battle between the Supreme Alliance and the Heavenly Court Alliance, and to be honest, such large-scale battles made him eager to join in. That is why he planned to create 1,000 level 7 characters and then take them into battle. As for who to fight, the young master of the Li family hadn't thought that far yet, but he would probably just attack whoever he felt like at the time. At this moment, as the young master of the Li family began to spend money, the young masters and ladies from other major conglomerates also started to spend money. In less than 10 minutes, the cross-server recharge rankings for the Heavy Tower Gift event underwent a dramatic change. First, the young master of the Li family, with a total recharge of 1.6 billion, took the first place. Then, in less than a minute, his first place was taken by Morgan Little Princess with a total recharge of 16.5 billion. Following that, Aunt Dubong also made a move and took the first place from Morgan Little Princess with a total recharge of 1.7 billion. At this point, the rankings on the leaderboard were changing every moment. When Lin Fan discovered that he had lost the first place, the top position was already occupied by Samsung Prince with a total recharge of 2.5 billion. Chapter 71. After Lin Fan looked at the leaderboard, his expression changed instantly. Damn, these guys really are from the world's major super conglomerates. They don't treat money like money at all. My virtual recharge funds can only be used for game recharges and have no other uses, which is why I spent so much. But those guys are different. They're spending real money. Lin Fan thought in shock. Actually, the reason why the young masters and ladies of these major conglomerates come to play this game is because of the server technology of the Fox Company. After all, the server technology that supports hundreds of millions of players on the same server is truly astonishing. So, they were also attracted by this aspect. One characteristic of online games is that they can fully stimulate a person's desire to win or lose. Someone who originally just wanted to play casually might think about spending money to level up their character after being killed a few times. These young masters and ladies from super conglomerates are high and mighty. How can they be willing to be trampled underfoot by others? If they lose, won't others say they're not as good as someone else? Chapter 72. Royal Family's Divine Gift. The 4th to 10th places in this server have not spent much. Do you want to take them directly? Ruthless? Ruthless Killer. How much do I need to spend to take them? Royal Family's Divine Gift. The 3rd place is Windchaser, who has spent 200 million. The 4th is Young Master Hao Yin, who has spent 50 million. If you spend 51 million on each of your alternate accounts, you should be able to secure a spot from 4th to 10th. If you take both the recharge and consumption rankings from 4th to 10th, you can get 140 Demon Lord Bloodjades and 14 level 8 gem synthesis charms. Ruthless Killer. Let me see the situation first. If I can't secure the first place on the cross-server duel rankings, I'll take the first place and 3rd to 10th on this server. Lin Fan also calculated that if he took the first place and 3rd to 10th on this server, as long as he secured the 2nd place on the cross-server duel rankings, he could exchange Demon Lord Bloodjades for Chunlo equipment. These Demon Lord Bloodjades are materials used to exchange for Chunlo equipment. 255 Demon Lord Bloodjades can be exchanged for 1 Chunlo equipment. However, the cross-server rankings are not easy to secure. The recharge amounts of the top 5 are quite similar, with only a few hundred million difference between the 1st and 5th places. Currently, the recharge amounts of the top 5 have reached 3 billion. After all, in the eyes of these people, 3 billion is probably equivalent to 30,000 in the eyes of an average person. At this time, Lin Fan checked the time and realized it was already 11 o'clock, with only 1 hour left until the Chunlo Shinlead event ended. He then checked the balance of his virtual recharge funds in his account. Wow, the brothers are really awesome. It has already reached 5 billion, and with an hour left, I estimate I can still hit 1 billion. I only checked at 10:30 when it was still 4 billion. Now it's 5 billion. A virtual recharge fund of 1 billion requires 100,000 kills. 400 accounts brushed for half an hour resulted in 100,000 kills. This is really amazing, on average. Each account got 500 kills. It's really impressive. Once I take the first place, I will definitely give everyone a huge red envelope. After seeing the balance in my account, Lin Fan thought excitedly. They are brushing kills so quickly. Now I can invest a little in my alternate accounts to secure the rankings on this server as well. Lin Fan thought. Then, Lin Fan tagged all members in his subordinate group. Ruthless Killer. I'll invest a bit for everyone. Let us take the 3rd to 10th places on this server. I'll invest in alternate accounts 1 to 8. The owners of alternate accounts 1 to 8 must spend the gold. You can buy that True Elemental Amber. The True Elemental system will open at level 80. And this thing is useful. Jun Mo Xiao, got it. Jun Mo Xie, got it. Old Yong. Okay, it's not my business. I'm account 9. Fishing Girl. It's not my business either. I'm account 10. Old Yong and Fishing Girl were the last to join, playing Lin Fan's alternate accounts 9 and 10. Then Lin Fan invested 1 billion into each of his alternate accounts 1 to 8. With this, the 11th place Wind Chaser probably won't be able to compete anymore, since spending an extra 100 million wouldn't make much difference. After investing in the alternate accounts, Lin Fan sent a message in his subordinate group. Ruthless Killer. Investment done. Hurry up and spend it. Jiang Xiao Dao, okay boss. Jun Mo Xiao, okay. Chapter 73. After finishing with the alternate accounts, Lin Fan started to work on his main account. However, Lin Fan did not directly invest money. The cross-server leaderboard had finally calmed down, and Lin Fan did not want to increase the recharge amount. It would be embarrassing if his limit wasn't enough later. Lin Fan had already planned to go all in to buy true elemental amber. To fill the true elements of 400 alternate accounts would require a lot of true elemental amber. True elements are obtained through condensed elements, which is similar to a lottery. The quality of true elements relies entirely on luck. Condensed elements require true element essence, which can be obtained by decomposing true element amber. One true element amber yields 2,000 true element essence and can be directly purchased in the gold store for 20,000 gold each. Lin Fan didn't know how much it would cost to max out the true elements, but he estimated that it would definitely be more expensive than the Divine Cauldron. After all, true elements can only be obtained through condensed elements, and the lottery aspect is the biggest trap. Time passed quickly, and Lin Fan had been brushing kills until it was already 11:50. Fortunately, Lin Fan had set the alarm in advance. As soon as the alarm went off, Lin Fan immediately stopped and returned to the city. After all, if he got killed while spending, it would be really frustrating. After arriving in the city, Lin Fan immediately checked the balance of his virtual recharge funds. Finally, I have saved up 5 billion. Later, I will invest this 5 billion in one go. In this way, I should be able to secure the first place. After checking the balance, Lin Fan thought to himself. Then, Lin Fan opened the Chonglo Shanli event leaderboard to check the ranking situation. Currently, the top 5 are 1. Mitsubishi Shui from Tianzhou District, invested 3.1 billion, ranked 5th overall. 2. Samsika from Dahan District, invested 3.2 billion, ranked 4th overall. 3. Morgan Chugungju from Angel Wing District, invested 3.3 billion, ranked 3rd overall. 4. DuPont Levy from Angel Wing District, invested 3.4 billion, ranked 2nd overall. 5. Ross Gagungju from Angel Wing District, invested 3.5 billion, ranked 1st overall. However, the current ranking does not represent the final ranking. In the last 2 minutes, Lin Fan estimated that the top 5 would fight for the rankings. However, how much they planned to invest, Lin Fan did not know. In any case, Lin Fan planned to invest another 5 billion. This way, Lin Fan's total recharge amount would reach 65.7 billion. At this moment, Lin Fan was ranked 10th on the cross-server recharge leaderboard with a total recharge amount of 15.7 billion. Soon, the time reached the last 3 minutes. Lin Fan then directly opened the recharge interface, entered the recharge amount of 5 billion, and clicked confirm. Then, he arrived at the payment interface. Lin Fan stared at the time intently and only entered the payment password at the last minute. After Lin Fan completed the recharge, there were only 30 seconds left. He immediately opened them all, found the location of the true element spirit amber, clicked on the maximum purchase quantity, and confirmed. Instantly, the over 600 billion game currency on Lin Fan's account transformed into true element spirit amber. After the purchase, Lin Fan checked the time again and saw that there were still 5 seconds left. After 5 seconds, Lin Fan opened the Heavy Tower Gift event to check his ranking. Chapter 74. In the last 2 minutes, the big shots on the cross-server recharge leaderboard started to exert their efforts. First, the 3-star prince directly spent 1 billion, temporarily claiming the top position with a total recharge amount of 4.1 billion. A few seconds later, Morgan the Little Princess also spent 1 billion, taking back the first place. Not even 10 seconds later, DuPont the Old Ant spent 1 billion, reclaiming the first position. Following that, Ross the Young Master spent 1 billion and took back the first place. At this point, there was only 1 minute left in the Heavy Tower Gift event. However, at this moment, Morgan the Little Princess spent another 1 billion, instantly claiming the first place with a total recharge amount of 5.3 billion. At this time, only half a minute remained until the event ended. But it was also at this moment that Lin Fan directly spent 5 billion, instantly taking the first position. At this point, they had no time to continue spending money. After all, spending money also takes time, and less than half a minute really makes it impossible to complete any spending. Therefore, they had no choice but to watch Lin Fan take the first place. Chapter 75. Lin Fan had previously decided that as long as he secured the first place in the Heavy Tower Gift event, he would definitely give everyone a wave of benefits. So, Lin Fan checked the balance of the virtual recharge funds on his card. The brothers were really strong. Just a few minutes ago, he had recharged all the money on his card into the game, and now he had over 10 million in virtual recharge funds. After checking the balance on the card, Lin Fan thought to himself, Then, Lin Fan opened the recharge interface and recharged another 10 million. Previously, the 657 billion game currency Lin Fan recharged had already been spent entirely on the consumption leaderboard. So now Lin Fan planned to distribute a wave of benefits and had to recharge again. Fortunately, everyone was very supportive, and in just a few minutes, they had taken over 1,000 heads, which added another 10 million to Lin Fan's virtual recharge funds. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have to wait to distribute benefits. Soon, Lin Fan completed the recharge, and then he sent a shout. Heartless Killer, thank you all for your blessings and support. To show my gratitude, I've decided to distribute some benefits. Get ready, it's time to test your speed. Jiang Xiaodao, damn, I need to wash my hands first. Oh God, I'm willing to offer the parents of everyone in the Supreme Alliance for a bit of good luck. Old Yong, damn, I'm in the middle of taking a dump. My hands aren't washed, they're definitely dirty again. Jun Mo Xiao, Yonggu is really something. Playing the game while taking a dump. Fishing Girl, Old Yong, are you itching for a beating? You even brought your computer to the toilet. Old Yong, I'm sorry. My dear wife. Then, Lin Fan started sending out red envelopes. When sending the red envelopes, Lin Fan specifically set it so that only Alliance members could receive them. After all, Lin Fan was giving benefits to his own brothers. Why would he let others benefit? Then, Lin Fan entered the number of red envelopes, 10,000, and the amount per envelope, 1 billion game currency. This way, on average, each person could receive 100,000 game currency. However, since this was a luck-based red envelope, not everyone would receive 100,000. Some would get more, and naturally, some would get less. After finishing the input, Lin Fan clicked send. Jiang Xiaodao, damn. I actually grabbed 10 million game currency. It seems the heavens agreed with my offering and gave me this luck. Brothers of the Supreme Alliance, you better be prepared. Supreme laughs at my madness. You're asking for death. I'll be watching you and kill you later. Jiang Xiaodao. Ha! Do you think your broken monk is worthy? Supreme laughs at my madness. Old Yong. Damn, I knew I'd be unlucky again. For a 1 billion game currency super red envelope, I only grabbed 3,000 game currency. It seems I really can't take a dump while grabbing red envelopes. Jiang Xiaodao, haha. That's because you didn't offer up anything before grabbing the red envelope. If you'd offered first, you definitely wouldn't be so unlucky. Jun Mo Xiao, is that so? Then I'll try to. I haven't grabbed the red envelope yet. Jiang Xiaodao, hurry up and try, it really works. Jun Mo Xiao, oh God, I'm willing to trade the eternal singlehood of everyone in the Supreme Alliance for a bit of good luck. Jiang Xiaodao, you can trust me. Try grabbing the red envelope now. Jun Mo Xiao, damn, I actually grabbed 12 million game currency. This is too damn lucky. Jiang Xiaodao, I told you this method really works. Are there any brothers who haven't grabbed the red envelope yet? Everyone, come and try this method. Bro, I haven't grabbed it yet, I'll try too. Instantly, countless shouts appeared, and the content of these shouts was mostly similar, all using offerings to the Supreme Alliance to exchange for good luck. Chapter 76, looking at the countless shouts. The faces of laughs at my madness, and others turned as black as coal. Supreme laughs at my madness. Damn, those guys have such foul mouths. I can't take it anymore. Is there anyone good at roasting people? Come and sign up. I'll reward anyone who can roast for an hour with 1,000 RMB. Supreme Invincible. Boss, I sign up. I've been playing in Zuin for 10 years, and my parents are still alive. Supreme laughs at my madness. Damn, you're impressive. You're in. Let us go. Start the crazy output. Supreme Invincible. All right, but boss, remember to time me. After saying that, Supreme Invincible began his crazy output. Heartless Killer. Damn, there's actually such talent in the Supreme Alliance. This speed is incredible. It must have reached the legendary 1 spray per second. Jiang Xiaodao. This guy definitely came from Zuin, but compared to me, he is still a bit inexperienced. Let me show him what 1 spray per second looks like. Then, Jiang Xiaodao started to roast with Supreme Invincible. As soon as Jiang Xiaodao entered the fray, Supreme Invincible's roasting skills suddenly diminished. After all, Jiang Xiaodao sent out several messages while he only managed 1. Anyone could see that he was no match for Jiang Xiaodao. I have to say, Jiang Xiaodao is truly talented. He is good at everything, even roasting people. Actually, it's usually like this in fights. If you win, you start trash talking. If you lose, you also trash talk, and sometimes you trash talk while fighting. However, at that moment, Both of them surprisingly stopped. Soon after, the voice of Jiang Xiaodao came through in the chat. Damn it, they actually muted me, Jiang Xiaodao said unhappily. He had just started his output and hadn't even had enough of trash talking yet. Then he got muted by the official. This is quite normal. When you two are trash talking to the point that others can't chat normally, they will definitely report you. The guy known as Supreme Wusong also stopped, probably muted as well, said Huangzhu Tianxi at this moment. Xiaodao, how long are you muted for? Lin Fan asked. I got muted for 10 minutes, Jiang Xiaodao replied. 10 minutes? That's not a big deal, it's fine, Lin Fan said. Meanwhile, the situation was similar on the side of the Supreme Alliance. Supreme Wushang also mentioned in the Supreme Alliance channel that he got muted. Boss, I've been muted, Supreme Wushang said. How long were you muted for? Xiao Kuang asked. I got muted for 10 days. This is too tough, Supreme Wusong said helplessly. What the hell, muted for 10 days? This official is ruthless. No worries, I'll give you 10,000 as compensation. You can use it to upgrade your stones. Xiao Kuang didn't expect this guy would get muted for 10 days. That Jiang Xiaodao didn't continue to spam. I guess that guy also got muted, Supreme Wusong said. Definitely. You guys were trash talking, the official must have muted you both, Xiao Kuang nodded. However, what they didn't know was that Supreme Wusong was muted for 10 days, while Jiang Xiaodao was only muted for 10 minutes. Jiang Xiaodao's account was a super VIP. Previously, in order to compete for the ranking, Lin Fan had spent 1 billion renminbi on that account. And what about Supreme Wusong's account? He had only spent a few thousand. Therefore, despite both spamming, Supreme Wusong was muted for 10 days, while Jiang Xiaodao was only muted for 10 minutes. Chapter 77. After 10 minutes, Jiang Xiaodao sent out another announcement. Damn dog officials, they actually muted me. However, as soon as Jiang Xiaodao's announcement was sent, Supreme Wusong immediately couldn't hold back. Boss, what the hell is going on? Why was that guy only muted for 10 minutes? While I was muted for 10 days. Supreme Wusong complained on the Supreme Alliance chat. Probably because that guy's account has more spending than yours. This is Lin Fan's little account, and he spent 60 million renminbi during this event. Xiao Kuang speculated. Damn it, those dog officials discriminate against civilian players. I want to protest, Supreme Wusong said. Naive, what good will protesting do? How much did you spend on your account? And how much did they spend? Xiao Kuang shook his head. Actually, being muted isn't a big deal. It's just 10 days, it'll pass quickly. At this moment, Feng Zhongjue Feng also said. Sigh. Well, there's nothing to be done. Who told me I don't have money? Now I can only wait for 10 days, Supreme Wusong sighed. Chapter 78, I have to say, this Zhonglu artifact is really too overpowered, especially the Trucho, which is even more insane. After changing the gems, Lin Fan carefully checked the information of the 4 pieces of Chunlo equipment he just obtained. Trukenlo Ring 2. Equipment. Hitting an enemy has a greater chance to trigger a seal, lasting for 30 seconds. Chunlo Jade 2. Basic physical attack, 1621. Basic internal attack, 1621. Health limit 10. Health limit 27776. Ice attack, 888. Fire attack, 888. Mysterious attack, 888. Poison attack, 888. Hit rate, 3888. Dodge, 3888. Critical hit, 388. Strength, 688. Spirit, 688. Stamina, 688. Agility, 688. All attributes, 288. Equipment. Hitting an enemy has a certain chance to trigger paralysis, lasting for 15 seconds. Damn. It turns out the attributes of Klo and Truken are quite similar. The only difference is that the control chance and duration are different. Lin Fan thought in surprise. Previously, he had heard others say that the attributes of Truco are double those of Falstone, but now he realized that this so-called double refers to the control chance and duration. At this moment, Lin Fan's attributes were terrifying. He estimated that he could take on an entire guild from the Supreme Alliance without any problem. After all, the attribute bonuses from these Fortune-Low accessories were simply too frightening. Lin Fan estimated that with his current dodge, there was hardly anyone who could hit him. After all, the dodge attribute brought by the Fortune was already several tens of thousands. Plus, Lin Fan had also upgraded his dodge stone to level 8. At this stage, the maximum hit attributes of others were not even 1/5 of Lin Fan's dodge attribute. After finishing his character, Lin Fan returned to the battlefield on the 3rd floor of the underground palace. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, he didn't team up with anyone and directly charged into the crowd of the Supreme Alliance. seeing Lin Fan charge into their group. Xiao Wuquang and the others immediately shouted, Supremo Xiao Wuquang. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Everyone, attack him and control him to death. Feng Zhong Zhue Feng. Damn it, I can't control him. All misses, I can't control him with my full-level Wudong. That guy is really invincible. The fact was, at this moment, Lin Fan was indeed invincible. With one area attack skill, he could wipe out a large group of people from the Supreme Alliance. In just half an hour, Lin Fan had racked up several thousand kills. I have to say, it was really satisfying to kill so many people all at once. Jiang Xiaodao, damn. The boss is invincible. Taking on the entire Supreme Alliance single-handedly and making them rout is really amazing. Jiang Qingzi. Hee. Brother Wuqing's terrifying combat power costs 5 billion renminbi to obtain. If you spent the same, you could also be this amazing. Huangzhou Kensu. Brother Wuqing is definitely the strongest in the entire Tianlong international server now. Jun Mo Xiao. That's for sure. Besides the boss, others barely have a true Chunlo shoulder. How can they compare to the boss? Wuqing's killer. Sigh. How lonely it is to be invincible. Now I can take down a guild by myself. Do you think these idiots from the Supreme Alliance will be defeated by me? Huangzhou Tensu. Not for now, but over time that might change. Wuqing's killer. True, there are so many of them. Even if I keep killing, I can't finish them. After all, they can respawn. The battle continued until the next morning. Throughout the night, Lin Fan and his 400 alternate accounts fought against the Supreme Alliance. By the end of the night, Lin Fan had earned over 4 billion renminbi, meaning he and his 400 alternate accounts collectively achieved 400,000 kills, averaging 1,000 kills per account. Chapter 79. At this moment, Lin Fan also realized that he had met the conditions for upgrading his system. Damn, that was fast. The system can be upgraded again, Lin Fan thought to himself. He then directly clicked the upgrade button. Ding! The online Game Tycoon System upgrade was successful. Current level, level 5. Next upgrade requirement. Cumulative earnings of 100 billion. System notification. Number of money-making alternate accounts that can be created, 100. System notification. Daily task reward upgraded. Spend 1 million virtual recharge funds daily to receive 100,000 RMB in real currency. System notification. After reaching level 5, new features will be updated with each upgrade. The host is encouraged to earn money quickly to achieve an upgrade sooner. Damn, this is not easy. The daily RMB I can earn has finally increased. That's 100,000 a day, which amounts to 3 million a month. This way, I won't have to worry about not having money to spend in reality, Lin Fan thought. In addition, he now had 100 more slots for money-making alternate accounts. Lin Fan immediately registered the accounts and contacted Tianxi to arrange for more people. He needed to create 100 more alternate accounts. Chapter 80. Jiang Xiaodao's live streaming was quite successful, receiving over 800 gifts that night. He planned to continue live streaming after work. Live streaming earned him more than his job, so Jiang Xiaodao decided that if this stability continued, he would quit his job as a network administrator and become a full-time streamer. As for sleep, Jiang Xiaodao thought that sleeping 4 to 5 hours a day was enough. Why waste precious time sleeping longer? After Lin Fan traded supplies with Jiang Xiaodao, he logged off, feeling quite tired after a night of fighting. He wasn't worried about what would happen to his account after he logged off. At 8 o'clock, the royal member Feier would log on and use Lin Fan's account to livestream, helping him clear all his tasks. Feier was Lin Fan's full-time substitute player, and Lin Fan didn't need to do tasks at all. Feier would help him clear all the tasks, and if there was nothing else to do, she would use Lin Fan's account to find people to PK in the Luoyang training field. Of course, if the Heavenly Alliance clashed with the Supreme Alliance again, Feier would immediately use Lin Fan's account to provide support. Chapter 81. Young Master Wang's Yida group was also very powerful, with 1,000 members, all of whom had characters above level 6. Their leader, Young Master Wang, had a fully equipped character, and by fully equipped, it meant everything that could be bought in the store, excluding things like towers. After joining the Supreme Alliance, Feng Zhongzhong suddenly lost all sleepiness, as he knew this was the best time to attack the Heavenly Alliance. He knew that most of the Heavenly Alliance members were resting at this moment. This time period was the weakest for the Heavenly Alliance. Although many members of the Supreme Alliance were resting or at work, the main forces were still present. The main force of the Supreme family consisted of those level 6 or above characters from various guilds. The bombing gang had 1,000 level 6 characters. all with dedicated players online 24/7. The Yida group also had 1,000 characters above level 6, all with dedicated players online 24/7. Their players were all on 2 shifts, definitely real people, and fighting was not a problem. The situation for the Heavenly Alliance was different. Many of their characters were controlled by their owners, who had gone offline to sleep. So, if they chose to attack the Heavenly Alliance at this moment, their chances of winning were very high. Thus, Feng Zhongzhong immediately expressed his thoughts. Feng Zhongzhong, since everyone is here, let's organize a group to continue attacking the Heavenly Alliance. Adele, damn, are you trying to kill me? I'm over 60 years old. I can't stay up like you young ones. Supreme, yeah, I'm also struggling. How about we take a nap first and continue fighting at night? Soul 15, I can do it. I'm a champion of staying up late. Hao Yin, I can too. All the characters in my guild are my alternate accounts. At my command, the players will obediently follow my orders, and when they fight, I'll just go rest. Supreme, the situation in my Supreme family is a bit complicated. If I'm not there, my players won't follow orders. Soul 15, I'm in the same situation. The elders in my guild don't respect each other. If I'm not there, it won't work. Young Master Wong, my accounts are all controlled by players, so they're easy to command. I'll let them listen to you, and then I need to go sleep. I didn't sleep well last night, and am really tired. Feng Zhongzhong, we have enough people. At least we have 3,000 characters above level 6. I estimate that the Heavenly Alliance can organize only about 1,000 characters right now. Feng Zhongzhong was not mistaken. That was indeed the case. Most of the Heavenly Alliance members were offline, and only Lin Fan's 500 fully equipped streaming alternate accounts were live. Jiang Qingzi and the others were all alternate accounts controlled by players, and they had gone to sleep. However, Lin Fan's 500 fully equipped streaming accounts were not weak. Their combat power was comparable to the 3,000 level 6 characters of the Supreme Alliance. However, Lin Fan's streaming alternate accounts were only level 40 to 50, while everyone in the Supreme Alliance had reached level 69, indicating a significant level gap. Then, Feng Zhongzhong organized the team and charged directly into the 3rd level of the Underground Palace, clearing out the Heavenly Alliance members who were idling there. Chapter 82. At this moment, Zhang Xiaodao had just finished distributing supplies and was preparing to go to the 3rd level of the Underground Palace to grind experience. However, as soon as he entered the 3rd level, before reaching the grinding point, he saw the Supreme Alliance members rushing in. Soon after, Zhang Xiaodao was eliminated. There were quite a few level 7 characters in the Supreme Alliance, and at that moment, they had directly sent in 200 level 7 characters. Therefore, facing so many level 7 characters, any account that came in, except for Lin Fan's, would likely be instantly killed. Zhang Xiaodao hurriedly clicked to exit, and as soon as he respawned, he quickly sent a message in the Heavenly Alliance's channel. Zhang Xiaodao, damn. The Supreme Alliance just wiped out our brothers grinding in the Underground Palace's 3rd level. How many people are online? Everyone come to YY. I'm organizing a group to take down the fools from the Supreme Alliance. Jun Mo, Xia. I'm here. The 5 of them have all gone to sleep. It's my turn to be on duty now. I'll go wake them up to fight. Huangzu Xiener. We're all live streaming. I'll go call them in the group. Huangzu Feier. I'm here too. I'm also on the boss's account. Jiang Xiaodao. Everyone join the team. I've opened a team. We need to show the fools from the Supreme Alliance that our Heavenly Alliance is not to be messed with. Chapter 83. Lin Fan walked out of the room and went to the kitchen to take a look. Old Su was cooking at that moment, and was surprised to see Lin Fan because he knew that at this time, Lin Fan usually slept. Boss, dinner will be ready soon. Why did you wake up so early today? Old Su asked. I don't know, I just woke up suddenly, so I came out to take a look. Lin Fan replied with a smile. I don't know why you young people like to stay up late and sleep during the day. My daughter is like that. And you, boss, are the same, Old Su said. I don't know either. Maybe it's just a habit. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said. Lin Fan also didn't know why he liked to stay up late. It could only be said to be a matter of habit. Previously, he often went to internet cafes and stayed up all night, then slept during the day, working 2 or 3 days a week, and then continued like that. In the past, some people referred to Lin Fan and those like him as sauna gods, and at that time, Lin Fan thought that the title suited him quite well. Not long after, Old Su finished cooking dinner, and after Lin Fan had dinner, he did not go back to sleep. Chapter 84. Sorry, your message has been sent, but it has been rejected by the other party. Damn, have I been blacklisted? Lin Qingmao was stunned. Mo, what is wrong? Did you send it? Lin Yu hurriedly asked. I did, but it didn't work. I've been blacklisted by that big shot. Lin Qingma nodded and then shook her head. What? That guy actually blacklisted you? How is that possible? Lin Yu said in disbelief after hearing Lin Qingma's words. After all, Lin Qingma was the school beauty. Her looks were so high. How could she be blacklisted? See, this prompt should mean I've been blacklisted, right? Lin Qingma said, handing her phone to Lin Yu. Okay, you really have been blacklisted by man. This is unbelievable. Lin Yu still found it hard to believe. The school beauty Lin Qingma had actually been blacklisted by man. If this got out, the boys at their school would probably collectively collapse. Yu, what should I do now? Lin Qingma didn't know what to do, so she asked her best friend Lin Yu. Chapter 85. Everyone follow me. Let us beat up the fools from the Supreme Alliance. Lin Fan shouted in YY. Junimo, when boss, it seems that the leader of the Supreme Alliance, Feng Zhongjue Feng, has gone into seclusion. He logged off directly around 4 o'clock and hasn't logged back in since. Not even his substitute players are online to gain experience. Haha, I guess that fool Feng Zhongjue Feng smashed his computer. That guy just deserves a beating. Everyone remember to keep an eye on him, Lin Fan said with a smile. Junimo, when, if we do this, will we scare Feng Zhongjue Feng away from the game? No way. That guy is particularly proud. He won be scared away from the game, Lin Fan said. Junimo, one. That is true. That guy likes to show off. He could definitely be scared away. Otherwise, this would become a lifelong shame for him. Soon, Lin Fan led his team into the 3rd level of the Underground Palace. At this time, in the 3rd level of the Underground Palace, Xiao Wuquang, 8L, Hun Shi Wu, and Prince Hao Yin were all idling, but all their accounts were logged in by substitutes. As soon as Lin Fan and the others arrived, they directly cleared Xiao Wuquang and the others back. At this moment, the substitutes for Xiao Wuquang were speechless. Chapter 86. Afterwards, the substitute for Xiao Wuquang informed the other big shots of the Supreme Alliance's substitutes about this news. The substitutes of the other big shots then passed this news to their fellow substitutes, and ultimately, the news that Feng Zhongjue Feng was missing spread throughout the entire server. Before long, Lin Fan learned that guy Feng Zhongjue Feng was missing. Heartless killer. Damn, that guy Feng Zhongjue Feng is actually missing. Could it be that he really ran away? Junimo 1. I heard too. Even Xiao Wuquang can't contact him. He has probably really run away. Heartless killer. Feier is too ruthless. She made that guy run away. Huangzu Feier. I didn't expect that guy to be so fragile. He was just killed over 1,000 times, and he ran away. Junimo 1. Yeah, just over 1,000 times. Heartless killer. Right, just over 1,000 times. Huangzu Feier. Sigh. Next time I can only change targets, but who should I change to? Junimo 1. You can change to let Xiao Wuquang be the target. Huangzu Feier. No way, Xiao Wuquang is a monk. He is tough, it's not easy to hit him, I'll just not hit him. Heartless killer. You can really hit Xiao Wuquang, just one set of skills will do. Chapter 87. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Prince Hao Qian, 8L, Hun Shi Wu, and Prince Wang logged into the game. At this time, they also learned about the news of Feng Zhongjue Feng being missing. Previously, when the people from the Supreme Alliance were attacked by Lin Fan and their Heavenly Alliance, their substitutes had also contacted them. But they all unanimously told their substitutes to handle it themselves and fight with the Heavenly Alliance. They didn't log in, but continued to sleep. Therefore, they still didn't know about Feng Zhongjue Feng being missing. When they heard that Feng Zhongjue Feng was missing, they were all very surprised. After all, Feng Zhongjue Feng was the leader of their Supreme Alliance. If the leader has run away, what will happen to their Supreme Alliance? Moreover, who will take over as the leader in the future? 8L. Damn, could it be that Feng Zhongjue Feng really ran away? Hun Shi Wu probably. That guy hasn't logged in since he went offline in the afternoon. Xiao Wuquang couldn't even get through to him on the phone. Prince Wang. That shouldn't be the case. From what I know of that guy, he is not the type to run away. Prince Hao Yin. I'll try to see if I can contact him. Then Prince Hao Yin dialed Feng Zhongjue Feng's phone. Chapter 88. After the high-level meeting of the Supreme Alliance, they organized their people again, led by Xiao Wuquang, and continued to fight with the Heavenly Alliance. However, since Feng Zhongjue Feng was not there, Xiao Wuquang couldn't command his followers from the Chasing Wind family, so none of the Chasing Wind family members came to fight. This way, the strength of the Supreme Alliance was significantly reduced. Although the Chasing Wind family wasn't impressive, they still had 1,000 accounts at level 6 or above. However, this impact isn't significant. The Supreme family's main guild has been upgraded by 2 levels and can now accommodate 2,000 people. Therefore, Laughing Mad has brought in the main forces from other guilds of the Supreme family into the main guild. With that, the Supreme Alliance has sent over 10,000 players, all of whom are level 5 or above. As for Lin Fan and the Heavenly Alliance, they are at a slight disadvantage in terms of numbers. Since they had already fought all day during the daytime, many members of the Heavenly Alliance have not logged on yet. The Heavenly Alliance only has 1,000 players, while the Supreme Alliance has 10,000. Although they are outnumbered, Lin Fan believes that 1,000 against 10,000 is an advantage for him. After all, they have 500 maxed out characters, plus Lin Fan's unbeatable character. It's strange if they lose. As soon as the Supreme Alliance members entered the battlefield, they were instantly killed in groups, especially that guy 8L, who was particularly targeted. As soon as he got up, he was gone. Heartless killer. Everyone focus on chopping 8L. It would be best if we could make him run away like Wind Chaser. Jun Mo Shao. Alright, boss. We will make that guy doubt his life choices. Royal Family Kwa Tion Ci. That guy 8L is an old man. If we keep this up, won't we directly make him quit? Jiang Qingzi. Yeah. We can't be unethical and bully an old man. Royal Family Kwa Fei Heir. Just focus on that old man, who told him to come play games at his age. If he dies, he deserves it. Heartless killer. I estimate that if we chop him a few hundred times, he'll run away like Wind Chaser. Royal Family Kwa Tion Ci. Luckily, we are not enemies. Otherwise, I would be crushed too. Jiang Qingzi. They are opposing our Heavenly Alliance, and that is their misfortune. Half an hour into the fight, 8L had been killed over 100 times. 8L. Damn. Why are they always targeting me? Supreme Owl Laughing Mad. Haha. That's because you're not a monk. Look, after I changed to a monk, they don't like chopping me anymore. That's the benefit of being a monk. 8L. Damn it. Should I also change to a monk? Playing a damage dealer is useless now. I can't kill anyone, and as soon as I get up, I get killed again. Supreme Owl Laughing Mad. Exactly. Hurry up and change to a monk. Remember to max out your mystic resistance, and ensure that all possible mystic resistance points are maxed out. Don't worry about attributes. Just max out mystic resistance. 8L. Okay, I got it. I'll max out my mystic resistance, and see how that heartless killer can still kill me. Supreme Owl Laughing Mad. Huh. I said before that being a monk is good. Back then, you all said monks are just meat shields with no use. Now you realize the benefits of being a monk, right? Actually, what 8L doesn't know is that even if he changes to a monk, he still can't withstand Lin Fan's attacks. Laughing Mad's character also can't withstand Lin Fan, but Lin Fan is just too lazy to attack him. Chapter 89. 8L was killed again, but this time he directly logged out. Soon after, 8L went to the class change NPC and changed to a monk. Then, 8L rebuilt his character and maxed out his mystic resistance. After finishing all this, 8L returned to the battlefield. Prince Hao Yin. Damn, old 8, you actually changed to a monk. Soul 15. Brother 8, did you get fooled by Mad Boss? Monks really can't do anything. It's so much fun to play a damage dealer. Why would you want to play a monk? 8L, you don't understand. Damage is useless. If you keep getting killed, what can you output? Haha. You need to understand that living longer is the hard truth. Prince Hao Yin. Right, not dying is the output. Why are we trying so hard to increase our health? Isn't it just to avoid being killed? Prince Wang. I would never play a monk. I'm still the most handsome in Wudong. 8L. You'll know when you get targeted. Being a monk is the best. After 8L returned to the battlefield, he suddenly felt different. Now hardly anyone was targeting him. Even if someone did attack him, he could withstand it and wouldn't die. However, Prince Wang's experience was quite the opposite. He was back to being killed repeatedly like Wind Chaser and 8L before. 8L. Huh? Monks are powerful. Now hardly anyone is targeting me. If I hadn't changed to a monk, I would have probably died dozens of times by now. Prince Wang. Damn, they've started targeting me again. They keep focusing on me. I respawn and immediately get killed. It's so frustrating. Supreme Owl Laughing Mad. This game would be great if it had a pet system. Then we could get a high-level divine pet to withstand longer. Prince Wang. Yeah, if we had a high-level divine pet, it would be easier to escape. I just wonder when the pet system will come out. Prince Hao Yin. It should be coming soon. Everyone is level 69 now. So it will probably be released after the next level up. Prince Wang. I logged off to accompany my girlfriend. I told my boosters to obey orders. So my presence doesn't really matter. Prince Wang is actually just making excuses to log off because he has been killed repeatedly and has no experience left. Prince Hao Yin. Okay. No problem. I need to sleep soon too, but I will have my boosters log in a fight. 8L. I can't hold on anymore. I'm about to log off. Blagawar God, are you there? You lead the Blag Guild members to continue fighting the Heavenly Alliance. Blagawar God. I'm here, Brother 8. You go rest. Supreme Owl laughing mad. Can I log off too? Prince Hao Ian. No way. If you leave, the Supreme family members won't listen to anyone else. And then what's the point of fighting? Prince Wong. Right, you have to stay to give orders. Supreme Owl laughing mad. Damn, I want to sleep too. Soul 15. Mad boss. I'll stay with you. I can't log off either. The War God Temple members don't listen to me that well. If I leave, they might just scatter. Supreme Owl laughing mad. Sigh, if this goes on, I'll end up dead from exhaustion. At this moment, laughing mad feels very helpless. He deeply regrets why he decided to play this broken game. Chapter 90, after Prince Hao Ian and the others logged off, their boosters logged into their accounts. Under the command of the crazy commander, the Supreme Alliance's 10,000 players clashed with the Celestial Alliance's 1,000 players, but they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Young Master Wong's substitute player had it even worse. Young Master Wong's character was specifically targeted by Lin Fan and his group. So young Master Wong's character was constantly being one-shot, leaving no sense of experience. The substitute player for young Master Wong was nearly going mad. He wanted to run away and not continue fighting. However, he didn't dare to disobey young Master Wong's orders. Young Master Wong told him to fight, so he couldn't possibly run away. Otherwise, what would happen to his salary? Having accepted their pay, he had to obediently follow orders. Young Master Wong told him to fight, so he had to show up. Otherwise, what use was a disobedient substitute player? He had to know that working as a full-time substitute player for young Master Wong earned him tens of thousands a month. Where could he find such a substitute job? So no matter what, he couldn't run away, even if it meant dying infinitely. After all, dying wasn't a big deal. He wouldn't lose any items. However, dying too much could still take a toll on one's spirit. If an average person kept dying like that for a long time, they might even experience a mental breakdown. Time flew by, and it was already past 11 at night. At this time, many players from the Celestial Alliance were logging on one after another, knowing that they would definitely have to fight again at night. So basically everyone was online. Players who spend money in such games are generally battle maniacs. There are very few wealthy players who just enjoy the scenery without engaging in fights. Therefore, the people in Lin Fan's Celestial Alliance love to fight, especially that kid Jiang Xiaodao, who was an absolute battle maniac. Moreover, Jiang Xiaodao attracted a large number of fans with his fighting style. Now his livestream had thousands of viewers every day. Jiang Xiaodao, boss, there's an announcement on the forum saying that there will be a game update tomorrow at noon, lasting for an hour. Ruthless Killer, oh? Is there going to be any new features? Jiang Xiaodao, yes, they're introducing a pet system, which means I'll have to spend a lot of money to get pets. Ruthless Killer, hee, every game is pretty much the same. Money-grabbing things come one after another. Jiang Xiaodao, boss, are you going to get a pet with a talent of 6,000? Ruthless Killer, I don't understand these things. I'll just see if there are any good ones and buy one directly. Jiang Xiaodao, I'm pretty lucky, so I'll try to get you one. Ruthless Killer, are you sure you're lucky? Lin Fan didn't believe this, as it had already been proven that Jiang Xiaodao was a non-lucky player. Jiang Xiaodao, I'm really lucky. I once got a pet with a talent of 2,500 when I played Dragon of Heaven. Ruthless Killer, is a 2,500 talent pet strong? I don't know. By the way, are you and brother Jiang Chung planning to breed your own pets? Royal family to know. I'm unlucky, so I can't breed good pets. I'll just buy one. Jiang Chengzi, I'll try to see if I can breed a good one. If not, I'll just buy one. Ruthless Killer, buying directly is more cost-effective. My luck has always been bad. The few of them chatted while chopping down those guys from the Supreme Alliance, continuing to fight until 8 o'clock when the battle finally ended and both sides returned to their grinding spots for experience. The Supreme Alliance had it rough. Young Master Wong's character was killed several thousand times that night, and his substitute player was numb from all the deaths. Chapter 91 Lin Fan logged off to have breakfast, then went online to check what the pet system was about in Dragon of Heaven. However, he lost interest after just a glance. The guide was simply too complicated, and there were many precautions to take. However, Lin Fan thought, as long as he had enough money, what pet couldn't he buy? Lin Fan didn't plan to breed a pet himself, but intended to buy one directly. So, Lin Fan just lay down on his bed and went to sleep. He slept until 12:30 in the afternoon, which was also because Lin Fan set an alarm. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have woken up. At this time, Old Sue had already prepared lunch. And as soon as Lin Fan finished eating, it was just 1 o'clock. And the international server of Dragon of Heaven had just completed its update. So, Lin Fan immediately returned to his room, opened his computer, and started the update. In less than a minute, Lin Fan finished updating. Lin Fan was using gigabit fiber optic internet, which he had installed earlier. The internet speed was very fast. As soon as he logged in, he asked in the Alliance channel how to deal with pets. Ruthless Killer, how do we get pets? Jiang Xiao Dao Boss. You have to go out to the wild to catch them, and then breed them yourself. Ruthless Killer, sounds troublesome. I'll just collect 2 then. Jiang Xiao Dao. I'll go catch some pets, and give you the good ones when I breed them. After a while, Jiang Xiao Dao suddenly sent a message. Jiang Xiao Dao, damn. I was planning to go to Xuanwu Island to catch pets, but it's full of people, everyone is in combat mode, and it's all a mess now. Ruthless Killer. Really? That's perfect. We're not afraid of a fight. Then, Lin Fan directly formed a team. Ruthless Killer. Anyone who wants to catch pets, hurry up and join the team. I'll take you to C's territory. Soon, over 1,000 people joined Lin Fan's team. This was still because they had fought all night last night. And many people were not online, otherwise, even more people would have joined. Soon, Lin Fan led the group to teleport to Xuanwu Island. At this moment, there was a chaotic battle taking place on Xuanwu Island, with everyone wielding weapons. As soon as Lin Fan saw this, he immediately laughed. He loved chopping people down the most. So, Lin Fan and his group activated the Alliance mode and started killing indiscriminately on Xuanwu Island. In just a few minutes after they arrived, they cleared half of the people on Xuanwu Island. At that moment, countless horns started flying up. Beilong along. Damn, brother Ruthless. We're allies. Don't chop us. Ruthless Killer. I'm in Alliance mode. If you're afraid of being accidentally hit, you can just leave. Beilong then we'll leave. After that, Beilong called back the members of the Beilong family. Originally, there was a big chaotic battle on Xuanwu Island, but as soon as Lin Fan and his group arrived, it turned into the Celestial Alliance, chopping everyone else. Xinyuan Wangshu. Damn, Celestial Alliance guys, we from Xinyuan Pavilion haven't offended you. What does it mean to kill everyone you see? Ruthless Killer. It doesn't mean anything, I just thought it was too chaotic here, so I wanted to make it less chaotic. Xinyuan Wangshu. So your solution is to kill everyone? Ruthless Killer. Exactly, I saw you all wielding weapons. So I thought I'd send you all back to calm down. Xianyuan Wu Wang Shu. So should we thank you then? Heartless Killer. No need for thanks. I'm a helpful person. If anyone wants me to give them a free ride, just stay here. However, not many people paid attention to Lin Fan's words. As the pet system had just been updated today, making any pet quite expensive, they all wanted to catch pets to sell. And when there are too many people, a fight is bound to break out. Once a fight starts, there will definitely be collateral damage. As a result, the number of people in the brawl kept increasing. Chapter 92, Heartless Killer. Alright, you're not leaving, huh? Then let us continue. Soon after, Lin Fan led his people to start attacking. Half an hour later, they cleared out everyone on Xuanwu Island. Previously, the people on Xuanwu Island were small forces, and regular casual players wouldn't participate in such brawls. Thus, Lin Fan and his group offended numerous small forces. Xianyuan Wu Wang Shu. Heavenly Court, right? We, Xianyuan Pavilion, will remember this grudge. Sooner or later, I will make you repay it 100-fold. Jiang Xiao Dao. Huh, with your level 5 account? Immediately, Jiang Xiao Dao began to argue with that group of people. I have to say, Jiang Xiao Dao was very impressive, holding his own against dozens of people. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to deal with those guys. Their accounts were mediocre, but their attitude was huge. Clearly something was wrong with their brains. After clearing Xuanwu Island, Lin Fan let them go catch pets. As for Lin Fan, he directly guarded the entrance. If anyone who wasn't T from the Heavenly Court Alliance came in, it was one word: die. Lin Fan's actions naturally drew countless curses from players. Chapter 93 after that, Lin Fan's little brothers started messaging to thank him. Jiang Xiao Dao. Wow, Boss 666, Boss V587. Wishing the boss a long life. Lao Yong. Thank you, boss. Wishing the boss to have 6 sons and 1 pregnancy. Junimo Xiao. Thank you, boss. Wishing the boss a treasure. Bro, boss, can we sell this ingot? Heartless Killer. Of course, you can handle it however you want. Bro, thank you so much, boss. I want to sell this ingot and buy a bag for my girlfriend. Lao Yong. When did you get a girlfriend? Jiang Xiao Dao. Yeah. When did you get a girlfriend? Heartless Killer. Wow, you got a girlfriend? Bro, yeah. My girlfriend is very pretty. I just started dating her a few days ago. She is my neighbor. I've been pursuing her for over a year, but she never agreed until she saw me live streaming Tianlong, playing a full account. And then she agreed to be my girlfriend. Heartless killer. Wow, I feel like that girl is unreliable. What do you guys think? Chapter 94 Lao Yong and Fishing Girl went to find a merchant to sell the ingots Lin Fan had just given them. They sold 2,000 ingots for 170,000 RMB, which is about 85 off. After Lao Yong and Fishing Girl left, Lin Fan and the others started discussing in a group. Jun Mo Xiao. Shouldn't we prepare some gifts for Brother Yong and Fishing Girl? Heartless killer. Hee. I'll give them 2 sets of level 7 stones as a gift. Jun Mo Xiao. I'll give them 2 pieces of big 8-star equipment, which I just crafted. Jiang Xiao Dao. Then I'll give them 2 pets, which I just caught, with 2,500 aptitude. Jun Mo Xiao. That pet is good. If you max out double 10s, the aptitude can reach 5,000. Heartless killer. Keep an eye out for good pets being sold. I'll buy 1 directly. Jiang Xiao Dao. The best pet I've had only has 2,500 aptitude. With your status, you should have at least 3,000 bear aptitude to match you. Heartless killer. But no one is selling better pets. As soon as Lin Fan sent that message, he saw someone spamming to sell pets. Chapter 95, however. The customer service representative, Little Peach, did not go help Lin Fan with feedback, but instead talked to her colleague about what Lin Fan had just said. Little Lemon. I just encountered a weirdo. He told me to help him give feedback to the leaders to release a recharge event for divine beasts. He even said he plans to spend tens of billions. Do you think this guy is extremely ridiculous? A person capable of spending tens of billions would not need a personal customer service representative, right? How could he come through the public customer service channel to give feedback? Little Peach said to her colleague, spend tens of billions? Does he think he has heartless boss? Spending tens of billions, he can't even keep his story straight. Little Lemon replied, who is Heartless Boss? Little Peach asked curiously. You don't know who Heartless Boss is? Don't you play Tianlong? Little Lemon exclaimed. Yeah, I've never played games. Little Peach replied. Then why are you working as a game customer service representative if you've never played games? Little Lemon was a bit speechless. I thought this job was very easy and the pay was good, 5,000 a month plus 5 insurances and 1 fund, so I applied. I didn't expect to actually get the job. Little Peach said. Chapter 96, after the operations director returned, he immediately arranged for this matter. Soon after, a server-wide announcement popped up in a game, stating that the game would soon undergo an online update. After the update, a recharge event for Mingdong Jiang who would be launched, divided into the server's Mingdong list and cross-server Mingdong list. For every RMB spent, 1 point of Mingdong value would be gained. 2,000 Mingdong value can be exchanged for the gift of Ceremony Big Gift Package. The gift of Ceremony Big Gift Package contains Earthly Talisman, Low-Level Gem Synthesis Talisman, True Essence Amber, Heavenly Spirit Pill X2, Tiangang Strengthening Essence, Tiangang Strengthening Liquid. 8,000 Mingdong value can be exchanged for the gift of the 4 Cs Big Gift Package. The gift of the 4 Cs Big Gift Package contains Earthly Talisman, High-Level Gem Synthesis Talisman, True Essence Spirit Amber, Purple Gold Dragon Card, Tiangang Strengthening Liquid, Soul Fusion Pill Dragon. 20,000 Mingdong value can be exchanged for the gift of the Aristocratic Clan Big Gift Package. The gift of the Aristocratic Clan Big Gift Package contains Soul Illusion Pill X3, Level 4 Secret Silver, Level 4 Cotton Cloth, Mount, Golden Wing Dragon Beast, 90 days. True Essence Spirit Amber, Divine Soul Liquid. The player ranked first on the server's Mingdong list will receive 1. Super Attached Rare Beast, customized version of 9 Demon Tiger, perfect growth rate of 2,400, top level mutation, basic strength, stamina aptitude of 4,000. 2. Mount, Black Pegasus, permanent use. The top 10 players on the server's Mingdong list will receive 1. Super Attached Rare Beast, customized version of 9 Demon Tiger, perfect growth rate of 2,300, top level mutation, basic strength, stamina aptitude of 3,000. 2. Mount, White Pegasus, permanently usable. Rewards for the player ranked first on the cross-server leaderboard. 1. Super Rare Battle Beast, Supreme Divine Beast, perfect growth rate of 3,000, top level mutation, base all attributes 5,000, with extreme ice kill. 2. 255 Demon, Lord Bloodjades. Rewards for players ranked 2nd to 10th on the cross-server leaderboard. 1. Super Rare Battle Beast, Year Beast, perfect growth rate of 2,600, top level mutation, base all attributes 4,000. 2. 50 Demon Lord Bloodjades. Jiang Xiaodao. Wow. The boss is really amazing. Is this the power of a pay-to-win big shot? Just had to find customer service to provide feedback, and then this famous beast event came out. It's really impressive. Jun Mo Xiao. I'm impressed too. It's that time again for the boss to show his might. Wow. This reward is really impressive if the boss takes first place in the cross-server event. He will have 6 floors. Wow. It's truly impressive. Jiang Xiaodao. Have you noticed a problem? If the boss's main account takes first place, and then he uses 2 alternate accounts to get into the top 10, he can directly have 7 floors. The boss must have about 180 Demon Lore Bloodjades now, right? Ruthless Killer. Yes, I still have 180 Demon Lore Bloodjades here. From the last event. Jiang Xiaodao. Wow, boss. Are you going to have 7 floors? Ruthless Killer. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to spending money. Once this event is over, I will be the only player with 7 floors. This time, the famous Jianghu recharge event also lasts for a week, 7 days. Lin Fan's virtual recharge funds can reach 100 billion easily. With so much money, getting a ranking is a piece of cake. It seems that the customer service department of Tianlong is quite efficient. I just provided feedback half an hour ago, and they solved the issue for me. The speed is really impressive, Lin Fan thought. In fact, this is all due to Lin Fan's financial capability. For pay-to-win big shot like him, even General Zhang has to comply. After all, spending tens or hundreds of billions is not something anyone can refuse. Chapter 97. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan saw an additional icon for famous Jianghu at the top of the game interface. So, Lin Fan immediately clicked to take a look. Let me spend 10 billion to test the waters. I don't believe anyone will compete with me for first place this time, Lin Fan thought. Then, Lin Fan directly started spending money. Lin Fan opened the recharge page and directly spent 10 billion renminbi. This move stunned all players who opened the famous Jianghu page. Instantly, countless announcement horns floated up in the game. Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. Wow, how much fame value is that? I didn't miscount. Is that 10 billion? What the hell? What kind of game is this? 8L. Yes, you're not mistaken. That S indeed 10 billion fame value. Wow. Did this guy get his money from the wind? Young Master Wong. This is too impressive. That S 10 billion fame value. You have to spend 10 billion renminbi to get that. If this isn't a scam, I'm totally convinced. Young Master Haoyan. Are there really such impressive big shots in the country? Young Master Li. There are only a few big shots in the country who can spend 10 billion. Which one is this ruthless killer? Young Master Wong. Haha. Young Master Li, you must be one of them. Young Master Haoyan. Yes, Young Master Li definitely counts as one. Young Master Li, don't flatter me. I don't have the strength to spend 10 billion. I think Young Master Haoyan should have that strength. After all, Young Master Haoyan has a fortune of hundreds of billions and can't afford to spend 10 billion. Young Master Haoyan, you know my wealth is hundreds of billions. That counts houses, cars, and various stocks and real estate. In terms of cash, I can't even get out 1 billion. Young Master Li. Haha. Here comes the question. If even a big shot like Young Master Haoyan with hundreds of billions can't come up with 10 billion in cash, then who is this ruthless big shot? Young Master Wong. Right? Who is this ruthless big shot? Young Master Haoyan. This situation reminds me of a term. I think it's quite similar. Young Master Wong. Oh? What term? Young Master Haoyan. That is official proxy. I don't know if everyone has heard of it. Young Master Li. Official proxy? Now that you mention it. I also think this ruthless big shot is quite like an official proxy. Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. Wow, I can see it now. That guy is definitely an official proxy, damn. That guy is either looking for trouble or on a way to find trouble. ISNT, that exactly what official proxies love to do. 8L, listening to you guys. I also think that guy is an official proxy. That guy is always looking for trouble. Originally, everyone was living peacefully, and he just wants to bring people to attack us. That guy is definitely an official proxy. These guys spamming horns saying Lin Fan is an official proxy made the Tian Court Alliance people unhappy. Jiang Qingzi. Damn, I'm so annoyed with people like you. It's just because your Supreme Alliance is too useless and can't beat our Tian Court Alliance. You say our Tian Court Alliance's boss is an official proxy. I'm really fed up. Jun Mo Xiao. Yes, that group of useless Supreme Alliance can't beat our Tian Court Alliance. So they say our Tian Court Alliance's boss is an official proxy. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there would still be such useless remarks. Jiang Xiaodao. Haha. Useless is useless. Can't beat others and call others proxies? Instantly, both sides entered a verbal battle and started to insult each other. Chapter 98, Supremo laughing at my madness. Haha. What evidence do you have to prove that Ruthless Killer is not an official proxy? Jiang Xiaodao. Then what evidence do you have to prove that our boss is an official proxy? Just because our boss spends a lot doesn't mean he is an official proxy? Jun Mo Xiao. Yes. Just because our boss spends a lot. You say he is an official proxy? Supremo laughing at my madness. His behavior is stimulating consumption. Otherwise, why is he always looking for trouble? Jiang Xiaodao. Haha. Is hitting your Supreme Alliance's idiots looking for trouble? If that is the case, then I'm also looking at your Supreme Alliance people every day to attack. Then I'm also an official proxy? Supremo laughing at my madness. Ha! Who doesn't he know your account is that Ruthless Killer's alternate account? This account is provided by Ruthless Killer's proxy. The purpose is to stimulate consumption with you. Jun Mo Xiao. I'm really convinced our boss just gave us a wave of benefits. We 10 little brothers each received 10 million in gold, which proxy would give people benefits. Supremo laughing at my madness. That is not necessarily true. I see this 10 million gold is just his salary for you, your salary for stimulating consumption together with him. Jun Mo Xiao. I'm really convinced. Supremo laughing at my madness. Let us all go to the official Fox to ask for an explanation. If they can't prove that Ruthless Killer is not an official proxy, then we'll collectively protest. Ruthless Killer. It's really ridiculous. The Supreme Alliance is a bunch of people who can't afford to play. They can't afford to spend money, yet don't let others spend money. Lin Fan looked at those guys spamming the chat and shook his head. Although the money was spent by him, the virtual recharge funds provided by the system were real money, and he had a recharge record. The Fox side also received the money he recharged, and he wasn't tampering with data, so how could they say he was a shill? However, Lin Fan didn't bother arguing with them. No matter what they said, could they really find evidence that he was a shill? Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. You know in your heart if you're a shill. If you were a normal player, we would admit defeat even if we couldn't beat you, and wouldn't bother arguing with you. But you are definitely not a normal player. Relentless assassin. I can't be bothered to argue with you. If you have the ability, come and continue fighting. If you don't, then stop talking. Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. We will collectively ask the Fox official for an explanation. As long as they can prove you're not a shill, we will continue. Otherwise, we would rather quit the game than play with a shill like you. Young Master Wong. Right? If the Fox officials don't give us an explanation, our Supreme Alliance will collectively quit the game. Relentless assassin. Then you should all quit. At least you have a reason to run away. Otherwise, others will say your Supreme Alliance was forced to quit by our Heavenly Alliance. Soon after, several big shots from the Supreme Alliance went to find their private customer service, asking them for an explanation. However, how could their private customer service know whether Lin Fan was a shill? Even if Lin Fan were a shill, that would be confidential information that people at their level couldn't know. So they had no choice but to report the matter of the Supreme Alliance's big shots, collectively seeking an explanation to their customer service department manager. Chapter 99, Boss. Something's wrong. A big problem has occurred. A group of private customer service representatives rushed into the customer service department manager's office, speaking in unison. What are you all panicking about? What exactly is the big problem? The customer service department manager asked. A group of big shots are protesting, saying that the relentless assassin is an official shill, and they want us to provide an explanation. They said if we don't give them an explanation, they will collectively quit the game, the private customer service representative said. What? A group of big shots are collectively protesting, saying that the relentless assassin who spent 5 billion renminbi on the gift event is an official shill, and they want to seek an explanation from us? After hearing his subordinate's words, the customer service department manager was immediately shocked. Yes, it's that relentless assassin. Didn't he just update the well-known recharge event today? That relentless assassin directly spent 10 billion renminbi in one go. So that group of big shots said he must be an official shill and that we need to provide evidence proving he isn't. Otherwise, they will collectively quit the game. The private customer service representative said, "What the hell? Spent 10 billion. That's insane. Not only do they think that guy is an official shill, but even I think he's an official shill. But even if that guy is an official shill, that's not something I can know at my level. Forget it. I'll just report it. Even if that guy is an official shill, it has nothing to do with me," the customer service department manager thought. Chapter 100. Once the official notice was released, laughing at my madness, and others felt even more that Lin Fan was a shill. After all, if Lin Fan wasn't a shill, the Fox Group only needed to show Lin Fan's recharge record, which would directly prove Lin Fan's innocence. However, the Fox Group officials chose to issue an official notice stating that there were no shills at all. But what persuasive power does this official notice have? However, laughing at my madness, and the others no longer made disparaging remarks about Lin Fan in the game. Instead, they began discussing it in the Supreme Alliance group. Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. This official notice clearly favors that relentless assassin. What should we do next? 8L, I plan to quit the game. My body really can't take it anymore, and besides, I can't get in touch with wind chasing wind, so our alliance will probably disband, so it's better to just quit. Supremo laughing at my madness. But if we quit directly, I feel very unwilling. I've already invested so much money. Young Master Wong, I've invested a lot of money too. But what do we do in this situation? That guy is clearly an official shill. If we keep playing, we'll really fall into a pit. Supremo laughing at my madness. So are we all quitting? Heavenly Young Master, let's quit. I've seen through it. If that relentless assassin isn't a shill, then I, Heavenly Young Master, will immediately change my name to Heavenly Son. 8L, huh? That's too much, right? What if that guy really isn't a shill? Are you really going to change your name to Heavenly Son? Heavenly Young Master, yes, I, Heavenly Young Master, keep my word. If that guy really isn't a shill, I'll immediately change my name to Heavenly Son. Supremo laughing at my madness. Then it's settled. Our Supreme Alliance will collectively quit the game. If they don't prove that the relentless assassin isn't a shill, we won't come back. If they prove that guy isn't a shill, then we will come back and continue playing. 8L, good, it's settled. If we don't put some pressure on the Fox, they won't care. Heavenly Young Master, right? I will find some internet trolls to stir this up. If the Fox doesn't provide an explanation, this game will probably go downhill. Young Master Wong, Heavenly Brother is right. I'll also find my friends to help create hype. I know countless internet celebrities. When the Fox's official cover-up of the shill is exposed, it will definitely be known all over the internet. Supremo laughing at my madness. Then it's settled. I don't believe the Fox won't yield like this. Then, the few of them discussed it again and subsequently spammed the chat in the game. Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. The Fox officials' notice has disheartened us from the Supreme Alliance, so we have decided to collectively quit the game. Young Master Wong. The Fox officials' notice has disheartened us from the Supreme Alliance, so we have decided to collectively quit the game. Heavenly Young Master. Soul 15. 8L. Instantly, all the players in the Huaxiao region of the Tianlong International server were stunned. Immediately, people began discussing this official notice. The vast majority believed that Lin Fan must be an official shill. Otherwise, why wouldn't the official release the recharge records? Relentless assassin. Finally found an excuse to run away, right? Are you sure you weren't driven away by our Heavenly Alliance? Supremo laughing at my madness. Let's go. Everyone retreat. Don't play with a shill anymore. After spamming this chat, laughing at my madness directly logged off. Soon after, the big shots of the Supreme Alliance also logged off collectively. Chapter 101. The big shots of the Supreme Alliance logged off, but the other players of the Supreme Alliance did not log off. However, they also did not continue to fight with the Heavenly Alliance, but went to do quests instead. Moreover, they gradually finished their quests, and, after not being able to find a spot to idle, they all logged off after having nothing left to do. After all, without their big boss leading them, they became a bunch of scattered sand. It was absolutely impossible to grab a spot to level up. After the group from the Supreme Alliance left, Lin Fan and his crew also started to feel bored. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao sent a message in Lin Fan's group of little brothers. Jiang Xiaodao, damn, those guys really left. The Supreme Alliance members just withdrew, and none of them are coming out of the safe zone. The excitement is gone all of a sudden. Heartless Killer, yeah, it's pretty boring after they left. Well, we can finally have a good rest tonight. Everyone, take a break, and let us just leave our accounts in the dungeon to gain experience. Jiang Xiaodao, all right. After staying up for more than 10 days straight, I'm a bit unaccustomed to not staying up all night suddenly. Junimo Xiao, you should really get some proper rest. Sleeping only 4 or 5 hours a day is not good for you. Don't suddenly drop dead one day. Chapter 102. At this moment, Xiao Kwang was busy with something. Previously, he was interrupted every time he tried to work, which made him very unhappy. So, after they announced their withdrawal from the game, Xiao Kwang suddenly felt refreshed, and he called over the woman he had been taking care of. Xiao Kwang was also working hard at this moment. After holding back for so long, finally, no one was bothering him. However, just then his phone rang again. Damn, is this some kind of poison? Why does someone always call me when I'm busy? Xiao Kwang cursed. Then he picked up his phone to see who the hell was calling him. When he saw it was Feng Zhongzhui phone calling, Xiao Kuang was instantly stunned. Damn, young Master Qin? Feng Zhongzhui phone? Didn't this guy go missing? Xiao Kuang thought to himself. Then, without caring about continuing his work, he hurriedly answered the phone. Boss Kuang, what is going on? I just logged into the game. Why is there not a single person online in the Alliance? Feng Zhongzhui Feng said. Young Master Qin, what have you been up to these past 2 days? We thought you had run away. Xiao Kuang replied. Boss Kuang, I was in the hospital these past 2 days. That day I was being attacked, and I got so angry that I smashed my phone, but I was still furious. So I punched the monitor and ended up injuring my hand, which is why I went to the hospital, Feng Zhongzhui Feng explained. Damn, you're really something. Smashing the monitor with a punch, Xiao Kuang said in surprise. Boss, you still haven't told me what happened. Did you really withdraw from the game? Feng Zhongzhui Feng continued to ask. It's impossible to withdraw from the game. We need to apply pressure on the Fox official team. In the end, they will have to give in, Xiao Kuang said. Apply pressure? How do we apply pressure? Feng Zhongzhui Feng asked. We'll each use our channels to hype up the news that the Tianlong International Server has a single player who spent 10 billion in a single purchase. The goal is to make it known all over the internet. Then, the Fox official team will have to give us an explanation, Xiao Kuang said. That is a good idea. I know a lot of internet celebrities. I'll let them help share it, Feng Zhongzhui Feng said. All right, that is settled. I have things to do. I'll hang up now, Xiao Kuang said and then hung up the phone. Huh, boss, aren't we going to continue fighting? At this moment, the woman with Xiao Kuang said somewhat unhappily. Continue? Damn it. I can't take it anymore. How can we continue fighting? Xiao Kuang cursed. Damn. This is so frustrating. Those guys are toxic. Why do they always call it this time? Xiao Kuang swore. Boss, what should we do? The woman asked. Get out. Hurry up and get out. I'll give you an extra 100,000. Just don't go around saying anything, got it? Xiao Kuang yelled. I promise I won't say anything about boss not being able to perform, the woman said. Damn it. Just shut up and get out of here. Xiao Kuang's face turned dark. Then, the woman took the money and hurriedly left Xiao Kuang's villa. Chapter 103. Xiao Kuang was in a very bad mood at this moment. He had been continuously interrupted while trying to work, and now he really couldn't perform. Damn, am I really that useless? Xiao Kuang thought to himself. He was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. His body just wouldn't cooperate. No matter what. At that moment, Xiao Kuang suddenly remembered that he had seen someone recommend an old Chinese medicine doctor in his social circle before. That old doctor was very impressive, even curing congenital issues. Xiao Kuang thought that a situation would definitely be much easier to treat than congenital issues. So, he immediately started looking through his social media. After searching for over half an hour, Xiao Kuang finally found the contact information for that old doctor. He added the old doctor's contact immediately. However, probably because it was too late, the old doctor did not accept his friend request. After all, it was already past 1 in the morning. At this hour, very few people were still awake. However, Xiao Kuang couldn't sleep at all at this moment. After all, his brother couldn't perform, and this was a big deal. If it wasn't resolved, he would definitely be restless. Chapter 104. Xiao Kuang waited until after 10 o'clock, and finally, the old doctor accepted his friend request. Professional treatment for congenital issues. Are you here for treatment? Xiao Kuang. You are Wang Lao, right? Professional treatment for congenital issues. My name is Wang Yangshua, but people do call me Wang Lao. So what is your situation? Is it congenital or acquired? Xiao Kuang. It's acquired. Professional treatment for congenital issues. Acquired is even easier to treat. Come to my clinic, and I'll prescribe some kidney tonifying herbal medicine for you. You'll be fine after a few months. Xiao Kuang. Actually, I'm not suffering from kidney deficiency. Taking tonics might not work for me. Professional treatment for congenital issues. Oh, so how did you end up like this? Xiao Kuang. I keep getting interrupted when I'm trying to work. Can this situation be treated? Professional treatment for congenital issues. Damn, your situation is the most troublesome. Your body is perfectly fine. It's all psychological, which makes it difficult to handle. Xiao Kuang, huh? So you mean my situation can't be treated? Professional treatment for congenital issues. If it were caused by something else, my unique ancestral secret recipe could fix you. But since it's psychological, medication won't help. You should see a psychologist. They're the most professional in this area. At this moment, Xiao Kuang was completely stunned. Originally, I thought that old Wang could cure himself. But unexpectedly, even old Wang, who specializes in treating Yang Wei, couldn't do anything about my situation. I asked old Wang, Can my condition still be treated? Professional treatment, Yang Wei replied. I don't know either. This is a psychological issue. Whether it can be cured depends entirely on you. You should find a more capable psychologist to try. I said, okay. Thank you, old Wang. Professional treatment, Yang Wei added. No problem, by the way. Please settle the consultation fee. It's a total of 1,000 yuan. I was taken aback. Professional treatment, Yang Wei asked. What's wrong? Did you think this was a free consultation? I replied, fine, it's just 1,000 yuan. It's a small matter. Then, I transferred 1,000 yuan to old Wang. Damn it, this was useless. And he still charged me 1,000 yuan. This old man is really heartless, I thought angrily. At that moment, I was also thinking about where to find a better psychologist. However, just then, that person from the flower garden sent me a message. Did old Wang add you? I replied, yes, but he couldn't help my friend's illness. What? There's something, Yang Wei, that old Wang can't cure? Then your friend is hopeless. If old Wang can't cure it, there probably isn't anyone in the world who can. I said. Old Wang said my friend has a psychological problem and needs to see a psychologist. By the way, do you know any good psychologists? The more capable, the better. He responded, psychologists? I don't know any. You should ask someone else. I said, all right, thanks, brother. I was almost in despair. Damn it, it's all those idiots' fault. They always come to me when I need to get things done. If this can't be cured, I swear I'm going to beat them up, I thought to myself. At this point, I had no choice but to send my subordinates to help me find a capable psychologist. However, really capable psychologists are not easy to find, and I felt that I might really not be able to get better. Chapter 105. Suddenly, countless messages popped up online about the Fox Group's operation, claiming that Tianlong International had a single transaction of 100 billion RMB. Additionally, numerous internet celebrities and stars shared this news. Instantly, the news about Tianlong International's 100 billion RMB transaction shot to the top of the trending searches. Meanwhile, this morning, Wang Pikue had just released a new song, and he had asked many friends to help him share it, hoping to reach the top of the trending list in his lifetime. Everything was going smoothly, and by 10 o'clock, the news about Wang Pikue's new song had already climbed to second place on the trending list. But just then, a message suddenly appeared, rapidly climbing the ranks. By not even 10:30, it shot straight to the top of the trending list, completely overshadowing Wang Pikue's new song announcement. Damn it, am I never going to make it to the top of the trending list? Wang Pikue was shocked to see his new song announcement being completely suppressed. He hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. Tianlong International's 100 billion RMB transaction? What the hell is this? Wang Pikue was curious about who had taken his top spot on the trending list. So, he clicked on the message. Damn it, someone recharged 180 billion RMB in a game? How is that even possible? Even the world's richest person couldn't recharge 180 billion RMB in a game. Could they? This is too ridiculous, not professional at all. No wonder it made it to the top of the trending list. I'm not losing unfairly, Wang Pikue thought to himself. At the same time, even some official media outlets got involved. Huaxia Gaming News. A certain game is behaving too poorly, sending internal personnel to inflate the ranking during recharge events. The most outrageous thing is that it even claimed a single recharge of 100 billion RMB. Huaxia Business News. A certain company openly violates regulations, and there are official accounts in their games. We hope the relevant departments will intervene and order rectification. At this moment, at the Fox headquarters, Zhang, something bad has happened. The director of the public relations department rushed into Zhang's office, shouting, "What is going on?" Zhang remained calm. A whole bunch of people online are saying that the Heartless Killer is our official account, and it's now at the top of the trending list. Even some official media are involved. The PR director said, Actually, I expected this. When I had them do that yesterday, I predicted it would turn out like this. There is definitely someone behind the scenes manipulating this. Our Fox stock should be starting to drop, right? Zhang smiled. Yes. Our Fox stock is about to hit the limit down, the PR director replied. About to hit the limit down? That's good, that's good. Zhang nodded. What the hell? Is Zhang going crazy? The stock drops, and the company's market value directly decreases by over 100 billion, and he is still nodding approvingly? The PR director thought. At this point, the PR director began to doubt whether Zhang could handle the pressure and had gone mad. I know best whether that Heartless Killer is an official account or not. Since he is not an official account, what are we afraid of? Zhang said lightly. So what should we do now? Continue to issue official statements? The PR director asked. Don't worry about anything. We'll talk about everything tomorrow, Zhang replied indifferently. But the online public opinion is very unfavorable for our Fox Group. If we don't handle it, The stock will definitely continue to drop, the PR director said. It's fine. The impact is not significant. Let it continue to drop. Zhang took a sip of tea and continued. All right, you can go back to what you were doing. You don't need to worry about this matter, Zhang said. Okay. The PR director nodded helplessly and then left Zhang's office. Chapter 106, let it drop, continue to drop. It would be best if it hit the limit down. It's time to buy back some stocks, Zhang thought. In fact, all of this was within Zhang's expectations. He did this to make Fox's stock plummet. At that point, countless people would sell off Fox Group stocks, allowing him to buy back the stocks at a low price. Zhang was very clear that the Heartless Killer was definitely not an official account. When the time comes, as long as he presents evidence that the Heartless Killer is not an official account, everything will fall apart, and Fox Group stock will rise back up immediately. Zhang also knew that there must be someone behind the scenes pushing this, and that person's goal was certainly Fox Group stock. However, Zhang felt that this person would definitely lose a lot of money. In fact, this person behind the scenes was young Master Hao Ian, and his goal was to short Fox Group stock, because he had already anticipated that the stocks of the Fox Group would definitely plummet. Yesterday, Mr. Hao Ian borrowed Fox Group stocks worth $5 billion from the securities company and sold them directly. Chapter 107. Director, how did you come? Xiao Taozi looked at the director and said, Director of the Customer Service Department, Mr. Zhang asked me to send his personal contact information to that ruthless boss. The ruthless boss is still waiting here. As Xiao Taozi spoke, she opened the chat window with Lin Fan. Tianlong Customer Service, Xiao Taozi. Hello. I am the Director of the Customer Service Department of Fox Group. Our Mr. Zhang asked me to send you his personal WeChat. Please add him. Hula Zhangzong. This is our Mr. Zhang's personal WeChat ID. Ruthless Killer. Okay, there's nothing more for you to do. I'll talk to Mr. Zhang myself. Then, Lin Fan closed the chat window, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and added Mr. Zhang's personal WeChat. Fox Zhang. Hello? You must be the ruthless boss. Ruthless Killer. I'm in a bad mood right now. What does your Fox official mean? Fox Zhang. There are behind-the-scenes forces pushing this, and the goal is to short our Fox Group stocks, so I decided to play along and let Fox stocks experience a significant drop. Ruthless Killer. What benefits does this bring to your Fox Group? Chapter 108. Lin Fan's operation directly blew up all Tianlong players. Of course, the people from the Heavenly Court Alliance still believe that their boss couldn't be a plant. After all, if he were a plant, how could he give them benefits? However, others were different. Powerful big shots were spamming their horns, cursing the Fox official for going crazy, and continuously cursing the dog plants. Young Masterly, damn. This dog plant is ridiculous. He actually spent another $100 billion in one go. Damn it, this is truly a dog plant, directly tampering with the data. It's too outrageous. Even if the world's richest person came, he wouldn't spend over 200 billion RMB on a game, right? Long Yu Wabadeo. Yeah, I've been playing games for over 10 years. And this is the first time I've seen such an outrageous plant. Damn, that's 200 billion RMB, not 200 billion ghost coins. Who the hell would spend 200 billion RMB on a game? Xiao Aojin Fengchun. Right, this is definitely a dog plant. The higher-ups of the Fox Group must not be very smart either. They actually found such a fool. The data tampering is so outrageous. It's 200 billion RMB, not 200 billion ghost coins. Which big shot in the country could take out 200 billion RMB in cash, let alone to spend on a game? Chapter 109. After Lin Fan spent 100 billion, he didn't even look back and left the room. After all, it was already 12 o'clock, and he was very hungry. He had been sleeping all morning and hadn't even eaten breakfast, so he was quite hungry at this point. Old Su was also very reliable. He knew Lin Fan hadn't eaten breakfast and would definitely be very hungry, so he prepared lunch in advance. When Lin Fan went out, Old Su had already finished making lunch. Boss, the food is ready, come eat. Old Su hurriedly said when he saw Lin Fan. Old Su, you made lunch earlier than usual today. Lin Fan said. Boss, you didn't have breakfast, right? I was afraid you would be hungry when you woke up, so I made lunch early. Old Su replied. Ha, not bad. Lin Fan smiled and said. Then Lin Fan started eating. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan did nothing and returned to his bedroom, ready to take people to fight and earn some virtual recharge funds. After all, after spending 200 billion, Lin Fan's virtual recharge funds were already depleted. If he didn't hurry to make money, it would be troublesome when he needed virtual recharge funds in the future. Chapter 110. What? Hundreds of thousands of players united to propose that we lift the number limit on alliance gangs, and they want to ally to fight the ruthless boss. Mr. Zhang was also shocked when he heard this news. It seemed he had played a big game. directly turning the ruthless boss into the public enemy of the entire server. Subsequently, Mr. Zhang informed Lin Fan of this news and asked Lin Fan what he thought. Ruthless killer, lifting the limit on alliance gangs? That's a good proposal. Let's do it without any restrictions so that those hundreds of thousands can ally. Fox Zhang, but they're allying to fight you. No matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly beat hundreds of thousands of players, right? Ruthless killer, it's fine. This is more exciting. You ask me why I spent so much money? Isn't it just to have fun? The more enemies, the better. The more enemies I have, the more fun I have killing them. Fox Zhang, if it weren't for the fact that I know you're not an official plan of ours, I would think your behavior makes you look like one. Ruthless killer. Then how about giving me a chance and refunding the 280 billion renminbi I spent? Wouldn't he be a plant? Chapter 111. Subsequently, Mr. Zhang went directly to the Tianlong technical department and instructed them to immediately modify the Tianlong gang alliance system to lift the limit on the number of alliance gangs. Changing this thing is very simple. It was completed in less than 10 minutes. Then, they proceeded with an online update. After the update, the number of alliance gangs in the Tianlong international server had no restrictions at all. Young Masterly, Dogplant, did you see that? This is the power of numbers. We protested as hundreds of thousands, and the Fox officials compromised. Now, they've lifted the limit on alliance gangs, so you people in the Heavenly Court Alliance, just wait to die. This guy thought the Fox officials lifted the limit on alliance gangs because of their collective protest. Little did he know that it was only after Lin Fan agreed that Mr. Zhang arranged it. Otherwise, as long as Lin Fan disagreed, no matter how many people protested, it would be useless. After all, the money they spent collectively didn't even match what Lin Fan spent alone. So, does Mr. Zhang not know the priorities? Immediately, all the peripheral players resisting the Dogplant Alliance joined the resistance. Instantly, the number of gangs in the Resistance Dogplant Alliance soared to over 5,000. With one gang having 1,000 people, the total number of players in the Resistance Dogplant Alliance actually exceeded 500,000. On the other side, Lin Fan's Heavenly Court Alliance also organized several thousand players, waiting in Mirror Lake. At this moment, the Heavenly Court Alliance's channel was also very lively. Jiangqingzi Dam. The other side actually gathered over 500,000 players. This is going to be tough to fight. Royal Johua Tian Ci. It's fine. Out of those 500,000 players, probably 490,000 are empty accounts. We could stand there and let them hit us, and they wouldn't be able to move us. The other 10 or so thousand players, at least over 90,000, are below level 5, which are basically useless. The level 6 and above accounts might not even reach 5,000. The ruthless killer. Didn't that young master from the Leaf family spend over 1 billion last time? He probably has quite a few maxed out accounts. Jiang Xiaodao. I've never been afraid of fighting. Killing one is breaking even, and killing two is a profit. The ruthless killer. I know, you're the most proactive when it comes to fighting. After this big battle, I'll give everyone some benefits. Jiang Xiaodao. Boss is awesome. Boss is 666. The ruthless killer. Brothers, keep it up. From now on, all the supplies for the Heavenly Court Alliance will be covered by me. Damn it, I have too many ingots and nowhere to spend them. Royal Clan Ke Tian Ci. Brother Ruthless is awesome. Jiang Qingzi. Haha, from now on, brothers can fight freely. Just use whatever potions and status items you need. Don't save that little bit of money. Previously, the members of the Heavenly Court Alliance were responsible for their own supplies, and after a big battle, many of them would incur significant losses. Fortunately, Lin Fan liked to distribute red envelopes, and they were all large amounts, so the ordinary members of the Heavenly Court Alliance could hold on until now. But now it's better. Lin Fan suddenly thought of this issue, so he decided to cover all the supplies himself. After all, he had so many ingots that he couldn't spend them all, and this little bit of expense was nothing to him. The people of the Heavenly Court Alliance were all brothers who followed Lin Fan through thick and thin, and even now, facing the 5 million troops of the Anti-Dog Alliance. Not a single one was scared away, except for a few who couldn't make it due to real-life matters. All the online players of the Heavenly Court Alliance were gathered in Mirror Lake. Heavenly Court Alliance with over 8,000 people versus Anti-Dog Alliance with 5 million. Chapter 112. Just then, Lin Fan privately messaged Tian Ci. Lin Fan now had so many ingots that he couldn't spend them, so he was planning to create more maxed-out accounts. Although he had already filled his quota for money-making accounts, that didn't mean he couldn't create more accounts. It just meant that those beyond the quota couldn't participate in money-making, but they could still join the battle like other players. The Ruthless Killer, Brother Tion Ci. I still have 20,000 billion ingots here, enough to create 10,000 maxed out accounts. I want to create more, but there aren't enough people to play with so many accounts. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. Our royal clan has quite a few people, but not that many reliable ones. To level up accounts of this caliber, we definitely need to sign contracts with formal members, and we only have about 2,000 formal members in our royal clan. The Ruthless Killer. Then you can increase your investment and recruit more formal members. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. Formal members all need salaries. Each one gets 2,000 RMB a month. If we recruit too many, paying salaries will be tough. The Ruthless Killer. That's true. If we recruit 10,000 formal members, we'll need to pay out 20 million renminbi in salaries each month, which is really hard to achieve profitably. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. Yeah, we just started doing live streaming, and many streamers haven't turned a profit yet, so funding is indeed a bit tight. The Ruthless Killer. Should I increase my investment? Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. But I don't have money to invest further. If that's the case, I do need to reduce my shares and increase yours. The Ruthless Killer. How about it? Still reluctant to give me control of the Royal Clan? Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. Well, the Royal Clan is my hard work, so. The Ruthless Killer. Alright then. I won't take advantage of you. Let's talk about recruiting people later. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. It won't take long. Our clan streamers will start turning a profit soon, and then there will be money to recruit people. The Ruthless Killer. True, in terms of dragon streaming. The Royal Clan is the big boss. Out of 10 major dragon streamers, 9 are from the Royal Clan. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. I think that Wu Kai kid has a lot of potential. Given the chance, he could definitely become the top streamer. The Ruthless Killer. Wu Kai can indeed do it. As long as he doesn't mess around, he will surely become the top streamer. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. Oh, you think so too, Brother Ruthless? The Ruthless Killer. Yes, I've watched Wu Kai streams. The streaming effect is undeniable, even better than many super big streamers. He just lacks an opportunity. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. Exactly, he just needs an opportunity, but such opportunities don't come easily. The Ruthless Killer. Opportunities do exist. I heard that Dragon is about to launch an official streaming platform called Tianxiuge. I think the Royal Clan can send a batch of streamers to settle in Tianxiuge. Royal Clan Koa Tion Ci. Tianxiuge? But can it really become popular? The Ruthless Killer. Absolutely. Tianxiuge is directly embedded in the Dragon client. You can click the Tianxiuge icon in the game to open it and watch streams directly, and you can also use ingots from Dragon to reward streamers. With several 100 million players in Dragon, Tianxiuge will definitely become a hit. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly had a thought. His Heavenly Court clan should also venture into the streaming industry. His accounts could generate unlimited ingots, and he could use those ingots to reward his own streamers, boosting their popularity. In this way, he would surely make money. Plus, he could have people play his small accounts, and when the time comes, he could hire tens of thousands of game streamers, and he could directly reward them with their salaries. By spending extra money to give them a boost, Lin Fan believed those streamers would definitely be willing. Typically, new streamers hired would have a guaranteed salary of 2,000, with gift earnings split 50-50 with the clan. When the time comes, Lin Fan could spend 10,000 RMB a month on gifts for his own streamers, directly solving the salary issue. Chapter 113. Soon, the 5 million players from the Anti-Dog Alliance surged into Mirror Lake. Fortunately, the servers for the Dragon International version are powerful, otherwise it would have crashed. Moreover, players in the Dragon International version can pass through each other, so there is no issue of crowding. Otherwise, they would be so packed that they wouldn't be able to move. However, the more people on the other side, the more excited Lin Fan became. Just as he ran out of his virtual recharge funds, the more people there were, the faster he could make money. After all, the other side mostly consisted of empty accounts that were easy to kill. After the members of the Anti-Dog Alliance flooded into Mirror Lake, the battle began. Lin Fan's account was already invincible. The tactic of overwhelming numbers no longer worked against him. No matter how many people there were on the other side, even if Lin Fan stood still, they couldn't kill him. The only ones who posed a slight threat were the 1,000 maxed-out accounts from the young master of the Leaf family. But Lin Fan had a large group of maxed-out healers behind him. Lin Fan was surrounded by a crowd, and countless skills rained down on him. Yet he simply couldn't die. At this moment, The members of the Anti-Dog Alliance were almost going crazy. They brought 5 million people, yet they couldn't kill that dog from the ruthless killer. How could they not be furious? At this moment, in the Alliance channel resisting the Dog Trust Alliance, the eldest son of the Leaf family was commanding their Alliance members to focus fire on Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's attributes made it ineffective even when focused. Even if someone could hit Lin Fan, the damage dealt was negligible and couldn't inflict significant harm on him. Apart from a few individuals, the other millions of players couldn't hit Lin Fan at all. If they couldn't even hit the opponent, how could they fight? Therefore, Lin Fan was feeling extremely pleased, casually clicking around and getting instant kills, especially with his area attack skills. One area attack skill would wipe out a large number of enemies. Half an hour later, Lin Fan had already killed over 3,000 people, averaging 2 kills per second. This is so satisfying. Luckily, Old John agreed to those guys' request and lifted the Alliance limit. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't have sent so many people. Now, at the current rate of money farming, this single account could generate several 100 million virtual recharge funds in just one day, and with my 500 alt accounts farming together, this is going to be incredible. By the end of the day, I could accumulate thousands of billions in virtual recharge funds. Lin Fan thought excitedly to himself. However, aside from Lin Fan, the other members of the Heavenly Court Alliance were not having it easy. Even Lin Fan's 500 fully leveled alt accounts couldn't last more than a few seconds in this situation. However, this didn't have much impact. They just needed to throw a wave of skills into the crowd, and one set of skills could at least kill dozens of people. Those empty accounts with nothing could never withstand the attacks of fully leveled accounts. One area attack skill could easily wipe out a large group. Consequently, the virtual recharge fund balance in Lin Fan's account was skyrocketing, reaching over 8 billion in just half an hour. This money was just a number for Lin Fan, but for others, it was real RMB. The speed of earning money was so fast that even the world's richest person would have to step aside. Chapter 114 Jiang Xiaodao. The boss is really amazing. He can't die even in the crowd, while I've already died 7 or 8 times. Rinjian, in a brawl. You still need a monk. I've only died once after fighting for so long. Jiang Xiaodao. But monks have low damage and can't kill anyone. Rinjian, who says monks can't kill? I've killed several hundred already. Jiang Xiaodao. That's because the opponent is mostly filled with empty accounts. How could they withstand your fully leveled Shaolin? Rinjian. True. Monks can't kill accounts of the same level. They can only look for a sense of presence by hitting low-level accounts. Jun Ma Xiao. The enemy's C tactics are quite impressive, but they have no effect on the boss at all. Jiang Xiaodao. Who is the boss? That's a super big shot who has spent several 100 billion. How could this bunch of trash possibly kill him? Jun Ma Xiao. True. The boss has spent so much money. If he could still die so easily, that would be unreasonable. Jiang Xiaodao. The boss is wearing 5 layers of building gear. Who could possibly kill him? Jun Ma Xiao. Yeah. The attributes from 5 layers of building gear are much more than a full set of 9 level stones. Ruthless killer. I estimate that once this event ends, my account could take on the entire server. Jun Ma Xiao. Indeed, half a month after the opening, directly 7 layers, aside from the boss. Who else could achieve that? Jiang Xiaodao. I'm so envious. 7 layers are just too impressive. Jun Ma Xiao. Yeah, who wouldn't envy 7 layers? That's something worth hundreds of billions in RMB. No one else can get that. Ruthless killer. Everyone, don't rush. Once I get my 7 layers, if there's another pay-to-win event for building layers, I'll get it. And then I'll equip your accounts with building gear. Jiang Xiaodao. Wow, boss, are you serious? Equipping the alt accounts with building gear? Jun Ma Xiao. Wow, pay-to-win big shot. Terrifying indeed. Ruthless killer. Yes, once I have full building layers, as long as there's another pay-to-win event for building layers. I'll grab it for your accounts and rotate through starting with the first little brother until everyone is equipped with layers. Jun Ma Xiao. This pay-to-win event for building layers probably won't come out that frequently. Maybe just a few times a year. Jiang Xiaodao. Yeah. When I played the classic version of Tianlong, it was like that. It only came out a few times a year for pay-to-win events for building layers. Ruthless killer. There will definitely be a wave during National Day and another wave during the New Year. By then, I'll take the top 10 all at once, so I can quickly get my little accounts equipped with building gear. Jun Ma Xiao. The boss is still impressive. Spending money is as easy as drinking water, making me almost think the boss is a government plant. Jiang Xiaodao. Yeah, all the pay-to-win big shots combined can't match the boss's spending power alone. And so, Lin Fan continued to chat with them while killing continuing until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, Lin Fan was also hungry. After all, killing was physically demanding, and continuously casting skills was tiring. So, Lin Fan decided to eat first and let his account go idle. After all, the opposing players couldn't kill him, and he just needed to let the healer keep an eye on his health. Ruthless killer, I'm a bit hungry. I'm going to eat first. Everyone can take turns to eat. Just let your accounts go idle. Jiang Xiaodao, boss, you go first. I'll keep an eye on you. Royal family for boss, I'll heal you. Royal family for boss, I'll heal you too. Royal family, boss, we'll all heal you together. You definitely won't die. Ruthless killer. All right, thanks everyone. I'm going to eat now. Then, Lin Fan directly went idle to eat. While eating, Lin Fan also checked the balance on his card. He was shocked when he saw it. At this point, the virtual recharge fund balance on Lin Fan's card had exceeded 100 billion. In just half a day, he had managed to farm 100 billion. This rate of earning money was truly terrifying. Chapter 115. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's system was ready for an upgrade. Lin Fan was quite looking forward to what new features would be updated after this system upgrade. So, Lin Fan immediately clicked to upgrade. Ding! The system has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Lin Fan silently thought. Ding! System notification. Upgrade successful. The current system level is 6. And the next upgrade condition is to accumulate 1 trillion in virtual recharge funds. System notification. The current number of money farming alt accounts that can be created is 100. Daily tasks updated. Spending 1 million in virtual recharge funds daily can earn 1 million renminbi. System notification. 1 additional game for money farming can be bound. Is that it? No wonder this system is so trashy. After seeing the features added in the system upgrade, Lin Fan immediately shook his head. I have to say, this system truly deserves to be called the worst kind of system. Even after reaching level 6, it's still not very useful. Lin Fan felt that he would probably have to live his whole life as an ordinary person. Other people's systems, no matter how inadequate, would at least provide the host with some kind of physical enhancement, but his garbage system doesn't even have that basic feature. Chapter 116. Lin Fan and the others parked their car in front of the Menglong Agency. At this moment, the staff of the Menglong Agency also saw Lin Fan and his companion. Seeing that one was driving a Mercedes and the other a supercar, the employee immediately knew that they were important figures and rushed out to welcome them. The Menglong Agency had a very broad range of operations, including housing rental, second-hand house and car transactions, job introductions, and housekeeping services. However, the owner of this agency used to be involved in the underworld, so he had a bad habit of trying to pursue beautiful women. In fact, old Su's daughter was targeted by the owner, Brother Long, simply because she was too pretty, which was why he made excuses to keep her from leaving. Old Su's daughter, named Su Shuer, was very beautiful, with a minimum score of 95 in looks. Brother Long also knew that Su Shuer was not a local. She was brought over by a subordinate from Sichuan province to work. He learned from his subordinate that Su Shuer came from a poor rural family, which was why she chose to work in Kunshan City through their agency. Therefore, Brother Long thought that with his conditions, as long as he beckoned, this girl would surely climb into his bed obediently. However, what Brother Long did not expect was that although Su Shuer was poor, she had a lot of self-respect. When he offered her 1 million a year to take care of her, she directly rejected him. In fact, at Su Shuer's age, she was still very innocent. She believed that love was sacred, and as long as two people truly loved each other, money didn't matter. Therefore, for someone like her, throwing money at her would have no effect. The more he did this, the more disgusted she felt. Thus, Brother Long was disappointed. However, since Brother Long had a background in the underworld, if soft methods didn't work, he planned to use hard ones. Of course, this did not mean he would force himself on her, but rather he would resort to coercion and temptation. So, under the pretense of their 2-month contract, he refused to let Su Shuer go. If she insisted on leaving, she would have to pay a penalty of 100,000 yuan. Brother Long stated that their agency had signed a contract with the company, and if she left, their agency would breach the contract and have to compensate the company 100,000 yuan, which would have to come from Su Shuer. Su Shuer, inexperienced in the world, really thought she was the one breaching the contract, so she didn't know what to do. She had to turn to her father, old Su, for help. Hello, may I ask what you need? Our Menglong Agency is the largest agency in Kunshan City. Whatever service you need, we have it here. At this moment, a man in a black suit approached and said, I'm Su Schwerer's father, and I'm here to find my daughter." Just then, old Su hurriedly said. Upon hearing that it was Su Schwerer's father, the agency staff were immediately taken aback. After all, their boss was very interested in Su Schwerer, and now her family had come to the door. They didn't know what their boss would do. If their boss intended to force the issue, there would likely be a bloody conflict here. However, he also thought that these two men were not simple, and perhaps their boss wouldn't dare to provoke them. "Please come in. I'll go find our boss." So the agency staff led old Su and Lin Fan inside. "Please wait a moment. I'll call our boss." After saying that, the male staff member ran upstairs to call their boss. Chapter 117. After the person left, old Su quickly called his daughter. "Schwer, Dad has arrived at the agency. Where are you?" "Dad, I'm in the dormitory arranged by the agency, just upstairs." "I'll come down right away," Su Schwerer replied. After that, Su Schwerer didn't hang up the phone and rushed out of the dormitory, running down the stairs. Soon, Su Schwerer arrived at the lobby on the first floor. "Dad, I want to go home." Su Schwerer looked at old Su, her voice trembling. "Don't be afraid. Dad will take you home." Old Su comforted her. "Dad, who is this big brother?" At that moment, Su Schwerer noticed Lin Fan next to old Su and curiously asked, "This is my boss. I asked for leave, and he heard about your situation, so he came with me. Dad thought that since I have no ability, bringing my boss along could help solve your problem better," old Su explained. "Hello. Thank you for your trouble," Su Schwerer said to Lin Fan. As soon as Lin Fan saw Su Schwerer, he guessed what was going on. He had to admit that Su Schwerer was incredibly beautiful. It was clear that the boss of this black agency had taken a liking to her, which was why he wouldn't let her leave. Chapter 118. Thank you, boss. As soon as they walked out the door, old Su expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. You're amazing," with just one word. "You scared that guy to his knees," Su Schwerer said with admiration. "Haha, that's because that guy was guilty and afraid I would deal with him. So he knelt down," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "That's also because you're impressive, boss. If I had said that guy would probably have attacked me directly," old Su said. "All right, let us head back." "Schwer, do you want to go home now, or come back with us first?" Lin Fan asked. "I'll come back with you first," Su Schwerer said. "Okay, it's already night. It's not safe for you to be out alone, so it's better to come back with us." Lin Fan nodded. "Also, Schwer, you can play here for a few days. Jiangnan is a great place for tourism. You haven't had the chance to enjoy it, so you can play for a few more days before going back," old Su added. "Dad, going out to play costs too much money. I'll just buy a ticket back tomorrow." Su Schwerer shook her head. "Money is a small problem. We can go out and have fun for a few days together." "Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses," Lin Fan said. Isn't that inappropriate?" old Su asked. "It's fine. Think of it as employee benefits," Lin Fan shook his head. "Thank you, big brother." Su Schwerer expressed her gratitude. "Haha, it's just a small matter. All right, let us go. By the way, Schwer, which car do you want to sit in?" Lin Fan inquired. At that moment, Su Schwerer looked at Lin Fan's supercar with longing in her eyes, then glanced at the Mercedes driven by her father and said, "I'll just sit in the same car as my dad." "Haha, don't you want to go for a ride?" Lin Fan said with a smile. "Schwer, if you want to sit in the boss's sports car, then go ahead and sit with the boss." Old Su noticed that his daughter definitely wanted a ride in the supercar and suggested, "Is that okay?" Su Schwerer looked at old Su and asked. "Sure, the boss is a good person." Old Su nodded and said, "All right, I want to sit in the big brother sports car," Su Schwerer said. Then, Su Schwerer sat in the passenger seat next to Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan got this car, no one had ever sat in the passenger seat. "Schwer, you better hold on tight. I'm going to start it," Lin Fan said, and then he started his Lamborghini Veneno. Suddenly, the roar echoed through the sky, scaring Brother Long in the hall to kneel down. Damn it, it turns out that beautiful women are the exclusive property of big shots. A small fry like me doesn't deserve to have beautiful women, Brother Long thought to himself as he watched Lin Fan's car disappear into the distance. "Boss, that big shot has left. Please get up." At that moment, one of Brother Long's subordinates hurried over, grabbing Brother Long's hand, trying to help him up. "Today, no one is allowed to say anything about what happened. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Brother Long stood up and glared at his employees. "Boss, we will definitely not say anything." At this moment, Brother Long's little brothers wanted to laugh, but tried hard to hold it in. "Remember what I said, otherwise, be careful how you die." Brother Long threatened everyone again before heading upstairs. Chapter 119. Around 10 o'clock at night, Lin Fan and the others finally returned home. Lin Fan drove the car into the gate and parked in the yard. Wow, Big Brother's house is actually a courtyard. I've only seen courtyards on TV. Sue Schwetter said in surprise as she looked at the courtyard. It's just a shell. It's empty inside. There's nothing, right? We still need to go buy you blankets and other daily necessities. I have nothing here, Lin Fan said. I'll take Schwerer to buy them. Boss, you should rest early. Old Sue said. All right, Schwerer, feel free to choose a room to stay in. There are beds in all these rooms. Lin Fan nodded and said. Okay, thank you. Big brother. Sue Schwetter said. No problem. Get to bed early. Tomorrow I'll take you out to have fun, Lin Fan said. Okay. Sue Schwerer nodded. Then, Lin Fan returned to his bedroom. Back in his bedroom, Lin Fan hurried to his computer desk. I've been idling for so long, my account is probably dead. Lin Fan thought to himself. However, at that moment, Lin Fan discovered that his account was still alive, still idling in Mirror Lake, still automatically casting skills. Damn, this is really impressive. I've been idling for a few hours, and no one could kill me. That's just too impressive. At this point, Lin Fan also noticed that the game was very lively, with countless people spamming the chat. Lee Family Young Master. That dog account is really powerful. Even when he's idling, we can't kill him. I seriously suspect that Fox directly modified his account data. Jiang Xiaodao. Hee, if you're bad at the game, don't blame others. If you can't handle it, don't play and embarrass yourself here. Jun Mo Xiao. Right, and there are 5 million people, yet we can't beat a few thousand from the Heavenly Alliance. What a bunch of useless people. Long Ubadeo. Hee, that guy's been idling there. And even with 5 million of us, we can't kill him. Isn't this modifying data? Former Alliance, little shrimp. Yes, that guy definitely modified data. I hit him with my full level 7 account, and he dodged every hit. Zi Xuan Long. If the Fox official doesn't give us an explanation, we won't rest until we get one. Lee Family Young Master. Sigh. We were too foolish to think we could fight against the dog account. They just modified the data. And no matter how many people we have, it doesn't team matter. Forget it. Let us withdraw. Playing against the dog account is just stupid. Jiang Xiaodao. Hee. If you're going to run, do it quickly. Don't make excuses. Lee Family Young Master. I, Lee Family Young Master, declare that I will lead all players of the Tang Empire to quit the game. If Fox doesn't give us an explanation, we absolutely won't continue playing Tianlong. Xiao Ao Feng Chun. Our Xiao Ao family is also quitting. Damn it, this dog account is really too much. It has killed me dozens of times while idling. Long Yu Badeo. Our Long Yu family also announces we are quitting. Whoever plays against a dog account is a fool. Yinyu, Jiangnan. Our Yinyu Pavilion Guild also announces we are quitting. With our 100,000 players, which game can't we dominate? Why should we accompany a dog account? Wolf Clan, Wolf King. Our Wolf Clan Guild is also quitting. Damn, this is too pathetic. Zishuan Long, our Zishuan Guild, also quits. This dog account is too powerful. 5 million people can't defeat him. What is the point of continuing to play? Former Alliance, Little Shrimp. Our former Alliance also quits. If we keep playing, I'll be infuriated. Destroyer, War God. Our Destroyer Guild also quits. Damn it, dog account. Let everyone stop playing and let him play alone. In the end, millions of players announced their withdrawal. Chapter 120. Then, the densely packed people in Mirror Lake suddenly disappeared. It seems those guys really ran away. Damn, they all ran away? I haven't made enough money yet. Lin Fan thought to himself as he watched the crowd vanish. In Lin Fan's mind, these people were good, as they contributed thousands of billions in virtual recharge funds. Where could he find people like that? Lin Fan checked again. At this moment, the balance of his virtual recharge funds had already reached 300 billion. For him, that was 300 billion in virtual funds, but for others, that was 300 billion in cash. 300 billion in cash. Even the world's top financial tycoon probably couldn't come up with that. However, if these people ran away, it wouldn't be so easy for Lin Fan to make money anymore. After all, others wouldn't gather in groups of hundreds of thousands for him to kill. But if they wanted to run, Lin Fan had no way to stop them. Those guys had just broken their defenses after hitting Lin Fan all day without being able to kill him, so they ran away. After all, Lin Fan had idled for a few hours, and they still couldn't kill him. In that case, what was the point of their anti-dog account alliance? So, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand, and that large group of people directly ran away. Sigh, this is too damn hard. I thought I could grind for a few days, but I didn't expect those guys to be so useless and just run away, Lin Fan sighed and thought. Then, Lin Fan sent a message in the Alliance channel. Relentless Killer. Everyone did a great job. I'll send out a big red envelope. Jiang Xiaodao, damn boss. You finally came back. That group of guys hit you all day and couldn't kill you. so they broke down and just ran away. Jun Mo Xiao. Hee. The group of guys is really useless. Even with millions of them, they couldn't beat our 8,000, and in the end, they spammed a bunch of messages before running away. The ruthless killer. I saw those guys spamming their horns too, but I'm too lazy to bother with them. If they want to run, I can't stop them. Whatever, there are billions of players in the Dragon International server. Do we really need those few million of them? Jiang shouted out, haha, exactly. They really think they matter, believing that if they collectively quit the game, they can threaten the Fox official. Royal family Tianshi. So many people are cursing you. Don't you want to clarify anything, Brother Ruthless? The Ruthless Killer. I'll pull you into a group later, and we can discuss it in detail. Royal family Tianshi. Sure. The Ruthless Killer. Is Brother Jiangqing around? Jiang Qingzi. Proxy, our boss, went out to have fun and hasn't come back yet. I'm his proxy. The Ruthless Killer. Tell him to come find me when he gets back. Jiang Qingzi. Proxy, okay. The Ruthless Killer. Anyone with a level 6 account or above. Come contact me, and I'll pull you into the elite group of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Lin Fan plans to help everyone make some quick money in the stock market. Investing in stocks requires capital, so Lin Fan intends to only bring in those with level 6 accounts or higher. As for others, they might not have enough money to invest. Additionally, Lin Fan is worried that if too many people know about it, the information might leak out, which would be problematic. Soon, several hundred people joined the newly created elite group of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Chapter 121. Lin Fan then directly told everyone in the group that he would help them make money. However, not everyone was brave enough to invest in stocks. Some conservative individuals immediately expressed that they wouldn't invest upon hearing Lin Fan's plans. Lin Fan wouldn't force anyone. If they didn't want to make money with him, he wouldn't insist. After all, he had already given them the opportunity, and if they saw others making money later and realized they had missed out, they couldn't blame Lin Fan. At that moment, Tianshi privately messaged Lin Fan. Royal family Tianshi. Brother Ruthless. Is the information reliable? The Ruthless Killer. Absolutely reliable. If you have money, you can go all in. Royal family Tianshi. Brother, since you say that, I'm going to mortgage everything I have and go all in on Fox stocks. The Ruthless Killer. Haha. If you do that, you'll definitely make several times your investment. Royal family Tianshi. Haha. Then I'll treat Brother Ruthless to a private club outing. The Ruthless Killer. Forget it. I never go to places like that. Royal family Tianshi. Then I'll treat you to drinks. The Ruthless Killer. Drinks are fine, but nothing else. Chapter 122. The next morning, news about the Fox Group took over the top 10 trending topics. Among them, the top trending topic was about 5 million players from the Dragon International server choosing to collectively quit the game to protest against the official. That's 5 million players. Many popular games don't even have that many players combined. The Dragon International server, however, had 5 million players announcing their collective departure. This was a huge blow to the Fox Group. Following the 5 million player quit event, combined with Lin Fan and their Heavenly Court Alliance consistently killing players in-game, the stock price of Fox plummeted again. At this point, Fox's stock price had dropped to 50 renminbi per share, whereas it used to be 500 renminbi per share. This means Fox's market value had decreased tenfold. At this moment, General Zhang began to take action. Of course, he also informed Lin Fan that they could start acting. Thus, Lin Fan notified Tianshi and the others to hurry up and take action. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, it would be gone. The Ruthless Killer. Has Brother Jiang Cheng not come back yet? Jiang Qingzi. Proxy, our boss, came back in the morning after drinking all night. He got drunk and is completely out of it now. The Ruthless Killer. All right, just blame that guy's bad luck. Meanwhile, things were not calm within the Fox Group. Major shareholders were having a meeting in the Fox Group headquarters conference room, believing that it was General Zhang's decision-making error that caused the massive losses for the Fox Group. Therefore, they decided to hold a board meeting to propose the dismissal of General Zhang as chairman of the Fox Group. However, General Zhang had quite a few supporters. He hadn't kept it a secret from them and was currently helping them make big money. So, of course, they would support General Zhang. After voting, General Zhang received more than half the votes. Thus, their attempt to dismiss General Zhang failed. They all felt that if this continued, the Fox Group was really going to collapse. So these guys were now thinking about quickly selling their shares. Otherwise, if the Fox Group went bankrupt, their shares would be worthless. After all, in just a few days, the market value of the Fox Group had shrunk tenfold, indicating that the Fox Group was indeed in dire straits. At that moment, they encountered General Zhang's lawyer, who came to discuss buying back their Fox shares. Seeing someone willing to take over, they were naturally happy to exchange their shares for cash. Currently, the Fox Group's market value was still 100 billion, meaning that one of the Fox Group stock could be sold for 100 million renminbi in cash. Not selling would be foolish. After all, if it continued to drop, the collapse of the Fox Group was just a matter of time. So if these shares could still be exchanged for a large sum of money, why not sell them? General Zhang spent 10 billion to buy back 10 of the Fox Group shares. Currently, General Zhang already held 20 of the Fox Group shares. In the stock market, General Zhang's team was also taking decisive action. By constantly buying and selling, they managed to keep the stock price of the Fox Group at 50 renminbi per share. Ultimately, General Zhang purchased an additional 200 million shares of Fox Group stock, with 20 million shares belonging to Lin Fan. Chapter 123. At this time, besides General Zhang's team taking action in the stock market, many foreign tycoons also began to take action. In fact, the major foreign tycoons were the main force behind shorting Fox stocks. Otherwise, with the Fox Group being a trillion-dollar company, how could the likes of young Master Hao Yin and his Supreme Alliance shake the Fox Group stock? Behind this incident, besides young Master Hao Yin and his group, there were also major financial tycoons exerting their influence. In fact, it was them who had secretly pushed the Fox Group's stock price up to 500 renminbi per share previously. Previously, the stock price of the Fox Group was around 200 renminbi per share. It was during that heavy investment event that several major financial tycoons invested tens of billions, doubling the stock price of the Fox Group. In fact, these financial tycoons all held shares of the Fox Group, and previously, the chairman only had 10% of the shares. So, from an outsider's perspective, it seemed they lost a lot of money by investing so much, but in reality, they made a huge profit. Moreover, after they drove the stock price of the Fox Group up to 500 renminbi per share, they began short-selling the stock. Each of these financial tycoons invested hundreds of billions, causing the stock price to plummet through mass sell-offs. And then they bought back the stock at a low price to profit. Chapter 124. At this moment, Chairman Zhang also sent a message to Lin Fan. Chairman of Fox, Brother Wuqing, we can start clarifying now. I'm going to hold a press conference specifically to clarify this matter. And I will also release the plan for the Tianqiu Pavilion live streaming platform to boost Fox's stock price. Wuqing's killer. Do you need me to do anything? Chairman of Fox, how about you do a live stream and show the recharge records? Wuqing's killer. Sure. Or I could invest another 10 billion during the live stream. Chairman of Fox, damn, do you think your money came from the wind? Let's forget about that. It's not easy for anyone to make money. I haven't even thanked you for this yet. How can I let you spend so much? Wuqing's killer. Haha, then let us forget it. Just tell the planners at Tianlong not to slack off and come up with more fun gameplay. My character is already invincible. If this continues, I might quit the game. Chairman of Fox, okay, I'll talk to the planners. A few days ago, when I visited the planning department, I think I heard them talking about planning a national competition, which might be fun. I'll urge them to get it done quickly. Wuqing's killer. Great. It would be best to have a global competition with more cash rewards to motivate everyone. Chairman of Fox, are you suggesting turning the Tianlong global competition into a world-class event like the World Cup? Wuqing's killer. Exactly. You could draft a rough plan first and release it at the press conference. This way, Fox's stock price can rise again. Chairman of Fox, what would be a suitable amount for the prize money? Wuqing's killer. Offer 100 billion for prizes. Anyone who makes it to the national top 128 will get cash rewards, and all participating players will receive in-game items. The first place will get 1 billion in cash. Second place, 300 million. Third place, 200 million. And the fourth to 10th places will receive 100 million each. Chairman of Fox. Hiss. 100 billion in cash for rewards? Isn't that too much? Wuqing's killer. Doing things requires a bit of grandeur. That is how you achieve results. Otherwise, what is the point of small stakes? Chairman of Fox. True. If the rewards are too low, probably no one will participate. Wuqing's killer. If we get this Tianlong global competition going, it definitely won't be a loss. On the contrary, it will be hugely profitable. Chairman of Fox. Brother Wuqing is truly talented. It's no wonder you can come up with hundreds of billions in cash. This idea is incredible. Wuqing's killer. I just want Tianlong to thrive. Chairman of Fox. You can now be considered a major shareholder of Fox. The shares you hold now account for 1% of Fox. Wuqing's killer. Once you build Fox into a company worth over 10 trillion RMB, these shares I hold will be worth 100 billion RMB. Chairman of Fox. Even 100 billion RMB probably wouldn't catch your eye. Are you the legendary heir of a hidden family? Only such legendary families would have such terrifying power. Wu Qing's killer. Ha, I'm just an ordinary person. Chairman of Fox. Ah, I understand. This must be kept confidential. It cannot be disclosed. Wu Qing's killer. Ha, you hurry up and prepare. Then hold the press conference. Chairman of Fox. Okay, I'll go get busy now. Wu Qing's killer. Go ahead, I need to prepare and then start the live stream. Then, Chairman Zhang went off to get busy. And Lin Fan also prepared to go out to purchase a set of professional live streaming equipment and then start his live stream. Chapter 125. When Lin Fan drove out, he happened to run into Su Schwerer walking towards him. Brother Lin, where are you going? Su Schwerer asked curiously. I'm going out to buy some things. Do you want to come? I'll take you shopping, Lin Fan replied. Sure, I'll go, Su Schwerer nodded. In the morning, she unexpectedly got her period, and she only had one sanitary pad left in her bag, so she wanted to buy some more. She left while her father was still cooking. However, after wandering around, she couldn't find any small supermarkets nearby. So, when Lin Fan said he would take her shopping, she immediately agreed. Su Schwerer got into the passenger seat of Lin Fan's car. Haha, buckle up, bro will take you for a ride. Lin Fan said with a smile. Brother Lin, drive slowly. I'm scared, Su Schwerer said, recalling how she almost flew out of the car when she rode with Lin Fan last night. Haha, don't worry. This isn't the highway. There's a speed limit. I can't go too fast. Lin Fan smiled and reassured her. That's good. If you drive too fast, I really wouldn't dare to ride in your car, Su Schwerer said. But driving a sports car, like a tractor, isn't interesting either. Don't you think? Lin Fan said. But driving too fast is really unsafe. Su Schwerer insisted on her viewpoint. All right. I'll drive slower. How about 40 kilometers h? Lin Fan shook his head. Okay, that's what you said. I rarely ride in cars, and I've never been in a sports car. If you go too fast, I really will be scared. Please don't curse me in your heart. Su Schwerer said. I want tea. Why would I curse you? All right, we're off. Lin Fan said as he started the car. Haha, this girl is so timid. If I speed up, she would probably cry from fright, Lin Fan thought to himself. Soon, Lin Fan drove to Digital Street. This time, he planned to get a high-end computer and top-notch live streaming equipment for his live stream. Lin Fan went to the same store where he bought his phone and computer last time. After parking the car outside, Lin Fan took Su Schwerer inside. Coincidentally, Lin Fan encountered the sales associate again. Hello, may I ask what equipment you need to buy? The sales associate inquired. Lin Fan replied, I want to buy a high-end computer and a set of top-notch live streaming equipment. It's you again, brother. How do you find the computer you bought last time? The sales associate asked. Lin Fan responded, it's fine, quite smooth. How about getting another computer with the same configuration? The sales associate suggested. Lin Fan said, give me a desktop computer that's even better than that one, and also a powerful laptop. Okay, I'll pick that out for you right now, the sales associate said. He then started selecting computers for Lin Fan. In the end, Lin Fan spent over 30,000 to buy a laptop, over 50,000 for a desktop, and another 30,000 for a top-tier live streaming setup. Chapter 126. At this moment, Lin Fan noticed that Su Schwerer was holding a battered old phone. So he said to her, Schwerer, do you want to change your phone? Lin Fan asked this because he discovered that Su Schwerer was still using the old Xiaomi 5 phone, which had been out for 7 or 8 years and was probably extremely slow. No, this phone still works. I'll change it when it breaks. Su Schwerer shook her head and said, don't worry about the money. I'll cover it for you. What if something happens and your phone breaks? You'd be panicking. Lin Fan said, but I can't accept your things without doing anything in return. Su Schwerer thought for a moment and still shook her head. Stop hesitating. If you really don't want to go home, you can stay and work part-time for me as a maid. I'll pay you the same as your dad, 10,000 a month. How about that? Lin Fan suggested. Huh? You want me to be a maid at your home for 10,000 a month? That's such a high salary. Just being a maid? I don't have to do anything strange, right? Su Schwerer asked in surprise after hearing Lin Fan's words. Of course, you wouldn't have to. Just clean the house and stuff. Besides, your dad is here, so I wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Fan laughed and said, okay, just give me 5,000 a month. I was planning to go work in a factory where they pay 5,000 a month, and 2 months of work would just cover my tuition. Su Schwerer said, don't save money for me. I can make money much easier than you. When I say 10,000 a month, it's really 10,000, Lin Fan replied. Oh, fine. Thank you, Brother Lin, Su Schwetter said gratefully. She knew that Lin Fan offered her such a high salary because he considered her dad was his family's cook. Su Schwetter also realized she needed this job. If she went home now, she wouldn't be able to earn her tuition, so she agreed. What brand of phone do you like? Do you like the latest iPhone? Lin Fan asked. I don't like it. iPhones are too expensive. I prefer Xiaomi phones. The Xiaomi K50 is pretty good. Only around 2,000, Su Schwetter replied. All right, let's buy the Xiaomi K50. Come on, let's go buy a phone, Lin Fan said. Then, Lin Fan took Su Schwetter to the phone section and bought her a Xiaomi K50. Brother Lin, you could deduct the money for the phone from my salary. Just give me 2,000 less when you pay me, Su Schwetter said. This phone is a gift for you. It's only 2,000, not expensive, Lin Fan said. No, 2,000 is a lot. I can't accept it. My mom earns less than 2,000 after working in the fields for half a year. Su Schwetter refused. Su Schwetter was a principled person. Even when Longgu offered her 1 million a year to take care of her, she refused. Otherwise, if it were another woman, they would have jumped at such a good deal. Okay, you don't want a gift that's given for free. Are you silly? Lin Fan shook his head and said, My dad said that one must have principles. I won't take your phone for free, Su Schwetter said. All right, if you have principles, that's fine. We should go back now. Your dad is probably done making lunch, Lin Fan said. Okay, Su Schwetter nodded. Then, Lin Fan moved the items outside, put them in the car's storage compartment, and started the car, preparing to head home. Chapter 127, however, at that moment, Su Schwetter said, Brother Lin, I want to go to the supermarket to buy some things. Can you take me there? Sure, I also need to buy some clothes since I don't have many. Lin Fan nodded and said. Then, Lin Fan drove to a shopping center where they had everything, daily necessities, home appliances, clothes, shoes, etc. You could basically find anything there. Once inside, Lin Fan went directly to the clothing section and quickly picked out a few sets of clothes. Men are usually quick at shopping, unlike women, who tend to take longer to choose. I'm done. What do you want to buy? I'll accompany you, Lin Fan said to Su Schwetter. I need to buy some daily necessities. You can wait for me here. Su Schwetter replied. Okay, I'll wait for you here, Lin Fan nodded. Su Schwetter went to the daily necessities section and picked up some sanitary napkins. This was her main purpose for coming out this time. The phone was just secondary. Su Schwetter quickly returned, and Lin Fan saw what she had in her hands. So this girl went to get sanitary napkins. Does that mean she got her period? Lin Fan thought to himself. Brother Lin, I'm done. Do you still need to buy anything? Su Schwetter asked. I don't need anything else. Are you buying clothes? Lin Fan asked. No, I have clothes to wear. I brought a few sets when I came, Su Schwetter replied. All right, then let's go home directly, Lin Fan nodded. Then Lin Fan took the items back to where he parked. This supercar isn't suitable. The storage space is too small. The storage compartment is full. Schwetter, can you help me carry the clothes? Lin Fan said after opening the storage compartment and realizing there was no space left. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll carry it. Su Schwetter said. Yeah, this car isn't suitable for shopping trips. Next time, I'll have to take the Mercedes when I go shopping. Lin Fan said as he started the car and drove toward his home. Soon, Lin Fan arrived home. Old Su had already prepared the meal and was waiting for Lin Fan and Su Schwetter to return. Boss, you're back. Old Su greeted Lin Fan as soon as he saw him. Schwetter, where did you go with the boss? After that, Old Su asked his daughter what she was doing with Lin Fan. Old Su was worried that his daughter would change her mindset after frequently riding in Lin Fan's supercar and forget her identity. Therefore, Old Su felt he needed to keep an eye on her, otherwise she might get carried away at any moment. I went out to buy some things, and, coincidentally, Schwetter also wanted to go shopping, so I took her with me, Lin Fan said. Sorry to trouble you, boss. Schwetter, if you want to buy anything next time, just tell Dad, and I'll drive you there, Old Su said. Okay, Dad. Su Schwetter nodded. Old Su thought highly of Lin Fan's character, but he found Lin Fan's family background too intimidating. He felt his daughter was not a good match for Lin Fan. Thus, Old Su didn't want Su Schwetter to get too close to Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was very wealthy, and who knows? Su Schwetter might fall in love with him someday. All right, let's eat. I'm hungry, Lin Fan said. Okay. Old Su nodded and went to serve the dishes. Dad, I'll help you, Su Schwetter said as she went to assist. Chapter 128. After finishing the meal, Lin Fan went to find an empty room to set up the computer and live streaming equipment he had just bought. He then downloaded the Tianlong International server on this computer. Following that, Lin Fan prepared to start his live stream. At the same time, Director Zhang was also ready for his press conference, waiting for it to start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Fan was also preparing to go live at 2 o'clock. Soon, Lin Fan started spamming in the game. Heartless Killer. At 2 o'clock on channel 666, I'm going live. Everyone come support me, and I'll randomly draw 10,000 people to give each of them a level 7 stone. This time, Lin Fan spammed dozens of messages. Instantly, players in the Huaxiao region of Tianlong International Server were buzzing with excitement. Bystander A. Wow. Is the official giving everyone benefits? Giving out 10,000 level 7 stones is too generous. Bystander B. If I could win a level 7 stone, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Jiang Xiaodao. Wow. The boss is giving benefits again. I need to wash my hands well this time. Junimo Xiao. Huh. You non-lucky one should just give up. Let this lucky one take it. Jiang Chengzi. Wow. My brother Heartless is finally going to reveal his true self. Damn, we've been called a Dog Duo Alliance for so long. And now it's time to slap them in the face. Just thinking about it is exciting. Doghead for life. Damn, the boss is finally going to reveal his true self. I want to see who dares to call us a Dog Duo Alliance in the future. Human world. Yeah, so many people have been cursing us these days. Now the boss is about to show them what face slapping really means. It was already past 1 o'clock, so everyone was waiting for Lin Fan to start the live stream. At this moment, many people in the Heavenly Alliance channel were also talking about Lin Fan's upcoming live stream. Royal Clan Tianshi. Is Brother Heartless planning to reveal his true self? Heartless Killer. Yes, it's time to reveal my true self. I want everyone to see whether I'm a government. Royal Clan Tianshi. Haha, those guys are so ignorant. They actually think Brother Heartless, the real big boss, is a government. Jiang Chengzi. Brother Heartless, are you finally going to reveal your true self? By the way, I heard you were looking for me last night. Was there something? Heartless Killer. I did have something, but it's no longer relevant now. Jiang Chengzi. Then what were you looking for me for last night? Heartless Killer. I wanted to help you make some pocket money, but you weren't around, so it couldn't happen. I'll look for you again this morning, but unfortunately, you were drunk. Jiang Chengzi. Wow. Brother Heartless was going to make me money? Did I just miss out on $1 billion? Royal Clan Tianshi. Haha. You probably missed out on more than just $1 billion. Jiang Chengzi. Wow, is this true? More than $1 billion? Heartless Killer. Let me put it this way. It's at least 10 times profit. You understand now, right? Jiang Chengzi. Wow. So if I invest $1 billion, I can directly earn 10 billion back? Royal Clan Tianshi. Yes. Exactly. Heartless Killer. Haha. I've tried to reach you twice, but couldn't get through. Who told you to get drunk? Jiang Chengzi. Wow. Drinking really messes things up. I'm never going out to drink again. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was truly regretting. Chapter 129. Jiang Cheng regretted. But it was too late to regret now, because there were no Fox stocks circulating in the market anymore. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Before this, Lin Fan had also prepared the benefits he was going to give away. 10,000 level 7 stones. Of course, they were all ordinary stones, not the 77 stones. Lin Fan also told Jiang Xiaodao to come and collect the supplies. Jiang Xiaodao had become Lin Fan's delivery guy once again. At this time, Lin Fan privately messaged Jiang Xiaodao. Heartless Killer. Xiaodao, you've worked hard. I'll give you an extra set of level 7 stones later. Jiang Xiaodao. Hey, what's so hard about this? This is the first time I've seen so many stones. Heartless Killer. If you stick with me, I won't treat you badly. Jiang Xiaodao. Thank you, boss. Heartless Killer. Stick with me. And getting you a set of 88 stones won't be a problem. Jiang Xiaodao. Boss is awesome. Boss 666. At this moment, Lin Fan also started the live stream. Of course, Lin Fan didn't show his face. He covered his head with a cartoon character. After all, Lin Fan didn't want his real appearance to be known to others. Lin Fan's real appearance was quite ordinary. And since the previous owner was a physician who often stayed up all night in internet cafes, it led to him having a weak body and looking sickly. Therefore, Lin Fan rarely went out now because he felt his looks were not good enough. In fact, Lin Fan looked okay, but his previous lack of nutrition made him very weak, which is why he appeared less than impressive. This channel 666 was the channel of the Heavenly Alliance, and all the people in this channel were Lin Fan himself. Just a few minutes after Lin Fan started the stream, millions of viewers flooded into the 666 channel. After all, Lin Fan was about to hold a lottery, and a level 7 stone was worth over 10,000 RMB. Winning a level 7 stone was definitely more profitable than working. Hello everyone, I'm Heartless Killer. Here, I want to thank everyone for coming to support. Without further ado, let's get started with a lottery, Lin Fan said. Jiang Xiaodao, Boss 666. I, Jiang Xiaodao, am willing to follow you forever. Jun Mo Xiao, Boss is awesome. I, Jun Mo Xiao, am also willing to follow you forever. Everyone, please speak up enthusiastically. 666 is on. I'll take random screenshots, and each person I capture will receive a level 7 stone. Lin Fan continued. Instantly, countless 666 appeared on the public screen. I'll count down 3, 2, 1, and then take the screenshot directly. Lin Fan said as he began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. After finishing the count, Lin Fan took the screenshot. All right, the screenshot is complete. Please private message my assistant Jiang Xiaodao if you win, Lin Fan said, sharing the screenshot he just took. Suddenly, the 10 or so players in the image were so excited they couldn't speak. Jun Mo Xiao. Damn, I said I was a lucky guy, didn't I just win? Jiang Xiaodao. Damn, Jun Mo Xiao. Your luck is really incredible. Is this good fortune you earned from being single your whole life? Jun Mo Xiao. Get lost, haha. You're just envious. That guy Jun Mo Xiao really has incredible luck. He actually won. Besides Jun Mo Xiao, the other 9 winning players were not from the Heavenly Court Alliance. Chapter 130. After the first wave of the lottery was completed, Lin Fan continued. Previously, everyone was accusing me of being an official puppet. And here I want to clarify that my ruthless killer is not some so-called official puppet. Now I can show everyone my bank account balance and my recharge records. When Lin Fan said this, countless players were stunned. Previously, when Lin Fan said he was giving benefits, they thought it was because the officials felt guilty and wanted to give him something. But now, Lin Fan actually said this. Could it be that this ruthless killer really isn't an official puppet? But if this ruthless killer isn't an official puppet, then everything is too terrifying, right? How could there be someone in this world who spends hundreds of billions on a game? That's really too exaggerated. Even the world's richest person probably couldn't spend hundreds of billions in a game, right? Then, Lin Fan directly opened the Tianlong official website, scanned the code to log into his account, and then clicked on the personal center to find his recharge records. Soon, Lin Fan began to browse through his recharge records. Bystander, hey, damn, big shot. You're amazing, really, you actually recharged that much. That's really incredible. Chapter 131. At that moment, Prince Haoyan's phone rang again. He picked up the phone and saw it was his father calling. After thinking for a moment, Prince Haoyan pressed to answer. He probably wanted to say goodbye to his father one last time. Son, what happened? Why is your 5 billion gone? Prince Haoyan's father said urgently. I lost it in stock trading. It's hopeless. I'm going first. You can take your time later. Prince Haoyan said. Son, what do you want to do? Don't do anything stupid. Prince Haoyan's father was immediately frightened upon hearing this. I've already gone to the rooftop. I'm going first. I'll wait for you down there. Prince Haoyan said. Damn, are you crazy? You lost 5 billion in stock trading. Is it worth seeking death? My damn 1,000 billion group is about to go under. And I didn't think of seeking death. Prince Haoyan's father said angrily. Huh, if you go bankrupt and I have no money, what's the point of living? It's better to just go down now and you come down later. Having gotten used to this kind of life, how can you live a hard life again? Don't struggle. I'll wait for you down there. You come later. Prince Haoyan actually laughed, looking completely insane. Chapter 132. Haoyan, what the hell are you doing? Just because you lost money in the stock market, are you that desperate? At this moment, Feng Zhongjue said, Sai, you don't understand. If it was just a loss of 5 billion, I wouldn't be that desperate. It's because my family's capital chain has broken. We're about to go bankrupt. And I don't want to live a hard life in the future. That's why I lost my mind for a moment. Prince Haoyan sighed. What? About to go bankrupt? That's impossible. Your family is so powerful. How could you be going bankrupt? Feng Zhongjue was momentarily stunned after hearing Prince Haoyan's words. I don't know. My father said the capital chain has broken and needs a large sum of money. Otherwise, our family will go bankrupt. Prince Haoyan said, Damn, your family is really going bankrupt? Feng Zhongjue was still somewhat skeptical. I jumped off the rooftop. Do you think it's real? Prince Haoyan said, Little Hao, you almost smashed me to death. What are we going to do now? At this moment, Feng Zhongjue suddenly said, Damn, what did you just call me? You can call me Little Hao? After hearing Feng Zhongjue's words, Prince Haoyan immediately started cursing. Chapter 133. Prince Haoyan didn't even have his phone. He transferred money to Feng Zhongjue using Feng Zhongjue's phone. Feng Zhongjue opened the Union Pay app on his phone, allowed Prince Haoyan to log into his bank account with facial recognition, and then transfer the money to Feng Zhongjue. After the transfer, Feng Zhongjue specifically checked and found that there was not a single cent left in Prince Haoyan's UnionPay account before he was satisfied. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have walked away like that. After Feng Zhongjue left, the little nurse came in again. Who was that person? He looked pretty handsome, but was fierce. Actually yelling at you, a patient. The little nurse said, that person used to be one of my subordinates. My family is about to go bankrupt, and this guy took advantage of my misfortune. When I jumped earlier, I threw away my phone, and it hit his head. He threatened me to give him all my remaining assets. Haha, it's really like a dragon in shallow water being bullied by shrimp. A tiger falling in the plains being bullied by dogs. Prince Haoyan said, his tone sounding very desolate. How could someone be like this? That's really something. Not only not offering help in difficult times, but also taking advantage of others' misfortunes. After hearing Prince Haoyan's words, the little nurse was also very angry. Chapter 134, while Prince Haoyan was playing this out, Lin Fan also finished his first live broadcast. After this broadcast, no one dared to say Lin Fan was an official puppet anymore. Damn, whose official puppet would have a bank balance of over 300 billion? Of course, the 10,000 level 7 stones that Lin Fan had prepared had all been drawn out. However, Jiang Xiaodao became the busiest person. Now Jiang Xiaodao was still busy sending stones to those winning players. After all, sending items to 10,000 people is really hard. Even if one person takes 10 seconds, it would take 100,000 seconds to complete the transactions. That means it would take over 1,000 minutes, about 28 hours. After 2 hours of sending, Jiang Xiaodao was already exhausted. At this time, Jiang Xiaodao privately messaged Lin Fan. Jiang Xiaodao, damn, boss, this is too hard. Even if I don't eat or drink, it would take me a day and night to finish. Ruthless killer, it's okay. I'll find Manager Zhang later and ask him to modify the red envelope feature to include the ability to send items. At that time, we could just pull the winners into the team and send a team red envelope. Jiang Xiaodao, damn, the boss is awesome. Hurry up and find Manager Zhang. Chapter 135. Lin Fan checked Manager Zhang's press conference and then went back to playing games. The enemies had all run away, so he could focus on leveling up. At this point, Lin Fan had already occupied all the experience points on the 3rd and 4th floors of the dungeon with his team. After all, most of the big guilds in this area had fled, and only a few dared to fight against Lin Fan's Heavenly Alliance. As soon as Lin Fan and his team entered the 4th floor of the dungeon, all the players there automatically vacated the grinding spots. After all, the Heavenly Alliance was too terrifying. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Previously, that young master from the Li family had led over 5 million players to resist the Heavenly Alliance, but they had all been defeated. With the Heavenly Alliance being so powerful, who would dare to go to war with them? At that moment, Lin Fan noticed someone messaging him. So, he opened it to take a look. Battle Soul Death, Ruthless Boss, our Battle Soul family wants to join your alliance. Can you accept us? Previously, they had all been grinding on the 4th floor of the dungeon, but as soon as Lin Fan's Heavenly Alliance team showed up, Battle Soul Death was instantly frightened. Chapter 136. Jun Mo Xiao. How many ingots did the boss grab? Jiang Xiaodao. I saw it. The boss got 1 ingot. Ha ha ha. Ruthless Killer. Battle Soul Maple. Ruthless Boss is even luckier than me. Indeed, big bosses are often targeted by the officials. Luck has always been bad. Ruthless Killer. This is just too unlucky, right? Lin Fan was also speechless. Could it really be that the officials were targeting him? Ruthless Killer. I refuse to believe it. Let's continue with the benefits. Let's go for a red envelope. Jun Mo Xiao. Damn, boss. Are you going to continue sending red envelopes? Battle Soul Maple. Ruthless Boss. Why not just let it go? Our luck is terrible, and we have to admit it. Ruthless Killer. I'll send out a red envelope worth 1 billion ingots. I refuse to believe I'll continue to get only 1 ingot. Jiang Xiaodao. Go for it, boss. I'll support you. Then, Lin Fan sent out a super red envelope totaling 1 billion ingots and 20,000 packages. Of course, he still sent it in the Alliance channel. Sending benefits to his own people was enough. As for the others, forget it. Soon, everyone grabbed some ingots. This time, Jun Mo Xiao started to show off again. Chapter 137. After dinner, Lin Fan returned to his room to continue playing the game. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly noticed that a few guys in his team had actually leveled up. Ruthless Killer. Damn, you guys all got your mental methods to level 70? You actually leveled up. Old Yong. The experience was just enough, so I leveled up my mental method. Many people have save enough experience today. The highest level person is already level 75. Fishing girl. I'm level 72 now. Boss, you need to work hard. Ruthless killer. How much experience is needed to get all mental methods to level 70? Fishing girl. It's over 20 billion, right? Boss, do you have enough? Ruthless killer. Damn, I have 30 billion experience. I'm going to level up my mental method too. Then I can level up. Then, Lin Fan immediately returned to his sect and found the elder to upgrade his mental method. After leveling all of his mental methods to level 70, Lin Fan could finally level up. So, he quickly clicked to level up. After leveling up, Lin Fan found he still had experience left. So he continued leveling up several times. Eventually, Lin Fan's level directly rose to 79. Chapter 138. Lin Fan and the others kept grinding until 10 p.m. At this time, Su Shuer sent a message saying she wanted to sleep. So Lin Fan let Jiang Xiaodao take them back to the city first. By then, Su Shuer had also reached level 49 and had saved a lot of experience, but she needed to level up her mental method before she could continue leveling. So, Lin Fan told Su Shuer not to sleep yet, to level up her mental method, and then leave her character grinding in the dungeon. Su Shuer leveled up her mental method to level 50 and then used the remaining experience to level up. At this point, Su Shuer's level also rose to 55. Then, Lin Fan bought the materials for the Divine Cauldron and traded them to Su Shuer, asking her to max it out. Su Shuer took half an hour to max out the Divine Cauldron. Originally, Lin Fan was also going to trade a set of level 7 stones to her, so she could upgrade them. However, at this point, Su Shuer was already yawning. So she said she would do it tomorrow because she wanted to sleep. Seeing that Su Shuer was really tired, Lin Fan told her to send her account to him so he could have someone else handle it. Chapter 139. Lin Fan and the others went to sleep. So they didn't know that the group from the Supreme Alliance had returned. The members of the Supreme Alliance had a deep-seated grudge against Lin Fan. So, although they feared him, they were not willing to concede defeat. They were waiting for the equipment enhancement to come out at level 80. At that time, the attack equipment enhancements would add piercing damage, which could be understood as true damage. Once they maxed out the enhancements and increased the piercing damage, they would be able to gang up on the members of the Heavenly Alliance. So, surprisingly, they did not go to ambush the grinding players from the Heavenly Alliance. Instead, they went to grind horses. After all, the dungeon had been occupied by the Heavenly Alliance, and now they could only go grind horses. Currently, besides grinding in the dungeon, grinding horses provided the most experience. That night was exceptionally calm. The next morning, as soon as Lin Fan woke up, he immediately checked his computer. Previously, Lin Fan was afraid of being killed by someone, but now he was eager to see how much experience he had gained and how many levels he could reach. Chapter 140. While Lin Fan was working on True Essence, Jun Mo Xiao also arrived. Jun and Mo Xiao, boss, you're up early. Ruthless killer, you're up pretty early too. By the way, you should be level 80 by now, right? Come and try to work on True Essence. I've spent 200 million ingots on materials and only pulled 4 orange True Essences. Jun and Mo Xiao, okay boss. I bought a lot of True Essence crystals during the last consumption event, so I'll try using 100 of them first. Ruthless killer, with 100 True Essence crystals, I doubt you'll even pull out 1 orange True Essence. Jun and Mo Xiao, I'm confident in my luck. I estimate that I can draw an orange True Essence this time. Heartless killer, are you mocking my bad luck? Jun and Mo Xiao, boss, I didn't say that. Afterwards, Jun and Mo Xiao made some settings and started to 10 consecutive draws. To his surprise, he actually drew an orange True Essence on his first 10 draws. Jun and Mo Xiao, boss, I drew an orange True Essence on my first 10 draws. Heartless killer, damn, are you a dog supporter? You got an orange True Essence on your first 10 draws? Jun and Mo Xiao, I just clicked randomly and an orange True Essence came out. I didn't expect it either. Chapter 141. After sorting out the True Essence, Lin Fan continued to idle. He then hung his account on the 4th floor of the underground palace, opened the door, and walked out to get something to eat. As soon as Lin Fan entered the kitchen, he saw Su Shuer frying dough sticks. Wow, Shuer, you can fry dough sticks? Impressive, really impressive. Lin Fan smiled at Su Shuer and said, my cooking skills are inherited from my dad. Frying dough sticks is nothing. I can also prepare an 18-dish banquet. Su Shuer proudly replied. Su Shuer's dad is a famous chef in their area. Whenever someone in the nearby villages holds a banquet, they always invite him as the head chef. Therefore, Old Sue's cooking skills are truly top-notch, even better than many star-rated hotel chefs. Although he may not know as many dishes as those top chefs. Schwer is really impressive. By the way, where's your dad? Why are you the one making breakfast? Lin Fan asked. My dad went to buy groceries. He said he would make breakfast after he got back, but I saw he was busy, so I went ahead and made breakfast myself, Sue Schwer replied. At this point, Sue Schwer had already finished frying the dough sticks and then made 2 cups of soy milk, serving breakfast on the table in the dining room. Chapter 142. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, he saw that the Alliance channel was very lively. Heartless Killer, what's going on? Why is it so lively? Jiang shouted out, boss. That group of idiots from the Supreme Alliance is back, and they even pulled the young master of the Leaf family into the Supreme Alliance. The previous young master of the Leaf family, with over 5 million people, has also joined the Supreme Alliance. Heartless Killer, damn, those guys really aren't afraid of death. They're here to cause trouble again? Jiang shouted out. The ancient tomb has been occupied by them up to the 8th floor, and the 1st to 3rd floors of the underground palace have also been taken over by them. Only the 4th floor of the underground palace is still in our hands. Heartless Killer, damn, are those idiots using a swarm tactic again? Jiang shouted out. Yes, there are just too many of them. Apart from you, no one could stop them. Heartless Killer, damn, those guys are really getting bold. Is there anyone organizing a team on the voice chat? Jiang shouted out. I just got here, and I haven't organized a team yet. So, Lin Fan built a team. Heartless Killer, brothers, join the team on voice chat. If I don't take those guys down, they'll think our Heavenly Court Alliance is made of clay. Soon, over 10,000 people joined Lin Fan's team. The Heavenly Court Alliance has a total of 20,000 members. But at this time, more than 9,000 were absent, either idling and getting killed or not online yet. Previously, the Heavenly Court Alliance had no enemies, so they directly idled. After all, even if they were idling, no one dared to kill them. But what they didn't expect was that the group from the Supreme Alliance had actually returned, and they directly wiped them out. Lin Fan then led his team into the 3rd floor of the underground palace. However, the guys from the Supreme Alliance had become smarter, knowing how to fully utilize their numerical advantage. On the 3rd floor of the underground palace, only one team was fighting against Lin Fan and his group, while the others were doing their own thing, some grinding horses, others idling for experience. After all, the underground palace isn't the only map where experience can be gained. Heartless Killer, damn, what's going on with the Supreme Alliance? Why isn't there a single big shot from the Supreme Alliance here? Jiang shouted out, damn. Xiao Wuquang and the others are grinding horses by the West Lake. Heartless Killer, do they really think these useless people here can take us on? Huangzhou Tian Ci, I think I know what they're planning. They want to use their numerical advantage to play dirty with us. Heartless Killer, Tian Ci, you're here too. Huangzhou Tian Ci. My level booster just called me and said the guys from the Supreme Alliance are back, so I hurried over. Heartless Killer, hearing you say that, I also understand their plan. They want to make us split our focus. No matter how invincible I am still just one person. If they spread out, I can't create clones. Damn, how do these guys get so smart? Huangzhou Tian Ci. That's exactly what they are thinking. No matter how strong you are, if they don't engage you directly, it won't matter. Jiang Qingzi, right? The map in the Tianlong International server is so big that if they don't confront us head-on, we really can't do anything about them. Unless we also use a swarm tactic to counter their swarm tactic. Huangzhou Tian Ci. Brother Jiang Cheng is right. Should we recruit more casual players? Heartless Killer, I still prefer the elite route. The Heavenly Court Alliance doesn't accept players below level 5. Huangzhou Tian Ci. Then it might be hard to recruit since most are level 5 or above players guilds, and basically, they have been divided up by our 2 major alliances. Zhan Hun Shang. I know someone whose family fits this condition. Heartless Killer, who are you talking about? Zhan Hun Shang. Wu Fun Qian Tai Zi. Their family consists entirely of players above level 5, totaling 10,000 people. Heartless Killer, help me contact him and ask if he's interested in joining our Heavenly Court Alliance. Zhan Hun Shang. Okay, I'll contact him right away. Chapter 143. Afterwards, Zhan Hunshang privately messaged Wu Fenqian Taizi. Zhan Hunshang, is Brother Taizi around? Wu Fenqian Taizi. I'm here, what's up? Zhan Hunshang. I have good news for you. You'll have to thank me for life. Wu Fenqian Taizi. What good news? Are you going to give me money? Zhan Hunshang. I'm here to invite you to join the Heavenly Court Alliance. How about it? Are you interested? Wu Fenqian Taizi. Damn, join the Heavenly Court Alliance? You can't be serious, right? Didn't you just join the Heavenly Court Alliance? How can you invite me? Zhan Hunshang. I've already talked to Boss Heartless, and he agreed. Just tell me if you want to join. Woof and Qian Tai Zi. Damn, this is a huge opportunity. Of course, I want to join. I'm going to apply right away. Zhan Hunshang. If you join the Heavenly Alliance, you'll have to bring people to fight later, so don't be cowardly. Wu Fenki and Taizi. What the hell are you talking about? It's just a fight. I'm not afraid of anyone. Besides, with the big boss Wuching here, who can possibly compete with the Heavenly Alliance? Zhan Hunshang. The enemy of the Heavenly Alliance is the Supreme Alliance. The Supreme Alliance just absorbed the alliance of the young master of the Li family, adding over 5 million players. Even if your Yufenkian family joins the Heavenly Alliance, the whole Heavenly Alliance only has 30,000 players. 30,000 against over 5 million. Just think about it. Chapter 144. While Lin Fan and the others were fighting on the other side, the guy Hao Yin encountered some trouble. Yin Haotian. First pay the medical fees, a total of 36,800. At this time, a doctor walked into Hao Yin's hospital room. Since Hao Yin has not paid any medical fees since entering the hospital, they must require him to pay first. Otherwise, what if this guy doesn't have money? After all, hospitals are not charities. How could they treat him for free? Damn, I can't even get out of bed. How do you expect me to pay the medical fees? Hao Yin said, It doesn't matter if you can't get out of bed. I can pay on your behalf, the doctor said. But I have no money. Hao Yin was also very embarrassed. It was the first time he was worried about money. What? You have no money? If you don't have money, we definitely won't continue your treatment. And you must pay the medical fees you owe us. Whether you borrow money or whatever, you must pay the medical fees. The doctor said, Damn, if I could borrow money, would I be talking to you? Hao Yin said, Chapter 145. I'm truly hopeless. What's good about a useless pretty boy? We still don't even know if he can be cured. You'll regret it later. The doctor snorted coldly. After saying that, the doctor directly left the hospital room. Thank you, nurse. Hao Yin expressed his gratitude. Don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in you. I just don't want you to die like this. If you get better in the future, you have to pay me back, said the nurse. In fact, she decided to pay his medical fees because she thought Hao Yin was very handsome. If it were someone ugly, what would it matter to her if they lived or died? Also, this little nurse usually enjoys reading online novels, and she thinks Hao Yin is the typical main character template of an online novel. The rich suddenly goes bankrupt, gets injured, is saved by a poor girl, and finally, the CEO makes a comeback, and they live happily ever after. Girls of her age like to fantasize. She believes Hao Yin will definitely make a comeback, so she wants to help him. Yes, I will definitely pay you back. I'll pay you back tenfold in the future. Hao Yin nodded and said, Chapter 146. Soon, Bai Ji brought Wang Sisi to Hao Yin's hospital room. Young Master Hao Yin, this is my good friend Wang Sisi. She said she wanted to come see you, Bai Ji said. Hello, Miss Wang. I am Yin, Hao Yin said. At this moment, as soon as Wang Sisi saw Hao Yin, her eyes widened, because Hao Yin's looks were truly impressive. Moreover, Hao Yin was a genuine rich young master, and his temperament was very outstanding. So, when Wang Sisi saw Hao Yin, she instantly understood why her good friend Bai Ji was so infatuated. Because if it were her, she would definitely make the same choice as Bai Ji. Even if it meant spending all her savings or borrowing money, she would want to heal him. Hao Yin's looks were much better than the idols they used to chase. Hello. I heard from Xiao Bai that she's going to pay for your treatment. I was worried she might be tricked by bad people, so I came to check on you. But you don't seem like a bad person. You wouldn't deceive Xiao Bai, right? Wang Sisi said. Of course, I wouldn't deceive Bai Ji. I will definitely pay her back tenfold in the future, Hao Yin said. Chapter 147. Lin Fan left his alternate accounts in the 3rd level of the Underground Palace to fight, while he returned to the 4th level of the Underground Palace to continue his AFK. At this time, Lin Fan saw that Su Schwerer had messaged him privately. Little Schwerer, Brother Lin, come eat lunch. Lunch is ready. Wuching's killer. Okay. Then, Lin Fan went to eat. While eating, Su Schwerer asked Lin Fan again, Brother Lin, why'd I always get attacked when I'm AFK? Su Schwerer inquired. Are those guys attacking you from the Supreme Alliance? Lin Fan asked. It seems some of them are called Supreme something, but I noticed that when they hit me, I just heal myself. And they couldn't kill me for a long time, but my teammate got killed by them, Su Schwerer said. What level are you now? Where are you AFK? Lin Fan asked. I'm AFK in the 1st level of the Underground Palace, currently level 49, and I have a lot of extra experience. It seems I need to level up my mind technique to level 50 before I can continue leveling up, Su Schwetter said. Then go back to your sect and level up your mind technique, and you can level up. The Heavenly Alliance and the Supreme Alliance are enemies, so they came to attack you. Next time they come to attack you, shout for help in the Alliance channel. Got it? Lin Fan said. Chapter 148. After General Zhang went to work, Qian formed a team again and started looking at strategies while grinding dungeons. They didn't finish the dungeon until 4 in the afternoon. Then, Qian saw online strategies saying that after reaching level 40, grinding in ancient tombs would yield experience quickly. So, she led her team into the first level of the ancient tomb. However, the 1st to 8th levels of the ancient tomb had already been occupied by the Supreme Alliance, and they were all grinding experience in Alliance mode. So, as soon as Qian entered, she didn't even see a monster before getting killed. Soon, her teammates were also killed. Their entire team consisted of empty accounts. And besides the trash equipment given for tasks, they had nothing. Therefore, as soon as they entered, they were instantly killed by the Supreme Alliance players. Many players in the Supreme Alliance were stuck at level 49. They didn't level up and were grinding in the 1st to 3rd levels of the ancient tomb. After all, once they level up, they wouldn't be able to grab AFK spots for experience, so it was better not to level up. They could grind experience in the ancient tombs and wait until they had enough experience to level up all at once. Qian, what to do? Those guys are too strong. We just entered and didn't even see a monster before dying. Chapter 149. As soon as General Zhang entered the ancient tomb, he opened the team mode and started fighting. The first level of the ancient tomb was filled with Supreme Alliance trash. The strongest was just a group of 433 accounts. So, as soon as General Zhang entered, he directly killed a team of Supreme Alliance trash. However, Qian was also killed by someone, while Yao Yao and Lu 666 were fine. They were just low on health and didn't die. Qian, I didn't even see who it was, and then I was gone again. Yao Yao, Qian, come quickly. Lao Zhang has killed them all. Qian, okay, I'll be there soon. Lao Zhang, should we just idle here at the door or find a good spot? Lu 666, let's find a better location. Being close to the entrance feels unsafe. Lao Zhang, all right, let's go inside and grab a good spot. Not long after, Qian ran over again, and they all headed towards the golden grinding spot on the 1st floor of the ancient tomb. There was a team of level 4 players from the Supreme Alliance, and Lao Zhang quickly took them down. After all, Lao Zhang was a level 7 character, so defeating a team of level 4 characters was quite easy. Although it was Lao Zhang's first time playing the game, and he hadn't figured out the skills yet. Chapter 150 soon, the Supreme Alliance and others arrived at the 1st floor of the ancient tomb. Qian and Yao Yao had just arrived when the 2 teams of level 6 players from the Supreme Alliance showed up. Therefore, things were tough for Qian and her friends, as they were quickly taken out again. Zhang Zong was in a similar situation. He had just killed one of the Supreme Alliance players when he was overwhelmed and killed. Qian, so many people have come again. We can't hold on. Yao Yao, yeah, we can't even heal. Lu 666, there are too many people from the Supreme Alliance. Let's forget it and go grind at the cliff cave instead. We can still claim a spot. Lao Zhang, I was also killed. Those guys are all higher level than me, and their gear is better. I can't fight them. Qian, forget it. I don't want to play this game anymore. It's just too hard. Yao Yao, then let's play Qian. Qian, sure, let's play Qian. This game is just too difficult. Lao Zhang, don't leave yet. I'll go find my friend to help. My friend is really strong, and those Supreme Alliance guys definitely can't beat him. Qian, really? You have a friend who also plays this game? Lao Zhang, yeah, my friend is very powerful. Qian, oh, then okay. We'll come help with healing later. Chapter 151 Lin Fan waited for a while on the 1st floor of the ancient tomb. After seeing that the Supreme Alliance players weren't coming, he privately messaged Zhang Zong on WeChat. Ruthless Killer, Brother Zhang, I've taken out that group from the Supreme Alliance. You can come over to grind now. Fuck Zhang Zong, wow, that was quick. Brother Ruthless, you really are the top boss in the Tianlong International server. That's impressive. Ruthless Killer, hee. That group was just too weak. There were only 2 teams of level 6 players, not a single level 7 among them. I used a group attack skill, and they were almost all dead. Fox Zhang Zong. Anyway, I have to thank you, Brother Ruthless. Thanks for helping me take revenge. Ruthless Killer, no need to thank me. You can come over to farm experience now. Fox Zhang Zong. Okay, I'll bring my friends over. Then, Zhang Zong announced in the team channel. Lao Zhang, everyone can come over to farm experience now. The Supreme Alliance guys have been taken out by my friend, and they're too scared to come back. Qian, wow, that was fast. Lao Zhang, your friend is amazing. Yao Yao, yeah, Lao Zhang's friend is really impressive. He actually took out that group from the Supreme Alliance. Chapter 152, at 8:30 p.m., Lin Fan returned with Su Shuer. After having dinner, Lin Fan and the others strolled outside for half an hour before starting to run, running for 2 hours straight. Although they were jogging, Lin Fan was already quite tired by this point. So, he went to freshen up and prepare to lie down to sleep. However, at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly remembered what Zhang Zong had told him. So he flew back to the first floor of the ancient tomb to check if Zhang Zong's character had been killed. As soon as Lin Fan entered the first floor of the ancient tomb, he saw a large group of players from the Supreme Alliance. At that moment, Lin Fan realized something was wrong. Given the situation, Zhang Zong must have been taken out by the Supreme Alliance players. So, Lin Fan immediately started rampaging. And a few minutes later, all the players from the Supreme Alliance on the first floor of the ancient tomb were sent to the underworld by Lin Fan. After the players from the Supreme Alliance were taken down by the ruthless killer, they were all very angry, but there was nothing they could do. As they couldn't defeat that ruthless killer, and now being killed, they could only swallow their anger. Chapter 153, after joining the Heavenly Court, Qian suddenly realized that she had heard of this Heavenly Court somewhere before. So, Qian quickly searched online. Instantly, Qian was stunned when she saw the search results. The leader of the Heavenly Court gang was actually the top god, in Tianlong, the Ruthless Killer. Ruthless Killer had spent hundreds of billions on a game. And Qian had seen this news even before she started playing Tianlong. Therefore, when Qian saw that the boss of the Heavenly Court was a super rich player, she was instantly shocked. Qian, wow, we actually joined the gang of the top god in Tianlong. Yao Yao? What top god in Tianlong? Qian, Ruthless Killer. Don't you know? I saw it in the headlines last time. That Ruthless Killer has spent hundreds of billions on Tianlong and still has over 300 billion left in his account. He is incredibly rich. Yao Yao, huh? That amazing? I think I've seen this news, but I didn't pay much attention. Qian, we actually joined the gang of the big shot Ruthless. I saw online that he often gives out red envelopes, and each time he gives at least 1 billion in game currency. Yao Yao, wow, this big shot is really something. I wish I could grab tens of thousands of game currency. Chapter 154, Lao Zhang's character was grinding at the golden grinding spot on the first floor of the ancient tomb, while Lin Fan's character returned to grind at the 4th layer of the dungeon. Then, Lin Fan sent a message using Lao Zhang's account to Qian and the others. Lao Zhang, I've set Lao Zhang's account to idle at the golden grinding spot on the first floor of the ancient tomb, where you guys were grinding before. I'm a bit tired and need to sleep, so come here to grind after you finish with the stones. Yao Yao, I estimate that the people from the Supreme Alliance will definitely come back to kill us later. Qian, once we finish with the stones, we'll be strong. Then we can fight those guys. Lao Zhang, if the Supreme Alliance players come later, just call for help from the Alliance. I've set Lao Zhang's account to idle at a fixed spot, so even if I'm killed, it will run back by itself. Qian, okay, thanks, big shot. Then, Lin Fan told Jiang Xiaodao and the others to keep an eye out when they had time, and went to sleep. Just as Lin Fan lay down to sleep, the players from the Supreme Alliance returned to the first floor of the ancient tomb. They saw that the Ruthless Killer was no longer on the first layer of the ancient tomb, so they immediately began to call for help. Chapter 155, Lin Fan slept very well that night. After exercising, sleeping was the best. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Fan checked Zhang's account. At this time, Zhang's account had already reached level 49, but he hadn't allocated his mind skills yet, so he couldn't continue leveling up. Therefore, Lin Fan went back to his sect to help old Zhang allocate his mind skills. After leveling all the mind skills to level 50, old Zhang's account could continue to level up. Lin Fan directly helped old Zhang level up. After a few clicks, old Zhang's account reached level 55, but at this time, the experience was just used up. Lin Fan also checked and found that the 2 little healers in Zhang's team had also reached over level 50. Old Zhang, did the people from the Supreme Alliance come yesterday? However, since they weren't there at the moment, they probably went to have breakfast. So no one replied to Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't mind and looked at the time, finding it was just past 7. So he went to wash up. When Lin Fan opened the door, Su Shuer had just gotten up and was combing her hair in the yard. Good morning, Sister Shuer. Lin Fan said. Why are you up so early today, Brother Lin? Su Shuer replied. Chapter 156. Old Zhang and their actions immediately angered those guys from the Supreme Alliance. Thus, Several hundred members of the Supreme Alliance came directly and wiped out Old Zhang and the others. Old Zhang, come on, do they really need to mobilize so many people? Yao Yao, I estimate there are several hundred of them, right? Old Zhang, what should we do? Should we go back to the first layer of the ancient tomb, or what? Qian, the ruthless boss said that if we want to fight, we should directly call for help. Old Zhang, then let's call people to help. After that, they started calling for help in the Heavenly Court Alliance's channel. Qian, is anyone there? Come fight in the second layer of the Underground Palace. Yao Yao, we were killed by the people from the Supreme Alliance in the second layer of the Underground Palace. They came with several hundred people, and we can't beat them. Jiang Xiaodao, I just woke up. I fought with those guys from the Supreme Alliance until 3 a.m. last night. Jun Mo Xiao, let's go help. Those guys in the third layer of the Underground Palace are useless. Leave half our brothers in the third layer, and the other half come with us to the second layer. Jiang Xiaodao, okay, that works. Then, Jiang Xiaodao opened a new team, and half of Lin Fan's little accounts also came over and joined Jiang Xiaodao's team. After that, Jiang Xiaodao led 300 fully equipped accounts into the second layer of the Underground Palace. Once Jiang Xiaodao and the others arrived, it turned into a one-sided slaughter. Half an hour later, there wasn't a single player from the Supreme Alliance left in the second layer of the Underground Palace. After fighting for half an hour, the guys from the Supreme Alliance realized they couldn't beat Jiang Xiaodao and didn't dare to come back. Jiang Xiaodao, all right, those guys don't dare to come back. Qian, you can relax and level up. Qian, thank you, Brother Xiaodao. Yao Yao, thank you, everyone. Old Zhang, thanks for your hard work, brothers. Then, Jiang Xiaodao shouted in the Heavenly Court Alliance channel, and a bunch of Heavenly Court Alliance members came to occupy the leveling spots in the second layer of the Underground Palace. At this time, Zhang and the others could finally level up at ease. Zhang placed his account at the golden leveling spot in the second layer of the Underground Palace, and then he suddenly thought of a problem. There were no penalties for killing in the Tianlong International Server, which was the reason those guys could kill low-level accounts at will. So, Zhang decided to let the planners of Tianlong create a penalty for random killings. And since there were no losses when killed, those guys were not afraid of dying. If dying would cause equipment to drop or level down, it would definitely reduce malicious PK incidents. With that in mind, Zhang went directly to the planning department. Zhang talked with the director of the planning department and the chief planner of Tianlong for a long time, and in the end, they confirmed a plan. Then, Tianlong was going to undergo a major update. After the update, Tianlong would introduce a red name system. In the future, if someone committed malicious killings, they would turn red. If a red name player was killed, they would drop all unbound equipment on them, and there would be a high chance of dropping unbound items. Moreover, if a red name player was killed, their level would drop by 1, and half of their gold would drop. If a non-red name player was killed, there would be a chance of dropping unbound items, and they would lose 10 of their experience in gold. At 9 a.m., a series of system announcements suddenly appeared, stating that the Tianlong International Server would update at 12 noon, requiring a 1-hour downtime, and they could log in again at 1 p.m. At this time, everyone still didn't know what would be updated, but when they found out later, they didn't know whether to thank Zhang or blame him. Chapter 157. Lin Fan and Su Shuer ran for an hour before returning home for breakfast. By now, it was almost 9 o'clock, and Old Su had long prepared breakfast. However, Old Su left breakfast for them in a warming device, and it still tasted quite good at this time. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan quickly returned to his bedroom. As soon as Lin Fan opened the game interface, he saw the system announcement about the update at noon. Lin Fan didn't pay much attention. Anyway, no matter how it updated, his account was absolutely invincible. At this moment, Lin Fan felt very bored. In the game, he could only level up by idling, as no one dared to fight him. No matter what battlefield it was, as long as Lin Fan showed up, the guys from the Supreme Alliance would run away. They knew that Lin Fan was alone and couldn't chase down over 5 million players, as long as they didn't confront Lin Fan head-on and avoided him a bit. They could play as they wanted, and it wouldn't affect them too much. Time passed quickly, and Lin Fan lay on his bed watching the live stream of Huangzu's Fei Air. Before he knew it, it was already noon. At this point, the game also went offline for the update, and they couldn't log in. Chapter 158. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Supreme Alliance channel, everyone looked at the update announcement and fell silent. Feng Zhong Zhue Feng. Damn, how are we supposed to fight in the future? By the way, if everyone's equipment drops, I can't take the blame for that. What I said about covering the entire alliance's supplies only includes the cost of repairing equipment, potions, teleportation talismans, lime powder, etc., but doesn't cover the loss of equipment or items dropped. Supreme laughing at my madness. What the heck is this update? Are we all going to become cowards in the future? 8L. Yeah. By then, everyone will probably be afraid of dying, as dying once incurs quite a loss. Hun 15. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight now? In the past, we relied on our numbers to negotiate with the Heavenly Alliance. But now having more people is useless. These individuals cannot continue to clash with the Heavenly Alliance. After all, if they die, the Alliance won't compensate for the losses. So who the hell would want to fight to the death with you? Supreme laughs in my madness. If it really comes to that, let's have everyone bind their equipment and store materials and gold in the warehouse. This way, we can reduce some losses. Chapter 159. Lin Fan checked and directly purchased Miss Shadow tracking in the Ingot Mall. Then, Lin Fan started hunting Feng Zhongjue Feng. At this time, Feng Zhongjue Feng's character was being dragged to farm horses at Westlake. Lin Fan used Miss Shadow tracking to locate Feng Zhongjue Feng's position and teleported directly there. Immediately, Lin Fan unleashed a set of skills and instantly killed Feng Zhongjue Feng. Lin Fan clicked a few more times and killed Feng Zhongjue Feng's teammates. Then, Lin Fan saw several pieces of equipment on the ground. These guys had bad luck. After being killed by Lin Fan, they dropped equipment. Normally, they weren't red names, so the chance of dropping equipment was low, but they still dropped it, showing just how unlucky these guys were. Lin Fan's character automatically picked up the equipment on the ground. Wow, a true heavy tower shoulder, plus 2 pieces of equipment. Moreover, they were all made with level 7 stones. These guys are really generous. This time, I directly earned about 200,000 RMB. Ha 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 ha. The feeling of robbing is just so damn exhilarating. Lin Fan thought excitedly after looking at the pieces of equipment. Chapter 160. Although Lin Fan was farming experience, he still occasionally used Miss Shadow tracking to check Feng Zhongjue Feng's position. In fact, Feng Zhongjue Feng was also using Miss Shadow tracking to check Lin Fan's position. When Feng Zhongjue Feng discovered that Lin Fan had gone to the 4th floor of the underground palace, he guessed that Lin Fan must be grinding experience. So, Feng Zhongjue Feng waited for about 10 minutes and then had his ult go out to farm horses again. However, just after Feng Zhongjue Feng's team killed a horse thief, the ruthless killer arrived again. Lin Fan had been watching Feng Zhongjue Feng. As soon as he saw him leave the safe zone, he immediately used Mist Shadow tracking to teleport over. Then, Lin Fan unleashed a set of skills, and Feng Zhongjue Feng's entire team of level 7 characters instantly became corpses. It must be said that Lin Fan's damage output was truly terrifying. With 4 pieces of heavy tower jewelry, he gained thousands in 4 attributes, coupled with other enhancements. Lin Fan's mysterious attribute attack was already close to 20,000, and with Lin Fan's extremely high evasion, Feng Zhongjue Feng's team couldn't hit him at all. Feng Zhongjue Feng. Damn, has that guy been watching me all along? I just left the safe zone, and I'm dead again. Chapter 161. Dragon Domain Dominator. Damn, our team of horse farmers all got wiped out. Those guys are from the Heavenly Alliance, a full team of Tian Shan. Their output is just too terrifying. Soul 15. Our team was also taken down by the Tian Shan of the Heavenly Alliance. Purple Xian, Dragon Child. Our team too. Those Tian Shan from the Heavenly Alliance are too strong. We didn't even react before we were wiped out. Supreme laughs at my madness. We were also attacked by the Tian Shan of the Heavenly Alliance, but we managed to retaliate and kill one before we all got wiped out. 8L. I lasted 2 minutes before I died. I was the only full-level monk in our team, while the others were just level 7 stone characters. We really couldn't hold out. Young Master Wong. Those guys from the Heavenly Alliance are targeting us. We shouldn't leave the safe zone for now. Otherwise, we'll probably get wiped out again. Young Master Li. But we also need experience. If we don't leave the safe zone, how much experience can we gain just by doing daily tasks? Young Master Wong. I meant we shouldn't leave the safe zone for now. Not that we won't ever leave. Let's observe the situation and wait until we think of a solution before going out. Supreme laughs at my madness. By the way, where did Feng Zhongjue Feng go? Why haven't I seen him? Chapter 162. As expected, just a little while after Jiang Qingzi and the others teleported to Lin Fan's side, a group of Tian Shan characters from the Supreme Alliance appeared beside them. Lin Fan looked at the group and directly unleashed an area attack skill. Instantly, More than half of the Tianshan characters from the Supreme Alliance were wiped out. Then, Lin Fan quickly finished off the rest of the Tianshan characters from the Supreme Alliance. However, during this chaotic battle, Jiang Chengzi and the others, along with Su Shuer, were also killed by those from the Supreme Alliance. Jiang Chengzi, damn. Those guys have such insane damage output. We can't hold on. Royal Family Tian CI. Yeah, there's so many of them. Each one unleashes a skill. And we're just gone. Battle Soul Sorrow. We're not at a loss either. Those guys were also wiped out by the ruthless boss. Our 5 traded for over 100 of them. 5 cents, Prince. Yeah, we still made a profit. Let's go. Let's see if they dare to come again. Little Schwer. Those guys are really bad. They came to attack us again. I often got killed by those guys when I first started playing. Ruthless Killer. It's okay. If we kill those guys a few more times, they won't dare to come back. Meanwhile, the same was happening on the side of the Supreme Alliance. Chapter 163. Jiang Chengzi and the others left the safe zone again, and those Tianshan from the Supreme Alliance teleported over again. The result was the same. Over 100 Tianshan characters and Jiang Chengzi's 5 people perished together. Young Masterly 66. Boss, those guys don't seem to have any intention of compromising. If this continues, we're going to suffer too much, over 100 of us for just 5 of them. Young Masterly, keep going. You don't need to rush to level up, but they are different. I don't believe they will want to keep clashing with us. Feng Zhongzhue Feng, right? After they drop a few levels, they probably won't dare to trade blows with us anymore. Supreme laughs at my madness. Everyone worked hard. I'll send out a red envelope later. Soul 15. Unless we scare them, they will never negotiate with us. Which means we won't be able to leave the safe zone. Young Masterly. Everyone, keep going. I just checked and Royal Family Tian CI has already dropped levels. I estimate that if we kill him a few more times, Tian CI will get scared. Young Master Wong. That Battle Soul Sorrow has also dropped levels. As long as we kill them a few more times, I estimate those guys will drop levels too. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Alliance, Battle Soul Sorrow, damn. Those guys are still not giving up, using over 100 people to trade for our 5. Those from the Supreme Alliance must be out of their minds. Chapter 164. Supreme laughs at my madness. Ruthless boss, our Supreme Alliance has over 5 million players. You can't just give us a 20% AFK point. That doesn't make sense. Ruthless Killer. How doesn't it make sense? You should know better than I do how many useless players are in your Supreme Alliance's 5 million players, right? Those useless players, even if they're given AFK points. Do you think they can hold their ground? Supreme all laughing at my madness. Our Supreme Alliance is taking a bit of a loss. How about we get 4% of the idle points? Ruthless Killer. I say 2%, and that's final. There's no room for negotiation. If not, then let's keep fighting. Do you think I'm afraid of you guys? Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. But I can't make that decision. If I agree, those guys will probably beat me up. Ruthless Killer. Then go negotiate with them. I'm going to have a meal first, and we can continue this discussion tonight. Supreme Owl laughing at my madness. All right, I'll talk to them. After that, Lin Fan went out for dinner. At this time, laughing at my madness told the big shots of the Supreme Alliance about the conditions given by Ruthless Killer. Wind chasing in the breeze. I disagree, absolutely disagree. With so many people in our Supreme Alliance, 2% of the idle points is just not enough. Chapter 165. After both sides called a truce, everyone can now go out to grind for experience. Lin Fan is now level 89 and has stored tens of billions of experience points for upgrading his mental skills. However, that is still far from enough. Lin Fan estimates that he will need at least another 3 days to upgrade all his mental skills to level 90. Once all his mental skills reach level 90, Lin Fan can level up. At that time, he can enter the outer celestial scenes to fight against foreigners. After finishing dinner, Lin Fan immediately returned because he wanted to see if laughing at my madness had agreed to his conditions. After checking, Lin Fan directly set his character to idle at the golden idle point on the 4th floor of the underground palace, then went out again. Because Lin Fan was going out for a run with Su Shuer. Lin Fan knew he lacked exercise, so he arranged a run at night with Su Shuer. Shuer, let us go running. Lin Fan shouted outside Su Shuer's room. Okay, I'll change my shoes. Su Shuer replied. Soon, Su Shuer came out. She was wearing a pink short-sleeve top, pink shorts, and a pair of white shoes, looking full of youthful energy. Chapter 166. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan returned to his room. He then sat in front of the computer and opened his character information to check. Over 100 billion experience points, not bad. I gained 100 billion experience by idling overnight. Lin Fan thought to himself. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly saw an update notification. There would be another update at noon, lasting 1 hour, and would be completed by 1 o'clock. After the update, the long-awaited Global Championship would finally begin. Lin Fan then sent a message in the Alliance channel. Ruthless Killer, did everyone see? There's another update at noon, and the much-anticipated Global Championship is finally starting. Jiang Xiaodao, I saw it too, but this Global Championship has nothing to do with me. I bet the champion will definitely be you, boss. Ruthless Killer, I'm confident about the individual championship, but I have no confidence in the team championship. Jiang Xiaodao, in team matches, everyone has the same equipment, so it tests skill. My skill isn't that great, so I'll just aim to get some rewards. Chapter 167, Ruthless Killer. Sigh, ever since the Supreme Alliance called a truce, every day is so boring. Jiang Xiaodao, indeed. I don't even know what to do when I log in for the day. Jun and Mo Xiao, how about we organize some event? Jiang Qingzi, what event? How about a singing contest? Royal Jua Tian Ci. What is the point of a singing contest? Let us have a PK contest instead. Since we can practice matches now. How about a 6v6 PK? What do you all think? Ruthless Killer. Sounds good. It's fair that everyone can participate. Jiang Qingzi. I think it's feasible too. Jun and Mo Xiao. Sure, I agree. Ruthless Killer. Alright, since everyone agrees, let us settle on it. Since it's a competition, there must be rewards. I've decided. The first place team will receive 1 million yuan per person. The second place will get 500,000 yuan each. The third place will get 200,000 yuan each. The top 10 teams will get 100,000 yuan each, and a participation prize of 50,000 yuan each. Jiang Qingzi. Wow, Ruthless Brother is really generous. Handing out those rewards will definitely require over 100 billion yuan. Chapter 168. Lin Fan knew his own level, so he didn't participate at all. After that, no one else joined, and the competition began. Jiang Xiaodao started a live stream to broadcast the whole match. When Jiang Xiaodao announced that their Heavenly Court Alliance was going to spend over 100 billion yuan on rewards, everyone was shocked. Especially the fact that just participating earns you 50,000 yuan, which made others incredibly envious. After all, that's 50,000 yuan if you recharge. It would cost 5,000 yuan, and if you sell it, you could get around 4,000 back. Waterfriend 1. So envious. I want to join the Heavenly Court Alliance too. Waterfriend 2. Me too. I'm really jealous. Just participating earns you 50,000 yuan. That's my salary for a month. Waterfriend 3. Your salary is so high. I'm a security guard, and my salary is only 2,000 a month. Ha ha ha. Our Heavenly Court Alliance only accepts players above level 6. If there are any players at level 6 who want to join our Heavenly Court Alliance, feel free to private message me, Jiang Xiaodao said. Waterfriend 66. Wow, they only accept players above level 6. Then I have no chance. Chapter 169. Soon, the top 100 teams began to randomly match up, and Jiang Xiaodao's team encountered a team with only one healer. After playing so many matches, Jiang Xiaodao's team had already coordinated very well. Jiang Xiaodao immediately locked onto the enemy's healer and pulled them over. Then, they all attacked together, instantly taking out the enemy healer. Once the healer was dead, the outcome was already determined. After a few minutes of fighting, all the opponents were eliminated. Jiang Xiaodao's team won another match and successfully entered the top 50. Ruthless Killer. Wow, Xiaodao, you guys actually made it to the top 50. Could it be that the 3 healer setup is really invincible? Jiang Xiaodao. Hee hee, it's just because we got lucky. The teams we faced only had 1 healer. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have one. Bro, with 3 healers, the damage output is still not enough. So during actual matches, it's better to have a double healer configuration. Jiang Xiaodao. I agree with this viewpoint. 2 healers are sufficient. 3 healers don't provide enough damage output. Chapter 170. Jiang Xiaodao. I never expected that our bizarre lineup could actually take second place. Huangzhu Tinya. Sai, we just lacked a healer. Otherwise, we would definitely have beaten Xiaodao's team. Jun Ma Xiao. Hee, we discussed it in advance. A double healer lineup is the most reasonable, which is why we used it. Jiang Xiaodao. We didn't discuss it. Using 3 healers was completely a coincidence. Ruthless Killer. Everyone has worked hard. Now it's time to distribute the rewards. Xiaodao. You are in charge of counting all the participants, and you will distribute the participation prizes. I will give you the ingots later. Jiang Xiaodao. Okay, boss. Ruthless Killer. As for the top 10 teams, I will personally distribute the rewards. Immediately, Lin Fan went to the Luoyang Bank to exchange for over 100 billion ingot tickets. Of course, not all in one ticket, but in various denominations. Subsequently, the players from the Heavenly Court Alliance's top 10 came to Luoyang Square and formed 10 teams there. Then Lin Fan started distributing rewards to them one by one. This internal event of the Heavenly Court Alliance attracted countless players' attention online, especially the bizarre lineup of 3 healers, which could actually take second place, was something that all online games could not comprehend. Chapter 171. After finishing the guild activity, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Lin Fan pulled his character to the gold grinding point on the 4th floor of the underground palace to grind, and then went to eat. At this time, Old Su had already prepared dinner. Lin Fan washed his hands and started eating. Brother Lin, you are really rich. You spent over 100 million renminbi on a guild activity. While eating, Su Shwetter said to Lin Fan, "Haha, it's just a small matter, as long as everyone is happy. By the way, Shwer, did you participate in the competition?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "I participated too, but my performance was not good. I lost in the first match and got a participation prize," Su Shwetter said. "Haha, Shwer, you should practice your skills well. I will take you to compete in official matches later," Lin Fan laughed. "But my skills are not good. I will drag you down, Brother Lin," Su Shwetter said with some worry. "Don't worry, my skills are not great either, so we probably one team make it into the top 100 of the server," Lin Fan said. "Ha, then we have to work hard together," Su Shwetter said with a smile. Yes, let's work hard together," Lin Fan nodded. At this time, Old Su was also listening to Lin Fan chatting with Su Shwetter. Chapter 172. Lin Fan was just about to take a shower when he suddenly remembered that his clothes were still hanging outside, so he went out to collect them. At that moment, Lin Fan happened to see Su Shwetter opening the door to Old Su's room, wiping her tears and running out. What the hell is going on? Could it be that Old Su called Shwetter into his room because she is pretty and did something beastly to her? Lin Fan thought to himself, looking at Su Shwetter's heartbroken expression. Although Lin Fan believed Old Su wouldn't do that, one cannot know a person's heart just by their face. Thus, if such a thing did happen, it was also possible. After all, Su Shwetter is indeed very beautiful. And Old Su has been alone for a long time without a wife around, so he would naturally be quite frustrated. Moreover, Old Su is also a strong middle-aged man, his physical condition being much better than Lin Fan's. Therefore, Old Su would definitely have such needs. But Shwetter is his daughter. Old Su shouldn't be that beastly, right? Lin Fan was very confused at this moment. Afterward, Lin Fan collected his clothes and put them back in his room before walking out again, coming to Su Shwetter's door and knocking. Chapter 173. After midnight, Lin Fan directly started to claim his rewards. Of course, he also exchanged the 3 types of gift packs that could be traded for fame points. The 2,000 fame points Ritual Reward gift pack contained Earth Clearing Talisman, Low-Level Gem Synthesis Talisman, True Essence Amber, Heavenly Spirit Pill X2, Heavenly Gang Strengthening Essence, and Heavenly Gang Strengthening Liquid. The 8,000 fame points 4C's Reward gift pack contained Earth Clearing Talisman, High-Level Gem Synthesis Talisman, True Essence Spirit Amber, Purple Gold Dragon Card, Heavenly Gang Strengthening Liquid, and Soul Fusion Dan Dragon. The 20,000 fame points Noble Reward gift pack contained Illusion Soul Dan X3, Level 4 Secret Silver, Level 4 Cotton, Mount Golden Winged Dragon Beast 90 Days, True Essence Spirit Amber, and Divine Soul Liquid. Although these items were basically useless to Lin Fan, there were still useful things. For example, the Soul Fusion Dan Dragon and the Illusion Soul Dan. These 2 items are used for attachment. After using the Soul Fusion Dan Dragon, one can gain the dragon effect after attachment, which looks very nice. As for the Illusion Soul Dan, it is used to dye the attachment. Then Lin Fan claimed the reward for being first on the fame list of the server. Chapter 174. Then Lin Fan checked again and found that there were still 375 Demon Sovereign Bloodjades left, so he traded 255 Demon Sovereign Bloodjades to Jiang Xiaodao, allowing him to exchange for a heavy tower armor. Jiang Xiaodao already had a true heavy tower shoulder. If he exchanged for a heavy tower armor, he could activate the set effect of the Heavy Tower Heavenly Protection set. This way, the benefits could be maximized. After all, the set effect of the Heavy Tower Heavenly Protection set could increase the health cap by 20. Jiang Xiaodao's original health cap had already exceeded 1 million, so this would directly increase the health cap by more than 200,000. This bonus effect is much more cost-effective than exchanging for heavy tower accessories. After trading 255 Demon Sovereign Blood Jades to Jiang Xiaodao, Lin Fan still had 120 Demon Sovereign Blood Jades left. Lin Fan did not plan to trade these 120 Demon Sovereign Blood Jades to Zhu Maxiao, but directly put them into the warehouse. After all, even if he traded them to Zhu Maxiao now, he would not have enough to exchange for heavy tower equipment. So Lin Fan planned to wait until the next event to gather enough 255 Demon Sovereign Blood Jades before trading them to Zhu Maxiao. Jiang Xiaodao, ha 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 ha. I have gathered the Heavy Tower Heavenly Protection set, which has increased my health cap by several 100,000. It feels so damn good. Chapter 175, the next morning. Lin Fan got up early. Then, Lin Fan went to knock on Su Schwetter's door, planning to invite her to go running together. Schwer, are you up? Let us go running together, Lin Fan shouted from outside. I'm not feeling well. I'm not going running today. You can go by yourself, boss. Su Schwer replied. What's wrong, Schwer? Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Lin Fan asked. At this moment, Lin Fan was also a bit worried about Su Schwer. However, Su Schwer was completely fine. She was just in a bad mood because her dad told her to stay away from Lin Fan, and she couldn't disobey. So, when Lin Fan called her to go for a run, although she really wanted to go, she still found an excuse to refuse Lin Fan's invitation. After all, if old Su saw her, he would definitely have something to say about it. I'm fine, just a slight cold. It's nothing serious. I have cold medicine in my bag. I'll be fine after taking some. Su Schwer replied. As long as it's nothing serious, I'll go for a run by myself, Lin Fan said, then left to go running. Sigh. Brother Lin is really nice, but my dad is right. I'm not worthy of him. I should stop dreaming and adjust my mood to live well. Su Schwer thought to herself. Chapter 176. After Lin Fan finished running and returned, Old Su had also prepared breakfast. However, Lin Fan did not see Su Schwer. Old Su, what's wrong with Schwer? Lin Fan directly asked Old Su. Schwer said she wasn't feeling well and didn't want to have breakfast. Old Su replied. Oh, is she okay? Lin Fan said, surprised. She's fine. She'll be better in a couple of days, Old Su answered. In fact, Old Su knew what was wrong with Su Schwer. It was just that he didn't let her play with Lin Fan, and she was sad about it. It's nothing serious. She'll be fine in a few days. If it gets serious, just take her to the hospital, and you don't need to cook lunch, Lin Fan said. Okay, boss. I understand, Old Su nodded. Lin Fan ate quickly, finishing breakfast in just a few minutes. Then he went straight back to his room. Soon after, Lin Fan sat down in front of the computer to check his experience points. Previously, Lin Fan only had over 20 billion experience points, but now he had over 50 billion experience points. This meant that Lin Fan had gained over 20 billion experience points in just one night. With over 50 billion experience points, I should be able to reach level 90 by tomorrow, Lin Fan thought to himself after checking his experience points. Chapter 177. After leveling up to 90, Lin Fan was finally able to enter the sky outside the Jianghu map. He then entered the ancient realm of Tianwang in the sky outside the Jianghu world. Inside the ancient realm of Tianwang, there were 8 giant scenes open to the public, namely Shuyang Town, the main city connecting the original world and the sky outside the Jianghu, Linhai Valley, a resource-gathering place and a paradise for casual players, which also leads to the Tongtian Tower, the 3 major city strongholds of Juntian City, Chaojing City, and Luofu City, the only target for siege wars, Tianqi Nanhuai, Wanchuan Flower Sea, and Monan Qingyuan, all areas of contention for military forces. These 8 major scenes are interconnected with 2 or more scenes, forming a 3D battlefield. There are a total of 9 major gameplay modes in the sky outside the Jianghu. 1. Clan gameplay. 2. Siege warfare dominance. 3. City development. 4. City production dungeons. 5. Dragon pattern equipment. 6. Experience competition. 7. Resource competition. Ancient realm. Strange stones. 8. Tongtian Tower. 9. Life skills specialization. After entering Shuyang Town, Lin Fan went to Linhai Valley and entered the Tongtian Tower. The Tongtian Tower is divided into 5 levels. The first level is the underground palace. The next 3 levels are the tower body, and the 5th level is the tower top. The higher you go, the smaller the space of the tower becomes, and the monsters become stronger. Of course, the difficulty increases, and so does the experience gained. Chapter 178. However, after Lin Fan went up, those players from other servers returned to the earlier levels of the Tongtian Tower. Therefore, Lin Fan started killing down from the 4th level of the Tongtian Tower. Lin Fan killed repeatedly, and by the fifth time, no one dared enter the entire Tontian Tower anymore. After all, killing in the sky outside does not turn your name red, but if you die, you still lose experience points and money. Plus, there's a chance to drop unbound items. So, it just doesn't make sense for them. They could only kill monsters for a short while before Lin Fan took them down. If they were unlucky, after finally grinding out some Tianhuang ancient coins, they would lose them directly. What is the point of this? After guarding the entrance of the Tontian Tower for a while and finding that no one continued to enter, Lin Fan returned to the 5th level of the Tontian Tower to level up. At this time, the young masters and young ladies from the wealthy families were holding a meeting. Morgan, the little princess, that ruthless killer from the Huaxiao region, is killing people rampantly in the Tontian Tower, occupying the Tontian Tower. What should we do? DuPont. The old lady, what can we do? That guy is already invincible. His account has spent hundreds of billions. We can't defeat him. Chapter 179. After Lin Fan was grinding on the 5th level of the Tontian Tower, he sent a message in the Tian Ting Alliance's channel. Ruthless killer. Ha 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 ha. Fighting the sky outside is really F-I-N-G refreshing. I've killed tens of thousands of big shots from other servers by myself. You should have seen the scene of me taking down those full squads all by myself. It was just too satisfying. Jiang Xiaodao. Damn, boss, you leveled up to 90? We brought our low-level accounts to grind, and even with a 10-fold experience buff, it will still take us about 2 more days to reach level 90. Ruthless killer. I just leveled up to 90, and after leveling up, I came to the sky outside, directly entered the Tontian Tower, and took down those guys from other servers. Jiang Xiaodao. I remember the classic version of the Tontian Tower only opens from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. ISNT, the international version, different? Ruthless killer. I just checked. This Tontian Tower has no time limit. Plus, there's a chance to drop Tianhuang ancient coins while grinding monsters inside the Tontian Tower, which can be exchanged for dragon patterns and dragon pattern materials. Chapter 180, Knock Knock Knock. Who is it? Su Shuer's voice came from inside the room. It's me. Lin Fan. Lin Fan replied. Oh, it's the boss. Do you need something? Su Shuer asked. Shuer, are you okay? I haven't seen you for 2 days. If you're not feeling well, I'll take you to the hospital right now, Lin Fan said. I'm fine, really. I've taken medicine, and I just need a rest. Su Shuer replied. Shuer, you really don't have to worry about the medical fees. I'll take you to the hospital, and I'll cover all the costs, Lin Fan said. Actually, I'm not worried about the medical fees. I really don't have any major issues. Just let me rest for another couple of days, Su Shuer responded. All right, as long as you're happy. Lin Fan shook his head and then went out for a run. After running for a while, he encountered a familiar figure. The glaring headlights almost blinded Lin Fan. Initially, Lin Fan was in a pretty bad mood. However, as soon as Lin Fan saw her big headlights, his mood instantly improved a lot. Lin Fan, you're also running. At that moment, Lu Yao said to Lin Fan. Chapter 181, after finishing lunch. Lin Fan returned to his room. He had been away for so long that foreign players must have come back to the Tower of Heaven to grind. So, Lin Fan decided to continue clearing people out. Lin Fan walked around the 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven and found that there were indeed people grinding. There were 5 grinding spots on the 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven, and Lin Fan occupied one of them. The other 4 grinding spots had players grinding there. There were players from the DuPont family, the Morgan family, the Samsung Consortium, and the Ross family. However, Lin Fan didn't care about which family they were from. As long as they were foreign players, they were all his enemies. Lin Fan activated kill mode and directly started killing. Although those guys were all max level. Compared to Lin Fan, they were simply not on the same level. The attributes of Lin Fan's Kung Lo Kao, Zhong Lu's suit, were just too insane. Therefore, this group of people had no way to deal with Lin Fan. Soon, Lin Fan cleared all the players on the 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Then, Lin Fan entered the 4th floor of the Tower of Heaven. There were a total of 20 grinding spots on the 4th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Lin Fan cleared them one by one. He just needed to cast a group attack skill at one grinding spot to instantly kill the team of players grinding there. Chapter 182. Lin Fan kept grinding monsters on the 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven, but every once in a while, he would go down and check if those foreign players had returned. As soon as he saw someone, he would definitely kill them. After Lin Fan killed a few times, those guys realized that the ruthless killer was not just a grinding machine. Therefore, no one continued to enter the Tower of Heaven later on. After all, being killed once an hour was quite a loss. If luck wasn't on their side, all the Gungbi, Tianhuang ancient coins, they'd work hard to grind would be lost. Lin Fan kept grinding until 5 p.m. At 5 p.m., Lin Fan went down to check the lower floors of the Tower of Heaven and found that no one had entered. He then returned to the 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven to continue grinding. Soon after, Lin Fan went out for dinner. At this time, Old Su was also almost done with dinner, preparing the last soup. However, Lin Fan still hadn't seen Su Schwerer. Old Su, is Schwerer okay? I haven't seen her for 3 days, Lin Fan asked. Schwerer is fine. She just took her medicine and is probably asleep now. Old Su replied. Well, as long as she's okay, let's eat. Lin Fan said as he began to eat. Chapter 183, Let us take a walk first. It's not good to exercise right after eating, Lu Yao said. Okay, let us take a stroll, and we'll start running in half an hour. Lin Fan nodded and replied. Great, let us sit in that pavilion over there, Lu Yao said. Then, Lin Fan followed Lu Yao to the pavilion in the middle of the villa area. The scenery here was quite nice. Next to the pavilion was a lotus pond, and it was summer, the perfect time for lotus flowers to bloom. Lin Fan, what have you been doing all day? Lu Yao was also a bit curious. Lin Fan was so wealthy, yet he seemed so free every day. Thus, Lu Yao wanted to understand more about him. Besides eating and sleeping, I'm just playing games at home. Oh, and now I've added running to the mix, Lin Fan replied. Huh, don't you need to work? Lu Yao asked in surprise. No, I have others working for me. I don't have to worry about anything. I can earn a few small goals in no time. Lin Fan replied. In fact, Lin Fan wasn't lying. As long as he fought, he could really earn thousands of billions every day. That's great. I'm going to look for a job tomorrow. I studied finance. I have a PhD in finance from Harvard University in the US. My dad wanted me to work at his company to become his successor, but I want to prove my abilities, so I plan to find a job on my own. Lu Yao said. Chapter 184. Lin Fan returned home and checked again, finding that Su Schwerer still hadn't come out. He wondered what was wrong with her. It seemed she was quite ill. Lin Fan thought to himself. Then, Lin Fan shook his head and immediately entered his bedroom, sitting in front of the computer. Soon after, Lin Fan began to clear people again. Previously, not long after Lin Fan left, those foreign players returned to the Tower of Heaven to grind. After all, the monsters in the Tower of Heaven gave a lot of experience. Moreover, there was also a chance to drop TLBB, Tianhuang ancient coins, while grinding in the Tower of Heaven. Those TLBB were valuable. They could be used to exchange for new equipment dragon patterns. The Yuanbao Mall did not sell basic dragon patterns, and the materials for upgrading dragon patterns could only be exchanged for TLBB, not purchased directly with Yuanbao. With this, the importance of the Tower of Heaven was evident. Therefore, after being killed by Lin Fan a few times, those guys became smart. They would send a team every so often to scout ahead, using a team of dedicated scouts to come to the 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven and grind at the grinding spot next to the Ruthless Killer. Chapter 185. Lin Fan had just finished upgrading the dragon pattern when it was already 7:58 p.m. So, Lin Fan immediately entered the outer world. At 8 p.m., the 3-city battle began. Lin Fan directly entered Juntian City and started killing his way forward. Neither guards nor players from other servers could stop Lin Fan's advance. The 3-city battle would last for an hour. The faction that held the battle flag for 30 minutes or the faction that occupied the battle flag when time ended would become the owner of the city. Moreover, after becoming the city lord, they would receive 10 city lord treasure chests, which had a chance to open a demon lord bloodjade. In addition, other players from this faction participating in the city battle would also receive a regular treasure chest, which had a chance to open various treasures, and also a very low chance to open a demon lord bloodjade. Meanwhile, killing players from other factions during the city battle would earn kill points. 1 point for each kill, and after the event ends, these kill points would automatically convert into TLBB, with 1 point equaling 1 TLBB. Therefore, this city battle activity was the best way for ordinary players to obtain TLBB. Chapter 186. Lin Fan was chatting in the group with Jiang Xiaodao and the others when he suddenly noticed someone was private messaging him in the game. Royal Clan Kua Tian Ci. How is the city battle going, Brother Ruthless? Ruthless Killer. I got the battle flag. Now I'm defending it. In a few minutes, we can occupy a city. Royal Clan Kua Tian Ci. Wow, that's amazing. You alone can take down a city. Ruthless Killer. This is the crushing power of Cash Whale. If you spend hundreds of billions, you could be this powerful too. Royal Clan Kua Tian Ci. The big spenders are amazing. Ruthless Killer. Brother Tian Ci. You need to level up quickly Otherwise, you won't make it to the next city battle. Royal Clan Kua Tion Ci. I haven't even reached level 89 yet. I was targeted by the Supreme Alliance a few days ago and dropped 5 levels. Now it looks like it will take me another week to reach level 90. Ruthless Killer. What level are those guys from the Supreme Alliance? Royal Clan Kua Tion Ci. They are probably close to level 90 in the next couple of days. Ruthless Killer. That's because they're all cowards. When it comes to fighting, they are too scared to leave the safe zone after dying a few times. Otherwise, they would have definitely dropped levels by now. Royal Clan Kua Tion Ci. Exactly, we lost 5 levels in battles. And those guys are just hiding like turtles in the safe zone. Ruthless Killer. Right, they're all cowards. I wonder if they will turn traitor after going to the outer world, but I don't think so. We are all players from the Huaxiao region. If they can't beat their own people and run off to become traitors, that would be really spineless. Royal Clan Kua Tion Ci. Even though those guys are useless, I don't think they would turn traitor. Ruthless Killer. My time is up. I need to go capture Luofu City. I'll continue chatting once I pull the flag. Royal Clan Kua Tion Ci. Alright, go up ahead. Lin Fan stayed here for half an hour and successfully captured Jun Tian City. Then, Lin Fan teleported to Luofu City. The force guarding the flag in Luofu City was the Morgan family, and they were just 1 minute away from capturing Luofu City. But at that moment, Ruthless Killer arrived. Lin Fan fought his way to the center of Luofu City and directly killed the flag bearer, the Morgan little princess. They were only half a minute away from capturing Luofu City, but Lin Fan's arrival caused their efforts to fail. At that moment, the Morgan little princess was cursing Lin Fan in the nearby channel. Of course, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. After all, he didn't like to chat aimlessly with people, especially not with a woman. Lin Fan carried the flag, and no one could take it from him. After all their attacks on Lin Fan missed. If they couldn't even hit him, what good would it do to attack? Those guys couldn't kill Lin Fan. So he just stood there, racking up kills. Every player from the Morgan family was killed by Lin Fan dozens of times on average. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan captured Luofu City. Lin Fan single-handedly took down 2 cities, which was undoubtedly the most impressive miracle in the history of Tianlong. Chapter 187. Lin Fan killed hundreds of thousands of players and directly earned hundreds of thousands of points. After the city battle ended, Lin Fan's points were automatically converted into Tianwang ancient coins. In an instant, Lin Fan's Tianwang ancient coins rose to over 800,000. With over 800,000 Tianwang ancient coins, Lin Fan estimated that he could max out the dragon patterns. Then, Lin Fan began to work on the dragon patterns. Overall, the dragon patterns are divided into 2 types of attributes: basic attributes and extended attributes. The growth of dragon patterns requires improving the star level of the dragon patterns and the growth level of the dragon patterns. Currently, the highest star level for dragon patterns can be upgraded to 9 stars, and the growth level can be upgraded to level 100. When the star level of the dragon patterns is below 5 stars, it can be upgraded by consuming a certain amount of Jade Dragon Essence, which can be obtained by defeating bosses in the Royal Tomb dungeons of the 3 cities or exchanged using Tianwang ancient coins. 1,000 Tianwang ancient coins can be exchanged for 1 Jade Dragon Essence. However, when the star level of the dragon patterns needs to be upgraded to 7 stars, it requires consuming both Jade Dragon Essence and Hook Sky Color. Hook Sky Color can also be obtained through the Royal Tomb dungeons or exchanged using Tianhuang ancient coins. Chapter 188. While Lin Fan was fighting in the Tower of Heavenly Connection, on the other side, young Master Hao Yin was also ready to be discharged from the hospital. Young Master Hao Yin's surgery was very successful, and after a week of observation in the hospital with no major issues, he was discharged. His girlfriend, Bai Ji, had already taken care of the discharge procedures and then asked for leave from her boss before coming to young Master Hao Yin's hospital room, saying, "Brother Hao Yin, we're going home. Ah Ji, do you really want to be my girlfriend?" Young Master Hao Yin's expression was a bit complicated at that moment. "Of course, Brother Hao Yin. Haven't I told you many times? I, Bai Ji, am willing to be your girlfriend and to marry you," Bai Ji said. "All right, Yin Hao Yin. Swear to the heavens that I will never let down the young lady Bai Ji in this life," young Master Hao Yin vowed. "Okay, let's go home first. Come on, I'll help you into the wheelchair." After hearing young Master Hao Yin's words, Bai Ji's face was filled with a smile. This wheelchair was also prepared by Bai Ji for young Master Hao Yin. Although young Master Hao Yin's surgery was successful, he still couldn't walk at the moment, so he could only rely on the wheelchair. Chapter 189. Ah Ji, you've worked hard. Young Master Hao Ian held Bai Ji's hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Hee. I'm not working hard. I told you I could do it, right? You still don't believe me? Bai Ji smiled and said, It's my fault. Bai Ji is the best. Young Master Hao Ian nodded in agreement. Brother Hao Ian, you should rest for a bit. I'm gonna cook now, Bai Ji said. Oh, okay. Then I'll play on my phone for a bit, Young Master Hao Ian replied. Then, Young Master Hao Ian took out a Black Rice phone, the latest Black Rice K50. Bai Ji had bought this phone for him a few days ago for 200 yuan. Bai Ji had used her own phone for many years and was reluctant to change it. After Young Master Hao Ian mentioned wanting a phone, she didn't hesitate to buy him the latest Black Rice phone. Young Master Hao Ian downloaded a Tianlong security card app and logged into his account. Since Young Master Hao Ian jumped off, no one had managed his 1,000 accounts. After all, if he didn't pay, the power levelers definitely wouldn't continue to help him. Moreover, if it weren't for the fear of being caught, those power levelers were planning to directly clear Young Master Hao Ian's accounts. Chapter 190 Young Master Hao Ian decided that after he sold his account, he would give Bai Ji a surprise. Bai Ji treated him so well, and Young Master Hao Ian was very touched. Therefore, Young Master Hao Ian decided that after selling his account, he would buy a house for Bai Ji in the city, and the title would be directly in Bai Ji's name. However, at this moment, Bai Ji was worried about their future, because she really had no money left. Only a few hundred yuan on her, and at this time, there were still more than 20 days until the next payday. She needed to use those few hundred yuan to support their lives for more than 20 days. Moreover, next month would not be any easier. In fact, it would be even harder, because next month she needed to pay back Hua Bei, buy medicine for her brother Hao Tian, and pay rent and utility bills. Calculating all that, her salary of over 4,000 yuan would not be enough. Furthermore, it would take a long time for Hao Tian to recover. After all, it takes 100 days to heal from a serious injury, and since Hao Tian had broken bones, it would be even harder for him to recover. Bai Ji estimated that Hao Tian would need at least 6 months of rest before he could return to work normally. Therefore, she guessed that the next 6 months would be very difficult for her. Chapter 191. After Bai Ji left, Hao Tian finished his breakfast and went back to sleep. It wasn't until noon that he was woken up by a phone call. Hello, is this Ji? Hao Tian said. Brother Hao, I ordered takeout for you. The delivery guy will bring it in directly. When he knocks, just let him in. The door is unlocked, Bai Ji said. Okay, Hao Tian replied. I'll hang up now. I need to go eat too, Bai Ji added. All right, by the way, Ji, don't try to save money by just eating plain buns. You need to eat something nutritious for lunch, got it? Hao Tian said. I know. We eat in the cafeteria. It's similar to fast food, Bai Ji replied. Good, go eat. Hao Tian said. Okay, bye. Bai Ji finished and hung up the phone. At this moment, Bai Ji thought to herself, how did Brother Hao know I was planning to eat a plain bun for lunch? That's really amazing. In fact, Bai Ji was planning to just have a plain bun for lunch. There was a type of big bun in their cafeteria that cost 1 yuan each, and one was enough to fill her up. Chapter 192. Lin Fan slept until noon without anyone waking him up. So, he didn't even have breakfast. After washing up, he opened the door and went out. At this time, Old Su had already prepared lunch. Boss, lunch is ready, Old Su said. Is Shui Er feeling better? Lin Fan nodded and asked Old Su. Lin Fan was still a bit worried about Shui Er. After all, Shui Er had been lying in bed without going out, and Lin Fan hadn't seen her for several days. So, Lin Fan thought that Shui Er must be very seriously ill. Otherwise, she wouldn't be out of sight for so long. You don't need to worry. Shui Er is almost better, Old Su said. That's good. Let us eat. Lin Fan casually asked and started to have lunch after learning that Shui Er was fine. Soon, Lin Fan finished lunch. Then, he planned to go back to his room to play games. Just as he sat down at the computer desk and was about to start cleaning up, his WeChat suddenly dinged. Chapter 193. Soon, Lin Fan and the others arrived at the city center. Sister Yao, check on your phone to see if there are any real estate agencies nearby, Lin Fan said to Lu Yao. Okay, let me check. Lu Yao nodded and took out her phone. Lin Fan, I found one. There's a comprehensive agency nearby. Just go straight for 300 meters, Lu Yao said after checking. All right, let us go. Lin Fan nodded and then accelerated, zooming out 300 meters and stopping in front of the agency. Lin Fan was driving a supercar. Although not many people could identify the model, the supercar shape was still easy to recognize. Lin Fan was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, which was obviously very expensive. As soon as they parked, someone from the agency came out to greet them. It was a middle-aged man, probably around 50 years old. Please come in, gentlemen. The middle-aged man said to Lin Fan and the others. They then entered the agency and sat down on the sofa in the lobby. Chapter 194. Heartless Killer. I'm just asking. I still have tens of thousands of ingots on my account. If I want to create a small account, I can easily make thousands of full accounts. How Tion? Fixed price, 50 million. You definitely won T lose out at this price. Heartless Killer. What is going on? Are you really planning to quit the game? How Tion? Yes, I'm never playing games again. Heartless Killer. Sigh, okay. What kind of blow did this guy receive to actually quit the game like this? Lin Fan thought to himself. How Tion? Heartless boss, just take my account. Heartless Killer. I still have so many ingots on my hands. Why would I take yours? Unless it's a trade with ingots. If it's with ingots, I can consider taking your 1,000 accounts. How Tion? But what do I need ingots for? To sell to ingot merchants? But which ingot merchant can afford this worth tens of millions of RMB? Heartless Killer. Haha. If it's a trade with ingots, I can give you 10 billion ingots. Generally, ingot merchants buy ingots at a 15% discount, which is equivalent to 85 million renminbi. You'll still make a profit. How Tion? But there is no ingot merchant that can handle so many ingots. Heartless Killer. There is. You can find the professional ingot recycler. That guy buys ingots at an 80% discount without limit. Just sell them to him. How Tion? Really? You're not lying to me, right? Heartless Killer. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? How Tion? All right, then I'll go ask that guy. Heartless Killer. Just private message him and ask. Then, How Tion went to privately message that professional ingot recycler. How Tion? Hello, do you buy ingots? Professional ingot recycler. Yes. I buy ingots at an 85% discount without limit. How Tion? I want to sell 10 billion ingots. Can you take them? Professional ingot recycler. Wow, 10 billion ingots? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Not 1 million? How Tion? No mistake, it's 10 billion ingots. How about it? Can you take them? Professional ingot recycler. 80% discount. I'll take them all. How about that? How Tion? All right, 80% discount it is. How do we trade? Professional gold recovery. We will sign an electronic contract, and then I will give you the money first. Young Master Hao Yin. Sure. Professional gold recovery. Okay. I will draft the contract. After young Master Hao Yin negotiated with the gold merchant, he privately messaged Lin Fan. Young Master Hao Yin. Unfeeling boss. I have reached an agreement with the gold merchant. We can trade with gold ingots. Unfeeling assassin. Great. Add me on WeChat. Send me your accounts. And I will get someone from the Fox to help change the information of mine. Young Master Hao Yin. Okay. Then, Lin Fan sent his WeChat ID to young Master Hao Yin. Immediately after, young Master Hao Yin added Lin Fan as a friend. Young Master Hao Yin. Unfeeling boss, I sent you the accounts. Then, young Master Hao Yin sent Lin Fan a document. The document contained the account passwords for his 1,000 accounts. Unfeeling assassin. All right, come to the Luoyang Bank, and I will trade you the gold ingot ticket. Young Master Hao Yin. Okay. Then, Lin Fan went back to the city. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the Luoyang Bank in exchange for a gold ingot ticket worth 100 billion. Before long, young Master Hao Yin also arrived at the Luoyang Bank and completed the transaction with Lin Fan. Then, young Master Hao Yin went to find the gold merchant. And after both parties signed the electronic contract, young Master Hao Yin completed the transaction with the gold merchant. The gold merchant directly transferred 80 million renminbi to young Master Hao Yin's Jihu Bao account. Just like that, young Master Hao Yin went from being broke to a wealthy person with 80 million renminbi. Chapter 195. After selling the accounts, young Master Hao Yin immediately logged off. After all, this account no longer belonged to him. 80 million. I finally have money now. I can also give AG a future now. Young Master Hao Yin thought as he looked at the 80 million balance on Jihu Bao. Lost in thought, young Master Hao Yin couldn't help but shed tears. Only those who have experienced it can understand how he felt at that moment. Then, young Master Hao Yin directly transferred the 80 million renminbi to Yue Bao. If he kept it in Yue Bao, the interest for 10,000 yuan a day was more than 5 mao. So for 80 million, the interest would be over 4,000 yuan a day. Earning over 4,000 yuan a day was almost equivalent to Bai Ji's monthly salary. If it were before, when their family hadn't gone bankrupt, young Master Hao Yin would definitely not have looked at this 4,000 yuan. Even with 80 million, it would have seemed insignificant to him back then. But now it was different. Their family had gone bankrupt, and he was now penniless. This 80 million was truly more important to him than life itself. Previously, if he had known he could give Bai Ji a bright future, he would have never agreed to be her boyfriend. Chapter 196, AG. I have good news to tell you. We have money, a lot of money. Don't say you can eat 15 yuan fast food every day, even if you spend one. 500 yuan a day, you could never spend all that money in your lifetime, young Master Haoyan said. Huh? You're not joking, are you? Didn't your family go bankrupt? You're broke. Where's the money? Bai Ji said skeptically. Then, young Master Haoyan explained the whole story to Bai Ji. It's true. I used to like playing games, right? I created 1000 accounts in the game. And yesterday, I asked you to buy me a computer, right? The computer arrived today. So I logged into the game and sold my 1000 accounts for a total of 80 million renminbi. Wow, 80 million renminbi? What game account is worth that much? Bai Ji said in shock. The international version of Tianlong Babu. I spent over 100 million renminbi creating those accounts. But back then, I wasn't short of money. I had over 5 billion in my personal account. Young Master Haoyan said. Chapter 197 then, Bai Ji directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her friend Wang Cici. Bai Ji, Cici, thank you. I will first pay you back the money I owe you. Wang Cici, AG, why did you give me 100,000 yuan? I only borrowed 80,000 from you. You only need to pay me back 80,000. Also, you have money now? Bai Ji, young Master Haoyan sold his car for several hundred thousand. He said the extra 20,000 is a thank you fee for you. Wang Cici, oh, your judgment is really good. Young Master Haoyan is indeed a potential stock. Bai Ji, haha, yes, young Master Haoyan treats me very well. Wang Cici, congratulations. Bai Ji, thank you. Then, Bai Ji transferred another 100,000 yuan to her mother and left a message for her. Bai Zhong, this is all the money I've saved from working over the past few years. It was previously in a fixed deposit, and I got it out today. From now on, don't ask me for money anymore. Flower blooms in wealth. Iji, I had no choice but to ask you for money. Your brother's grades are poor, so he can only go to a private university, and he needs more than 50,000 yuan for tuition when school starts. Your dad and I are farmers and can't provide that much money, so we have to rely on you. We raised you and supported you through college. Now that you are successful, you can't just ignore your brother, right? You earn over 4,000 a month. You can't spend that much. So you will provide your brother with 2,000 yuan for his living expenses every month. Chapter 198. Young Master Haoyan noticed that Bai Ji's expression was off and asked, Ji, what's wrong? Young Master Haoyan, I want to cry. Bai Ji directly hugged young Master Haoyan, feeling very down. What's wrong? Did something happen? Young Master Haoyan patted Bai Ji's forehead and asked, I just gave my family 100,000 yuan, but my parents still want me to give my brother 2,000 yuan for living expenses every month. I only earn a little over 4,000 a month. And they want me to give my brother 2,000 every month, Bai Ji said, tears streaming down her face. Ji, don't be sad. It's just 2,000 yuan a month. We can afford it, young Master Haoyan said. It's not about whether we can afford it. If we give it, they will definitely want more. I don't want to go back to that home. Young Master Haoyan, once you're well, I will marry you. Bai Ji said, sure, once I'm well, I will marry you and give you a grand wedding. Young Master Haoyan nodded. Ji, are your family not good to you? Young Master Haoyan asked. Actually, my mom is not my biological mom. She is my stepmother. My parents and my grandparents all favor boys over girls. Since I was young, anything good was only given to my brother. I never got anything. Bai Ji shared her family situation with young Master Haoyan, talking for over an hour. Chapter 199. Lin Fan ran with Lu Yao and didn't return home until 9 p.m. When running with Lu Yao had no issues at all, while Lin Fan was exhausted to the point of almost collapsing on the ground. Lin Fan knew it was because he was too weak. That's why he was even worse off than a woman. Lin Fan really wanted to have a good body, but exercising wasn't that easy. To restore his body to the level of an average person, he still had to persist in training for a long time. After all, consistent exercise is necessary for it to be effective. Otherwise, if he only trained sporadically, it definitely wouldn't have any effect. After returning home, Lin Fan went straight back to his bedroom. He then continued to hunt monsters. After all, it wasn't long after Lin Fan left that those foreign players entered the Tower of Babel again. The experience gained from monster grinding inside the Tower of Babel was very high, and there was also a chance to obtain ancient coins. To obtain dragon patterns, a massive amount of ancient coins was needed. So, even if they might get killed, they would still enter the Tower of Babel. After all, Lin Fan could only take down a small portion of them each time, and as long as they didn't die, it was still safe for them to grind monsters below. Chapter 200. As soon as Lin Fan stepped out, he saw Old Sue driving back. Old Sue, where have you been? Lin Fan asked. Boss, I took Xiao Shui to the high-speed train station in the city and just returned. I haven't made breakfast yet. Old Sue replied. Oh, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry. I still need to go for a run, so take your time. Lin Fan nodded and said. Since Su Shui had left, Lin Fan didn't say much. If she wanted to leave, then let her go. After all, Lin Fan didn't have any feelings for her. Then, Lin Fan went straight out. From a distance, he saw Lu Yao waiting for him at the door. Phew, Sister Yao. I'm here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Fan said, panting. I just stepped out too. Let's go run. You really need to exercise more. I'm not joking. You're really too weak, even worse than me. A little girl, Lu Yao said with a smile. Lu Yao teased Lin Fan, who was already panting after just a few steps. That's because I didn't exercise before. I'm training every day now. I'll be fine after a while, Lin Fan said somewhat awkwardly. Being called weak by a woman was really an embarrassing thing. Chapter 201. The Unfeeling Killer. I'm going to take a nap. You go do whatever you need to do. Jiang shouted out, okay, boss. Lin Fan then laid back down to sleep. When Lin Fan woke up again, it was already past 11. He then looked around and found that in the 5th level of the Tower of Babel, aside from him and Jiang Xiaodao, there were no foreign players. The Unfeeling Killer. It's strange. Why haven't those foreigners come up? Jiang Xiaodao. I've been watching. That group came up and got killed by me several times. So they didn't dare come back. Jiang Xiaodao's character was also quite powerful. He had double heavy building skills, plus heavy building armor, which gave him over 2,000 points of resistance to all 4 attributes. Even a full set of level 77 stones couldn't completely reduce his resistance. Moreover, he had activated the set attributes of the heavy building heavenly protection set, making his ability to withstand damage extremely impressive. Therefore, Jiang Xiaodao could take on a full team by himself without any issues. The Unfeeling Killer. Haha, Xiaodao, you're awesome. Jiang Xiaodao. That's thanks to you, boss. This character was created by you. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 202. Lin Fan then directly used a level 99 enhancement scroll to enhance his clothing to level 99, gaining 810 points of piercing damage reduction. Lin Fan still hadn't changed his weapon and was still using a handmade weapon. In fact, with Lin Fan's current level, he could already use a level 102 divine weapon. But since he had just recently reached level 92, he hadn't gotten around to obtaining a divine weapon yet. Jun and Mo Xiao, boss, what are we doing now? The Unfeeling Killer. Let's first go back to the 5th level of the Tower of Babel to grind. We'll continue to fight the Phoenix at 1 o'clock. Jun and Mo Xiao. Okay. They then returned to the 5th level of the Tower of Babel to grind. At that moment, Lin Fan's WeChat notification rang again. Lu Yao. Lin Fan. Have you had lunch yet? The Unfeeling Killer. I've eaten. What's up? Lu Yao. Didn't you promise me last night that you would go rent an office with me and buy office supplies? Did you forget? The Unfeeling Killer. I actually forgot. I'm coming right now. Lu Yao, okay. Lin Fan then replied in the game. Chapter 203. Where are we going now? Lin Fan asked after entering the city. Let's first find an agency to rent an office. Lu Yao replied. Well, let's go to the agency that has everything. We still need to go find them for a business license later. Lin Fan said. All right, then let's go now. Lu Yao nodded, then drove to the agency. As soon as Lin Fan and Lu Yao arrived, the staff of the agency rushed out to greet them. People who can drive a big G are definitely not ordinary people, so there must be a big business involved. The staff member was the same middle-aged man who received them last time. When he saw Lin Fan and Lu Yao, he warmly said, You two are here to pick up the business license, right? Please come in, please come in. Then, Lin Fan and Lu Yao walked inside. The efficiency of this agency was quite good. As long as you paid extra, the speed was remarkably fast. Actually, we came today not only to pick up the business license, but we also need an office space since our company has been registered. Do you have any offices for rent? Lu Yao inquired. Chapter 204. Making money isn't easy. You need to find good investment projects, otherwise if your judgment is poor, the investment could go down the drain. Lu Yao shook her head and said, You have to believe in your own judgment. By the way, what are we doing next? Lin Fan asked. Let's go to the talent market to recruit some people. Otherwise, if everything relies on us, it would be too tiring. Lu Yao said after thinking for a moment. All right, let's go recruit. Lin Fan nodded. Then, Lu Yao drove to the talent market. They were quite lucky today. There was a job fair happening, and many job seekers were present. Let's first print a poster to indicate what kind of people we are hiring and the salary and benefits, Lu Yao said. Sure, there's an advertising company nearby. So getting a poster made shouldn't be a problem, Lin Fan nodded. Immediately after, they entered the advertising company, and after half an hour, they received the recruitment poster. Tianjin Investment Company Limited is hiring. You need money, and I need people. Coming to our company is the right choice. According to the company's development needs, we are currently recruiting for the following positions. Chapter 205, the company is officially open, but the desks and other furniture haven't been moved in yet. So, the only thing on the agenda today is to hold an opening ceremony and then go out for a meal. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Fan and the others arrive at the most luxurious hotel in their city, Tianjin Hotel. Lu Yao had booked 3 tables for a banquet the night before, costing 288 million renminbi per table. Thanks to President Lin and President Lu, the company dinner has such a high standard. It's really too lucky, said the receptionist, Wang Ming'er. Everyone eat and drink well, and if there's not enough food, we can order more, Lin Fan said. In fact, Lin Fan felt that the quality of this big hotel was not that great. The taste of the food was not even as good as what Old Su made. However, the ingredients used by these chefs were better than those used by Old Su, so in terms of appearance, it looked more appetizing. After eating and drinking enough, it was noon. In the afternoon, the things we ordered should arrive one after another, so everyone can set up the office space in the afternoon. Lu Yao said to everyone. Okay, everyone replied. Boring, I'm going home to play games, Lin Fan suddenly said to Lu Yao at that moment. Chapter 206, after everything was set up, Lin Fan found a substitute from a royal guild to help level up his account. After all, this account was only level 69 now, while the main army was already over level 90, so they needed to level up quickly. Otherwise, when Lin Fan and the others were fighting outside, Lu Yao's account wouldn't be able to join. However, leveling up was quite fast now. They just needed to bring 5 low-level accounts and eat a full meal to get a 14-fold experience bonus. That was a 14-fold experience bonus. Killing a monster on the 4th floor of the dungeon could yield over 100,000 experience points. With that, just hanging out on the 4th floor of the dungeon for a day could level up to 89. At this time, several thousand people from the Heavenly Court Alliance had also reached level 90, and Lin Fan's 600 low-level accounts had all reached level 90. Therefore, it became even harder for those foreigners to mix in the Tower of Babel, because Lin Fan would occasionally clear them out, and other members of the Heavenly Court Alliance would also actively hunt them down. So, many of them hadn't even obtained the initial dragon pattern. After all, even the initial dragon pattern required 10,000 ancient coins to exchange for one. Chapter 207. As soon as Lin Fan arrived at Lu Yao's door, he ran into Lu Yao, who had just gotten off work. Sister Yao, did you just get off work? Lin Fan asked. Yeah. Do you think being a slacker is comfortable? I was busy all day, Lu Yao nodded. The capable work harder. I can't do anything, so I can only do nothing all day, Lin Fan said with a smile. Come in and sit down. I'll cook first, and after I finish, we can go for a walk together. Lin Fan helped Lu Yao open her front door, and then Lu Yao drove her car in her yard. Okay, Sister Yao. Next time just come to my house for dinner. I'll tell Old Su to make an extra meal for one more person, Lin Fan said. That works. Then I'll just come to your house to eat after work. Lu Yao nodded in agreement after hearing Lin Fan's words. In fact, Lu Yao didn't really like cooking. After all, work was already tiring, and cooking for herself would be even more exhausting. Okay, then I'll tell Old Su when I go back later, Lin Fan nodded. Then, Lu Yao started cooking, and Lin Fan walked into the kitchen to watch her cook. Chapter 208. Then, Lin Fan logged into the game and went to clear out the Tower of Babel again. At this time, Lin Fan suddenly noticed that many people in the Alliance channel were discussing something. So, Lin Fan asked, Heartless Killer, what is everyone discussing? Jiang Xiaodao. Everyone is discussing the Global Championship. It officially starts tomorrow, and everyone is researching what lineup to use. Heartless Killer. Oh, I see. For team matches. I'm just going to slack off. I only want the championship for individual matches. Jun Mo Xiao. We also don't have much confidence in winning the team championship. Jiang Xiaodao. Our team will just play casually and see how far we can go. Heartless Killer. If we can't crush with equipment, I can't beat anyone. Lin Fan was self-aware about this. After all, he didn't have any skills. Fighting was all about equipment superiority. Once everyone used the same equipment, and he couldn't rely on equipment to dominate, Lin Fan would be useless. Therefore, he didn't pursue a good ranking in the team match. Lin Fan chatted with them for a bit and then went to clear the Tower of Babel again. Chapter 209 President Lin. Why are you closing the door? Luya felt a bit anxious when Lin Fan called her into the room and then directly closed the door. On one hand, she was afraid Lin Fan would act out, and, on the other hand, she seemed to be looking forward to something. After all, the moment she chose to be a secretary, she was already prepared to do secretary work when there was something to do and to do nothing when there wasn't. I asked you to come play games with me. Hurry up and come over. Lin Fan said to Luya. What? Play games? President Lin wants me to play games with him? What game? Luya wondered. Was it the kind of game where the secretary and boss play together in an action movie? At this moment, Lin Fan had already opened his computer, connected to Wi-Fi, and then opened the official website of Tianlong International Server to start downloading the game. What are you dazed for? Come over and play games with me. Lin Fan urged Luya, who was in a daze. Luya then saw the screen on Lin Fan's computer and realized she had overthought it. It turned out that when President Lin said to play games with him, he really meant to play games. I'm playing Tianlong International Server 2, Luya thought to herself. Chapter 210 Lin Fan looked at the stunned Luya and said, What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? President Lin, you're giving too much. Changing names, job changes, and gender changes don't cost that many yuan treasures. After seeing Lin Fan trade her 1 billion yuan treasures, Luya was shocked again. After all, 1 billion yuan treasures require a recharge of 1 million RMB, and her monthly salary at this company was only 4 to 5,000 yuan, and Lin Fan actually just gave her 1 billion yuan treasures. This is just too terrifying. You keep it, and later you can exchange all the stones for 77s, and then go find Jun Mo Xiao and let him give you a set of level 9 orange true essence. Lin Fan said again. Okay. Luya stammered. She usually speaks fluently, but Lin Fan was just too terrifying, making her stutter. I'm not going to eat you. What are you afraid of? Lin Fan laughed and said, Boss Lin, you are actually the ruthless big shot. It's really too terrifying. At this moment, Luya was almost scared to the point of suffocation. So what if I'm a ruthless killer? I don't eat people. Why are you so afraid of me? Lin Fan said with a smile. Chapter 211 Just now, you were still touching my thigh. Why aren't you making a move now? Luya thought to herself. However, she dared not act recklessly. She couldn't afford to provoke a big shot like Lin Fan. So, she had to obediently go to get the stones. Immediately after, Lin Fan went to the outer sky and continued to chop people in the Tongtian Tower. Because once Lin Fan stopped chopping people, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Soon, Lin Fan cleared out everyone in the Tongtian Tower. Xiaoya, are you done? Lin Fan asked Luya beside him. Boss, I'm done. I've also changed my job to a healer and changed my name. Luya replied. Why aren't your legs shaking anymore? Did it get better? Lin Fan asked curiously. Then, Lin Fan patted her black silk thigh. Boss, you're so bad. Luya exclaimed as Lin Fan patted her leg. That's not a problem, right? Lin Fan shook his head. However, at that moment, Luya started trembling again. It seems like your problem isn't fixed yet. Lin Fan said lightly. Oh no, boss. You're really too bad. Luya said, blushing. Chapter 212 Supreme Awa laughing at my madness. I estimate that later, either Soul 15 will encounter the Ruthless Killer, or young Master Qin will run into the Ruthless Killer. 8L. I think so too. Those two guys have never lost, and the Ruthless Killer hasn't lost either. So their chances of meeting the Ruthless Killer are quite high. Wind in the chase. I really don't want to run into the Ruthless Killer. Soul 15. Me too. I don't want to run into the Ruthless Killer. Supreme Awa laughing at my madness. You talk as if you want to run into that guy. 8L. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. After all, the matching mechanism is here, and that guy won't lose anyway. Only those on a winning streak will run into the Ruthless Killer. So as long as we encounter him once, we won't meet him a second time. Supreme Awa laughing at my madness. That's true. So that means we still have a good chance of advancing. Wind in the chase. Isn't that obvious? We all have maxed out accounts. If we can't win 6 matches, that would really be a ghost. Immediately after, the matchmaking started again. Sure enough, Soul 15 encountered the Ruthless Killer this time. Soul 15 also knew his own strength, so he didn't even start fighting and just ran away. Chapter 213 Dragon Domain Now Domineering Blade. You didn't run into the Ruthless Killer because I did. Wind in the chase. You're also playing? Dragon Domain Now Domineering Blade. Yeah, I wasn't here before. Just came back and played a few matches and ran into that Ruthless Killer. Wind in the chase. Haha. You're unlucky if you play at night. You definitely won't run into that guy. Supreme all laughing at my madness. It's the same. Sooner or later, we all have to face that guy. 8L. That's right. That guy is definitely the champion. As the matches go on, everyone will have to face that guy. Wind in the chase. Let's not think about the champion. We still have a bit of hope for the top 10. Supreme while laughing at my madness. Let's focus on advancing first. If luck isn't on our side, advancing will be tough. Wind in the chase. Advancing shouldn't be hard. We just need to play 10 matches and win 6 to advance. We should be able to win 6 matches. 8L. Winning or losing depends on luck. If we keep matching against maxed out accounts, who can guarantee they can keep winning? Soul 15, yeah. It's easy to face level 5 or 6 accounts, but facing a maxed out account is tough. Wind in the chase. Just go with the flow. Even if we can't win, we have to accept it. Chapter 214 on the other side, the guys from a Supreme Alliance laughed when they saw the opponent was the ruthless killer. Supreme all laughing at my madness. Ha ha, this is hilarious. We actually ran into the ruthless killer. Truly, what goes around comes around. Wind in the chase. Ha. Karma is a bitch. Let's make sure to torture that guy later. However, when they saw the opposing lineup, their faces immediately darkened. Supreme all laughing at my madness. What the hell? Is that guy crazy? He brought 4 healers. What the hell? How can he even fight? 5 healers. Do they have damage? Then, the countdown ended, and the battle began. Ruthless killer. Waste their time. Even if we can't beat them, we have to annoy them to death. Royal family Coiffeur. Boss, we actually still have a chance. They only have 1 healer, and if we can kill their healer, we might win the match. Ruthless killer. That's a point, but we can't even kill their healer. Royal family Coiffeur. Let's give it a try. This is our only chance. Ruthless killer. All right, let's try. Chapter 215 soon. It was time to get off work. Everyone was off work, but Lin Fan was still thinking about that wonderful feeling. Luya's wasn't as big as Sister A Yao's. If he could grab Sister A Yao, that feeling would definitely be even more wonderful. Lin Fan thought to himself. Lin Fan decided that he must find an opportunity to try. Then, Lin Fan packed up his things and prepared to go home. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly saw Luya walking in. Lin Fan smiled and said, Hee, Xiaoya, are you reluctant to part with me? Yes, yes. Luya lowered her head, looking like she had done something wrong. Lin Fan smiled and said, Hee, all right. Hurry up and get off work. Oh. Luya responded softly. Looking at Luya's appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. She really is a top-notch beauty. After Luya left, Lu Yao came in again. Sister A Yao, are you done? Lin Fan asked. How could I be done? You're the one who has time to play games with a beautiful secretary behind closed doors. Lu Yao replied. It's because you didn't have time to accompany me to play games. Lin Fan smiled and said. You didn't bully her, right? Lu Yao also smiled and said. Chapter 216. After Lu Yao got home, she was still thinking about what had just happened. Lin Fan is absolutely in love with himself, and he is also very considerate and meticulous toward himself. If he could marry himself, he would definitely be incredibly happy. However, Lu Yao knows that she is not worthy of Lin Fan. Lin Fan comes from a wealthy family, and although her family has some money, it is only a few billion in assets, which cannot compare to Lin Fan's wealth. Lin Fan's title is the Ruthless Killer, and Lu Yao knows what that title represents. Moreover, she has watched Lin Fan's live stream replay online, where his bank card balance was in the thousands of billions. What kind of wealthy person is he? However, Lu Yao thinks that as long as Lin Fan truly likes her, that is enough. Whether she can marry into Lin Fan's family doesn't matter much. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yao finally decided to test Lin Fan when she had the chance. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early as usual, had a little breakfast, and then went to Lu Yao's house. Shortly after, Lin Fan walked into Lu Yao's home. Upon entering the yard, he saw Lu Yao busy in the kitchen, so he walked into the kitchen as well. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the kitchen, he was immediately hit by a fragrant aroma. He sniffed and then glanced at the table. However, there were only 2 fried eggs and a small bowl of plain porridge on the table, but the smell was truly delightful. Lin Fan couldn't tell if it was the food's aroma or Lu Yao's fragrance. He took a deep breath because the scent was too tempting, and it instantly whetted his appetite. Ah, Yao, your breakfast smells really good, Lin Fan exclaimed. Do you want to eat some? Lu Yao asked with a smile. Sure, I want to eat. Lin Fan nodded in response. So, Lin Fan eagerly walked to the table, picked up a spoon, and was ready to dig in. However, at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly stopped because he noticed something. There was a bracelet on the table, crystal clear and sparkling with dazzling colors, looking very beautiful and noble. Lin Fan examined the bracelet carefully. It seemed to be inlaid with some gemstones, but he couldn't recognize the specific types. However, this bracelet was definitely an expensive piece of jewelry. Moreover, the aura emanating from it was certainly of a collectible level, worth a lot. Looking at the bracelet on the table, Lin Fan couldn't help but imagine how beautiful Lu Yao would look wearing it. Lost in thought, Lin Fan became somewhat infatuated. At this moment, Lu Yao's voice broke Lin Fan's reverie. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Lu Yao looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he was staring at the bracelet on the table. Oh, I'm fine. I just think your bracelet is really beautiful, Lin Fan awkwardly explained. Hee. Thanks for the compliment, Lu Yao replied sweetly. Yao, where did you get this bracelet? Lin Fan asked. This was a gift from my dad. It's called the Heart of the Ocean, and I've heard it's very expensive, Lu Yao said. Oh, it is quite beautiful, Lin Fan said. By the way, Yao, I'll accompany you to work today, Lin Fan said, suddenly remembering Lu Yao and what happened with her in the office yesterday. Okay then, Lu Yao nodded. Of course. Lu Yao had no idea what Lin Fan was thinking, but since Lin Fan wanted to accompany her to work, she was very happy about it. Let's have breakfast, Lu Yao said with a smile. Okay, Lin Fan responded. Lin Fan and Lu Yao started eating breakfast while chatting. I must say, Lu Yao's breakfast was truly delicious, and Lin Fan enjoyed it very much. After breakfast, Lin Fan drove Lu Yao to work. Chapter 217. After arriving at the company, Lin Fan called Lu Yao into his office and locked the door directly. Lin Fan then sat in his office chair, looking at Lu Yao with a mischievous smile. Seeing the way Lin Fan looked at her, Lu Yao immediately shyly lowered her head. There was no need to guess. Lu Yao knew what Lin Fan wanted. After all, they had already been intimate yesterday. Furthermore, Lin Fan had specifically told her to dress a bit more provocatively today. Seeing Lu Yao's shy demeanor excited Lin Fan even more. He reached out his hands, cupped Lu Yao's face, and leaned in to kiss her. A wonderful sensation spread throughout his body in an instant. Lu Yao closed her eyes, savoring the intimacy with Lin Fan. After a long while, Lin Fan finally let go of Lu Yao and smiled. How does it feel? Do you like it? Ah, you're so annoying. Lu Yao blushed and glared at Lin Fan, playfully pouting. Haha, Lin Fan laughed heartily. Aya, you look really beautiful, Lin Fan said to Lu Yao. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately buried her head in Lin Fan's embrace, acting like a little girl. Chapter 218. Soon, Lin Fan logged into the game. After entering the game, Lin Fan went back to his old routine of hunting players in the Tower of Babel. However, after clearing out all the foreign players in the tower, he started to feel bored again. The invincible loneliness is something that most people cannot comprehend. After playing for a while, Lu Yao finished tidying up and sat down next to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, why do you play games every day? Lu Yao asked him. Haha, that's because I have nothing to do, so I just play games. By the way, Yao, what do you usually do when you have free time? Lin Fan asked. I don't do much. I just read and study, Lu Yao replied. Oh, I see. Then I'll accompany you to study tomorrow, Lin Fan said with a smile. Okay, Lu Yao nodded happily. Then they exchanged smiles. Soon after, both of them lay on the sofa and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan, who had fallen asleep, suddenly felt a pair of tender arms wrapped around him. Lin Fan opened his eyes and was startled. Chapter 219. Lin Fan had fallen asleep while hugging his beautiful secretary, and when he woke up, it was already time to get off work. Moreover, when Lin Fan woke up, both of his hands were still tightly gripping Lu Yao's ample bosom. At that moment, he looked at the clock and found that it was already past 4:50, just about time to get off work. He immediately let go of Lu Yao, grabbed his suit jacket, and walked out of the office. Lu Yao had just been startled awake by Lin Fan's actions. As she opened her eyes, she saw him leaving. At this moment, Lu Yao was stunned. She never expected to be held by her boss for so long. This was just too unbelievable, right? After a moment of daze, Lu Yao's face suddenly flushed, because she had just clearly sensed the masculine aura from her boss. In that instant, she seemed to understand something. Oh my, how embarrassing. Lu Yao covered her cheeks and exclaimed softly. No way, I must find an opportunity to seduce the boss and get things done. Otherwise, what if there are no chances in the future? A bold idea popped up in Lu Yao's mind at this moment. Chapter 220. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was driving, but his expression was quite strange. Lu Yao's kiss had left a huge impact on him. Sigh, could this be love? Lin Fan muttered to himself. Soon, he arrived at Lu Yao's home. Since Lu Yao needed to change her clothes again. After all, The professional outfit was really uncomfortable. Casual clothes were much more relaxed. However, Lin Fan did not go back first. After Lu Yao walked in, he followed her into her house. Just as Lu Yao returned to her bedroom after picking out some clothes in the yard and was about to close the door, she saw Lin Fan following her in. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Lu Yao asked in a bit of a panic upon seeing him enter. Lin Fan chuckled a couple of times and said to Lu Yao, Sister Yao, you look really beautiful today. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Yao's face turned slightly red. At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze also fell on Lu Yao's alluring figure. Lin Fan, stop messing around, Lu Yao said to him. Ha, Sister Yao, you're so beautiful. And I'm so handsome. Aren't we a match made in heaven? Where else can you find a man like me? Lin Fan said, while also touching his handsome face. Chapter 221. As soon as Lin Fan returned to his room, he immediately sat down in front of the computer. Because he was going to hunt again. The Tower of Heaven was filled with people. Even though Lin Fan would clean it several times a day, those guys still went to the Tower of Heaven to idle. There was no way. If ordinary players wanted to obtain dragon patterns, they had to grind for Sky Ruins ancient coins in the Tower of Heaven. Although the drop rate for Sky Ruins ancient coins wasn't too high, it was still a way to obtain dragon patterns for free. While Lin Fan was hunting, Jiang Xiaodao sent him a private message. Haha boss, our team has advanced. Cold-blooded killer, advanced? Nice, congratulations. Jiang Xiaodao, you don't know, we even crushed those guys from the Supreme Alliance today. They almost got eliminated. If they hadn't team matched up with their own people in the last match, they probably wouldn't have advanced at all. Cold-blooded killer. Wow. Tell me what happened? Jiang Xiaodao. They faced Jun Mo Zhao's team in the first match and got wrecked, losing the first match. Then they met our team and got wrecked again, losing the second match. In the third match, they encountered Tian Ci's team and got wrecked again, losing the third match. In the fourth match, they faced Zhan Hunshang's team and got wrecked once more, losing the fourth match too. Cold-blooded killer. Haha, those idiots are really unlucky. Jiang Xiaodao. Yeah, but ultimately, those guys from the Supreme Alliance still advanced. They matched up with some Supreme Alliance people who went easy on them. Cold-blooded killer. Haha, I got eliminated on the first day of the team competition. There's no way. I'm really clumsy, and my brain isn't enough. I can only mindlessly output damage. If I can't crush with gear, I'm truly useless. Jiang Xiaodao. Boss, you still have the individual competition, right? The champion of the individual competition is definitely yours. No one can take it away. Cold-blooded killer. Haha, that's true. Even if I just idle, others can't beat me. Jiang Xiaodao, yes. As long as you don't encounter issues like network disconnections or power outages, no one can beat you. Cold-blooded killer. Damn, you're such a jinx. Don't say that. If it really happens, I'll definitely come for you. Jiang Xiaodao. I was just saying, how could it come true? Cold-blooded killer. You're too ominous. I'm scared. Jiang Xiaodao. Not at all. It would be great if it were really that powerful. Cold-blooded killer. Ha, that's true. Who would dare to provoke you? You'd curse them. Jiang Xiaodao, haha, right? I am the Curse Emperor. Whoever dares to provoke me, I'll curse them. After chatting with Jiang Xiaodao for a while, Lin Fan went back to hunting. When there was no one left to hunt, he continued to idle. After a while, those guys returned, and he went back to hunting. That night, Lin Fan was either hunting or on his way to hunt. Meanwhile, those foreign players were almost in tears. There was no way. Lin Fan's hunting frequency that night was too high, and many people were demoted by him. Lin Fan played until after 9 o'clock, then went to wash up before going to bed. Chapter 222. The next morning, Lin Fan got up early, and he was particularly energetic. He had gone to bed early last night, so he felt great. The first thing Lin Fan did after getting up wasn't to get dressed, but to sit down at the computer again and go hunting. After patrolling the Tower of Heaven and finding no one, he finally got dressed and then washed up. After that, Lin Fan went for a run. He planned to finish his run and then come back for breakfast. At that time, Lu Yao also got up and was waiting for Lin Fan at her door. Sister Yao, did you sleep well last night? Lin Fan asked. Yeah, pretty well. Thank you, little brother. Lu Yao looked at Lin Fan and flashed a bright smile. It's nothing, Sister Yao. You're so beautiful. I really can't handle it. Lin Fan awkwardly scratched his head. Little brother, you have such a sweet tongue. Lu Yao smiled at Lin Fan. Hey, Sister Yao, I'll go buy you a few clothes today. Lin Fan said to Lu Yao. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Yao shook her head and said, Little brother, no need. I already have enough clothes. No need to buy more. Chapter 223. After dropping Lu Yao off at the company, Lin Fan said to her. Sister Yao Yao, I'm heading back. I'll come pick you up after work. He, what's up? Aren't you playing with your female secretary today? Lu Yao laughed. He, not anymore. Anyway, she's not my type, and my female secretary isn't as pretty as Sister Yao Yao. Lin Fan replied with a grin. You're so cheeky. Lu Yao playfully glared at Lin Fan. Sister Yao Yao, as long as you keep me company. I won't look for other women, Lin Fan smiled. So annoying. Lu Yao said, her face turning red as she lightly punched Lin Fan. Ha! Lin Fan laughed at her reaction. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Remember to come pick me up early tonight. Bye-bye, Lu Yao said. Bye-bye. Lin Fan nodded. Then, he drove away from there. After leaving the company, Lin Fan aimlessly drove around the streets. Before he knew it, he arrived at a commercial plaza. This plaza was bustling with activity, filled with various luxury brand stores. After parking, he decided to go in and browse. Chapter 224 next. Lin Fan walked into a clothing store. The store was called JH, which Lin Fan had never heard of and didn't know what it was about. However, he could see from the outside that the store sold men's clothing, so he went inside. Summer Mingqi, following behind Lin Fan, couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she saw him enter the store. This guy really doesn't hold back, she thought to herself, and then she followed Lin Fan inside. Hello, sir. How can I help you? The sales associate said enthusiastically. Lin Fan looked around and then said, I want to buy a suit. Sure, what size do you wear? The sales associate asked while nodding. I wear XL, Lin Fan replied. Upon hearing this, the sales associate immediately took out a suit. Sir, this is our store's latest suit, priced at 880,000. Would you like to try it on? The sales associate smiled. I'll do it myself. Lin Fan waved his hand. All right, the sales associate said and handed the suit to Lin Fan. Chapter 225 Ding. System prompt. The host has received an upgrade reward, an opportunity to enter the Infinite Realm game. Would you like to use it? What is the Infinite Realm game? Lin Fan wondered. Ding. The Infinite Realm game is a game created by the master of countless realms. All races from the Infinite Realms can participate in the Infinite Realm game, and everything that happens in the game can be brought back to reality. Wow, that sounds amazing. Is the Infinite Realm game open yet? Lin Fan asked in his mind. Ding. The Infinite Realm game will officially launch for public testing in 5 days. Does the host want to take this opportunity? The system asked again. Of course I want it. Is this game only for me, or can everyone on Blue Star participate? Lin Fan inquired again. The system replied, this opportunity belongs to the host, but since the host is currently a Blue Star person, the host can also choose to open the entrance to the Infinite Realm game for everyone on Blue Star. Once the permission is granted, everyone on Blue Star can enter the Infinite Realm game. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then can I lead Blue Star players to conquer the countless realms? Lin Fan thought to himself. Chapter 226, just then, Luya said to Lin Fan, Boss, why are you in a daze? Upon hearing Luya's words, Lin Fan was instantly stunned. Nothing, Lin Fan awkwardly replied. He had been too absorbed in his thoughts. Now that he snapped back to reality, he realized that he had been standing there like a fool while talking to the system. Oh, it's already after work. I guess General Lu is waiting for you outside. Luya said, after work? All right, then I'll head out. Lin Fan nodded and opened the door to leave. Sure enough, Lu Yao was waiting for Lin Fan outside. She had heard from the front desk that Lin Fan had come to the company and entered his office. That's why Lu Yao was waiting outside Lin Fan's office. Lu Yao also knew that Lin Fan must have been fooling around with his beautiful secretary Luya, but being a smart woman, she didn't say anything. First, because they hadn't established a relationship, and Lin Fan wasn't her boyfriend. Second, Lu Yao was clever. She understood that it's normal for men to fool around outside. And during such times, it's best not to make a fuss. Chapter 227 Immediately, Lin Fan logged into Tianlong. He hadn't participated in the championship yesterday, so as the top player in the Tianlong International server, he was surprisingly eliminated in the individual competition. As soon as Lin Fan logged in, he noticed this issue. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Heartless Killer, all management from the Heavenly Court Alliance, come to the chat. I have something to discuss with everyone. Jiang Xiaodao. Okay, I'll be right there. Junimo Xiao. All right, I'm coming. Royal Clan Tianshi, what happened? War Soul Shang. It seems that the Heartless Killer was eliminated. I checked the list of those who advanced in the Tianlong Championship individual competition, and the top 10 didn't have the boss's name. 5 cents, Prince, damn. Has the Fox official gone crazy? The boss is the #1 expert in Tianlong, able to take on millions of players. How dare they eliminate him? Heartless Killer, Everyone come to the chat. Enter the admin subchannel. Soon, the management of the Heavenly Court Alliance arrived, including War Soul Shang, 5 Cents Prince, Royal Clan Tianshi, Jiang Qingzi, and Lin Fan's 10 younger brothers. Lin Fan's 10 younger brothers were also part of the management of the Heavenly Court Alliance. For example, Jun Mo Xiao was an elder, and Jiang Xiaodao was the logistics minister, etc. Chapter 228, Let Them Be. After all, what I said today is quite unreliable. It's normal for them not to believe it, Lin Fan said lightly. However, at this moment, Lin Fan's younger brothers all said, "Boss, we believe in you. Whatever game you want to play, we'll play along. Yes, we will always be the boss's little brothers." Seeing everyone say this, Lin Fan felt quite gratified. He then continued, "All right, since that's the case, I'll go disband the alliance and the gang. Everyone remember what I just said? Sell your accounts within 3 days, or we'll be too late." "Don't worry, boss, we know what to do. We guarantee to sell our accounts within 3 days," Jiang Xiaodao and the others assured. "Good. Then you all go ahead and be busy. I also have to get to work," Lin Fan said. "Okay, boss, you go ahead," Jiang Xiaodao said. Immediately after, everyone logged out of YY to prepare for selling accounts. Lin Fan then went to the gang manager in Luoyang and chose to disband the alliance. Following that, Lin Fan directly disbanded the Heavenly Court gang as well. Chapter 229 on the other side, Lu Yao was also contacting her target from last night. It was a gaming company specializing in browser games, which had been declining in recent years, so the owner decided to sell the company. Lu Yao reached out to him, offering to buy his gaming company for 500,000. To her surprise, the owner agreed right away. This surprised Lu Yao since she thought she would have to negotiate a lot. However, the owner agreed immediately. The reason was that the current browser game market was very poor and their company hadn't made a profit in over 6 months. If it didn't sell, what would they keep it for? To lose money? Therefore, when Lu Yao offered 500,000 to acquire their company, the owner agreed without hesitation. 2 hours later, Lu Yao completed the transaction with the gaming company owner. She quickly contacted Lin Fan to inform him of the news. "Lu Yao, Lin Fan, the acquisition of the gaming company you asked me to handle has been completed." Lin Fan, "Great. Then you can change the name of the gaming company to Heavenly Court Games." Chapter 230, however, Lin Fan was overthinking it. If Lu Yao hadn't acquired his company, how could Lin Fan possibly recharge 10 billion into the game-greedy Blue Moon? At this moment, the finance department of the gaming company also called Lu Yao to discuss this matter. Upon learning about it, Lu Yao was stunned. However, she suddenly thought of Lin Fan. Besides Lin Fan, she really couldn't imagine anyone else recharging 10 billion into a game. So Lu Yao asked Lin Fan, "Lu Yao, Lin Fan, did you recharge 10 billion RMB into Greedy Blue Moon?" Lin Fan, "Yes, it was me recharging. This money is for company operations." Lu Yao, "You could have transferred it directly to the company account. This way of recharging means we have to pay taxes." Lin Fan, "It's fine. Paying some taxes is not a big deal. Consider it contribution." Lu Yao, but we have to pay a tax of 25%, which is 2,500,000,000 RMB. Lin Fan, "Haha, paying 2,500,000,000 taxes is also fine." Lu Yao, "All right, you're the boss. You know best." Lin Fan, "You hurry up and finalize the acquisition of the helmet company within the next 2 days. Chapter 231 at this moment. Lu Yao was very busy. Their company only had about 40 to 50 people, but they had to handle so many tasks, which was really difficult. She temporarily set aside the gaming company matters. Lin Fan's money had already reached the company account, so now she could use that money to acquire the helmet company. The reason Lin Fan wanted to acquire the helmet company was that he wanted to use those helmets as gaming helmets. Using various helmets as gaming helmets was itself a very sci-fi thing. Eventually, Lin Fan just needed to grant access to the 10,000 Realms game through those helmets, allowing people to use them as gaming helmets to enter the game. This was also why Lin Fan aimed to acquire the helmet company. Lu Yao's work efficiency was impressive. She was a true career woman, not just a pretty face, so she was in work mode every day. Not long after she finished talking with Lin Fan, she reached an acquisition agreement with a helmet company. This helmet company produced motorcycle helmets and had been struggling with poor business, accumulating millions of unsold helmets in inventory. So, upon hearing that Lu Yao wanted to acquire the helmet company, the owner decided to sell it. Chapter 232 at this time. The behavior of a company named Heavenly Court Investment Limited in aggressively acquiring helmet companies also went viral online. This news instantly ignited discussions across the internet. What the heck? Which group is this company from? Are they that powerful? They actually acquired over 100 companies? Moreover, why was this investment company acquiring those helmet companies? Could it be that the helmet industry is about to change? Countless netizens were discussing this online. Of course, in addition to the internet users, various media outlets were also reporting on the matter. This news was explosive. It was reported that today, a company called Heavenly Court Investment Ltd. suddenly acquired over 100 helmet manufacturing companies. According to insiders, this Heavenly Court Investment Limited seems to be the parent company of the company running Greedy Blue Moon, and its background appears to be quite formidable, having acquired over 100 helmet production companies within just a few hours. A reporter from an entertainment news agency looked very serious while writing this news. Chapter 233. After Lin Fan returned home, he had dinner with Liu Yao. Following that, Liu Yao said, "Lin Fan, I need to get back to work. I want to go jogging today." "All right, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Remember to rest early. If you can't finish everything today, there's always tomorrow." Lin Fan nodded. Liu Yao smiled and nodded. "Okay, I understand, don't worry." The next day, Lin Fan, as usual, exercised first and then drove Liu Yao to the company. Upon arriving at the company entrance, he noticed a lot of people in the lobby. However, when Lin Fan walked in, he found these people were all wearing excited expressions. Moreover, the way they looked at Liu Yao was as if they were seeing a big star. Lin Fan was puzzled, wondering what was going on today. Also, who were these people? Why did they look at him strangely? At that moment, Liu Yao noticed Lin Fan's expression change slightly and quickly said to him, "Lin Fan, let's go inside first." After saying that, she pulled Lin Fan toward the company. At this time, Lin Fan realized that the atmosphere in the entire lobby seemed particularly strange. Chapter 234. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, Lin Fan got up early. Today, he had no interest in jogging or anything, so he directly took Liu Yao to the company. Immediately after, Lin Fan said to Liu Yao, "Sister Yao, prepare to hold a press conference. I will organize the specific content and send it to you later. You will host the conference, and you don't need to worry about anything. Just read according to the materials I will give you later." "Okay, I will contact you right away," Liu Yao nodded. They then returned to their respective offices. Once back in his office, Lin Fan began to work. However, Lin Fan didn't have much education and his abilities were limited, so he didn't even know how to make a PPT. At that moment, he thought of his beautiful secretary, Luya. Although Luya was more of a pretty face, she surely knew the basics of making a PPT. After all, Luya graduated with a secretarial degree. As a university graduate in secretarial studies, making a PPT should not be a problem at all. So, Lin Fan immediately said to Luya, "Xiaoya, can you help me make a PPT?" Chapter 235. If all of this is true, then the technical content of this game is truly incredible. At this moment, Liu Yao even felt very scared. Yes, scared. Because if this game is real, she would definitely become the focus of the world. Perhaps she would even be taken in for research. Besides that, she would surely be investigated by various forces and might even be assassinated. So, with a very complex feeling, Liu Yao went to find Lin Fan again. "Lin Fan, are you sure the content in this PPT is true?" At this time, Liu Yao confirmed once again. "Yes, the content in this PPT is indeed true," Lin Fan said lightly. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Liu Yao was genuinely frightened this time. At this moment, Liu Yao's legs went weak and she collapsed onto the ground. "Lin Fan, what should we do?" Liu Yao was already starting to stutter. "Relax, let's try to handle this well." Lin Fan patted Liu Yao's shoulder and said, Hum. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Liu Yao immediately nodded. Chapter 236. The county where Lin Fan and the others are located is a subordinate county of Jiangnan City, so it is very close to the urban area of Jiangnan City. On the way, Lin Fan asked Jiang Chung which hotel they were staying at. "Cold-blooded killer, which hotel are you staying at?" "I'll come find you later." "Jiang Qingzi, we're all staying at the Shangri-La Hotel." "Boss, when you arrive, let us know, and we'll come pick you up." "Cold-blooded killer, okay." After learning about the hotel they were staying at, Lin Fan drove directly to the destination. An hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the hotel where Jiang Chung and the others were staying. Just as Lin Fan was about to park, a hotel bellboy ran over and said to Lin Fan, "Sir, let me help you park your car." "Okay," Lin Fan nodded. Then he got out of the car. The bellboy then helped Lin Fan park the car in the underground garage. About 5 minutes later, the bellboy returned and handed the car keys to Lin Fan. At this moment, the hotel bellboy was also very surprised. Chapter 237. Wow. I really didn't expect this, boss. You are amazing. You arrived so quickly, Jiang Xiaodao said in surprise. At this moment, Lin Fan smiled and sat down on the sofa. Just then, a very beautiful girl walked over. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she immediately smiled. Boss, you're here, Su Feier said happily. Hee Feier, how have you been lately? Lin Fan asked. I'm fine, just missing you, boss, Su Feier said. Lin Fan smiled, then took out a small box and handed it to Su Feier. Feier, this is a gift for you. Open it and see if you like it. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Feier quickly opened the box. The moment the box opened, the entire living room became much brighter. Su Feier's eyes were filled with joy. Then, she looked at Lin Fan and excitedly said, Boss, what is this? This is a pendant. Try wearing it. Lin Fan said at that moment. Okay. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Feier put the pendant around her neck. At that moment, the pendant emitted a faint glow, illuminating Su Feier, making her look stunning, like a fairy. Chapter 238. Boss, is the Tianting investment company that has been trending online recently your company? At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao said again. Yes, isn't that obvious? Lin Fan responded in confusion. Oh my god, you are actually the boss of Tianting investment company? Jiang Xiaodao said in shock. What's wrong? Is there something strange about that? Lin Fan still had a calm expression. Of course it's strange. As far as I know, Tianting investment company has already acquired over 200 helmet manufacturing companies, and it was completed in just 2 days. This is simply legendary, Jiang Xiaodao said admiringly. All right, stop flattering me. Let's eat. Lin Fan waved his hand and then started eating. Okay, Jiang Xiaodao replied and continued to eat. Boss, are those game helmets expensive? Will I be able to afford one? At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao looked at Lin Fan and asked, If you can't afford one, who the hell will play this game? Lin Fan glanced at Jiang Xiaodao and said, Chapter 239. After finishing lunch, Lin Fan and the others went to find a private club to have fun. Just as they arrived at the club, Lu Yao called Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I've sorted out the press conference, but where are the game helmets? Your PPT says they will start selling in the afternoon, but I haven't seen the game helmets. Lu Yao said to Lin Fan. Huh? Haven't we prepared the game helmets already? You told me yesterday that we have a stock of 100 million. Lin Fan said with a smile. Huh? Are you talking about those helmets we acquired? Aren't those just regular helmets? When did they become game helmets? Lu Yao said in surprise. Those are the game helmets. Once the game is launched, you will understand, Lin Fan said with a smile to Lu Yao. Okay, I unconditionally trust you. So I'll start selling the game helmets at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Lu Yao nodded after hearing Lin Fan's words. She then hung up the phone. After Lin Fan hung up the phone, he called Jiang Xiaodao over. Chapter 240. After Lin Fan took Jiang Xiaodao and the others to buy game helmets, he said to them, Why don't you come to my house to play for a couple of days? I will be going back soon. Sure. We are also very curious about what your house is like. Jiang Xiaodao and the others nodded in agreement. So, Lin Fan and they went back together. Jiang Cheng and Tian Ci drove over themselves, but the others all came by plane. However, it seemed that there weren't enough cars. Boss, can you send us a location? We'll just take a car there ourselves. Jiang Xiaodao said. No need, we'll buy 2 business vans now, and that will be enough. Lin Fan replied casually. Lin Fan knew that Jiang Cheng drove a sports car over, and Tian Ci drove a Bentley. Plus, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Veneno could only seat 9 people. There were a total of 14 people who came this time, including Lin Fan's 10 younger brothers, as well as Jiang Cheng, Tian Ci, Feier, and a friend's girlfriend. Boss, then it's up to you, Jiang Xiaodao said with a smile after hearing Lin Fan's words. Chapter 241. After dinner, Lin Fan took them to a club in the county to have some fun. Although this was a county, there were still many clubs, as this is the Jiangnan region where everyone is quite wealthy. At 10 o'clock at night, Lin Fan led them out of the club. All right, everyone, let us call a night. We'll continue having fun tomorrow, Lin Fan said with a smile to the group. Then, Lin Fan took them back. The next morning, around 8, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Last night, he had a long chat with Lu Yao, and they had a great time, especially Lu Yao. Lin Fan agreed with her plans for the future. They resonated with each other, so they talked a lot. After Lin Fan woke up and freshened up, he went outside, ready to leave home to find Lu Yao to exercise together. However, at that moment, Jiang Xiaodao also got up. Boss, where are you going? Jiang Xiaodao asked. I'm going for a run. Do you want to come? Lin Fan replied. Oh, running? I'll go too. I was planning to run, Jiang Xiaodao responded. Then, Jiang Xiaodao went out with Lin Fan. At the same time, Lu Yao also got up and waited for Lin Fan at her front door after washing up. Soon, Lin Fan and Jiang Xiaodao arrived at Lu Yao's door. Let us go, Lin Fan said to Lu Yao. Lu Yao nodded lightly. Boss, your sister-in-law is so beautiful, Jiang Xiaodao said with envy. You brat, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and get lost. Lin Fan immediately scolded Jiang Xiaodao with a smile after hearing him. At that moment, Lu Yao's face turned slightly red, clearly pleased with Jiang Xiaodao's compliment. Of course, that was normal. If she weren't pleased, it would be strange. Then, Lin Fan took Lu Yao outside to run. During the run, Lu Yao and Jiang Xiaodao became more familiar, also realizing that Jiang Xiaodao was Lin Fan's favorite assistant. So, she grew increasingly fond of him. After the run, they returned to Lin Fan's house, where Old Su had already prepared breakfast. This morning, Old Su made youtiao, fried dough sticks, and baozi, steamed buns, which was quite complicated to make for more than 10 people. So, Old Su got up at 6 this morning to start making breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, Lin Fan took Lu Yao to work. Of course, Lin Fan didn't plan to work today. After dropping Lu Yao off at the company, he went home. After all, he had so many friends at home, and he certainly needed to go back to entertain them. When Lin Fan returned home, he asked everyone, "Do you want to go out and play?" Yes. Everyone excitedly replied after hearing Lin Fan's words. All right, since that's the case, where do you all want to go? I'll take you, Lin Fan said with a smile. I want to go to the amusement park, Su Feier said at that moment. Me too. The fishing girl also chimed in. Okay, then we'll go to the amusement park today, Lin Fan readily agreed. After all, the thoughts of the big guys weren't important. In fact, Lin Fan was asking the opinions of these beautiful girls. If they wanted to go out, then he would take them. Great. The girls exclaimed in unison upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Haha, let us go, Lin Fan shouted to the girls. Then, everyone followed Lin Fan to the parking area. Since this was a trip for fun, there was no need to drive a sports car, so Lin Fan simply drove a Bentley. Feier, get in the car. Lin Fan opened the passenger door and called to Su Feier. Hee, okay, Su Feier replied happily after hearing Lin Fan's words. Soon, everyone got inside. Seeing this, Lin Fan drove towards the amusement park. Chapter 242. About half an hour later, Lin Fan and the others arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. This amusement park is located in the suburbs, covering a large area and having a beautiful environment, which attracts many visitors every day. Then, Lin Fan parked the car in front of the amusement park. Boss, this amusement park is so big. It's really beautiful, Su Feier said at that moment. Yeah, it's indeed quite large. Let us go buy tickets, Lin Fan said. Then, Lin Fan took the group to queue up for tickets before entering. As soon as they entered, all of Lin Fan and the others' attention was captured by the lively atmosphere inside. The entire amusement park was bustling with activity, filled with many attractions like Ferris wheels and pirate ships. Moreover, there were quite a few children of various ages running around, mostly little kids or groups of women. Wow, it's so lively, Su Feier exclaimed. Hee, yes, everyone go have fun, Lin Fan said to the group. Boss, let us go ride the carousel, Su Feier suggested to Lin Fan. Hee, sure, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Then, Lin Fan and Su Feier walked toward the carousel together. Chapter 243. Lin Fan returned to his room, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. Then, Lin Fan silently said, "Enter the Wanji game." In an instant, Lin Fan found himself in an empty room. Hello, player. I am the guide of the Wanji game. Please enter your game ID. Lin Fan thought for a moment and directly entered a character named Lin Tiandi. Hello, Lin Tiandi. Please adjust your appearance. You can choose to increase or decrease it. With a maximum adjustment of 50%, the guide said. Increase by 50%, Lin Fan silently thought. Lin Fan knew that this Wanjia game was not just a game, so looking handsome had its benefits. Who knows, maybe a beautiful NPC would take a liking to him. With this thought, Lin Fan chuckled. Soon, Lin Fan had adjusted his appearance. In an instant, he became elegant and handsome. Not to mention, with Lin Fan's looks, he could definitely be considered a stunningly handsome man. Hello, player. You have completed character creation. Would you like to enter the game? The game guide said. Don't I get to choose a profession? Lin Fan curiously asked. Chapter 244. At that moment, in the Wuliang sword sect on Wuliang Mountain, many people were gathered. After Lin Fan followed Ma Wenkai here, he looked around. At this moment, there were hundreds of people standing next to a ring, watching the fighters sparring on the platform. Are these the martial arts masters? Their combat power looks quite impressive. They wouldn't need a second strike to defeat me, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Then, Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the ring. He saw a young man fighting against a woman, both of them competing in swordsmanship, and it looked quite intense. Afterward, Lin Fan looked around again, trying to see if Duan Yu was nearby. However, after searching, he couldn't find anyone resembling Duan Yu. The only person nearby who looked somewhat like him was this guy. After taking a look, Lin Fan quietly left. Lin Fan wanted to find the Wuyang Jade Bai and then go to the Longhuan Blessed Land to find the Baiming Divine Skill. If he wanted to quickly become an unparalleled master, the Baiming Divine Skill was essential. However, Lin Fan wasn't Duan Yu. His luck wasn't that good. So, Lin Fan searched for a long time in the back mountain of the Wuyang Sword Sect, but did not find the Wuyang Jade Bai. Chapter 245. Soon after, Lin Fan opened the mat beneath the jade statue and found two paintings inside. One painting recorded the Baiming Divine Skill, while the other recorded the Lingbo Weibu. Lin Fan took out the two paintings, but all the characters were in traditional Chinese, which he couldn't understand at all. After looking at them, Lin Fan was directly baffled. Damn, I can't understand anything at all. What the hell should I do? Lin Fan thought to himself. He didn't know why the protagonists in those novels could learn corresponding martial arts just by looking at the martial arts manuals. The difference between traditional and simplified characters was significant. Without professional training, one couldn't understand them at all. Sigh. Lin Fan sighed. Then, he continued to study. The Baiming Divine Skill had a total of 32 illustrations, which Lin Fan couldn't understand, so he could only set it aside for now. Then, Lin Fan looked at the Lingbo Weibu. Although Lin Fan couldn't understand the Lingbo Weibu either, it had a step diagram, and even though he couldn't read it, he could follow the diagram. So, Lin Fan practiced it for a whole day. Chapter 246. After leaving the Longhuan Blessed Land, Lin Fan walked along the stream. However, when he came out, he realized that it was actually a cliff, and if he fell, he would undoubtedly die. Damn it, what a trap. I finally got the Lingbo Weibu practiced well, and I ended up at the edge of a cliff. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then, Lin Fan grabbed some vines and climbed down the cliff. Below the cliff was a deep valley called Wanjie Valley. Wow, is this Wanjie Valley? Lin Fan thought. Then, Lin Fan walked into Wanjie Valley. There was no other way. To get out of here, he had to go through Wanjie Valley. Otherwise, he would have to climb back up the cliff and then climb another cliff to return to the Wuyang Sword Sect. However, compared to climbing cliffs, it was much easier to exit through Wanjie Valley. After all, Lin Fan was confident that with his Lingbo Weibu, that Zhong Wanqiu would definitely not be able to catch him. As soon as Lin Fan entered Wanjie Valley, he was spotted by a servant inside. Who are you? A middle-aged woman suddenly shouted when she saw a stranger like Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan directly used Lingbo Weibu to rush over and killed the servant with a sword. This sword was the standard long sword of the Wuyang Sword Sect that Lin Fan had picked up earlier. Lin Fan was not a good-natured person. Since that person wanted to die, Lin Fan would definitely help her. After killing this servant, Lin Fan gained 1 tael of gold. 1 tael of gold was an opportunity for a one-time resurrection. So, Lin Fan thought it was better to stockpile some gold. After killing the servant, Lin Fan threw the servant's body into a bush. It must be said that this was incredibly realistic. This Wanjie game was probably a series of real worlds. This was Lin Fan's first time killing someone. The last guy from a Wuyang Sword Sect fell to his death off the cliff, not killed by Lin Fan's own hands. So, this was indeed Lin Fan's first time killing someone. However, after killing that person, Lin Fan didn't feel particularly uncomfortable, just a little uneasy. However, after searching around in Wanjie Valley, Lin Fan couldn't find the way out. Wanjie Valley was quite nice, with clear mountains and waters, and the sound of birds and fragrant flowers. If he could take a few beauties to live in seclusion here, it would be a wonderful thing. However, Lin Fan was not the type to want to live in seclusion, so after wandering around Wanjie Valley, he finally found the way out. But just as Lin Fan reached the mouth of Wanjie Valley, he encountered a stunning beauty. As soon as Lin Fan saw her, he instantly perked up. At that moment, the girl also saw Lin Fan and was instantly stunned, because it was her first time seeing such a handsome man like Lin Fan. Who are you? How did you get in my home? Leave quickly. If my father sees you, he will kill you, the girl said. I am Lin Tiandi. I came down from the cliff behind. Is your father Zhong Wancho? Lin Fan asked. Yes, my father is the master of Wanjia Valley. Zhong Wancho, the girl nodded. Oh, then you must be Zhong Ling. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I am Zhong Ling. I have never been out before. How did you know? Zhong Ling asked, somewhat puzzled. Haha, buddy, I can tell just by calculating with my fingers, Lin Fan said with a laugh. Cut it out, you're just bragging, Zhong Ling pouted. Not believing Lin Fan's nonsense at all, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. However, he soon understood that this girl must have said that on purpose because she thought he was handsome. Lin Fan sighed. It seems that if I want to chase girls in the future, I still need to get plastic surgery first. Chapter 247, just then, a beautiful woman walked over. Oh, Linger, who is this young man? The beautiful woman asked. Mother, this is young Master Lin. He got lost in the mountains and ended up in our Wanjia Valley. Zhong Ling replied. Lin Fan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and felt that Duan Zhengshun was indeed blessed with good fortune. Gan Bao Bao was also a stunning beauty, and at that moment, some inappropriate thoughts popped into Lin Fan's mind. Gan Bao Bao stared at Lin Fan and was instantly captivated. When she was younger, she was deceived by Duan Zhengshun because he was handsome and charming. Now, seeing Lin Fan, who was several times more handsome than the young Duan Zhengshun, she was immediately smitten. Little brother, what's your name? Gan Bao Bao asked Lin Fan. Gan Bao Bao was 35 years old this year, but she still looked like she was in her 20s, with a slim and graceful figure, smooth and delicate skin, and a pair of peach blossom eyes sparkling with charm, revealing a hint of allure between her brows. At that moment, she was wearing a light blue dress, and her chest was quite prominent, making her look very tempting. Chapter 248, Young Master Lin, have you eaten? If not, I can have someone prepare some food for you. Zhong Ling asked. Sure, I haven't had dinner yet, Lin Fan replied. I'll go have someone prepare dinner for young Master Lin, Zhong Ling said as she stood up. Wait, don't rush, Zhong Ling, I want to ask you something, Lin Fan suddenly said. Young Master Lin, go ahead. Zhong Ling stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Lin Fan with curiosity. Do you have any precious medicinal herbs in your valley? Lin Fan asked. Yes, why? Is young Master Lin injured? Zhong Ling asked in surprise. I fell and got some internal injuries when I came down from the cliff, Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan said this to deceive the young girl. The reason he asked Zhong Ling about precious medicinal herbs was that he wanted to see if eating those herbs could increase his power. After all, his internal strength was still very scarce, and if he could take a shortcut, that would be the best. What medicinal herbs do you need, Brother Lin? I can get them from the warehouse, Zhong Ling inquired. Do you have any 1,000-year-old ginseng or something? If you do, bring me one, Lin Fan said. Chapter 249, after treating Gan Bao Bao's injuries, Lin Fan also felt exhausted. Then, he fell asleep holding Gan Bao Bao. He didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Bao Bao, where are you? Damn, could be that Zhong Wancho is back? As soon as Lin Fan heard this, he instantly woke up. At that moment, Gan Bao Bao also woke up. When Gan Bao Bao heard this, she was immediately shocked. After all, if Zhong Wancho found out that she was sleeping with another man, it would be a disaster. By then, Lin Fan would probably be killed by Zhong Wancho. Since Lin Fan was so handsome and powerful, Gan Bao Bao definitely didn't want him to be killed by Zhong Wancho. As Zhong Wancho was about to burst in, Gan Bao Bao hurriedly said, Don't come in. If you do, I'll never talk to you again. Bao Bao, what are you doing in there? Why aren't you in your own room? Why are you in the guest room? Zhong Wancho said anxiously. At this moment, Zhong Wancho started to speculate. Could it be that there's a little white face hidden in this room? Why do I need your permission to sleep where I want? I'm tired of my room, so I just want to change rooms. What's wrong with that? Gan Bao Bao replied. Chapter 250. Sure enough, at this moment, Zhong Wancho's voice came from outside. Bao Bao, I made you some chicken soup. Come and have some. Gan Bao Bao was already very tired and had just fallen asleep for a while when Zhong Wancho came again. Therefore, Gan Bao Bao was very angry. However, she knew she had to endure, because Gan Bao Bao was clear that this matter had to be faced sooner or later. If she didn't see Zhong Wancho, he would definitely continue to bother her. Rather than that, it would be better to meet him sooner. So, after thinking for a while, Gan Bao Bao said, Okay, I'll come over now. All right, Bao Bao, Zhong Wancho replied happily. Then, Zhong Wancho left and went to the hall to wait quietly. At this moment, Lin Fan was standing at the door, looking awkward. However, Lin Fan knew he couldn't blame himself. After all, he was in a difficult situation. If he didn't leave Wanjia Valley, how could he become stronger? Lin Fan planned to leave Wanjia Valley first, then learn the Biming divine skill, and after that, he would absorb it along the way. Once he became a peerless expert, he would return to Wanjia Valley to deal with Zhong Wanqiu. Chapter 251. At this moment, Lin Fan had already engaged with several servants, but even when surrounded by several people, Lin Fan still handled it with ease. This left the servants of Wanjia Valley secretly astonished, not expecting this young man to be so powerful. However, just then, Zhong Wanqiu arrived. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhong Wanqiu looked at him like a mortal enemy and immediately wanted to kill him. At this moment, Zhong Wanqiu also recalled the red mark on Gan Baobao's neck, and he felt like he was being cheated. After all, Gan Baobao said that the red mark was from mosquito bite, but he had sprinkled a lot of powder in Wanjia Valley, and the mosquitoes didn't dare to come in. So where did the mosquitoes come from? Now, seeing Lin Fan, this little white face, he realized what had happened. Zhong Wanqiu was furious and almost exploded with anger. He then threw a heavy punch at Lin Fan. That fierce punch, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck toward Lin Fan. The power of this punch was immense, and its speed was incredibly fast, reaching Lin Fan in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Fan frowned slightly. He chose not to confront Zhong Wanqiu head-on, but instead evaded Zhong Wanqiu's attack using the Lingbo Weibu, light steps. Chapter 252. But at that moment, Zhong Wanqiu suddenly acted out of character and directly broke through the door. Zhong Wanqiu, what do you want? I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, I will commit suicide right here. Gan Baobao warned, no, don't. Baby, I just want to ask, what is your relationship with that pretty boy? Zhong Wanqiu said, he's Ling Yu's friend, here to play for a couple of days. You keep wanting to attack him, and I have no choice but to threaten with my life. Gan Baobao replied, are you telling the truth? Wasn't that guy with you this morning? And that red mark on your neck, did he cause it? Zhong Wanqiu continued to question. You don't believe me? You actually don't believe me? Fine, if that's the case, I'd rather die, Gan Baobao said, tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing this, Zhong Wanqiu's heart ached, and he hurriedly said, baby, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. Do you believe me? Gan Baobao looked up at Zhong Wanqiu and asked. Yes, I believe you. I was just too angry a moment ago, Zhong Wanqiu replied. Chapter 253. At this moment, Zhong Wanqiu was fully committed to fighting. After all, if he didn't fight, he was definitely dead. If he did fight, perhaps he could drag Lin Fan down with him. Otherwise, if he died, his family business and his wife and daughter would all belong to Lin Fan. So, he was really fighting for his life. Lin Fan, seeing this situation, sneered and prepared to take action. He wanted to resolve Zhong Wanqiu as soon as possible to avoid any variables. After all, villains often die from talking too much. Thus, Lin Fan fought with Zhong Wanqiu again. After a few moves, Lin Fan severed the tendons in Zhong Wanqiu's other hand with a sword. Just like that, Zhong Wanqiu's hands were both rendered useless. Zhong Wanqiu was in excruciating pain. He was already seriously injured. Soon after, Lin Fan intended to kill Zhong Wanqiu with a sword. However, at that moment, Zhong Ling walked in and shouted at Lin Fan, Brother Lin, stop. Huh? Lin Fan frowned upon seeing Zhong Ling arrive. At this point, Zhong Ling was still unaware of her true identity. She still thought she was Zhong Wanqiu's biological daughter. Chapter 254. After Gan Baobao left, Zhong Wanqiu was even angrier and immediately yelled, Little thief, you will not die a good death. Hearing this from the room next door, Lin Fan walked out. Then, with a cold smile on his lips, he said to Zhong Wanqiu, Zhong Wanqiu, I hope you always maintain this courage and never bow your head. After saying this, Lin Fan returned to Gan Baobao's room. At that moment, Zhong Ling looked at Lin Fan's back. Her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. At that moment, Zhong Ling suddenly wanted to catch up with Lin Fan and be with him. But in the end, she did nothing. After all, just now, she had already betrayed herself to save Zhong Wanqiu. Now, she had become Lin Fan's maid. Moreover, Zhong Ling already knew that Lin Fan had some indescribable relationship with her mother. Therefore, it was impossible for her to be with Lin Fan in this lifetime. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhong Wanqiu immediately shut his mouth. He knew that if he continued to speak, he would definitely provoke Lin Fan. Chapter 255. As for the corpse of the teacher, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with it anymore. After leaving the dilapidated temple, he headed straight for Wuliang Mountain. He needed to return to the Longhuan blessed land tonight, and then enter seclusion to cultivate the Biming divine skill. Lin Fan's speed was terrifying. Just an hour later, he had already arrived at Wuliang Mountain. After all, using the Lingbo Weibu, To travel not only didn't T consume internal energy, but also increased it. Upon returning to the Longhuan blessed land on Wuyang Mountain, he saw the beautiful jade statue again. Haha, I'm back to accompany you. After all, you were my first woman. And I am quite nostalgic, Lin Fan thought to himself. Then, Lin Fan prepared to enter seclusion for cultivation. He sat cross-legged on a mat in front of the jade statue and began to cultivate the Biming divine skill. However, before cultivating the Biming divine skill, he had to disperse all his internal energy. So, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and began to disperse his energy. The Biming divine skill has a record at the beginning on how to disperse energy, so Lin Fan wasn't completely in the dark. Soon, he dispersed the internal energy he had accumulated over the past 10 years. After finishing the energy dispersion, he could finally start cultivating the Biming divine skill. Chapter 256. This scrawny, monkey-faced guy entered the courtyard and began to laugh lewdly. Little beauty, your husband is here. Could this be the guy who drugged Bao Bao? Lin Fan thought to himself. After the monkey-faced guy finished speaking, he rushed towards Gan Bao Bao's room. Lin Fan certainly couldn't stand by and watch. If Gan Bao Bao was toyed with by this guy, how would he face Bao Bao and her mother? So, Lin Fan directly used Lingbo Weibo to rush out from Zhong Wancho's room. At this moment, the monkey-faced guy saw Lin Fan rushing out and immediately shouted, "Kid, who are you? Do you want to ruin your grandpa Yun Zhanghe's good deed? Haha, so it's the big lecher Yun Zhanghe. What are you doing here? Are you here to pick flowers?" Lin Fan said with a faint smile. "Zhong Wancho invited us 4 villains here. And as for this girl, she is my prey. So you better scram," Yun Zhanghe said fiercely, staring at Lin Fan. "Haha, with you, you dare to be so arrogant towards me?" Lin Fan laughed. Chapter 257. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan began to torment Yun Zhanghe. After all, for such a notorious lecher, killing him outright would be letting him off easy. If he died too quickly, it would be a relief for him. Therefore, Lin Fan decided he must thoroughly torment Yun Zhanghe. Lin Fan picked up Yun Zhanghe's weapon and smashed it down on his fingers, instantly crushing one of Yun Zhanghe's fingers. Just kill me," Yun Zhanghe cried out in agony. "Haha, do you think that's possible? Today, I'm going to slowly torture you until you wish you were dead," Lin Fan said with a cold smile. "Kid, don't think that if you kill me you'll win. Let me tell you when my boss arrives. You will definitely die." Yun Zhanghe gritted his teeth and said to Lin Fan, "Slap." Hearing Yun Zhanghe's words, Lin Fan gave him a hard slap across the face. "Am I supposed to be afraid of you? What can your boss do when he arrives?" Lin Fan said coldly. Kid, my boss is the leader of the 4 great villains, Duan Yanqing, whose evil deeds are beyond measure and unmatched in strength. Even if Bei Qiaofeng and Nan Mu Rong see my boss, they would have to retreat." Yun Zhong, he said with a sinister smile. Chapter 258. An hour later, Lin Fan finally helped Gan Bao Bao to dispel the effect of the aphrodisiac. This Yun Zhong, he is indeed a super lecher. His aphrodisiac is incredibly powerful. Even Lin Fan was overwhelmed by Gan Bao Bao. Fortunately, Gan Bao Bao eventually fainted due to exhaustion. This Yun Zhong, his aphrodisiac, is truly perverse. Lin Fan lay on the bed, panting heavily. His clothes were already soaked with sweat, and his face was pale, with dry lips. Clearly a result of his intense energy exertion. Phew, finally done. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After changing into a new set of clothes, he walked out of Gan Bao Bao's room. At that moment, another person arrived. The guy saw the corpse of Yun Zhong on the ground and immediately shouted, "Old Four. Old Four. Who the hell killed our Old Four?" This guy had a full beard and was carrying a large pair of scissors on his back. Upon seeing this guy, Lin Fan recognized him as Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Lao San. At this time, Yu Lao San also saw Lin Fan. Chapter 259. Meanwhile, a panicked voice came from outside the door. "Old 3. Then, a middle-aged woman rushed in and helped the fallen Yu Lao San. "Cough, this kid is very powerful. You are no match for him. Hurry, take me away from here." Yu Lao San coughed and said with difficulty. This woman is Yi Ernyang, known for her villainous deeds, and her strength is slightly greater than Yu Lao San's, having reached the level of a first-class master. "Old 3, rest for a moment. Once I take care of this brat, we can leave," Yi Ernyang said coldly. "No, we must leave now, or it will be the end. This kid's strength is just too formidable," Yu Lao San said anxiously. Yi Ernyang glanced at Lin Fan, then frowned and pondered for a moment, saying, "All right, then let us hurry and withdraw." Lin Fan saw Yu Lao San and Yi Yang preparing to escape and immediately revealed a mocking smile. Hee hee. You still want to run? Sorry, it's too late. Lin Fan shook his head, then his figure flickered and he stepped forward, arriving beside Yi Yang and Yu Lao San. What? Yu Lao San was shocked and stared wide-eyed at the situation. Chapter 260. Thus, 3 of the 4 great villains died at Lin Fan's hands. However, Duan Yanqing was nowhere to be found. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have definitely drained him as well. After all, Duan Yanqing is a peerless master with over 40 years of internal energy. If Lin Fan drained him, he would gain more than 20 years of Bei Ming true qi. At this moment, Gan Baobao also woke up, seeing herself exposed and feeling extremely uncomfortable. Gan Baobao recalled the aphrodisiac that the lecher Yinzhong he had made her ingest, and she thought she had been defiled by that big lecher. Therefore, Gan Baobao suddenly burst into tears. Woo-woo, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Lin Fan heard her crying and walked into the room, looking at Gan Baobao and asking. When Gan Baobao saw Lin Fan coming, she immediately hugged his arm and cried, Lin Lang, I can't go on, I've lost my purity. What? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment upon hearing Gan Baobao's words, then said, Chapter 261. At this moment, Duan Yu said to Lin Fan, I am Duan Yu. Thank you, young master. Hello, I am Lin Tiandi, a friend of Zhongling, Lin Fan Sidana. It turns out to be Brother Lin. Mu Wanqing and Zhongling have both been poisoned, and I don't know what to do, Duan Yu said anxiously. I have a method to dispel the poison. Let me help them, Lin Fan Sidananda. Ah, is what Brother Lin said true? Then please help them, Duan Yu said with great joy after hearing Lin Fan's words. Huh, no problem, just leave it to me, Lin Fan said with a smile. He then helped Zhongling and Mu Wanqing into Zhongling's room. Afterwards, Lin Fan said to Duan Yu, you go help Zhongling's mother in the kitchen. The poison they're suffering from is a bit tricky. I estimate it will take at least an hour to dispel it. Okay, thank you, Brother Lin, Duan Yu nodded and said. Then Duan Yu went to help in the kitchen. As soon as Duan Yu left, Lin Fan immediately revealed a smile. Currently, both Mu Wanqing and Zhongling had lost their senses, as they had been under Yinzhong, his aphrodisiac, for a long time. The fact that they had lasted until now, before completely losing their senses, showed their strong willpower. Chapter 262. Lin Fan rested for a night in the Wanjie Valley, discussed life with Gan Baobao, and early the next morning, he quietly left the Wanjie Valley. Lin Fan planned to venture into the martial world. With 60 years of Bei Ming true qi, there are very few people in this world who could match him. Therefore, Lin Fan prepared to venture into the martial world. Originally, Gan Baobao was also going to go, but Lin Fan didn't want her to follow him, as her strength was lacking. If she were caught by enemies, it would become a trouble. After leaving the Wanjie Valley, Lin Fan went to the Wuliang Sword Sect and drained all their internal energy. After all, that guy from the Wuliang Sword Sect wanted to kill him last time. If he weren't able to resurrect, he would have been forced to death by that guy. After draining everyone from the Wuliang Sword Sect, Lin Fan's Bei Ming true qi reached 300 years. Although those guys from the Wuliang Sword Sect were not strong, there were many of them. Each contributed several years of Bei Ming true qi, adding up to several hundred years. At this moment, Lin Fan, with 300 years of Bei Ming true qi, had undoubtedly become the #1 master in Tianlong. Therefore, Lin Fan decided to visit Tianlong Temple. Tianlong Temple has the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, which Lin Fan definitely wanted. After all, Lin Fan currently had deep internal energy, but no martial arts skills. Learning the 6 Meridians Divine Sword would perfectly complement his shortcomings. Lin Fan's speed was astonishing, and he quickly arrived outside Tianlong Temple. Inside Tianlong Temple, there was a group of ancient buildings. At this moment, in an ancient house, 2 old monks were sitting cross-legged on mats, practicing. Suddenly, one of the old monks opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Amitabha, which master has come to my Tianlong Temple? The old monk said with his hands clasped together. This old monk is Qurong, a peerless master. Master, do you know which expert has come here? Another old monk opened his eyes and said, this old monk is Benin, Qurong's disciple, a first-class expert. I don't know which master has come to our Tianlong Temple's territory either. The old monk shook his head and said, then master, what should we do now? Benin continued to ask. Don't worry, when soldiers come, generals will block. When water comes, earth will cover. Qurong smiled and said, Alas, I hope he isn't here to cause trouble. Otherwise, that would be a problem. Bending inside. At this moment, Lin Fan had just stepped into Tianlong Temple and was immediately stopped by the guarding monk. Who are you, benefactor? Why are you trespassing into Tianlong Temple? The guarding monk asked. Little monk, I'm here to find Master Kurong, Lin Fan said with a smile. May I ask if you know our ancestor? The monk asked in confusion. We don't know each other. Lin Fan waved his hand and said directly. In that case, please leave. The monk still politely said. Little monk, look, we have already come here. Can't you make an exception? I have something to discuss with Master Kurong, Lin Fan said. Benefactor, please do not make things difficult for the little monk. After the monk finished speaking, he closed his eyes, appearing unyielding. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Then, Lin Fan extended his right hand and gently patted the monk. Slap! The monk instantly flew backward, crashed into the wall, and then fainted. Humph! Lin Fan snorted coldly and stepped inside. Chapter 263, Stop. Which thief dares to run wild in my Tianlong Temple? Suddenly, an old monk with a long beard rushed out and struck at Lin Fan with a palm. Get lost! Lin Fan shouted, waving his right hand. Bang! Instantly, the old monk was knocked back 5 or 6 meters, crashing through several tables before coming to a stop. Puffed. Cough, cough. The old monk suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, another old monk came out. Who are you? And why have you trespassed into my Tianlong Temple? The old monk glanced at the injured monks and glared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, I'm here to find Master Kurong. Why do you want to see my master? The old monk asked warily. You're not Kurong. Why should I tell you? Lin Fan said with a smile. You're being too unreasonable. The old monk gritted his teeth and said, Unreasonable? How have I bullied you? Clearly, you provoked me first. Lin Fan shrugged and said, If you don't give a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame me for being rude, the old monk said coldly. Chapter 264. Lin Fan looked at Kurong and did not continue to attack. Of course, if Lin Fan wanted to kill Kurong, it would be too easy. With one full force strike, he could directly obliterate Kurong. Lin Fan had been fighting with Kurong for so long and had not used all his strength. Otherwise, what would happen if he accidentally killed this old monk? If he killed Kurong, he would become an eternal enemy of the Duan family, making it even harder to obtain the 6 Meridian sword. After all, if he killed Kurong, he would become Duan's sworn enemy, and it would be difficult to get the 6 Meridian sword. Although Lin Fan was not afraid of being hunted by the Duan family, he feared trouble. You have lost, Lin Fan said lightly. Ba, benefactor, your power is indeed overwhelming, and this monk has lost, Kurong said. Then can you give me the 6 Meridian sword? Lin Fan sneered after hearing Kurong's words. Ba, benefactor, the 6 Meridian sword is a treasure of our temple. I'm afraid I cannot give it to you, Kurong said with his hands clasped and shook his head. After hearing Kurong's words, Lin Fan frowned, and after a moment of silence, he said, In that case, I will kill all the monks in your Tianlong Temple, and then I will go find the 6 Meridian sword myself. Lin Fan sneered. Chapter 265. Once the inner strength of the old bald monk Kurong entered Lin Fan's body, it immediately transformed into a pure energy. At this moment, Lin Fan felt refreshed, as if every inch of his skin was filled with power. Ha ha ha! So refreshing. Lin Fan couldn't help but howl at the sky. At that moment, suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Lin Fan looked up. A robust old monk in a yellow robe descended from the sky and appeared before everyone. This old monk looked kind and benevolent, but gave a very terrifying feeling. Ba, I am Jamozi, and I greet all the esteemed monks, the old monk said. Old bald donkey, so you are Jamozi? Lin Fan squinted and said. Jamozi nodded and then said, Indeed, benefactor, may I ask who you are? Old bald donkey. I am Lin Tiendi, Lin Fan said with a smile. Ba. So, it is Benefactor Lin. I apologize, I didn't know why Benefactor Lin came here, Jamozi said with his hands clasped together and smiled. Old bald donkey. I'm here to find a 6 Meridian sword, Lin Fan said without hesitation. Chapter 266. After leaving Tianlong Temple, Lin Fan used the old method to capture a teacher and had him translate the 6 Meridian sword for him. Ultimately, the teacher translated the 6 Meridian sword. After Lin Fan finished reading, his expression changed unpredictably. System, do you think this thing is real? Lin Fan thought to himself. Host, I don't know if this thing is real or fake either, the system said. Damn, you're the system, and you don't know? Lin Fan said, feeling frustrated. Host, I really don't know. I'm a useless system, and you've known that since day one. Besides, you can try it yourself. Anyway, you can resurrect. And even if it's fake, it won't affect you, the system said. Well, that's true, Lin Fan rubbed his nose and said. Then, Lin Fan slapped the teacher to death. After that, Lin Fan found a deserted cave outside Dali City. Then, Lin Fan began to learn the 6 Meridians sword according to the version he had translated. The 6 Meridians sword consists of 6 types of sword energy: Shaoshang sword, Shangyang sword, Zhongchong sword, Guanchong sword, Xiaochong sword, and Xiaozi sword, each with tremendous power. Chapter 267. At this moment, Lin Fan finished dealing with the mountain bandits and slowly walked to the side of that woman, leading a little donkey. Lin Fan glanced at the young woman and then smiled. Miss, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you for saving me, the woman said gratefully to Lin Fan. It was just a small matter, Lin Fan replied casually. Where are you headed, sir? The woman asked. I'm planning to go to the Song Dynasty's imperial city. Lin Fan said. Oh, what a coincidence. We are also going to the Song Dynasty's imperial city. May I ask if you could accompany us? The woman asked Lin Fan. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. Since he was feeling bored anyway, it would be nice to have company. Thank you, sir, the woman said quickly upon hearing Lin Fan's agreement. There's no need to be polite. It's fate that brought us together. Lin Fan waved his hand and said. You truly are a gentleman, the woman praised. What gentleman? I'm actually a small person, Lin Fan said, scratching his nose. Uffed. The maid couldn't help but burst out laughing at Lin Fan's words. The young lady beside her also stifled a laugh. Chapter 268. After traveling for more than an hour, Lin Fan and the others arrived at a small town. At that moment, the young lady in the carriage finally woke up. Miss, are you okay? Li Xiaohuan asked her mistress anxiously upon seeing her awake. I'm fine. The young lady inside the carriage shook her head and replied. Hearing that her mistress was fine, Li Xiaohuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life. Sir, Miss Li expressed her gratitude to Lin Fan. No need to be polite, I just happened to come across you. Lin Fan waved his hand. Please allow us to bow to you, Li Xiaohuan said respectfully as she knelt down before Lin Fan. Her mistress also knelt down. What are you doing? Get up. Lin Fan said with a wry smile upon seeing this. Sir, you are our lifesaver. How can we not bow to you? Li Xiaohuan insisted. All right, do as you wish. Lin Fan thought they wouldn't get up easily, so he decided to let it be. Thank you, sir, Li Xiaohuan said immediately after hearing Lin Fan's words. Chapter 269. Soon, Lin Fan took Miss Li and Li Xiaohuan into an inn. After entering, Lin Fan directly took out a tael of gold and tossed it to the innkeeper, saying lightly, Innkeeper, prepare 2 top rooms for us and a table of fine food and wine. The money is yours. All right, please come inside, honored guest. The innkeeper said excitedly as he looked at the gold Lin Fan threw him. After all, he had worked as an innkeeper for 10 years and had never received gold before. This was just a small town, and most of the patrons usually paid with copper coins. There were few who used silver, let alone gold. So when the innkeeper saw Lin Fan toss him a tael of gold, he was almost stunned. However, once he recovered, he quickly smiled and put the gold into his pocket. 1 tael of gold equals 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver equals 1 guan, which is 1,000 won. In this era, 1 could buy a large meat bun. It's easy to imagine the purchasing power of this tael of gold. The best room in this inn only costs 1 xian of silver per night. Chapter 270. Not long after Lin Fan and the others left, a sudden scream echoed through the entire street, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. What happened? Lin Fan stopped and frowned. I don't know. Li Xiaohuan frowned as well. Ouch, it hurts so much. At that moment, a miserable voice cried out. Lin Fan turned to look and saw a young man being pinned to the ground, beaten with fists and kicks. Kid, since you like to meddle in other people's business, we'll teach you a lesson, a bearded man said fiercely. Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned. The bearded man's words carried a bloody intent, clearly indicating he had done this more than once. At that moment, the bearded man grabbed the young man's hair and lifted him up, then slapped him hard. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, and the young man's face instantly swelled up as blood sprayed from his mouth. Unable to endure any longer, the young man roared and suddenly leaped up, swinging his fist at the bearded man. Oomph. Seeking death. The bearded man snorted coldly, then swept his right leg, creating a whistling sound as it struck the young man. Chapter 271. After returning to the inn, the young girl naturally followed Lin Fan to his room. Although she was innocent, she wasn't foolish. Sleeping with Lin Fan would surely increase their mutual affection. That night, Lin Fan lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After all, the girl was too innocent and naive, completely unaware of matters of love between men and women. Not long after, Lin Fan opened his eyes and glanced at Li Xiaowan, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Looking at the beauty so close, Lin Fan felt a stirring in his heart. Unable to resist, Lin Fan began to act. As soon as Lin Fan touched Li Xiaowan's soft body, she let out a soft groan. Are you awake? Lin Fan asked, looking at Li Xiaowan. Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Li Xiaowan hurriedly closed her eyes. Are you pretending to be asleep? Lin Fan was speechless, his face darkening at this scene. This girl was really too innocent. Her acting was worse than that in a drama. Don't be angry. You know I'm shy. Li Xiaowan opened her eyes and smiled sweetly at Lin Fan. Chapter 272. Along the way, the two held hands, and passers-by looked at Lin Fan with envy, while Li Xiaowan lowered her head, assuming a shy posture. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan brought Li Xiaowan to the entrance of a clothing store. This clothing store was called Nishang Pavilion and was quite large. At that moment, a long line was forming outside Nishang Pavilion, and everyone looked excited and thrilled. This store is amazing. They even have people lining up, Li Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. It is quite impressive. Xiaowan, why don't you pick out a few outfits for me? Lin Fan said with a smile. Okay. Li Xiaowan was taken aback by Lin Fan's words, and her face turned red as she lowered her head. Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. Just then, a young man with two attendants walked over from a distance. The man at the forefront was quite handsome, tall and dressed in luxurious brocade clothes, looking very dashing. The two attendants he brought with him looked somewhat sleazy. However, both of them were dressed as martial artists, presumably with some triangular cat skills. Chapter 273. The onlookers around were shocked and surprised at this scene. This guy actually dared to strike Zhang Hai? Had he gone mad? Kid, you are finished. Today, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhang Hai lay on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, struggling to get up. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, he shouted hatefully at Lin Fan. Hey, just you? Lin Fan sneered disdainfully. Along, go up and kill this guy for me. Zhang Hai angrily yelled at a third-rate martial artist behind him. The third-rate martial artist, upon hearing Zhang Hai's words, showed a flicker of fear on his face. At this moment, he quickly ran to Zhang Hai's side and grabbed his shoulder. Young master, you should escape quickly. This kid is not simple. Someone who can take down Ahu with one move is not someone I can handle. The third-rate martial artist said with a serious expression. He sensed that Lin Fan's level was unfathomable, definitely not an ordinary person. No, you must help me get rid of this bastard. If you dare not help me kill him, wait for me to wipe out your family. Zhang Hai's face twisted in rage as he shouted viciously after hearing the third-rate martial artist's words. Chapter 274. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan took Xiao Huan to buy clothes. Soon, they had bought their clothes and walked out of the Ni Chong Pavilion. Just then, a group of constables surrounded them. Someone reported that there were people injuring others here, so the head constable of the town immediately brought people over. However, when they arrived, they found only 2 corpses left at the scene. They exchanged glances, their expressions dark as they approached Lin Fan. Young master, are all these people killed by you? The head constable clasped his fists and asked Lin Fan directly upon seeing him. Yes, this guy even claimed to be the son of the town mayor, saying I wouldn't dare to kill him. Look, now he doesn't even have a head. Lin Fan smiled faintly as he spoke. The head constable was taken aback when he heard Lin Fan's words, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Who is Zhang Hai? He is the second son of the Zhang family, used to being arrogant and domineering, and even he wouldn't dare to provoke him. Moreover, Zhang Hai has an older brother who is the commander of the guards in the governor's office of the capital. Now that Zhang Hai is dead, this is definitely a big deal. Although he didn't like Zhang Hai, he also didn't dare to offend the Zhang family. Chapter 275. As soon as Lin Fan and the others returned, they sensed something was off. Lin Fan noticed that many people from the martial world had come to the inn. What are these guys doing here so early in the morning? Are they here to cause trouble for me? Thinking of this, Lin Fan frowned in contemplation. But soon he shook his head. If they were looking for trouble, what difference would it make? However, since they were here, Lin Fan couldn't just avoid them, so he walked towards the inn. Soon, Lin Fan entered the inn. "Ha! Are you all here to seek revenge on me?" Lin Fan smiled slightly and cupped his hands. The martial arts masters present all revealed cold smiles upon seeing Lin Fan. They had come here specifically to seek revenge on him. "Kid, are you the one who killed my son?" At this moment, a middle-aged man pointed at Lin Fan and coldly asked. He was tall and dressed in black. At this moment, his aura was overwhelming, making the surrounding air feel somewhat solidified, causing Lin Fan to nod involuntarily. "This guy's a first-rate master. Yes, your son wanted to kill me, but ended up being killed by me. You can't blame anyone else." Lin Fan replied, "Don Donda." Chapter 276. At this moment, a group of people appeared in the distance again. They were dressed in matching golden clothes, tall, and with powerful auras. The leader was an old man with his hands behind his back, a large golden machete hanging from his waist, looking exceptionally fierce. "Master, we've arrived," a servant said. "What happened here?" The old man asked Don Donda. His face appeared very kind. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they might even think he was an ordinary old neighbor. However, the people around him couldn't help but tremble. "Master, there's a master here who has killed many people," a man quickly said. "Oh, is that so? Then ask him if he knows who killed my grandson." The old man said, "Don Donda." "Yes," the man quickly replied. He then walked toward Lin Fan and respectfully said, "Sir, may I ask if you know who killed our Golden Knife sect members yesterday? If you do, we hope you will tell us the truth, and our Golden Knife sect will surely reward you handsomely." However, Lin Fan did not respond to the man's words. "Little brother, I know you are a master, but in this world, you must recognize the times. Otherwise, you won't live long," the man hurriedly said upon seeing Lin Fan ignore him. Chapter 277. At this moment, Lin Fan's power finally reached 2,000 years. He paused, looking at the fleeing people, his eyes revealing a playful expression. Lin Fan did not plan to kill them and silence them, but intended to let them spread his message. After all, Lin Fan was thinking about sustainable development. So allowing a few beggar gang disciples to go back and report, and then letting them continue to bring him power, was the best plan. At this moment, those fleeing beggar gang members dared to stop only after they had run a certain distance. "Elder, what should we do? Are we just going back like this?" a beggar gang disciple said, looking at the dozen or so people who had just escaped beside him, his face pale. At this moment, the others also looked at the only surviving seven-bag elder with pale faces. They were all frightened by Lin Fan, so they didn't know what to do now. After hearing this, the seven-bag elder gritted his teeth and said, "We should find a safe place to hide first. Once it's safe, we'll go back to the leader to seek justice for us." Sci-Fi. Chapter 278. Outside Wuxi City, the Apricot Grove is located at the foot of a hill, covering an area of more than 10 miles. At this moment, several thousand beggars had gathered in that apricot grove. The beggars' clothing is very tattered, some even barely covering their bodies, yet their expressions are very spirited. This is a powerful group, enough to intimidate the entire martial world. Moreover, many martial artists have gathered here today, all with the same purpose, to watch the excitement. The members of the beggar gang had also arrived early. At this moment, in front of the crowd from the beggar gang stood 4 elderly men and a middle-aged man in his 30s. These 4 are the 4 elders of the beggar gang, all of whom are first-class experts. The middle-aged man, in his 30s, is the current leader of the beggar gang, Xiao Feng, a peerless master. "Leader, we have already sent someone to notify the Morong family, but for some reason, they have yet to arrive," said an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face. Looking at Xiao Feng, "Well, I hope that Morong won't disappoint me too much." Xiao Feng nodded and said solemnly. On the other side, the middle-aged man also said, "Leader, you don't need to worry too much. Nen Murong shouldn't be the kind of timid person, so he will definitely come." "Well, let's hope so." Xiao Feng nodded, and after speaking, he closed his eyes and waited silently for news. At this moment, several young men and women, along with 2 middle-aged men, arrived. The 2 middle-aged men are both first-class experts, while the young men and women seem to have no martial skills. In fact, these young men and women are Wang Yuyan, Duan Yu, and a Zhu and a Bai, while the 2 middle-aged men are the family generals of the Murong family, Bao Budong and Feng Boi. "Stop! Who are you?" At this time, several disciples of the beggar gang saw their group and went up to question them. In fact, Other onlookers had also been questioned in this manner. They had no choice. They were also afraid of people sneaking in to cause trouble, which would be bad for their beggar gang's conference. Although their beggar gang is the #1 gang in the world and never fears anyone, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble when possible. Tell Xiao Feng that the Murong family is here to visit. Feng Boyi said lightly after hearing the question, then ignored them. Who among you is Murong Fu? A disciple of the beggar gang coldly snorted upon hearing his words. Our young master has matters to attend to and couldn't come. Besides, how could such a trivial matter trouble our young master? Feng Boyi replied, really think of yourself as someone important? The disciple sneered disdainfully after hearing Feng Boyi's words. You. Feng Boyi glared at the beggar gang disciple. What? Are you unhappy? Seeing Feng Boyi angry, the disciple became even more arrogant. I tell you, even if you came here with just a few of you, even if the entire Murong family came out, our beggar gang could still wipe you out, the disciple said arrogantly. Ha ha ha. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, people around them burst into laughter. Looking for death. Bang. Thud. Suddenly, Feng Boyi's figure moved in an instant. Then, they saw this disciple fly out and crash heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 279, seeing this scene. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They hadn't expected that a servant of the Murong family would be so formidable. Although this beggar gang disciple was only a third-class expert, he was defeated in one move, which meant that this servant of the Murong family must at least be a second-class expert. This left everyone around in shock. However, what they didn't know was that Feng Boyi was not a second-class expert, but a genuine first-class master. Who are you? How dare you attack a disciple of my beggar gang? At this moment, the elderly man with white hair and a youthful face stared at Feng Boyi with a gloomy expression. Old fool, are you blind? Feng Boyi was not afraid at all, looking at the old man and coldly shouting, Impudent! How dare you insult an elder of my beggar gang? At this time, a young man around 20 stepped forward and angrily shouted at Feng Boyi. Slap! Get lost! Without wasting words, Feng Boyi slapped him. The speed of this slap was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, the young beggar didn't even react and was instantly stunned. Chapter 280 Elder Bai. You can't just kill Kong Min. If you want to kill her, you must clarify the matter first, Xiao Feng said to Bai Shijing. Leader, Kong Min seduced me and made me kill Vice Leader Ma, framing it on Murong Fu. Please let me kill that shameless Kong Min. Bai Shijing kneeled on the ground, crying, Xiao Feng, how can you believe such nonsense? Think carefully, how could I, Kong Min, possibly seduce an old man like him? Kong Min shouted at Xiao Feng after hearing Bai Shijing's words. At this moment, Kong Min's expression was truly one of great grievance. However, just after Kong Min finished speaking, Lin Fan beside her spoke up. Hee, Kong Min, you don't need to argue. Bai Shijing has already admitted it. What else do you have to argue about? As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Kong Min was taken aback for a moment, then immediately retorted, Don't slander me. Hee, how did Vice Leader Ma treat you? You actually seduced Bai Shijing and killed Vice Leader Ma. Truly, your heart is like that of snake and scorpion. Lin Fan pointed at Kong Min and said, Don't slander me. How could I possibly seduce him? Kong Min said through gritted teeth. Chapter 281 Immediately after, Xiao Feng let out a loud shout, then cupped his fists at Lin Fan and directly left. At this time, Duan Yu also brought Wang Yuyin and the others to Lin Fan's side. Then, Duan Yu said to Lin Fan, Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be here too. Hee, young Master Duan, why are you here instead of staying well in Dali? Lin Fan replied with a smile. At the same time, Lin Fan secretly sighed that the plot correction ability was really strong. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Duan Yu immediately smiled bitterly. He then recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Duan Yu had encountered Jiumaji again. Then, he was captured by Jiumaji. The subsequent plot was similar to that in the TV series. Duan Yu met Wang Yuyin, a Zhu, and a Bai at Mantion Villa, then accompanied them to find Murong Fu, and finally arrived at this apricot forest. After hearing Duan Yu tell the whole story, Lin Fan's mouth twitched a couple of times. The plot correction ability is really impressive. Then, Lin Fan said to Duan Yu, Young Master Duan, there's actually something I don't know if I should tell you. Chapter 282. After killing Hellion Taishu, Lin Fan looked at Murong Fu and sneered. He, the dignified South Murong, actually joined the Yipentang and became a lackey of the Western Xia. It's truly unexpected. At this moment, Lin Fan thought that Murong Fu had completely disgraced the Murong family. Humph, since you recognize me, you must die today, Murong Fu said coldly. His eyes filled with a strong, killing intent. Lin Fan shook his head, thinking this guy was really stubborn. Hee, since that's the case, then go die. Lin Fan said indifferently. Swish. As his words fell, he suddenly extended his finger, and in an instant, a sword chi from the Six Meridians' divine sword shot towards Murong Fu. Lin Fan's sword chi was unbelievably fast, like a sharp arrow piercing through the void. Upon sensing this sword chi, Murong Fu's pupils instantly constricted. This sword chi was simply too powerful. In Murong Fu's eyes, this person was definitely a master of the innate realm. Such an existence, even if he had just stepped into the innate realm, was enough to kill him. Chapter 283. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with him anymore and directly embraced the two beauties, a Zhu and a Bai, then walked away. These two girls are quite pretty. I'll have a taste first. A playful smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips, and after saying that, he leaned in to kiss a Zhu. Let me go. Lin Xiao, please don't hurt us. A Zhu and a Bai screamed in terror. They were truly frightened by Lin Fan at this moment. However, Lin Fan seemed to not have heard them at all and continued to kiss a Zhu despite their resistance. Moreover, after kissing her cherry lips, he pried her teeth open with his tongue and entered her mouth. Instantly, a warm and slippery sensation came over, making Lin Fan feel extremely comfortable. A wicked smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the two girls widened their beautiful eyes, revealing despair. They understood that they probably wouldn't escape from this demon's grasp today. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly stopped. After all, he wasn't interested in a live broadcast, and there were so many people around. Chapter 284. Immediately after, Lin Fan absorbed all the power from everyone present, including over 1,000 Beggar Gang disciples. Dozens of Beggar Gang leaders and elders, as well as Tan Gong, Tan Pe, the Iron-Faced Judge, and Meng Zhiguang. At this moment, Lin Fan's power actually reached a terrifying 4,000 years. In this world, Lin Fan, who possessed 4,000 years of power, was absolutely invincible. Furthermore, as his power deepened, the Shi Li of his Biming divine skill became even more formidable. At this moment, Lin Fan's Biming divine skill could even turn a person into flying ashes, directly sucking away a person's essence and spirit. Lin Fan's body was also enhanced. Even without using Biming true energy, his physical strength alone reached 100,000 pounds. This meant that Lin Fan was already invincible just relying on his physical strength. However, Lin Fan didn't care about this at all. After absorbing everyone's power, he prepared to leave with Wang Yuyin and the two girls, a Zhu and a Bai. At this moment, Wang Yuyin and the other two were also frightened by Lin Fan's ruthlessness. After all, over 1,000 people had turned into ashes just like that. In their eyes, Lin Fan was an absolute demon. Chapter 285. Upon arriving in Jiaxing, Lin Fan and his group first found an inn to stay at. Then, Lin Fan left his women at the inn and walked out by himself. Lin Fan searched around the street, but couldn't find the location of the Jiaxing branch of the Beggar Gang. Subsequently, he caught an old beggar in Jiaxing City and interrogated him. Old man, take me to your Beggar Gang Jiaxing branch. The old man was instantly stunned upon hearing Lin Fan's words. The Jiaxing branch of the Beggar Gang was a forbidden zone for these old beggars. The master of that branch loved to beat them up and force them to beg. He was not a member of the Beggar Gang, and they wouldn't accept him, only beating him up and making him beg for money. In fact, this old beggar was a legitimate beggar. Hurry up, Lin Fan said coldly, looking at the dazed old man. The old man quickly shook his head. No, we can't go. Can't go. After seeing the old man's reaction, Lin Fan directly took out a silver needle and stabbed it toward the old man. Chapter 286. Xiao Dao, you've suffered. Lin Fan said with deep sorrow as he looked at Jiang Xiao Dao's condition, which appeared extremely poor. Jiang Xiao Dao's feet were already crippled, and it was even possible to see his exposed bones. Boss, you finally came? I'm so miserable, Jiang Xiao Dao cried. He had originally thought he was destined to die today. However, he didn't expect his boss Lin Fan to arrive at the most critical moment. At this moment, Jiang Xiao Dao realized he was saved. Haha, don't worry. As long as I'm here, anyone who harms you will be torn to pieces. Lin Fan patted Jiang Xiao Dao's shoulder and comforted him. Kid, since you've come, never think about leaving again. At this moment, a gloomy voice came from not far away. Hee, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lin Fan said with a faint smile. Is that so? Then let's see. Just then, a figure attacked Lin Fan. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan sneered and fought back. Bang! In an instant, that guy was sent flying. Chapter 287. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the blood on the ground, and a hint of bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. Ah! The leader screamed in agony. Hee. Not only will I castrate you, but I'll also throw you out for that group of crippled beggars to enjoy. They probably can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood, right? Lin Fan said ominously. At this moment, Lin Fan's expression was extremely ferocious. You devil. You monster. The helmsman screamed in horror. Lin Fan glanced at him coldly and said, what is the point of saying these words now? Then, Lin Fan directly attacked and severed his remaining 4 limbs. After that, Lin Fan poured half a jar of wine over him to disinfect his wounds. Instantly, the guy screamed in agony. Lin Fan's series of actions were merciless, simple, and brutal. At this moment, the helmsman felt that Lin Fan was simply a demon. This guy's methods were terrifying. He had never encountered such a ruthless person before. Subsequently, Lin Fan went to the kitchen to find some coarse salt. Chapter 288. After dealing with the situation here, Lin Fan took Zhang Xiaodao and left. Soon, they returned to Jiaxing City. Lin Fan then brought Zhang Xiaodao back to the inn. After that, Lin Fan introduced his women to Zhang Xiaodao. This is Wang Yuyin, this is a Zhu, this is a Bai, this is Li Xiaowan, and this is Li Ruolin. They're all my women, Lin Fan introduced. Wow, boss. You are really impressive for getting Wang Yuyin, a Zhu, and a Bai, Zhang Xiaodao thought to himself after hearing Lin Fan's words. After all, Zhang Xiaodao had also watched Tianlong Babu, so he knew that Wang Yuyin was the most beautiful woman in the story. A Zhu and a Bai were not bad either. One was Xiao Feng's woman in the original, while the other was Murong Fu's woman. But now, they had all become Lin Fan's women. Of course, although Zhang Xiaodao was very envious at this moment, he still respected Lin Fan and his women very much. Hello, sisters. I am Zhang Xiaodao, the boss's little brother, Zhang Xiaodao said to the few women. Chapter 289. They looked at Lin Fan with a sense of trepidation. Lin Fan walked out slowly. When he reached the door, he stopped and said lightly, I give you half a stick of incense to consider. If you are unwilling to retreat, then you can stay forever. After saying this, Lin Fan found a table at the door, sat down, and slowly poured himself a cup of tea to drink. At this moment, the members of the Zhengqi gang were somewhat hesitant. Although Lin Fan had just displayed extremely strong power, they still had their concerns. After all, so many experts had gathered here to deal with Lin Fan. So how could they just back down? If they retreated like this, they would lose face for the Zhengqi gang. However, Lin Fan's strength was indeed too powerful, making them dare not act. After about 5 or 6 minutes, finally, a burly man gritted his teeth and said, Brothers, let us go together. Even if we die, we are all heroes, not cowards afraid of death. After he finished speaking, the others nodded heavily. Chapter 290. At this moment, the members of the Zhengqi gang nearby were all stunned upon seeing this. They never expected that their vice leader, Nangong Lingfeng, would die here, and at the hands of a young kid no less. Ah, demon, you actually killed the vice leader. Brothers, kill him. Avenge our vice leader. At this moment, the members of the Zhengqi gang, having come to their senses, rushed forward to kill Lin Fan and avenge their vice leader. Boom! However, before they could get close to Lin Fan, they were sent flying again. At this moment, each of them was severely injured, even lacking the strength to get up. Lin Fan walked slowly to a man in a green outfit. His expression was calm, as if he were doing something trivial. Whoosh! Then, Lin Fan's fingers swiped across. In an instant, the head of the green-clothed man rolled to the ground. Blood sprayed out, and the scene was extremely tragic and horrifying. Ah, devil! The onlooking commoners screamed and backed away, fearing they would attract trouble. Chapter 291. Nangong Zhengqi was also severely injured at this time, making it very difficult for him to walk. Thus, after hearing Lin Fan's words, he struggled to get up from the ground and trembled as he walked forward, with Lin Fan following behind him. However, Nangong Zhengqi's pace was too slow. Lin Fan frowned and said, Old man, walk faster. I want to walk faster, but I'm too badly injured to move. Nangong Zhengqi trembled as he spoke. Damn it, then I'll carry you. Lin Fan cursed. After saying that, Lin Fan directly reached out and grabbed Nangong Zhengqi by the collar. Old man, you lead the way. I'll carry you. With that, Lin Fan lifted Nangong Zhengqi and ran forward. Nangong Jingqi was dumbfounded at this moment. He never expected this guy to be so rough. He had no idea that to Lin Fan, there were only brothers and women in his heart. Everything else had no value in Lin Fan's eyes. And Nangong Jingqi was neither his brother nor a beauty. Chapter 292. At this moment, Nangong Jingqi in the room was also stunned. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope. After all, in Nangong Jingqi's eyes, his father was an invincible existence. His father lived to be 100 years old, experienced countless battles, and ultimately overcame enemies, successfully surviving. However, Nangong Jingqi never expected that his father would die here just like that. While Nangong Jingqi was in a daze, Lin Fan turned his gaze to him. "Old man, take me to get the treasure," Lin Fan said to Nangong Jingqi calmly. At this moment, Nangong Jingqi was silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at Lin Fan and slowly said, "Demon Emperor, you killed my son, killed my father, and destroyed my Jingqi gang. Now, you still want to take my treasure? You are thinking too simply." "Oh, so you mean you want to break the contract?" Lin Fan said lightly. At this time, Nangong Jingqi directly replied, "Hee, do you think I would easily hand over the treasure?" Lin Fan frowned and said after hearing Nangong Jingqi's words. Chapter 293. Lin Fan believed that if these patterns were indeed martial arts techniques, they must be extraordinary. After all, the Jiuzhou Ding is known as a divine artifact of Huaxia, so how could the techniques inscribed on the Jiuzhou Ding be inferior? Subsequently, Lin Fan directly sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Meanwhile, Nangong Jingqi did not leave, but sat quietly beside Lin Fan, watching him with a slight smile of successful scheme on his face. This was because Nangong Jingqi knew that the patterns on the Qingzhou Ding were not cultivation techniques at all. His ancestors had tried them before, and anyone who attempted to cultivate with these things would fall into madness and die. Therefore, these things were utterly impossible to cultivate. At this moment, Lin Fan closed his eyes, and streams of information suddenly flooded into his mind. However, these characters were all Oracle Bone script, which Lin Fan did not recognize at all. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not feel discouraged. He was diligently trying to remember these things. So even though he had recorded the patterns on the Qingzhou Ding, he still had no idea what they contained. Chapter 294. If Nangong Jingqi knew that Lin Fan had taken all the gold and silver from this treasure house, he would probably be scared to death on the spot, because there were hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and tens of millions of taels of silver inside. And then, it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Who could bear such a thing? At this moment, Lin Fan, however, was all smiles. Because his broken system had not deceived him. He had actually succeeded. The gold and silver here could indeed be recharged into the system. Lin Fan felt that this trip was definitely a huge profit. Thinking of this, Lin Fan walked with a light and joyful demeanor. He even forgot about the frustration he had earlier regarding not understanding the Oracle Bone script on the Jiuzhou Ding. Meanwhile, Nangong Jingqi was walking ahead with a dazed expression, because the tools Lin Fan used to pack those herbs were actually the Qingzhou Ding. The Qingzhou Ding was several meters high and had a very large volume. Of course, it was also very heavy. It was conservatively estimated to weigh around 10,000 jin. At this moment, Nangong Jingqi truly did not understand how this guy in front of him could possess such great strength. Chapter 295. Soon, the members of the Demon Extermination Alliance found the inn where Jiang Xiaodao and the others were staying. "Master, have you heard any news about the people from the Heavenly Court?" Master Xianci walked into the inn and asked the shop assistant with a serious expression. "Heavenly Court? I haven't heard of it, but that name is quite strange. It sounds a bit like the rumors of the Devil Sect in the martial world," the shop assistant replied. "This Heavenly Court is the Devil Sect. The Devil Sect has 3 super demon lords. One is Demon Emperor Lin Tiandi, one is Demon Lord Jun Ma Xiao, and one is Demon General Jiang Xiaodao. These 3 guys are extremely fierce, and each one has thousands of lives on their hands," Master Xianci said after pondering for a moment. After hearing Master Xianci's words, the shop assistant's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that the Devil Sect would be so terrifying. So many martial heroes could do nothing against the Devil Sect. Moreover, even the abbot of Shaolin Temple said that the people from the Heavenly Court were very powerful. This made him feel panic. Then, at that moment, he suddenly remembered something. That was, there had been a fierce battle here yesterday morning, and the largest force in Jiangnan, the Jiangnan Jingqi gang, had been wiped out here. Chapter 296. Slap. Immediately, Jiang Xiaodao's right foot stomped down heavily on the ground. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged out from his body. At this moment, the group of people who had been charging towards Jiang Xiaodao suddenly stopped. Thud! Thud! Then, all these people fell to the ground. At this moment, these people let out miserable cries. Crack! Moreover, the bones of these people shattered at that moment. Their eyes were filled with horror, especially when they saw a smile on Jiang Xiaodao's face. Their hearts filled with even more dread. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao appeared to them as if he were a demon god. What kind of strength was this? They couldn't even begin to imagine. However, at this moment, they had no chance to escape. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xiaodao slowly walked towards them. Meanwhile, Master Xin Ci was already stunned. His eyes were filled with horror. Who exactly are you? Master Xin Ci shouted in fear. He sensed the danger of the young man in front of him. Chapter 297. Although Xiao Feng was very fierce at this moment, he was still somewhat inferior compared to Jiang Xiaodao. So, although Xiao Feng was growing more and more courageous in battle, he ultimately fell into a disadvantage. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao was constantly throwing punches. Each punch would disperse a golden divine dragon that Xiao Feng had unleashed. In just a few seconds, all the golden divine dragons that Xiao Feng had summoned were shattered by Jiang Xiaodao, and Jiang Xiaodao remained unscathed. However, Xiao Feng was now full of fighting spirit. At this moment, a crazy light appeared in his eyes, because he had already determined that Jiang Xiaodao in front of him was his only enemy. Therefore, he had to kill Jiang Xiaodao right away. Otherwise, he would never be able to take revenge. Thinking of this, he roared and charged at Jiang Xiaodao again. This time, he was fighting for his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaodao coldly shook his head with a sneer. He knew that the stronger Xiao Feng's fighting spirit was, the more enjoyable it would be for him to fight. So, at the moment Xiao Feng charged up, Jiang Xiaodao also lunged forward. The two of them became entangled in battle. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Chapter 298. Immediately, Lin Fan said to Jiang Xiaodao, "Xiaodao, take care of these guys." "Okay, boss." Jiang Xiaodao replied, and prepared to take action to deal with the other members of the Demon Extermination Alliance. At this moment, the onlookers in the distance were completely dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? What the hell is going on? At this moment, a martial artist stared at Lin Fan, dumbfounded, and muttered. Meanwhile, his companion said, "What on earth is this kid's background?" Even the demon, General Jiang Xiaodao, listens to him. At this time, Jiang Xiaodao was also ready to continue fighting. He coldly scanned the surroundings and then shouted, "Who dares to fight me?" Jiang Xiaodao's voice was like thunder, booming in all directions. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Xiaodao's furious roar, the people around fell silent. In fact, many of them even closed their mouths. They were scared. They were afraid Jiang Xiaodao would kill them. Seeing this, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Jiang Xiaodao's mouth. To him, this group of guys around were nothing but waste, not worth his attention. Just then, a strong, dark-skinned man stepped out from the crowd. Chapter 299 at this moment. Jiang Xiaodao saw the group of people trying to sneak away, so he directly called out, "Hey, don't rush to run. Let's continue playing." After hearing Jiang Xiaodao's words, the group preparing to sneak away nearly fell to the ground. What the hell? This isn't playing. It's clearly playing with their lives. I'm too lazy to play with you. At this moment, someone spoke up directly. If you don't want to play, fine, but after tonight, you want to have to play again. You'll all be dead. Jiang Xiaodao said lightly, his face full of mockery. These guys were destined to become history tonight. After all, Lin Fan had already given the order for him to deal with them. So, these people wouldn't live long. Hearing Jiang Xiaodao's words, the people preparing to escape quickened their pace, ready to flee the scene. Jiang Xiaodao merely smiled faintly, not stopping them, because Jiang Xiaodao knew that these guys simply couldn't escape. Sure enough, just as these people had taken a few steps, Jiang Xiaodao turned into a shadow and dashed out. Chapter 300. He then turned to look at another martial artist. This scene terrified the other martial artist, making him feel as if his soul had left his body. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao appeared like a heartless demon, causing fear to creep in. This martial artist didn't even have the courage to face Jiang Xiaodao. Whoosh! However, just as he frantically tried to escape, Jiang Xiaodao's figure flashed and directly blocked the martial artist's path. At this moment, the martial artist finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Don't come over." Please, don't come over. This martial artist was completely terrified by Jiang Xiaodao's actions, because he could clearly see Jiang Xiaodao's cold eyes locked onto him in the pitch-black night. Hee, don't come over? Jiang Xiaodao sneered and then said, too late. Today I'm going to torture you to death. Swish. Jiang Xiaodao took a step forward, his speed skyrocketing, and instantly appeared next to the martial artist. Ah! The martial artist screamed and then tried to run away. Haha, want to leave? Can you? Chapter 301. But Jiang Xiaodao had already gone mad. So how could he let him go? At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao's right arm suddenly exerted force. Crack! With a crisp sound, the little girl's neck was directly broken by him. Then, Jiang Xiaodao discarded the little girl's corpse and walked towards another house. Bang, bang, bang. With every step Jiang Xiaodao took, a body would fall into a pool of blood. In less than half a minute, in this courtyard, everyone except for an old woman had already collapsed in a pool of blood. Drip, drip. At this moment, looking at the dead bodies all over the courtyard, the old woman swallowed hard, her face pale, legs trembling uncontrollably, and she even peed herself in fear. Ah, please, let me go. I'm a good person. I've never even killed a chicken in my whole life. Finally, the old woman stammered, struggling to speak. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaodao stopped in his tracks. Good person? Jiang Xiaodao muttered to himself, and then looked up at the old woman. The old woman was dressed in rags and exuded a strong smell of mildew. Chapter 302. In short, a series of questions lingered in Lin Fan's mind. However, Lin Fan could only stare blankly, because he could do nothing. After all, Jiang Xiaodao had vanished into thin air, so where could he look for him? At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao found himself in complete darkness, unable to see his hand in front of his face, with only the occasional thunderous sound echoing in his ears. Jiang Xiaodao couldn't help but frown. What kind of place was this? This is too bizarre, right? However, he quickly relaxed. After all, since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable and take it one step at a time. Whoosh! Just then, a burst of light suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Xiaodao. He quickly looked up and was instantly greeted by countless mountains. Then he was shocked to discover that he had fallen from the sky, landing in a courtyard among the mountains. Fortunately, his martial arts were profound, so he didn't die from the fall. Jiang Xiaodao steadied himself and carefully examined his surroundings. He found a table not far away. At this moment, a stunning woman was sitting at the table, embroidering. She looked to be in her 20s tall, with skin as white as jade, delicate features, and a hint of charm. Chapter 303. At this moment, Yao Yao beside him was also stunned. A golden core stage mutated python was actually killed by Jiang Xiaodao. This was simply unbelievable. After all, that was a golden core stage mutated python. And Jiang Xiaodao had actually killed a golden core stage mutated python. It should be noted that in the entire Qingzhou, golden core stage demon beasts were extremely rare. In the whole Qingzhou, the strongest ones were only at the golden core stage. In fact, golden core stage demon beasts were hardly ever seen, because golden core stage demon beasts already possessed intelligence. Hunting them was nearly impossible. Even two golden core stage cultivators couldn't defeat a single golden core stage demon beast. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiaodao actually killed the giant python. Jiang Xiaodao's combat power was simply outrageous. This filled Yao Yao with admiration for him. Ah, Brother Jiang, you are so strong, Yao Yao exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Xiaodao was slightly taken aback. When did he become Brother Jiang? At this moment, Yao Yao ran up to him and hugged his waist, her whole body hanging on him. Chapter 304. By the time the two of them entered the bridal chamber, it was already evening. Jiang Xiaodao and Yao Yao lay on the bed, with Jiang Xiaodao holding his beautiful companion's slender waist, softly saying, "It's getting late. Let's start the bridal chamber." Okay. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaodao's words, Yao Yao obediently closed her eyes. However, at that moment, Yao Yao's heart raced, and she quickly said, "Brother Jiang, you must be gentle with me." At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao's body was pressing down firmly on Yao Yao, and his other hand was gripping her curvy bottom. "Don't worry. I definitely won't hurt you," Jiang Xiaodao said with an evil smile, before slowly lowering his head to kiss Yao Yao's lips. Yao Yao's breath instantly quickened. Soon after, Jiang Xiaodao's hot lips pried open Yao Yao's pearly teeth, beginning to taste her tenderly. After lightly brushing Yao Yao's teeth with his tongue, it slowly slid into her mouth. Jiang Xiaodao's arms tightly wrapped around Yao Yao's delicate waist. At this moment, Yao Yao did not reject Jiang Xiaodao's actions. Instead, she actively responded. Chapter 305 at this moment. Jiang Xiaodao finally understood what kind of world this was. This was the cultivation world, vast and boundless, divided into 9 provinces, each with an enormous area. They were in Qingzhou, which governed a total of 108 counties, each county divided into 108 cities. Each city had at least millions of inhabitants. And this was just the territory of humans. Besides that, there were also territories occupied by demon and monster tribes. The territories of the demon and monster tribes were not smaller than that of humans. It's easy to imagine how huge this cultivation world is. In a cultivation world, demons and monsters run rampant, and some of them are even stronger than human cultivators. Therefore, when humans encounter those demons and monsters, they often cannot defend themselves. The territorial awareness of these demons and monsters is very strong. If they find humans stepping into their territory, they will definitely unleash slaughter. This also leads to the intensity of battles between humans and demons and monsters. Brother Jiang, what are you thinking about? At this moment, as Jiang Xiaodao was digesting this information, he heard Yao Yao's melodious voice beside him. It's nothing, just thinking how wonderful our fate is. Jiang Xiaodao smiled at Yao Yao in his arms. I also think our fate is very wonderful. Yao Yao's pretty face was filled with sweet smiles. But then she suddenly said, Brother Jiang, why are you so gentle with me? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaodao patted Yao Yao's head and said with a smile, Silly girl, this is called romance, you understand? Romance? I don't really get it, Yao Yao mumbled. Brother Jiang, tonight, let's continue our dual cultivation. Yao Yao leaned on Jiang Xiaodao's chest and said playfully, No, you're already exhausted today. Jiang Xiaodao shook his head. I'm not tired at all. Yao Yao pouted, looking aggrieved, as if she was angry. Jiang Xiaodao sighed, alas. I really can't do anything with you. Yao Yao blinked her beautiful eyes seriously and said, Brother Jiang, I know a dual cultivation technique that can rapidly increase strength. I want to give it a try. So that's what it's about. All right, since you insist, I'll take you to cultivate. Jiang Xiaodao nodded. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Saying this, she jumped onto Jiang Xiaodao and hugged him tightly. Then, Yao Yao pecked Jiang Xiaodao's lips like a dragonfly touching the water before getting off him. She turned and ran to the bedroom. Brother Jiang, I'll go change into an outfit. Soon, Yao Yao changed her clothes. At this moment, she put on a semi-transparent gauze dress, and with Yao Yao's stunning figure, she looked incredibly tempting, especially with her pure and cute face. She resembled a lotus flower that emerged from the mud, giving a fresh and refined feeling. Jiang Xiaodao couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Yao Yao noticed Jiang Xiaodao's gaze and immediately blushed. However, she did not reject his eyes. Instead, she actively linked her arm with his. Come on, let's begin. Jiang Xiaodao nodded, and then he and Yao Yao started their dual cultivation again. Chapter 306, after some exchanges, their dual cultivation session ended once again. At this moment, a faint glow radiated from Yao Yao's body. Then, she opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of joy. Brother Jiang, I succeeded. I've broken through to the golden core stage. Haha, really? Congratulations. Jiang Xiaodao sincerely congratulated Yao Yao. Following that, Yao Yao excitedly said, Brother Jiang, tonight I will make a lot of delicious food to celebrate my successful advancement. Jiang Xiaodao smiled and said, Haha, then I'll have a feast tonight? Just wait and see. I guarantee you'll eat so much you'll have trouble walking. Yao Yao proudly lifted her chin, looking smug. Seeing Yao Yao like this, Jiang Xiaodao couldn't help but reach out and rub her head, his eyes filled with deep affection. Just then, Yao Yao suddenly said, Brother Jiang, can you accompany me to Qingzhou City tomorrow? Qingzhou City? Jiang Xiaodao asked in confusion. What do you want to do there? I want to take revenge. My home is in Qingzhou City. Years ago, when my parents went missing, they were most likely harmed by someone. I want to avenge them, Yao Yao said through gritted teeth. Chapter 307, however, at this moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. Soon, a tall man dressed in a purple robe, with a handsome face and a devilish smile at the corner of his mouth, walked out from another path. At this moment, upon seeing this person, Yao Yao immediately furrowed her willow leaf brows, feeling somewhat displeased, because the man in front of her was none other than her fiancé, Wang Tianlong. Oh, is the sun rising from the west? He actually dares to come back? After seeing Yao Yao, Wang Tianlong's face flashed with a strange light. and then he smiled and said, Yao Yao, you're back. A hint of anger suddenly appeared on Yao Yao's beautiful face, and she coldly snorted, saying, Humph. I can come back whenever I want. It's none of your business. Hearing this, a playful smile curved at the corners of Wang Tianlong's mouth, and he slowly walked up to Yao Yao, staring in her eyes, and said in a deep voice, What? After running away from home, your temper has gotten even worse? None of your business, Yao Yao replied coldly. Humph, you're my fiancé. How is it not my business? Wang Tianlong snorted coldly, then reached out his right hand, preparing to pinch Yao Yao's delicate and tender chin. Chapter 308. At this moment, looking at Wang Tianlong, who had fainted on the ground, Jiang Xiaodao shrugged his shoulders, showing an indifferent expression. Trash, too weak. Jiang Xiaodao pouted, then took Yao Yao's jade-like hand and walked directly into the manor. Husband, you were so handsome just now. I'm head over heels for you, Yao Yao said, clinging to Jiang Xiaodao's arm in a cute manner. Good girl, Jiang Xiaodao said, gently stroking Yao Yao's hair. Husband, I hope you don't rush to take action later. I want to test him first, okay? Yao Yao suddenly said. Of course, you're my wife. If you ask me not to rush, then I won't rush, Jiang Xiaodao replied with a smile. Thank you, husband, Yao Yao said happily. Then, the two exchanged smiles and walked hand in hand into the manor. Meanwhile, Wang Tianlong woke up. He opened his eyes, looked at the sky, and was filled with confusion. Why couldn't he defeat that guy? After all, he was a master in the late stage of Qi training, considered a genius in Qingzhou City. And he was only 20 years old this year. Chapter 309. At this time, all the members of the Lin family gathered in the hall, their faces very serious. Yao Yao, you're finally back. At this moment, Lin Ba, the head of the Lin family, looked at Lin Yao Yao and said, Yes, uncle, I'm back. Lin Yao Yao replied with a slight smile. Sigh, how could you run away from home? Lin Ba sighed. His gaze swept around Lin Yao Yao, completely ignoring Jiang Xiaodao beside her, and continued, Now that you're back, prepare to pick a good day to marry into the Wang family. At this point, Lin Ba paused as if pondering something. Then he continued, Although your status is not as noble as Wang Tianlong's, once you marry over, you will be the daughter-in-law of the Wang family, and then Wang Tianlong's cultivation resources will also be available for you to use. After Lin Ba finished speaking, the other members of the Lin family also expressed their agreement. After all, there was no one in the Lin family who could match Wang Tianlong. Only Lin Yao Yao, with her stunning beauty, could barely be considered a match for Wang Tianlong. Chapter 310. Lin Yao Yao brought Jiang Xiaodao into an inn. As soon as they entered, a waiter approached them. Hello, miss, may I ask if you'd like to eat something? The waiter said respectfully. Bring me a few of your best dishes. Lin Yao Yao said lightly. Okay, miss, please wait a moment. The waiter replied and went to arrange the meal. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed in the shop. Soon after, 4 or 5 figures appeared in front of Lin Yao Yao. All of them were dressed in black. Each of them was tall and muscular, exuding a fierce aura. Moreover, they all had extremely fierce eyes. When they looked at Lin Yao Yao, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. Oh, isn't this Lin Yao Yao from the Lin family? TSK, so beautiful, the young man at the front said. At this moment, his gaze towards Lin Yao Yao was filled with greed. TSK. No wonder she is one of the top 10 beauties in Qingzhou City. That figure, that face, truly exceptional, another young man also said. Lin Yao Yao frowned slightly at this moment. Chapter 311. Then, Lin Yao Yao prepared to directly crush this guy. However, at that moment, Jiang Xiaodao spoke up. Yao Yao, wait a moment, don't kill him yet, let me have some fun. Okay. Hearing Jiang Xiaodao's voice, Lin Yao Yao agreed and stood up. She knew Jiang Xiaodao liked to torture people, and since Zhou Yun had provoked this devil, he would definitely suffer greatly. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaodao's words, Zhou Yun was directly scared silly. He struggled continuously, trying to escape. But unfortunately, he had his limbs crushed by Lin Yao Yao, so no matter what methods he tried, it was futile. At this moment, his face was filled with despair. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaodao walked toward Zhou Yun with a face full of excitement. Hee, are you in a lot of pain? Don't worry, it won't hurt in a bit. Just lie down obediently. Saying this, he grabbed Zhou Yun's head and slammed it hard against the ground. Then, Jiang Xiaodao even took out a dagger and started cutting flesh to feed the dogs. Ugh! In an instant, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Zhou Yun, at this moment, had already been tortured to the point of crying out for his mother. Chapter 312. At this moment, Just as Jiang Xiaodao's words fell, a trace of resentful light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He knew that today was probably going to end badly. However, if he could drag someone down with him, that would be enough. So he immediately shouted, "If you dare to touch me, the Zhou family will never let you go." After finishing, he adopted a posture as if he would fight to the death. However, Jiang Xiaodao, at this moment, did not care about that at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Hee, why wouldn't I dare to touch you? Is the Zhou family behind you really that powerful?" Jiang Xiaodao's words left the middle-aged man stunned. Logically speaking, if Jiang Xiaodao was not afraid of the Zhou family, he must have some backing. But at this moment, Jiang Xiaodao was already getting impatient. "What? Are you mute now? Too scared to talk? Since you won, speak. Then just keep your mouth shut forever." After speaking, he unexpectedly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's throat. His movement was gentle, as if he were caressing a lover's skin. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man was already scared silly. He couldn't understand why the guy in front of him was not afraid of the Zhou family. Chapter 313, just when he was in utter shock, he suddenly heard Jiang Xiaodao's voice. "Humph, that was just the interest. Tonight, you must die." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaodao suddenly struck out with a punch towards the middle-aged man. At that moment, the middle-aged man's pupils violently constricted. "No!" He gasped in shock and immediately activated all his spiritual power to defend. Bang! However, how could he possibly be Jiang Xiaodao's opponent? Under Jiang Xiaodao's punch, he was sent flying. As he hit the ground, his chest caved in and blood gushed out. He was utterly feeble. Yet even so, he still struggled to get up and run outside. However, Jiang Xiaodao's speed was unrelenting. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in, causing the middle-aged man, who had wanted to rise, to fall directly to the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Xiaodao's footsteps sounded as he approached the middle-aged man. Slap! Then, another slap struck out. Jiang Xiaodao's palm, like a steel whip, fiercely slapped the middle-aged man's cheek. Chapter 314 at that moment. He was utterly stunned by Jiang Xiaodao's performance, because Jiang Xiaodao's recovery speed was just too fast. Earlier, he had been excited that he had finally injured Jiang Xiaodao. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Xiaodao's injury had instantly healed. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" At this point, Zhou Yi's eyes revealed a deep sense of dread. After all, Jiang Xiaodao's methods were simply against the heavens. When you die, I will naturally tell you." Jiang Xiaodao smiled and said, "Swish." The next moment, Jiang Xiaodao raised his hand, fingers spread, reaching out to grab Zhou Yi. Whoosh! The air was ripped apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Seeing the danger, Zhou Yi hurriedly fled into the distance. Unfortunately, at this moment, Jiang Xiaodao's speed had reached a terrifying level. In just a breath's time, he had closed the distance between himself and Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's heart was in his throat. This kind of speed made it nearly impossible for him to react. However, just when Jiang Xiaodao was about to succeed, Chapter 315 Jiang Xiaodao did not dodge. He stood his ground. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaodao raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. In an instant, he pinched Zhou Changxing's long sword, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Hiss! How is this possible? Zhou Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Xiaodao. He never expected that Jiang Xiaodao could block his long sword with his bare hands. "Get lost!" Jiang Xiaodao shouted coldly, and with his other hand, he suddenly grabbed Zhou Changxing's shoulder and threw him out. Bang! Zhou Changxing's body crashed several meters away, collapsing a rockery. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Changxing struggled to get up, clutching his chest and spitting blood. Damn it, damn it. At this point, he was completely enraged. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaodao's combat power was so terrifying, crushing him with mere physical strength. If Jiang Xiaodao's cultivation had also reached the nascent soul stage, wouldn't he be utterly beaten? Thinking of this, a trace of fear arose in Zhou Changxing's heart. Chapter 316 at this moment. Seeing the scene before him, Zhou Changxing's face was filled with joy. He never expected that he would actually win. It felt like a dream. He had almost been killed by the guy in front of him earlier, but now, that guy was lying here like a dead dog, barely alive. Great, I've finally dealt with this bastard, Zhou Changxing murmured to himself. At this point, he felt victory was in his grasp. However, just after his voice fell, whoosh, the previously fallen Jiang Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out from them. Swish! Then, he stood up and looked at Zhou Changxing. Old bastard, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Xiaodao shouted angrily and charged at Zhou Changsheng. His face bore a look of determination, seeking death. Seeing this scene, Zhou Changsheng's expression changed slightly. However, he was not afraid. After all, he had severely injured Jiang Xiaodao once, and he could do it again. Moreover, Jiang Xiaodao's body was extremely weak. He could easily crush him. Chapter 317. Since that's the case, why waste words? Just delay for time and wait for the sex experts to come to the rescue. As long as the reinforcements arrive, Jiang Xiaodao is definitely dead. Thinking of this, a trace of resentment flashed in Zhou Changsheng's eyes. He then closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaodao looked at Zhou Changsheng's appearance with great disdain. A mere nascent soul-stage cultivator dared to oppose him. It was simply seeking death. Such a guy was not worthy of being his opponent. Of course, this was also because Jiang Xiaodao had broken through, making him so powerful. Otherwise, he would have probably been killed by Zhou Changsheng by now. After all, with a two-stage gap, it wasn't easy to turn the tide. Jiang Xiaodao also discovered that after his Beiming divine skill came to this world, it was even more powerful. The Shui suction force was incredibly terrifying. Jiang Xiaodao felt that even without absorbing others' cultivation, just absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, he could still gain hundreds of years of power daily. After all, the spiritual energy in this world was simply abundant. As long as he was willing to cultivate, he could continuously enhance his strength. Chapter 318. At this moment, Lin Yaoyao spoke. "Husband, let me handle him." "Okay." Jiang Xiaodao nodded and stepped back. Then, Lin Yaoyao walked over and stood in front of the second master of the Lin family, asking, "Second uncle, do you know what happened to my parents' disappearance?" Lin Yaoyao was staring intently at the second master of the Lin family, her gaze filled with intense, murderous intent. The second master of the Lin family looked at Lin Yaoyao with extreme resentment, gritting his teeth as he said, "You can kill me, but you will never get any information from my mouth." He knew very well that he was doomed to die today. In that case, he would rather perish than reveal what he knew. "Huh, it seems you are asking for trouble." Lin Yaoyao sneered. At this moment, her eyes turned blood red. Clearly, the second master of the Lin family had touched Lin Yaoyao's reverse scale, causing her heart to be filled with violence and madness. "Hey, you won't speak? In that case, I will let you experience what it means to be unable to live or die." Chapter 319. Just then, Lin Yaoyao moved again. Her delicate hands, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, struck out in an instant. Each of her strikes was accompanied by a scream. Soon, blood mist filled the inn. In just a few minutes, dozens of people from the Lin family were all dead. Yet, Lin Yaoyao's expression remained unchanged, her lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. Then, she threw a punch. In an instant, the entire inn was reduced to ruins, smoke and dust swirling everywhere. Lin Yaoyao's voice rang out. "I told you, all of you will die." At this moment, her voice carried boundless killing intent. None of the people brought by the second master of the Lin family escaped. Everyone died here. It felt like a dream. Who would have known that the once timid and cowardly Lin Yaoyao now possessed such combat power? Those who died here included not only numerous side branches and servants of the Lin family, but also her second and third uncles and several of her cousins. This day was destined to become an eternal nightmare for the Lin family. Chapter 320. Seeing this scene, the remaining old man was filled with deep despair. He didn't dare to stay and chose to flee directly. After all, Jiang Xiaodao was too strange. Even if the two of them teamed up, they couldn't gain the upper hand. If they continued fighting, they would surely perish here. After witnessing this, Jiang Xiaodao couldn't help but sneer. Now, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul, and his combat power could rival that of a perfected nascent soul. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of these guys at all. After the old man had run about 10,000 meters, Jiang Xiaodao followed closely behind, a bloodthirsty look on his face. The long sword in his hand swept out. Whoosh! The sharp sword light tore through the air, shooting towards the old man. Even the old man couldn't withstand such a strike. Fear appeared in his eyes. However, at this critical moment, a token appeared before Jiang Xiaodao. The token began to glow, and a barrier appeared in front of Jiang Xiaodao. Chapter 321. He was a master at the out-of-body stage. Killing Jiang Xiaodao would be a piece of cake. "Hey kid, remember not to provoke anyone from the Qingyun sword sect in your next life." After he finished speaking, he stepped forward, aiming to stomp Jiang Xiaodao. Slap! Jiang Xiaodao's body was violently pushed into the ground. "Ha! Seeing Jiang Xiaodao struggling, the out-of-body cultivator burst into wild laughter. Boom! But just as his voice fell, Jiang Xiaodao suddenly sprang up from the ground. He then threw a punch directly at his opponent. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the out-of-body cultivator was sent flying by Jiang Xiaodao's punch. His figure traced an arc in the air. Splash! Finally, he landed on the ground. Of course, he was only slightly embarrassed. In reality, he wasn't injured. Nevertheless, he widened his eyes in shock, staring at Jiang Xiaodao. He couldn't understand how someone who was clearly a perfected nascent soul cultivator could possess such powerful strength. Chapter 322. At this moment, Lin Yaoyao, seeing Jiang Xiaodao killed by the out-of-body cultivator, became furious. She directly shouted at the out-of-body cultivator, "Ah, you actually killed my husband. You deserve to die. You truly deserve to die." As she spoke, Lin Yaoyao recklessly charged towards the out-of-body cultivator and swung her fist down. Boom! Lin Yaoyao's vengeful strike was astonishing. However, she was facing an out-of-body cultivator. Lin Yaoyao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the golden core. Therefore, the outcome was predictable. With a loud bang, Lin Yaoyao was instantly sent flying. Her face turned pale, blood spilling from her mouth, clearly suffering a severe injury. The out-of-body cultivator sneered at this moment. He is so weak. An ant dares to ambush me, truly seeking death. After he finished speaking, whoosh, he reached out his hand again, trying to grab Lin Yaoyao. At this moment, Lin Yaoyao was extremely panicked. She hurriedly dodged her body. However, the enormous claws of her opponent nearly sealed off everything, making it impossible for her to escape. Chapter 323. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao was already incapacitated because as soon as he revived, he would be killed by that old man in the out-of-body stage. Not long after, Jiang Xiaodao was killed more than 10 times. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaodao had many spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to revive on the spot. If he chose to resurrect in the birth hall, all his cultivation would be lost. Therefore, unless it was impossible to revive on the spot, he would never choose to return to the hall to resurrect. After Jiang Xiaodao ascended, the people from the Heavenly Court held a meeting in Jiaxing. Besides Jiang Xiaodao, all the elite players from the Heavenly Court Alliance were present. Except for Junimo Xiao, their strength was actually not that impressive. So, as soon as they arrived, Lin Fan passed on the Biming Divine Art to them. He also gave them some precious treasures. This greatly enhanced their strength. In particular, Lin Fan allowed them to absorb the power of others freely in Jiaxing City. After one day, there were no more martial artists in the vicinity of Jiaxing. As a result, Lin Fan's more than 10 little brothers all reached a cultivation level of over 1,000 years. Chapter 324. Just as Lin Fan was talking with Xiao Yaozi, the figures of Jun Mo Xiao and the others appeared in the arena. At this moment, when they saw Xiao Yaozi, they were also taken aback. Then, Jun Mo Xiao spoke up. "Old man, who are you? Are you here to snatch my things too?" At this time, Xiao Yaozi looked at Jun Mo Xiao and said sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Jun Mo Xiao shook his head. "Old man, is the Yangzhou Ding with you?" Jun Mo Xiao asked. Kid, don't waste your effort. The Yangzhou Ding is indeed with me, but I will never give it to you. You might as well give up on that idea." After saying this, Xiao Yaozi directly sat down on the ground. "Old man, don't push us." At this moment, Lao Yong directly shouted angrily, because the Yangzhou Ding was extremely important to them. Therefore, they were trying everything they could to seize the Yangzhou Ding. But now, it was clear that this old man would not give it to them. At this time, Jun Mo Xiao also said to Lin Fan, "Boss, why don't we just kill this old man and grab it directly?" Good idea. Lin Fan nodded in agreement after hearing Jun Mo Xiao's words. Chapter 325. Moreover, it was a complete abandonment of defense, resisting with all their might. Boom! In his mind, a roaring sound like raging waves echoed. Immediately, a vast power surged into his body. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a refreshing sensation all over, an endless power filling every inch of his skin. His eyes turned crimson, and his entire aura changed at that moment. Bang! The next moment, Xiao Yaozi was actually sent flying by Lin Fan with a single punch. However, at this moment, the life and death talisman that Xiao Yaozi had planted on Lin Fan activated. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt an unbearable itch all over, as if hundreds or thousands of ants were gnawing at his bones and muscles. The intense pain made Lin Fan let out a cry of agony. Fance, I told you, you must die today." At this moment, Xiao Yaozi still stood in place, a cruel smile on his lips. Haha, you all will die. Xiao Yaozi, disregarding Lin Fan and the others, kept laughing maniacally. Then, with a flash of his figure, he disappeared again. Chapter 326. After that, Lin Fan brutally tortured Xiao Yaozi. At this moment, this guy had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, looking extremely miserable. However, Lin Fan was still relentless and directly threw him to the ground. Then, he turned to the crowd and said, "Brothers and sisters, you all have worked hard. Come and take your revenge on this old man." At this moment, Lin Fan's voice was gentle, in stark contrast to his previously brutal and bloodthirsty demeanor. Upon hearing his voice, everyone's eyes turned red. Earlier, Xiao Yaozi had killed them several times, so upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone rushed toward Xiao Yaozi. After another round of torment, Xiao Yaozi was now on the verge of death. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and a pleading light appeared in his eyes. However, at this moment, no one paid him any attention. Soon, he was dismembered by the crowd. At that moment, Lin Fan and the others also discovered that their internal power had returned to normal. After all, the beaming true qi in their bodies had been affected by Xiao Yaozi, causing it to go out of control. Now that Xiao Yaozi was dead, their internal power returned to normal. Chapter 327. After all, it was too late to backtrack now. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and agree. "Yes, General," everyone respectfully replied. "All right, you all go prepare. I will personally take action," the general said coldly. "Yes, General." The others let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They were most afraid of the general fleeing at a critical moment. It seemed that was not the case. After that, they made no delay and turned to leave. However, this general did not leave immediately. At this moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then, he murmured slowly, "These damned Easterners, since they dare to invade my Western continent, they must be prepared for no return." His voice was extremely deep, carrying a strong sense of murderous intent. Clearly, he had already plotted something in his heart. Following that, he led his men to the city wall. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from afar. He looked up and was shocked to see clouds of dust rolling in the distance, with countless troops marching majestically. Chapter 328. After all, the longer it took, the more dangerous Jiang Shaodao would be. Therefore, Lin Fan and the others had to speed up. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. Leading the army, Lin Fan swept through everything in their path. Soon, after Lin Fan and the others slaughtered tens of thousands of Roman soldiers, they finally arrived at the second super city of the Roman Empire. After taking this super city, they would soon be able to break into the capital city of the Roman Empire, Rome. At this moment, a magnificent city gate came into their view. The guards inside the city were not simple, as the emperor of the Roman Empire had sought help from the Pope. Thus, the Holy See dispatched 100,000 paladin knights to assist. In addition, soldiers gathered from various places by the Roman Empire meant that the garrison within the city had reached a terrifying number of 500,000. On the other hand, Lin Fan and his side only had an army of 100,000. Of course, Lin Fan's fighting capability did not rely on the size of his army, but on their own strength. Each elite member under Lin Fan could single-handedly destroy a nation. However, unifying the world was not as simple as just being able to defeat others. Chapter 329. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the Roman Empire, an old man was restless. This old man was Emperor Kate of the Roman Empire. Not long ago, he received news that the impregnable Kate city had actually been breached by the Easterners. This incident made him extremely furious. Kate city was a fief before Emperor Kate ascended to the throne, and its status in the Roman Empire was second only to the capital, Rome. Yet, Kate city had fallen just like that. How could he not be angry? At this moment, sitting on the throne, his eyes revealed a hint of gloom. He then slowly spoke. "Have you found out how my Kate city was breached?" At this point, he displayed a powerful aura. "Your Majesty, it is said that an Eastern deity made a move and collapsed the city walls of Kate city with a single strike, leading to its fall," a minister cautiously replied. "Eastern deity?" Emperor Kate gritted his teeth and said, "All right, since an Eastern deity has intervened, I will go to the Pope and have the Holy See take action to seek justice for me." Chapter 330. At this moment, only the dazed Emperor Kate remained. After a long time, he regained his senses. He looked at the palace that had turned into ruins, and a trace of ruthlessness and resentment flashed in his eyes. "Damn it, this is truly damnable." the furious Emperor Kate said. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Shao had already left the imperial city of the Roman Empire. After leaving, he did not stop at all, but headed directly east. He had already delayed too long here, so he had to return quickly to report. At this time, hundreds of kilometers away from Jun Mo Shao, a group of cavalry was moving quickly. This group of cavalry comprised the Holy See's Paladin Knights, sent by the Pope as reinforcements for Emperor Kate. They were advancing at full speed toward Rome to help Emperor Kate defend the city. The leading knight commander furrowed his brow and spoke to the captain beside him. Hill, do you think that Bastard Cade has already surrendered? This knight commander, named Keed, was a Grandmaster-level expert and the Pope's eldest disciple. Chapter 331. Commander Keed nodded and then left the palace. After exiting, he arranged for 50,000 men to assist in the defense of the city, while the others went to rest. 50,000 men in one shift, directly rotating in 3 shifts. Once he had arranged for the defenders, Commander Keed took 1,000 elite knights and left Rome. He intended to confront the Easterners and test the strength of those guys. If the Easterners were too strong, he could seek help from the Pope sooner. After all, the Pope's strength was formidable, and if possible, he might be able to suppress those mysterious Eastern entities. As he thought about this, Commander Keed became increasingly excited. Soon after, the mighty army appeared outside Rome. Then, Commander Keed led them eastward. At this time, Lin Fan had also set out from Kate City. On the way, he encountered Jun Mo Shao. Jun Mo Shao said, Boss, that Emperor Kate has surrendered. We can directly go over and take over Rome now. Chapter 332. He needed to hurry over to see what had actually happened. The Paladin Knights were the foundation of the Holy See. Most of the knights from the Paladin Knights had been taken by Keed to support Rome. But now, they had been wiped out, which was unbelievable to him. My lord, the Pope is coming soon. We should hurry and run. Commander Keed suddenly said at this time. He was now focused on nothing else but the need to flee. Don't worry. Even if the Pope comes, what can he do? Lin Fan sneered at Commander Keed and said lightly. For Lin Fan at this moment, any Pope was nonsense. As long as he wanted, he could instantly annihilate the entire world. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Commander Keed was stunned. He then looked up again at Lin Fan, who stood calmly in place, and his heart became even more puzzled. Did Lin Fan really have the strength to defeat the Pope? However, Lin Fan paid no attention to these thoughts and simply sat down, closed his eyes, and waited for the Pope to arrive. Chapter 333. The captain then continued, Atomu, you go and capture that guy. Let's see what secrets he has. Atomu, feeling excited, nodded, Yes, Captain. For Atomu, if he could obtain a method of revival from that guy, it would be immensely beneficial. It might even help him break through. So, after the captain's order, he rushed towards Jiang Shaodao without any hesitation. Jiang Shaodao was currently fighting against a master at the out-of-body stage. When he noticed someone charging towards him, he was also stunned. What the hell is this? A birdman? Jiang Shaodao thought in surprise. However, at that moment, Atomu had already arrived in front of Jiang Shaodao. He then slapped the out-of-body master to death and shattered his primordial spirit. For half a month, the expert who had battled Jiang Shaodao during the out-of-body period died, here in utter frustration. Then, Atomu grabbed Jiang Shaodao and pulled him over. Chapter 334 at this moment. Lin Fan was completely unconcerned about these matters. His goal was very clear. Today, everyone here must die. Ha, you all have to die. At this moment, Lin Fan also laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with a strong sense of madness. Because this time, Lin Fan was truly exhilarated. For every 100,000 he killed, he could gain about 10,000 years of power. In addition, the enhancement of his physique and soul was also extremely terrifying. Especially after Lin Fan killed over 300,000 cavalry, he felt that his level had reached a truly frightening degree. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he let out an excited roar. System, what level is my strength at now? Lin Fan eagerly asked. For him, at this moment, strength was the most important thing, because only by possessing great strength could he act as he wished. Ding, the host's current strength is roughly equivalent to the Tribulation Transcendent stage. However, since your internal energy is still true chi and has not been converted into true essence, you probably cannot compete with cultivators at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Chapter 335. Just as Lin Fan walked out of the treasure vault, suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. Instantly, an incredibly powerful aura emanated from that crack. Feeling this situation, Lin Fan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately flew up into the sky. Looking at the scene before him, his expression grew even uglier, because he discovered that the crack in the sky was slowly wriggling and continuously expanding, as if it were going to cover the entire sky. Damn it. What the hell is this? Lin Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although Lin Fan didn't know what was inside, he could still feel that this terrifying pressure was overwhelmingly strong. If he didn't leave now, he would definitely be affected later. At that time, he would probably face the fate of death. Although Lin Fan could be resurrected, he still didn't like being killed by others. After all, being killed was very painful. Lin Fan didn't want to stay here and wait for it to break free. So, in that instant, Lin Fan turned and flew away into the distance. Chapter 336 Then, Lin Fan smashed the bodies of Atumu and Jinkizi into pieces. Instantly, a massive amount of energy surged forth. Following that, he used the Beiming Divine skill to absorb it. After a while, Lin Fan absorbed that enormous energy. At this moment, Lin Fan's power had reached an incredibly terrifying 40,000 years. Moreover, his realm was incredibly stable. Even Lin Fan could feel that this part of the world was rejecting him. This was a sign of his advancement and a signal that this world would not allow him to stay any longer. Of course, this did not mean that he had to leave this plane immediately. Instead, Lin Fan's cultivation was suppressed at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Unless Lin Fan's cultivation surpassed the heavenly Tao of this plane, otherwise his cultivation would always be suppressed at the peak of the Great Ascension stage in this world. At this moment, Jun Mo Xiao and the others also arrived here. Boss, where did that monster go just now? Jun Mo Xiao asked curiously. They looked around, somewhat confused. After all, they had never heard of such a monster existing before. Chapter 337 At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao, seeing this, said indifferently, "What, do you want to die?" After saying that, he took another step forward, raising his long sword and approaching the Wang family's ancestor. Seeing Jiang Xiaodao raise his sword again, the Wang family ancestor immediately panicked, because he felt that Jiang Xiaodao's gaze was filled with a cold, murderous intent. If he did not reveal this secret, he would probably die a terrible death on the spot. Thinking of this, the Wang family ancestor immediately said, "All right, I will hand it over now." As he spoke, a look of determination appeared in the Wang family ancestor's eyes. Then he directly opened his mouth and spat out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was entirely emerald green and crystal clear. It had some mysterious patterns on it, clearly extraordinary. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that this jade pendant was only half of it, missing the other half. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao, upon seeing this jade pendant, also felt somewhat surprised. Huh? Why is this thing missing half? Where did the other half go? The Wang family ancestor, however, had a bitter smile on his face. Young friend, why would I lie to you? This jade pendant is indeed a treasure of our Wang family, but I only have half of it. The other half is with my master. Chapter 338 At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao faced Li Changqing's attack without fear at all. With a flick of his fingers, two golden lights flickered. Whoosh! Like a startled swan, it arrived in the blink of an eye. Bang bang! With two dull thuds, Li Changqing's body was sent flying in an instant. He crashed heavily to the ground. A sharp pain spread through his whole body, causing him to let out a tragic howl. Hiss! At this moment, everyone in the arena gasped in shock, especially Li Changqing's guards. In their perception, although their young master's cultivation was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, with the unique sword skills of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his combat power could reach the early Golden Core stage. Yet now he was taken down by this unknown kid in one move. How could this not shock them? "You bastard, how dare you hurt me? I will make you wish you were dead." At this moment, Li Changqing roared with bitterness. His face was extremely ugly. He never expected to be defeated here, which he found unbearable. Looking at his grim expression, Chapter 339 At this moment, a commotion was heard in the distance. Then, they saw a dense swarm of shadows rushing madly towards them. "Hiss! They're all from the Heavenly Sword Sect. This is going to be a good show," someone exclaimed. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao narrowed his eyes. The Tianjin sect was also a major power. Within the sect, there were several strong practitioners in the out-of-body stage. Even within the entire Qingzhou region, they were a well-known presence. Seeing the disciples of the Tianjin sect getting closer, Jiang Xiaodao knew that another fierce battle was about to begin. Thinking of this, his expression darkened, preparing to strike first. He stood up directly, coldly staring at his surroundings. At this moment, the people from the Tianjin sect were already less than 100 meters away from them. There were about 150 people from the Tianjin sect, each holding a long sword. Among them were 10 elders in the nascent soul stage. In addition, there were 30 true disciples in the golden core stage and over 100 inner disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Their leader was a burly man, dressed in gray battle attire, exuding a sharp aura. Chapter 340. At this moment, a fierce look suddenly appeared on Jiang Xiaodao's face. He did not stop his attack, but directly lunged at a nearby disciple of the Tianjin sect. These people had been incredibly ruthless when dealing with him before. With a flash, the long sword in his hand emitted a blazing cold light, heading straight for the disciple's chest. Upon seeing this, the disciple's eyes revealed a look of fear. He cried out, "Help! Ancestor, save me!" However, the ancestor of the Tianjin sect paid no attention to this. In his eyes, these foundation establishment disciples were all worthless. As long as Jiang Xiaodao could be killed, the deaths of these people meant nothing. As for feeling sorry, he felt none. To him, only high cultivation was of importance. Everything else was worthless. Sure enough, while the ancestor of the Tianjin sect was contemplating, the disciple was directly pierced through the heart by Jiang Xiaodao. But this outcome did not end there. Crack! Jiang Xiaodao then crushed the disciple's heart. Chapter 341. However, as the ancestor of the Tianjin sect, Jian, he was not willing to back down. He let out a cold snort and charged at Jiang Xiaodao. Clang. The two collided with each other. In this collision, Jiang Xiaodao was sent flying and blood spurted from his mouth, clearly injured. Jian, he also retreated several meters from the impact. After witnessing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Xiaodao's eyes. He did not expect that his full-force strike could not even break through Jian Yi's defenses. Moreover, what surprised Jiang Xiaodao even more was that Jian Yi seemed to have gained some advantage. However, Jiang Xiaodao was not willing to give up just like that. After stabilizing his stance, he attacked again. Just at that moment, Jian Yi suddenly shouted, "Kneel before me." As his voice fell, a brilliant golden sword aura suddenly appeared before him, resembling a mountain, carrying immense pressure that slashed down fiercely. Swish! Under this terrifying sword aura, Jiang Xiaodao could not even dodge. Chapter 342. Instantly, bright red blood splattered out, and even the sword saint outside the cage narrowed his eyes. He also noticed that after Jiang Xiaodao's arm was severed, he did not show the slightest fear. In fact, he did not even let out a cry of pain. The sword saint was somewhat astonished. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Following that, the sword saint struck again. Swish! At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao's other arm was also cut off by the sword saint. However, Jiang Xiaodao still did not scream. Everything seemed to be routine for him. Seeing Jiang Xiaodao's demeanor, the sword saint became even more puzzled. "Don't you feel pain?" The sword saint asked, staring at Jiang Xiaodao with suspicion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaodao chuckled, "Haha, old man, you might as well stop asking." At this point, the sword saint's brows furrowed. He felt that something was off, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. So, the sword saint prepared to continue attacking and torturing Jiang Xiaodao. Chapter 343. An hour later, Lin Fan finally stopped his actions. At this moment, the princess collapsed directly to the ground. However, her face was flushed, clearly having been ravaged by Lin Fan. "Hee, you should tell me your name now," Lin Fan asked with a smile, his gaze wantonly surveying the princess's delicate body. "My name is Yiyuzi, the Grand Princess of the Empire," Yiyuzi said through gritted teeth. Her eyes were filled with tears. She knew that if she did not reveal her true name, it would be difficult for her to survive today. "Yiyuzi, nice name, it suits you. If I ask you to come with me, would you agree?" Lin Fan said casually. Lin Fan's words made Yiyuzi's eyes widen in shock, disbelief evident on her face. Her voice trembled. "Are you crazy? Asking me if I want to go with you?" However, Lin Fan did not care at all. He then said, "The world is mine, so you are mine too." Chapter 344. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Lightning surged around him, and then he charged directly at Lin Fan. "Haha, come on. Let me see what you can do," Lin Fan said, laughing loudly. The weapon in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Lin Fan was ready to confront this lightning beast head-on. Meanwhile, the beast, furious, spewed forth boundless lightning. The lightning coiled around Lin Fan like a series of pythons. Wherever it passed, the space shattered, leaving behind pitch-black traces that were incredibly heart-stopping. Just a small trick. At this moment, Lin Fan directly said disdainfully. At the same time, his right hand suddenly raised, reaching for the lightning. Sizzle, sizzle. These lightning bolts instantly dissolved upon encountering Lin Fan's right hand, unable to block even a little. Immediately after, Lin Fan's left hand also punched out. Vast energy gathered together, like a shooting star, crashing towards the lightning beast. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The lightning beast ultimately could not withstand it and transformed into a sky full of lightning attribute energy. Chapter 345. Then, that sword light directly struck the body of the eight-headed serpent. Boom! With a loud crash, the eight-headed serpent actually retreated several dozen meters, looking extremely embarrassed. Hiss! After seeing this situation, the eight-headed serpent let out an angry roar. It never expected these people to be so strong. However, although the eight-headed serpent was embarrassed, it did not suffer any substantial damage. Therefore, in the next moment, it soared into the sky again, wanting to fight to the death with Jiang Cheng and the others. A mere beast dares to act recklessly, seeking death. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered with cold, killing intent, and he directly charged forward. Rumble. In an instant, the entire city trembled. A violent force surged out. However, the eight-headed serpent was not to be underestimated. Thus, it also launched a counterattack. Roar. The eight-headed serpent roared, and in an instant, endless venom sprayed out. This venom had a strong corrosive nature. Moreover, it seemed to contain some strange law power, making it impossible for Jiang Cheng to resist. Chapter 346. This was also the reason why everyone was unwilling to confront it head-on, because every collision would injure them. Therefore, on the battlefield at this moment, everyone gradually fell into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, after consuming the blood of the old brave, the eight-headed serpent immediately felt a powerful energy filling its body, revealing a bloodthirsty intent at the corner of its mouth. At the same time, its figure kept moving. Bang, bang, bang. Its tail shot out into the air, accompanied by a mighty sound of breaking through the air. Like a meteor falling, it smashed towards several people. After seeing this scene, despair appeared in the eyes of Jiang Cheng and the others, especially Jiang Cheng, who instantly closed his eyes. This kind of attack, he simply could not block. Then, Jiang Cheng was struck by the eight-headed serpent's tail and was instantly sent flying. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, his face extremely pale. The remaining TLBB and his buddy were not in a much better situation either. At this moment, they were also knocked to the ground by the eight-headed serpent. Hee, humans, I will not kill you, but I will choose to slowly enjoy your bodies. Chapter 347. Then, Lin Fan spoke to everyone. Are you all okay? No problem. Although we died a dozen times, we can revive. It's no big deal, Jiang Cheng and the others replied. After hearing everyone's words, Lin Fan nodded. Then Lin Fan said, well, since that's the case, let's continue on our journey. With this foot basin chicken eliminated, next we will go to the South Sea, and if we conquer the South Sea, we can nearly achieve our goal of unifying the world. After hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone had no extra nonsense and directly followed behind Lin Fan, flying towards the distance. Soon, half a day later, Lin Fan and the others appeared before a giant city. This city was called Tiannan City, the capital of the South Sea Empire. The South Sea Empire is a country composed of countless small islands, and Tiannan City is the most prosperous city in the entire South Sea Empire. When Lin Fan and the others had just arrived outside Tiannan City, they were stopped. Stop, who goes there? At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city gate directly shouted coldly, because Lin Fan and their attire did not resemble that of the South Sea Empire's people at all. Chapter 348. At this moment, seeing this scene, everyone around was dumbfounded. With just one move, a powerful innate level expert fell, just like that. Even the remaining elders were stunned. They were dry-mouthed and didn't even know what to say. However, at this moment, Lin Fan spoke again. Next, his eyes shone with brilliant light, shocking everyone around even more. Such strength was absolutely beyond their ability to resist. Run. Almost simultaneously, everyone started to flee into the distance. However, how could Lin Fan let them go? At that moment, he looked at the fleeing crowd and directly threw a punch. In an instant, the void trembled and endless energy condensed together, rushing forward with a roar. everything in its path shattered. Those fleeing disciples let out piercing screams. Their bodies were torn apart, turning into blood mist that filled the surroundings. In a brief moment, these people were almost all dead. Instantly, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Chapter 349. Obviously, he had already realized he was no match for Lin Fan and wanted to leave. After all, if the battle continued, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Want to leave? Leave me behind. Looking at the evil god trying to escape, Lin Fan directly shouted coldly. Then he threw a punch. Immediately, a terrifying energy wave shot out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the evil god was sent flying backward. He flew quite a distance before crashing to the ground, then directly smashed into the ground. At this moment, this guy's chest was actually caved in. At this moment, the evil god's heart was filled with horror, because his defense couldn't withstand Lin Fan's punch and was shattered. This completely overturned his understanding. How is this possible? Is this guy's strength that of an Earth immortal? At this moment, the evil god had this thought in his mind. However, he immediately cursed himself for being foolish. Because anyone who surpasses the great perfection of the Mahayana stage would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao, no matter who it is. They could only display the strength of the great perfection of the Mahayana stage. The young man before him was clearly at the same level as him. Just a great perfection of the Mahayana stage. But how could he possibly possess such terrifying strength? Chapter 350. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the top of the mountain. At this moment, Lin Fan gazed fervently at the scene before him. In front of him stood a towering ancient tree. Its leaves were dense, and its trunk twisted like a dragon, coiling and thick beyond measure. Most importantly, the entire tree exuded an exceptionally rich life force. Lin Fan looked at this ancient tree and knew it was undoubtedly a treasure. Thinking of this, he prepared to rush forward and uproot the ancient tree. Just then, Lin Fan abruptly stopped his steps. He discovered that on the ancient tree, there was actually a bright red fruit. This fruit was not large, about the size of a baby's fist. However, the moment Lin Fan saw the fruit, he felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. Instantly, Lin Fan had an impulse to eat it immediately. Clearly, this fruit was very tempting to him. However, Lin Fan restrained himself at this moment. His intuition told him that this fruit should not be simple. Therefore, he did not rush to pick it, but quietly observed the fruit. Chapter 351. After a moment, a disciple of the demon sect cautiously said, reporting to Senior, the strongest in our demon sect is our sect leader and a few elders. However, our sect leader has already been defeated by you outside and is still lying there. Good. Go inform them. Today, I will eliminate your demon sect. Lin Fan said calmly. He then sat down in the main seat and closed his eyes to rest. These ordinary disciples were simply not worthy of his attention. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the disciples did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran to inform their elders. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained seated, closing his eyes to rest. As for the other members of the demon sect, they did not dare to come any closer, trembling in place, afraid to speak. Once everyone left, only Lin Fan was left in the hall of the demon sect. However, he did not care. At this moment, Lin Fan had long since looked down on these trash. After all, Lin Fan's cultivation had already reached over 3 million years, while these trash had only been cultivating for a little over 10 years. Chapter 352. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that he was an immortal lord? At this moment, the demon god speculated in his heart. But how could that be possible? After all, immortal lords do not appear so easily. Just as the demon god was pondering in his heart, Lin Fan had already consumed all the lightning. His cultivation had surged again. At this moment, Lin Fan's cultivation actually reached a terrifying 4 million years. Instantly, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Such cultivation was enough to sweep across the 9 provinces. Even if he encountered an immortal king, Lin Fan could still fight against him. At that moment, Lin Fan turned to look at the demon god. He was prepared to see what exactly it was. Upon seeing this scene, the demon lord's face instantly revealed a look of intense horror. At this moment, he looked at his ancestor. He wanted to ask, but he did not dare to speak. Meanwhile, the demon lord's ancestor ignored him and stared at Lin Fan, saying in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" His voice was low, demonstrating his seriousness. Chapter 353. Immediately, the leader of the demon race let out a roar. Hee hee, human ant, you have successfully angered me. so I will make you pay the corresponding price. As soon as his voice fell, the leader of the demon race had already made his move. His figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Lin Fan. Both fists struck down hard towards Lin Fan. The terrifying gust of wind swept in all directions, making people tremble in fear. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, and the blade in his hand slashed out. Crack! The sharp blade directly sliced through the opponent's fist. However, the leader of the demon race did not pay any attention to his injury. Instead, he threw another punch. At this moment, his eyes shone with cold light, like a demon from hell. Bang! Lin Fan's shoulder was smashed by his punch. Instantly, blood flowed profusely. Roar! Just at this moment, the leader of the demon race let out another furious roar. Then he kicked out. This kick contained boundless power. His speed was also at its peak. At this moment, Lin Fan was unable to dodge and was directly kicked away. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 354. Immediately after, Lin Fan began to frantically absorb the energy from the corpses. Soon, Lin Fan completely drained the Demon Lord. Instantly, Lin Fan's cultivation increased by 2 million years. Such speed was simply astonishing. Lin Fan knew that this was all thanks to the mutated version of the Biming Divine Art. Since the Biming Divine Art mutated, it had become increasingly domineering. At first, the Biming Divine Art could only absorb others' cultivation. However, later on, as Lin Fan used it, the Biming Divine Art actually mutated. After the mutation, the Biming Divine Art could absorb all forms of energy. At this moment, after draining the Demon Lord, Lin Fan began to absorb the energy from the other corpses. After about 15 minutes, Lin Fan had absorbed all the corpses. At this point, Lin Fan's cultivation had increased by another 3 million years. Now, Lin Fan's cultivation had reached a terrifying 900 million years. Just a few 100,000 years away, Lin Fan could become a super strong being at the Immortal Emperor level. Of course, Lin Fan, as such an Immortal Emperor, would definitely be the weakest in combat power. After all of Lin Fan's cultivation was absorbed and not cultivated by himself. Chapter 355. After all, this guy seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and I don't even know who he is. It is known that in the Immortal Domain, the Demon Clan and the Human Clan are mortal enemies. Therefore, the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor knows very well who the powerful enemies are on the opposite side. At this moment, the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor really wants to know who this guy in front of him is. However, at this moment, Lin Fan does not want to waste words with him. With a sweep of his long sword, in an instant, a brilliant sword light slashes towards the opponent. At this moment, the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor does not dare to be careless. Roar! He lets out a roar, extending his claws to meet the attack. He wants to block Lin Fan's attack, and then find an opportunity to kill him directly. Bang! The two sides collide, and Lin Fan's figure is knocked back. However, the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor does not fare well either. His figure is also pushed back. Excitement appears in Lin Fan's eyes. He discovers that as time goes by, he is becoming braver and braver in battle, because now the energy within Lin Fan is becoming increasingly easier to use. Haha, I must kill you today. Chapter 356. At this moment, the people around were also stunned after seeing this scene, because that is the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor. However, at this moment, she is actually being held by Lin Fan by the neck. Cough, cough. Let me go. We could talk about this. The Ghost Princess Demon Emperor said with difficulty. However, Lin Fan seems to not have hurt her at all. His eyes are shining with determination. At this moment, Lin Fan has already decided that he must kill the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor here today. Otherwise, this guy will definitely be a future threat to him. With this thought, he suddenly exerts force with his right hand. In an instant, a series of whimpering sounds come from the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor's throat. A look of horror appears on her face, because she initially thought that Lin Fan might hesitate to kill her. After all, she is one of the 4 great beauties of the Immortal Domain and the first beauty of the Demon Clan. Generally speaking, no man can resist her charm. However, this guy in front of her actually intends to be ruthless. How is this possible? She looks at Lin Fan unwillingly, wanting to struggle. But the strength in Lin Fan's hand makes it difficult for her to breathe. Chapter 357. At this moment, the Black Mountain Demon Lord also breathes a sigh of relief. He feels that Lin Fan's strength is quite formidable. If he wants to defeat Lin Fan, it will take quite a bit of time. Now, since the other Demon Lords have all arrived, the outcome is undoubtedly decided. At this moment, he looks at Lin Fan, feeling as if he is playing with a mouse. Is that so? I'm not planning to run away, but rather to kill all of you, Lin Fan said calmly. He scans the surroundings. Each of these people is not weaker than him. However, with his various methods, it is not impossible to defeat them. Just then, whoosh, a figure suddenly shoots out from a distance. This figure is none other than the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor. Clearly, he intends to seize the opportunity to escape quickly. But how could Lin Fan let him escape so easily? Therefore, Lin Fan plans to chase after the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor. However, Lin Fan is now completely surrounded and cannot pursue the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor. So, he has to temporarily give up. Chapter 358, however. The July Demon Lord has noticed his intention. Therefore, just as Lin Fan is about to self-destruct, he casts a few million layers of restrictions on Lin Fan, directly sealing him. Following that, the July Demon Lord coldly snorts and says, "Humph, don't think about self-destructing. Just give up on that idea. In front of me, you think you could just die like that?" After the July Demon Lord finishes speaking, he picks up Lin Fan and approaches the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor. At this moment, Lin Fan feels extremely angry after sensing his situation. Originally, Lin Fan thought he was sure to win, but now he has fallen into a crisis again. However, he can only continue to endure. Otherwise, he would have to return to the Resurrection Hall and start over. But if that happens, he would lose everything. Lin Fan is somewhat reluctant to give up his nearly 10 million years of cultivation. Therefore, he does not plan to return to the Resurrection Hall for revival. So, Lin Fan can only endure it for now. The Ghost Princess Demon Emperor actually intends to absorb him. Chapter 359, however, at this moment, the two of them are not paying attention to these details, because they both know that today, one side is destined to perish. The Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor has completely lost confidence after just battling the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor. Meanwhile, the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor is becoming more and more courageous in battle. A series of attacks are unleashed from her hands. Each move is extremely fierce, forcing the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor to retreat step by step. Eventually, he even transforms back into human form in midair. Bang! Finally, the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor cannot withstand the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor's attack and is knocked flying. Blood immediately spills from his mouth. He never expected that after dominating for millions of years in the immortal domain, he would be beaten like this by the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor. Previously, the Thousand Sorrows Demon Emperor never believed that he could not defeat the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor. He always thought that the reason she ranked above him among the 4 great demon emperors was that he had been letting her win. But now, he has already used his trump card, yet he still cannot defeat the Ghost Princess Demon Emperor. Chapter 360 at this moment. A look of despair directly appears in his eyes. However, there is no way to retreat, because at this instant, that old black dragon unexpectedly pounces at him again. This time, the old black dragon is even more ferocious than before. At this moment, the Ghost Empress was no longer able to resist. Hiss! Immediately after, another claw fell, and the Ghost Empress's chest was pierced. In an instant, bright red blood splattered down. Her breath became extraordinarily weak at this moment. She had completely lost the ability to fight back. This time I have finally won. At this moment, the old black dragon said with a sinister smile. Instantly, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Bang! He then struck again with his claw. It landed directly on the Ghost Empress. A large cloud of blood mist instantly spread out. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Then, they slowly closed, and she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the Thousand Deaths Demon Emperor was beaming with excitement. Chapter 361. However, Lin Fan was not having it easy either. This collision sent Lin Fan flying. After all, he was 2 small realms below the old black dragon. If it weren't for Lin Fan possessing the power of Tribulation Lightning, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the old black dragon. At this moment, being able to match the old black dragon in a fair fight was already quite impressive. Bang! After steadying himself, he charged forward again, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty light. This time, he was determined to slay the old black dragon. On the other side, the July Demon Lord was also fighting frantically with the old black dragon. She knew clearly that she had to hold him back, or she would undoubtedly die. Therefore, she unleashed all her means and entangled herself with the old black dragon. However, her strength was ultimately inferior to his. After a brief stalemate, the July Demon Lord was forced back again. Today I'll let you go for now. After I deal with this kid, I'll come back to settle accounts with you." The old black dragon said with a cold smile. "Who is afraid of whom?" The July demon lord replied coldly. Chapter 362. Because the power of the old black dragon was too formidable. Although she was also a late-stage demon lord, the gap was simply too vast. "Huh? Why aren't you running? Aren't you a demon lord? TSK, TSK, TSK. You really are a beauty. Once I capture the Ghost Empress, I will definitely have some fun with both of you." At this moment, looking at the July demon lord, the old black dragon's eyes revealed a wicked glint. It must be said that the dragon's inherent nature of indulgence was not wrong at all. The old black dragon was like this, and so was the old black dragon. At this moment, the old black dragon truly did not expect that these demon women would be so alluring. Now that the Ghost Empress was no longer a concern, as long as he captured the July demon lord, he could have one dragon and two phoenixes. Thinking of this, how could he not be excited? "You wish." Hearing the other party's voice, the July demon lord gritted her teeth and roared. Since you seek death, then I will send you on your way." After the voice fell, a cold light flickered in the old black dragon's eyes. In the next moment, a massive dragon claw reached out directly towards the July demon lord. Chapter 363. At this moment, after hearing the command from the centurion, the black dragon guards did not hesitate at all and turned to flee. Their strength was simply too far from that of the centurion. After all, the other's strength was a whole major realm above theirs. So how could they resist? Therefore, upon hearing the other party's voice, they did not dare to hesitate and disappeared from the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, the centurion revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Clearly, these guys were just bullies who feared the strong. However, he did not care about this at the moment. He then began to inspect the corpse of the carefree demon lord, wanting to know who had killed him. At the same time, he wanted to see what good items were in the other storage ring. However, as soon as he opened the ring, his pupils involuntarily shrank, because inside the ring, it was filled with various healing elixirs, including top-grade immortal pills, and even existence at the level of absolute-grade immortal pills. This made the centurion's eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 364. Therefore, the old black dragon would no longer regard the Night Demon Emperor as a threat. At this moment, the Night Demon Emperor revived once again. He had become even weaker. After all, his method of resurrection was different from Lin Fan's. Lin Fan's method of resurrection was far superior to this guy's. After all, Lin Fan's resurrection method was a full recovery on the spot. And what about the Night Demon Emperor? Compared to Lin Fan's, it was far too inferior, because the Night Demon Emperor's method of resurrection would only make him weaker and weaker. "Kid, what you did today was too ruthless. We demons will never forgive you." At this moment, the Night Demon Emperor truly understood his predicament. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said. His eyes revealed a hint of hatred. Upon seeing this scene, the old black dragon's mouth curled into a sneer. He then slowly said, "Haha, aren't your demon race meant to die?" Chapter 365. When everyone reacted, Lin Fan was already standing atop a mountain of corpses. Beside him lay a pile of bodies. These members of the Black Dragon clan were completely terrified by him. They didn't dare to continue attacking. They were afraid of provoking this ruthless character again. However, at this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. There are so many experts in your Black Dragon clan." A look of excitement spread across his lips. Nearly 300 people were slain by Lin Fan in an instant. This filled his heart with exhilaration. If I devour all these guys, my strength will definitely break through. Thinking of this, how could I still be polite? The sharp blade in my hand swung out. The vast sword energy spread out at this moment. Hiss! As time passed, one corpse after another lay sprawled on the ground. The slaughter continued. At this time, Lin Fan's figure was still moving nonstop. After all, the more he killed, the more energy he would gain. So how could he not be happy? Just then, several figures flew in from distance. Chapter 366 at this moment. A hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. The Dragon Clan is indeed powerful. Not only are their bodies tough, but their martial skills are also so exquisite. No wonder they can dominate in the immortal realm. However, just as he was preparing to continue the attack, crack, crack, thunder rumbled in the air. It was the Great Elder summoning lightning. Controlling clouds and rain is indeed the specialty of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, creating thunder and lightning is quite simple for them. At this moment, it surged towards Lin Fan. Roar! Lin Fan, unwilling to show weakness, let out a roar. The golden holy sword in his hand swung out. A vast energy burst forth into the air. Then, it directly shattered the thunderclouds. Immediately, Lin Fan roared. How dare you play with thunder in front of this emperor? Who gave you the courage? After all, Lin Fan had previously devoured the realm of tribulation thunder. And in terms of the lightning path, even the heavenly tribulation was not as good as Lin Fan. Therefore, seeing the elder of the Azure Dragon playing with lightning in front of him, he immediately became furious. Bang! Chapter 367 at this time. Lin Fan was completely unaware of this. However, even if he knew, he would not be afraid, because he had just broken through and officially reached the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. Lin Fan felt that if he added his trump cards, he could compete even with experts at the Emperor level of great perfection. So, Lin Fan was not worried at all. However, just at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly sensed a terrifying aura of danger. Immediately after, a terrifying attack landed right where Lin Fan was in the cave. In an instant, the cave where Lin Fan was located collapsed. Huge rocks fell, and dust filled the air. At the same time, a figure accompanied the scene. This person was none other than Lin Fan. At this moment, he appeared extremely embarrassed. However, after seeing such a scene, a smile immediately appeared in his eyes. Because he recognized the person who made the move, it was the second elder of the Dragon Clan. This guy was also a late-stage Dragon Emperor of the Emperor level. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at that guy and couldn't help but lick his lips, because this guy's bloodline was very pure. If he could absorb it, it would definitely be of great help to his cultivation. Chapter 368. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Clan's territory, the clan leader of the Dragon Clan was also extremely furious in the main hall. Damn it, who is that Lin Fan, daring to provoke my Dragon Clan? Today, I will definitely tear him to pieces. The clan leader of the Dragon Clan shouted angrily. Clan leader, that Lin Fan is a human, and his strength is estimated to be at least at the peak of the Emperor level. At this time, the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor replied. Initially, it was the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace that was dealing with Lin Fan. Therefore, he knew quite a bit about Lin Fan's information. A human dares to be so arrogant. We must make him pay the price. The clan leader of the Dragon Clan continued. At this moment, everyone in the hall remained silent. They all knew that this time, Lin Fan had completely angered them. Therefore, they would definitely take revenge. Just then, suddenly, a member of the Dragon Clan rushed in quickly. This person was the captain of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace Guards, responsible for the safety of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. He hurriedly ran into the main hall, panicked, and knelt respectfully at the feet of the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 369. Although our Demon Clan also has ancestors, facing hundreds of Dragon Clan members is still extremely dangerous. At this moment, an angry shout came out. Dragon Clan, since you dared to come today, be prepared to die here. You will surely die today. Lin Fan said coldly at this time. As he spoke, his figure instantly flew out. He directly appeared in front of a white dragon. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a golden holy sword appeared, and then he slashed horizontally. Roar! In an instant, a vast sword light shot out, crashing towards the Dragon Clan. You think you can destroy my Dragon Clan? Looking at this scene, the white dragon moved first. Its massive body swayed and charged towards that sword light. Then, it instantly shattered that sword light. Immediately after, it continued to pounce towards Lin Fan. Haha, I want to see who is the one seeking death. At this moment, Lin Fan's voice rang out. He swung the long sword again. In an instant, a vast sword light swept directly towards the white dragon. Chapter 370. However, just as Lin Fan was about to break through, he suddenly found that the void around him was locked down. It turned out that the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor had brought the army of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan's army has come again? Lin Fan felt very excited after sensing the Dragon Clan's army, because he felt that the Dragon Clan army that had come this time was not weak. These guys would be of tremendous help to him. Thinking of this, he hesitated not at all. Boom! He swept out with a punch, instantly smashing towards the distance. His strike was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Fiery flames spread in the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the army of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. And upon seeing this situation, the many soldiers of the Dragon Clan no longer dared to hesitate. They all unleashed various secret techniques and charged towards Lin Fan. Bang! Just as their attack touched the blazing flames, it instantly shattered. Hiss! Immediately after, those dragon warriors were sent flying. They spat out blood, their faces pale. Chapter 371. At this moment, Lin Fan directly entered a state of cultivation. He sat cross-legged on a large rock. Around him, endless spiritual energy was converging, so dense it was almost tangible. This energy was obtained by Lin Fan after defeating those water tribes. After absorbing this energy, Lin Fan's cultivation reached 150 million years. He was just 10 million years away from reaching the peak of the Emperor level. Of course, to break through again, he would need more resources to support him. Right now, what Lin Fan lacked was resources. However, he did not give up. He still needed to continue improving his strength, striving to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the Emperor level. Only then would Lin Fan have the power to roam the immortal domain. Soon after, Lin Fan opened his eyes, revealing a smile on his face. After all, having gained so much cultivation at once made Lin Fan very happy. Just then, the previously departed Yao Ji, Demon Emperor, unexpectedly reappeared. Upon seeing Yao Ji, Lin Fan casually said, "Why are you back?" Chapter 372. However, the Thunder Dragon did not intend to let him go. The moment his opponent fell, it dove straight down. Its sharp teeth glinted menacingly in the air, causing the Night Demon Emperor's face to show despair. At that moment, he simply could not defend himself. However, just when he thought he was doomed, a furious roar echoed in his ears. "You beast, seeking death." Following that, a tremendous pressure emanated. The surprise in the Night Demon Emperor's eyes vanished, as it was his boss, Demon Lord Luo Tian, who had arrived. Indeed, just after the words fell, boom, with a loud crash, the Thunder Dragon was kicked away by Demon Lord Luo Tian. At that moment, Demon Lord Luo Tian stood in the void, his black hair billowing, his eyes radiating sharp brilliance, and an aura of fierce, killing intent enveloping him. "Demon Lord, save me. Please help me." The Night Demon Emperor shouted in panic. After all, his boss, the Demon Lord, was a super expert at the peak of the Emperor level. Moreover, he was just a step away from reaching the half-step Heavenly Emperor realm. Chapter 373. You Seek Death. At this moment, Demon Lord Luo Tian's voice resounded. Soon after, he appeared on the scene and looked towards the Dragon Clan members. In his eyes, a terrifying cold light shone. Swish! Immediately, the demon soldiers beside him charged at the Dragon Clan elders without hesitation. The Dragon Clan members here were already significantly weaker than the Demon Clan, so under this sudden attack, they simply could not withstand it. In the blink of an eye, half of them were slaughtered. Damn it! Just then, the Dragon Clan leader also caught up. He took a step forward and let out a furious roar. Roar! The immense roar shook the entire space. Crack! A star shattered in an instant. Following that, even Demon Lord Luo Tian was suppressed by him. "You dare!" At that moment, a furious roar erupted from Demon Lord Luo Tian. Chapter 374. Seeing such a scene, all the Demon Clan members present breathed a sigh of relief. This lord's strength was undoubtedly terrifying. With him around, they didn't have to fear being killed by the Dragon Clan. Just then, a blue dragon moved. "Junior, today you will undoubtedly die." A cold voice echoed, causing Lin Fan to frown. Soon after, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A faint voice rang out. "Is that so? I will be waiting." After the words fell, Lin Fan's figure moved rapidly. He charged straight towards the blue dragon, seeking death. The blue dragon's eyes showed disdain. Although he knew Lin Fan's name, he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, in his view, a mere newly advanced individual was nothing to fear. As long as he killed Lin Fan, wouldn't the remaining Demon Clan be at his mercy? Meanwhile, the surrounding Dragon Clan members looked anxious. This time, Lin Fan's strength was clearly much greater than before. Chapter 375. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't care less about him. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished from a spot. When Lin Fan reappeared, he was right in front of the Dragon Clan leader. "Get lost!" Lin Fan coldly shouted. Then he threw a punch. At that moment, the Dragon Clan leader, feeling the sharp gust of wind approaching, instinctively prepared to defend. However, his reaction was ultimately a bit sluggish. Just as Lin Fan's fist was about to reach him, he finally made a defensive move. Boom! Under Lin Fan's punch, his body was sent flying and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Roar! The Dragon Clan leader's eyes flashed with madness and ferocity. To him, this was simply a humiliation. He had actually been defeated by a human. If he let him leave alive, How would he be able to survive in the future? With that thought, the killing intent in the Dragon Clan leader's eyes intensified. Roar. Subsequently, the Dragon Clan leader let out a roar towards the sky. In an instant, a vast pressure radiated out. Chapter 376, because at this moment, he was not simply at the peak of the Emperor level. After receiving a tenfold amplification, his actual combat power had already reached the realm of a half-step Heavenly Emperor. It could be said that if he were to face other Emperor-level experts at this moment, he could easily slay them. Yet now, he had actually been defeated by a newly advanced Emperor-level expert. How would he bear this? Roar. He howled at the sky, his eyes turning red as he charged at Lin Fan. The scales on his body emitted a chilling glow, instilling fear in the hearts of others. However, Lin Fan was completely unafraid. He moved swiftly to meet his opponent, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Boom! The next moment, the two collided fiercely again. The nine-clawed golden dragon was sent flying backward, and Lin Fan was also knocked back after this collision, crashing heavily to the ground. However, in the end, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and held on. At this moment, lightning surged within his body. He was channeling the power of the Thunder Source to heal his injuries. Chapter 377. Although his strength was not as great as the Ancestor Dragons, now that he had allied with Lin Fan, he felt he had some confidence in accomplishing this grand task. At this moment, his gaze turned to the distance, and a strong hatred flashed in his eyes. Dragon Clan, wait for it. I will destroy you sooner or later. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was filled with murderous intent. Soon after, Luo Tian left to regroup his army. After all, exterminating the Dragon Clan was not that easy. If he didn't bring enough people, how could he talk about annihilating a clan? Just then, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. He then directly spoke to the Demon Emperor Yuji. The Dragon Clan is probably on their way soon. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yuji was slightly taken aback and then asked, "Do you know they are coming?" "Yes," the Dragon Clan leader shouted that just before dying. "And I suspect they are gathering their forces and heading towards us now," Lin Fan said calmly, with a cold gleam in his eyes. For Lin Fan, the more experts from the Dragon Clan that came, the better, as he could no longer contain himself. Chapter 378. Meanwhile, Ao Lai was extremely anxious. If Lin Fan managed to escape, it would be difficult to seek revenge. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Chase." His voice was filled with ferocity. The Dragon Clan experts, upon hearing his voice, dared not delay and instantly pursued Lin Fan. Their speed was rapid, and in a short moment, they had chased him 100 miles away. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and he stopped his figure, standing on a large rock. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he looked at Ao Lai and the others in the distance, coldly saying, "Since you're seeking death, you can't blame me today." At this moment, Lin Fan exuded a chilling aura. Since these people wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? He had long since lost any compassion, as he believed that his mercy would only harm himself. Therefore, he planned to deal with Ao Lai and the others first before leaving. Hee. I haven't eaten such a powerful human for a long time. Today I will feast. At this moment, Ao Lai's dark voice echoed, and the other Dragon Clan members echoed him. Chapter 379. However, Lin Fan did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward, and endless golden light erupted from his body, charging directly at Ao Lai. In this moment, Lin Fan's aura was vast and turbulent, as if it were going to sweep across the entire world. Those watching the battle were astonished, not expecting this fight to be so intense. At this moment, Ao Lai's face also became extremely serious. The long spear in his hand erupted with a blazing light as he coldly stared at Lin Fan ahead. Who? A tremendous roar erupted from his nostrils. In the next moment, his figure shot out in an instant. Swish! As he swung the long spear, it radiated brilliant light, directly smashing towards Lin Fan. Roar! The Taotai phantom beside Lin Fan also roared, leaping out as well, leaving afterimages in the sky. Clang! The two blades collided in an instant, producing a sound of metal clashing. The surrounding space rippled with countless waves. At this moment, everyone could only feel their scalps tingling, not daring to approach even slightly. Just then, Lin Fan's figure shot out again towards the distance. Chapter 380. Soon after, Lin Fan followed the demon lord Luo Tian and the others towards the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. Before long, Lin Fan and the others arrived at the Dragon Clan's homeland. Here, there were countless Dragon Clan experts. One had to admit, The foundation of the Dragon Clan was indeed formidable. However, no matter how powerful the Dragon Clan was, Lin Fan was determined to annihilate them today. Bold little human. How dare you intrude upon the Dragon Clan's forbidden ground? Go die. At that moment, a Dragon Clan expert radiating golden light charged directly at the group. He transformed into a giant dragon over 1,000,000 meters long, opening his massive mouth to spew out terrifying flames. Upon seeing the flames spewed by the giant dragon, everyone's faces changed drastically. The power of this flame was simply too strong. If hit, it would definitely cause injury. Moreover, this guy had likely already broken through to the half-step Heavenly Emperor level. Retreat quickly, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. He then stepped forward and collided with the shimmering golden giant dragon. Boom! The collision produced a thunderous sound, and the entire void seemed to tremble. Chapter 381. The blade in his hand radiated a dazzling light at this moment. Lin Fan dared not be negligent and quickly retreated. However, the Black Dragon ancestor closely followed him. Each time, he nearly harmed Lin Fan. The most critical point was that the opponent was not afraid of death at all. As long as Lin Fan was injured, he would pounce. For a moment, the entire room was filled with the glimmer of blades and the sound of swords. The cries of agony echoed incessantly. Lin Fan was now in a wretched state. He bore several wounds on his body, with crimson blood spilling out, making one's heart tremble. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long succumbed to such torment and perished. After all, even a super powerhouse at the half-step Heavenly Emperor realm could not withstand such attacks. At this moment, Lin Fan understood that the Black Dragon ancestor was intent on exhausting him to death. Boom! Just as this thought crossed his mind, a huge rumbling sound erupted. Immediately, a figure appeared in the arena. It was a blue dragon. Its entire body was covered with terrifying lightning, and it had majestic horns on its head. This guy was none other than Lin Fan's mount, the Thunder Dragon, which had finally healed its injuries and broken through to the half-step Heavenly Emperor realm. Chapter 382. Revenge. Do you still have the courage to seek revenge? Now, our entire sect has been sealed off. Unless you can escape, otherwise, you will all die here. Let me tell you, you are absolutely doomed today. Today, let you taste the might of my Great Wilderness sect. After saying this, the people from the Great Wilderness sect charged directly forward. Others also gathered around, this time to eliminate the Fire Cloud sect's people. The Great Wilderness sect had sent out their elite forces. Even the sect master had taken action. At this point, they would not retreat. In an instant, the two sides were thrown into chaos. Boom! The intense explosion sounds rang out, making everyone around feel a deafening shock. However, the Great Wilderness sect was only a second-rate power. Compared to the Fire Cloud sect, its foundation was still somewhat lacking. After a brief clash, they unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage. However, at this moment, the Great Wilderness sect activated their protective formation. Instantly, the members of the Fire Cloud sect were forced to retreat step by step. At this time, Lu Feng's eyes revealed a determined expression. This time, he disregarded everything. Chapter 383. It seemed that he was not afraid at all of the other party's rejection. Well, fine. Jun Mo Shao had no choice but to nod. He knew that there was no escaping this. Following that, he walked forward with the third prince. This third prince also had remarkable talent and was already a master at the nascent soul realm at a young age. This time, he was even ordered to capture him. Your Highness, there's no need for you to trouble yourself personally. I can bring this person back. At this moment, looking at the third prince walking at the front, the captain of the guards whispered, No, I must take action myself. After all, if my mother finds out that I did not do my job well, the consequences would be severe. The third prince frowned and said. He then continued to stride towards the central mansion of the demon city. Soon after, Jun Mo Shao was imprisoned. Moreover, the third prince arranged for an out-of-body realm old matron to guard Jun Mo Shao. However, Jun Mo Shao was not to be underestimated. At night, Jun Mo Shao directly broke through the door and escaped from the mansion. An hour later, deep within that mansion, in a room, an old woman knelt down on the ground. Chapter 384. However, the mysterious tortoise was even more terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, everyone believed that Jun Mo Shao would inevitably fall here. After all, the strength gap between the two was too great. At this moment, Jun Mo Shao let out an angry roar. At this point, Jun Mo Shao's fist aura, like a shooting star, directly streaked across the sky. In the incredulous gazes of everyone, Jun Mo Xiao actually collided fiercely with that mysterious Tortoise Clan powerhouse. Crack! Instantly, the sound of bones cracking rang out. The body of that mysterious Tortoise Clan powerhouse was torn apart in an instant. Blood gushed out, and then it transformed into a cloud of blood mist. The aura of death lingered in the space, leaving everyone stunned. How is this possible? At this moment, the general murmured. He was also frozen in place. It was at this time that he realized how powerful Jun Mo Xiao's strength truly was. Yet, how could he have imagined the number of fortuitous encounters Jun Mo Xiao had gained during this time? The current him was no longer the same Jun Mo Xiao from the past. He was now strong enough to rival a master at the integration stage. Chapter 385. If our ancestor takes action, then the help they provide will be tremendous. Upon thinking of this, a cheer erupted immediately. Haha, the ancestor has finally arrived. This time, the people from the Great Wilderness sect are definitely doomed. That's right, our ancestor has reached the peak of the Grand Perfection realm. How could the people of the Great Wilderness sect possibly be the sect master's opponent? At this moment, they all believed that the people from the Great Wilderness sect were surely doomed. Moreover, the face of the Fire Cloud sect's master also revealed an expression of great joy, because he knew just how terrifying his ancestor was. Although his ancestor had not broken through to the immortal emperor level, his strength was unmatched among immortal sovereigns. In the past, his ancestor even fought against a true immortal emperor powerhouse. Although in the end, their ancestor was still defeated. Being able to survive under the hands of an immortal emperor-level powerhouse at the Grand Perfection realm of a mortal sovereign already demonstrated his capabilities. Chapter 386. At this moment, a figure charged towards Jun Mo Xiao. That guy was actually the leader among those soldiers, a super expert at the peak of the out-of-body realm. Kid, you deserve to die, he roared with a face full of ferocity. The figure moved rapidly forward, suddenly leaping several feet away from Jun Mo Xiao, swinging an axe directly at him. The fierce gust of wind caused the surrounding grass and trees to sway continuously. However, Jun Mo Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he threw a punch. This punch was powerful and forceful. Vast spiritual power surged, colliding directly with the opponent. Bang! Immediately afterward, a loud noise echoed. Then, the guy was sent flying backward. Of course, at this moment, Jun Mo Xiao was also knocked back. Both of them landed on the ground, kicking up countless clouds of dust. However, compared to that guy, Jun Mo Xiao clearly had the upper hand, because in the previous collision, the out-of-body realm practitioner had already suffered serious injuries. At this moment, the out-of-body realm expert struggled to get up, then looked at Jun Mo Xiao and shouted angrily. Chapter 387. In the next moment, she slowly walked to Jun Mo Xiao's side, reached out and patted his cheek, softly saying, "He kept quite confident, huh? I must say, a confident man is handsome. If you follow me, serve me well. You probably don't know, right? My techniques are extremely powerful, and I guarantee you will be thrilled. Serving me will be a great benefit for you." At this moment, after hearing the queen's words, Jun Mo Xiao finally opened his eyes. He then bitterly shook his head and said, "Forget it. I admit defeat." After Jun Mo Xiao's voice fell, he directly closed his eyes again. He knew that there was no way he could escape now. Therefore, he had no choice but to resign himself to fate. I must say, you are quite aware of the situation. I said, as long as you serve me well, I will certainly take good care of you. The queen said again. Clearly, she was very satisfied with Jun Mo Xiao's submission. After all, over the years, she hadn't even received a male pet that satisfied her. Chapter 388. He did not expect Lin Fan's strength to be so terrifying. He was a peak immortal king, after all. Moreover, the technique he just used was their Fire Cloud sect's ultimate skill, the Fire Cloud Palm, which was extremely powerful. However, when faced with Lin Fan, he couldn't even withstand a single move. How could he not be astonished? At this moment, he did not dare to hesitate at all. As he moved his feet, he shook his arm. Suddenly, a crimson long knife appeared in his hand. This long knife was also covered with intense flames, with terrifying power. Slash! He shouted loudly and then swung the knife towards Lin Fan. In an instant, a blazing knife light cut through the sky, slashing down towards Lin Fan. This strike seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. The temperature around them surged in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. He softly exclaimed, "Good one." As soon as his voice fell, his right arm extended, directly forming a fist, and he met the attack head-on. Roar. At that moment, a series of dragon roars erupted from within Lin Fan. Chapter 389 at this moment. On the other side, Lao Yong and the others were desperately resisting the heavenly tribulation. So at this moment, figures quickly rushed away into the distance. They all understood that staying behind now was akin to seeking death. Crack! Crash! Just as Lao Yong and the others began to scatter, bolts of lightning with unmatched might struck downwards. Sizzle! The lightning cut through the sky, producing a piercing sound of wind. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, blood flowers instantly blossomed in this area. Lao Yong and the others were all affected by the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Bang! Into just an instant, under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, they almost instantly lost their ability to resist and fell to the ground. At that moment, they were all spitting blood, their faces pale. Their eyes revealed a look of horror. They did not expect to encounter this lightning tribulation here, and such a powerful one at that. Chapter 390W. Who are you? At this moment, the last remaining nascent soul expert said in shock. He was truly terrified, because the dozen or so guys in front of him were all out-of-body realm experts. Even the leader, a great perfection nascent soul expert, had been killed by these guys. So how could he possibly withstand this? What good does it do to tell you? We are from the Heavenly Court, Lao Yong said with a smile. What? Heavenly Court? How is that possible? Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's voice, the nascent soul expert's face turned pale as he confirmed he hadn't misheard. He understood very well what the two words Heavenly Court represented. Indeed, there was such a force as the Heavenly Court in the cultivation world. Moreover, the strongest force in the cultivation world was the Heavenly Court. Upon hearing that these people in front of him were from the Heavenly Court, he was of course terrified. After all, the force he relied on, the Demon Empire, was nothing compared to the Heavenly Court.